All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. EGC Masters Finals, the second qualifier to decide on who will join our already qualified players. 2 spots left to claim. I'm Crackety. Well, actually, today I'm Killer Pitch, and I'm joined by the one and only Crackety here. How you doing, Evan?
I've always wanted to be Crackety, honestly. I hear this man, he's the best of the best, top caster, basically a pro player as well. You can walk on a treadmill, still win rank games, so I'm very glad to be here as Crackety today. So guys, hello! And after yesterday's game, I know that off of stream, a lot of you may have been on Demu's channel seeing that. Things were on fire. I was watching when it was, when they had an hour and a bit game, and then there was another long game, and I was like, woo! These guys will be tired! So, Demu qualified all the way through, so I'm really hoping to see Numedan maybe getting some commanding victories going ahead. But first, we have Zerton and Creator. Now, Creator, what do we know about this man?
We know that he's from Japan, and we know that he's been getting good overall. Like, he has been climbing. He's been climbing the ladder. I think he's reached, like, top 30 in the last season, even. Certain, of course, like a really prominent player as well, has just been making his comeback somewhat to the scene as well after a longer absence. And yeah, now he's pretty much back and kicking at his old performance, almost, I want to say. Like, he started late in the last season to like come back, and when I last checked, he already had like 200 games in the last season. So I think at this point, he most certainly has caught up again.
Oh, well, I am excited to see that because he's going for Rus, which I'm actually a little bit surprised to see Rus still being such a contested pick in all of these events, because we saw that Rus got a pretty big hit recently. Now, a lot of pro players seem to say that doesn't matter, Rus is still Rus, but how does that playstyle now change? Because we see that it was a top pick for Creator and a top ban towards Zerton as well.
Yeah, so basically nowadays you can't just go for the classic good old fast castle agent to only cavalry archer spam. That one just doesn't really work. They don't quite pack that punch that they used to. They do have faster attack speed now, but their kiting potential has been drastically reduced. So especially units that have always been somewhat meant to counter the cavalry archers that didn't really count them in the past, i.e. Just knights and horsemen in general, now should do a much better job against them. So it's not like, oh, if you mass cav archers at a certain point, they just beat everything. Nowadays, like, there's actually a more reasonable counter. Cavalry archer's role kind of feels more like now it's a backline for like long fights rather than a backline and frontline, and maybe also more of a just overall raiding unit.
Okay, I can see how that would definitely affect some players, especially with the playstyles. At this rank, I think we have an idea of how players play, and they're not someone like Marine Lord necessarily who can play aggressive, play defensive, or raid, not raid. You know, a lot of these players, their weaknesses and strengths are known. So I can imagine like a change that's small would definitely affect a lot more than we would usually see at the top level. So I'm excited to see, just from the qualifiers, how this will differ from the main event next week too. But in our first match, we actually have Japan versus French. And I'm really happy to see some of these older civilizations still making its way. And I've seen it yesterday as well. A lot of our old civs are still prio picks, and the new civilizations are not shining as much as Reddit would make it out that they would be. So, Japan versus French. How do we feel about this matchup in the current meta?
This is kind of a classic one in general. Japan versus French, both civilizations definitely keen on getting to high knight counts. Now Japan, of course, they have to reach the castle age first for that, but once they do, those mounted samurai with their deflective armor, they always have like that one leg up against any other knight civilization, because when the charge comes in from the opponent knights, that just gets completely nulled out by the deflective armor. So typically, while Japan for the early part is going to have way fewer or no knights at all, once they do get to knights, they will have the stronger knight available to them compared to the French.
French is just such a good civ at keeping you in feudal though. And I think that's exactly what Japan does not want to be dealing with. So I don't think Creator is going to be sitting back and letting Zerton go that samurai way of life that he would like. Now, what I've liked about Japan is a lot of the times Japan do a little bit of a Dark Age aggression to try and force their opponent to have to respond, and not getting that momentum going that we see from French to stop them from going for a fast castle. So very often, Japan opens with the barracks, they're able to do a little bit of an attack, forcing the French to respond, not in the way that they want, wasting a little bit of resources, stopping that momentum, and ensuring that Japan gets that little bit of breathing room to go for castle quickly. Is that still something that would be prevalent in this matchup with the current changes?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, those things haven't really been changed at all for Japan. We will most likely still see some Dark Age aggression into maybe like a double outpost play next to the gold veins, just to secure, well, not have to invest that much into military. And yeah, after that, they'll most likely just like try and rush for that faster castle age. I think French, typically in this matchup, like there's a little bit of a bait sometimes where players go into pro scouts, but instead I think it's much better to just go out on the map, because realistically, Japan isn't really going to harass you at all in the first place, and you're much better off just investing into immediate aggression up against them, because you will want to punish them for that fast castle age playstyle.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I think when we think back about French and their early play styles, French was the civilization that was out on the deer so fast. It was something that they needed to, and I think we're finally moving back towards that because of the pro scouts. Nerf, of course. The close deer packs still give you your value, but when you start going out, it does hurt. But guys, we are ready to roll. Few seconds. Let's see what Zerton and Creator will bring us on Gorge today.
All right, jumping into our game number one. There we go. Dark Age Barracks coming out immediately. We got Certain, our German player here, playing as the Japanese in the color yellow. And our Japanese player playing as the French in the color red. We got Creator.
Now, with that Dark Age aggression, we'll see exactly what Creator decides to go with. Because now, just like Rackety mentioned, very often this will result in a tower drop that you need to do. Because, of course, you can't just let your opponent get his spearmen on top of you. But right now, I'm not seeing anyone on wood. And that is worrying me a little bit. Does he know that this is happening? This is such a normal opening in this matchup. This is something he needs to expect right now. But no response from this yet. And we see just a standard 8-2, what we usually see with the age ups. So I'm a little worried here for Creator as the first spearman is about to land.
Yeah, worst case, Creator is going to have to pull a couple additional villagers over to the gold in order to be able to afford that age up. But yeah, typically in these situations, you just kind of like just not react to this immediately. You first just try and get to the feudal age, and just a single spearman, or rather the first couple of spearmen, they're going to trickle in. So Creator should have enough of a timing here to be able to gather enough resources for the age up. Has to be careful though, doesn't want to lose any of those villagers. Female villager is going to be able to make her way out of that one. Yeah, Creator should be able to just get enough gold, and yeah, is going to be able to pull back now. And just like that, is going to have enough resources for the age up.
Now, enough for the age up is fine, but you now have some low HP villagers as well. And of course, Japan is not the civ that has knights pouring into your base too early, but it's a civilization that will eventually do that. And those very low HP villagers will break in half when the time comes. But with this, we can now see that he's aging up, usually with the School of Cavalry. Perfectly normal here. But he's not going to be able to make any knights from here on out. So now the question is, what does he react with? Do we just get a barracks? Do we get a nice little archery range? And of course, I think the safest play, of course, would be your archery range, because French has a natural transition into archers knights. So his first knight will not be out here doing its thing. But when eventually those archers are going to join the battlefield, they are going to make a pretty solid composition here for the rest of the army, especially with that barracks investment from Zerton. Those spearmen, though, they're going to get the mining camp, and this is going to feel pretty good for Zerton, because now, like we said, if he loses that momentum, he's not going to be able to just shut down the Japanese fast castle, and once those samurais come, this is going to be a hard one to take down.
And now, in actuality, there's a number of choices that Creator could go for. Just judging by how much wood that he's investing into, I do believe that it is going to be, as you alluded to, like the archery range response here from him. Just because archers, it's a unit that you might in general just want to go for an army composition. Like Knight and Archer, that is the French army composition per se. So that most likely is going to be a response. Another response could be to just sneak out with 8 villagers to another gold vein on the map, get an outpost up, and just gather the gold from there. That way you don't have to invest into the archer range, and you can just immediately start pumping out knights that way as well. But yeah, so many villagers on wood, so most likely is just going to be the archery range into a couple of archers and try and regain control over the gold vein that way. Now, this is actually a little bit dangerous, because in theory, Certain could have also just sent out 1 to 2 villagers to get an outpost up, but decided not to go for that. We also see some spearmen just roaming around trying to find out if Creator did potentially go for the play of just sending the villagers out for some proxy resources. Not the case, though. We will be seeing the archers, and Creator, on a delay, will be able to regain control over the gold vein.
And with that type of control you get, your knight will soon follow. The thing is, this Japanese base doesn't feel like it's too vulnerable here. We've got a pretty safe gold mine there at the back. The berries here on the same side. Something that we are going to see is a very easy tower if he wants to slow this down. But of course, when you do that, you risk play against a very, very aggressive opponent who might just rain the hell down on you in feudal. The thing is, with only 3 on gold, it shows like not that heavy of a commitment here. We have 5 on wood, and of course, that just means we can drop a production building down and make anything our heart desires. Let's see what that wood is going to be spent on.
We do actually see Creator gathering heavily on the stone outcropping there, so it looks like we will be seeing a second TC coming in here from the French. Now, the question is, where is that going to be going up? We do have a couple of spots there. There's the deer, where there are 2 berry spots right next to it, or in the very corner where there's a gold relatively nearby as well. So a couple of really good potential spots there for Creator to plonk down a second TC. The issue with that, though, is that Certain is going to have a very comfortable timing when it comes to aging up to Castle Age with that. Though at the moment, he still hasn't quite remacroed his economy for a play into a fast Castle Age. It looks like maybe he's going to be sticking around in Feudal Age for a little bit longer.
And honestly, I love seeing that, because I think with his opponent now going for that second TC, you want to do some damage, but look at that safe second TC right on top of the gold. He just wants to ensure that no resources is wasted on getting another mining camp, but also the villagers have a safe spot to just hop into. Now, the question is Zerton going to be able to do the damage against this that he wants? Because investing in 2 horsemen here being housed, and he does relieve himself there as the house gets finished, and the man will release the first horse, and he will try to find some damage. But now the question is, I say the question is, but we see a little yellow dot going towards that side. He's going to see the stone. He's going to know exactly that that second TC has already been placed, and he needs to go and find where that could be. Now, of course, you want to scout all the food sources. He's running wide angle, but he will spot it right here on the gold in a few moments. There's a lot of villagers here on gold, and with 12 on food as well, this feels like he knows that there's a lot of gold that's going to be needed, and he's not going to have access to it for too long. But 8, just enough to pop back into that TC when the harassment begins.
Something that's definitely questionable here for Creator, or something that he's going to have to address one way or another, is the gold access for him. We actually do see Certain going up with an outpost here now. Looks like he might be trying to start remacroing heavier onto the gold for a Castle Age transition. At least that's what the outpost kind of does tell us here. But an issue for Creator is going to be food. That second TC means that he will not have a lot of presence out on the map for quite a while, and because of that, he might have to go for an earlier farm transition, which is very expensive for him at this stage in the game.
Yeah, seeing a feudal age farm from a French player is not something that anyone puts on their bingo card. The Creator, now, he's done this before, you know, going for a second TC with French. This man, he knows the weaknesses, but the amount of villages on food here, it feels like he's desperately trying to get anything and everything out as quickly as he can. Now, we have to keep in mind, French already has that little bit of a boost by getting the villagers out just a bit faster. The problem is just those sheep are about to run out. Just like you said, he doesn't have any food access after this. The berries are not going to be under siege all the way from the top. And the deer pack at the bottom is not something you want to move out to when there are this many units out on the map. Zerton is not the kind of guy who's going to let you go and just cash in on some deer down there.
Yeah, now Creator, I mean, this is very difficult for him. Certain, he's very much just investing a lot into this feudal age now. We see more and more spearmen, more and more horsemen coming out from Certain. And because of that, Creator, he's gonna even struggle to get access to his berries. Certain actually, for the time being, is falling back just a little bit here. This is actually an opportunity now for Creator to get access to those deer and bring a couple of them home to his TC. Just the first bunch, like group collected with the 3 scouts, is going to provide him with almost 1,000 food here. So definitely not to be underestimated. Upgrade is about to be coming in on professional scouts, and yeah, certainly he's just falling back. Actually, only his spearmen are falling back. The horsemen still roaming around, trying to find some avenues of doing damage, but no damage to be done. His Creator is just completely fine with sitting back inside of his base.
Now, sitting back in your base feels great, especially when you have resources for it. Those berries are just giving him a little bit more breathing room to try and get a transition into food here. I would actually like to see what the first farm is going to be, and if it is going to be pretty soon, because I see a lot of wood has been spent. But those 3 knights, they are looking for some damage, running past a whole party of spears, and those spears are turning around trying to chase them. Even just delaying your opponent by doing this already stops that aggression towards your side, and that's exactly what he needed. He needs every second of breathing room he has, because he's already 13 villagers ahead.
A couple of horsemen are trying to disrupt the pro scouting here, but there should be enough archers, and a knight does get one of the scouts down, though.
Now, those deer are going to be quite tasty, as the knights are running in to try and get a villager here, but do not find any victims on that goal just yet, with the safe tower refuge being available to all of them. Now these knights, they need to be careful not to run into these spears if they just look away for a second.
Oh!
That's going to be a lot of damage, Crackety.
Yeah, definitely hurts. One of those knights almost on death's bed here. Certain, he is also trying to go up to Castle Age behind this, and slowly but surely will be getting their Creator. Definitely kind of stuck in the feudal age here at the moment. Couple more villagers now moving out to the deer. First couple of berries about to be exhausted as well here for him. He's got a very, very big villager lead at this point in the game, but certain the tech lead for him and the military lead in combination with that could be proving to be just a little bit too much for Creator to handle. There was also a good bit of idle time there on the TCs here for Creator, actually still going on at the moment. It's not because he's housed, it's just because he is spending all of the food. Actually, right now he does have enough food. It's just a little bit of idle time. Okay, he did fix that just now. We can tell at the bottom left side, already 1 minute and 15 seconds worth of idle time on these 2 TCs. So missing out on a lot of villagers. Yeah, the main TC is still not actively producing at the moment. This time he actually doesn't have enough food to queue up another one. So just struggling a little bit with keeping both of the TCs active. And yeah, once again, another one of the TCs just not working, and we're getting to the point where that's a lot of villagers that he's missing out on.
It does look like he has a little bit of food to be able to do so, but, you know, he's prioritizing making more units, as we see another knight in queue, more archers joining this. And with him pulling back here, Creator knows that, hey, this is most likely the time when Japan is going to age up. French knights, they do pretty well, at least when the numbers are low, and with these only being horsemen for now, he should be okay, but we see him doubling down on those stables, and Zertan is saying very clearly that he's going to go mounted samurai and make sure the Creator gets overwhelmed. And especially with only having 20 or soon to be 21 archers, you don't have an answer to those mounted samurais. They are going to get on top of you and absolutely destroy you. Those few knights, they need to keep those mounted samurais occupied for as long as possible, so Creator can find himself in a position to at least find a response to these.
Behind the Certain, he's been moving out to more and more of the berry patches out on the map, but he is reinforcing those with outposts as well, so is going to be able to see those knights coming from a long distance. So the villagers should in theory have ample opportunity to jump inside of the outpost, will do so. Shinto Priest is getting found out by one of those knights though, is getting taken down, so no early rally coming in here. And oh my god, Certain, he's sending the horsemen out just as Creator moved out with so many villagers to the deer in the bottom corner. He's getting found out completely. Actually, never mind. These are... Oh my god, thank god they're archers and not villagers. For a second I thought these were villagers. But still, the archers are getting found out by the horsemen. He is going to be losing so many of these archers, if not all of them. Yeah, he is going to lose all of the archers here.
And with this, he needs to make sure he target fires. And that's exactly what he does. He tries to take down as many of these horsemen as he can, because he knows if he does not have the most amount of damage here, he's going to be losing it anyway. This already is such a massive loss. The knights now circling, trying to get a little bit of a connection here, and they should be able to back these archers up. A few might even make it out, but these knights are not doing enough, fast enough to be able to save the lives of most of these archers. But the horsemen, it looks like Zerton has lost the micro focus here for a moment as he's sending out some other attacks. We see the pingings all around the map as the samurais are trying to make some connections, and now we see what happens to a feudal age knight when it's surrounded by samurai.
Yeah, they're getting taken down quite quickly. Lots of villagers now having to move out. This is also because there's just no more scouts remaining that are actively bringing in the deer for Creator, so he's gonna potentially actually have to move the villagers out somewhere out on the map in order to get food. So even though he does have pro scouts, he might get forced into just sending the villagers out to the deer anyways. We're actually seeing additional outposts coming up inside of the base from Creator. He realizes that he's at danger, or rather at risk, of getting swarmed by those knights inside of his base, so decides to get a couple of additional outposts in order to be able to garrison the villagers, should need be, and need will definitely be here in a little bit.
Especially with you being on that 2TC, there's not enough garrison slots to keep at least half of those villagers alive. Now, the problem is, he's stuck here between, I need to go for castle, but at the same time, if I stop making spears, I'm just going to get completely destroyed. With 22 archers, you do have a pretty decent response to these spearmen, but we've seen Zerton is overwhelming him quite a bit. These guys, they're not chunky enough to take this big army on just yet, but they will definitely cause a lot of idle time. One of the villagers going down, another one getting eyed but spared until later at least. But Creator is spending every bit of food he has to try and stay in this. Been pop-capped here for a little while now, meaning that more villagers are stuck in that TC. And even though it doesn't look like he's killed villagers, this is technically adding to that kill count in a way, with him getting that idled out. So we do see the connection here at the bottom. The spearmen trying to get a good connection here onto the knights. The archers target firing, but the samurai are right on top of them, and they are absolutely destroying them.
Archer is having a rough time here as well, but the Mounted Samurai doing such a great job. Certain now having more Mounted Samurai than Creator has French Knights remaining here. Granted, these are only Feudal Age Knights as well. Looks like Creator is going to be able to stabilize, though, at least for the time being. Did lose a whole bunch of villagers, though, down to 7. Still has almost a 20 villager lead, and is adding in more and more farms. So the food income for Creator should be looking quite good. The issue is just that, as you mentioned, the idle time, it's hurting him quite dearly.
Now, we do see a little bit of a pause in making units, and this can signify the Creator is saying, okay, I just won this fight, or he just sacrificed a lot of his units. I will probably be able to go for castle, but now he spots a pretty large army looking for round 2, and instantly queues up a bunch more units here as well. We do see with that 400, or now 500 food per minute, it does not feel good to be a French Creator if you're busy not being able to create knights. And now with those farms getting further and further away from the TC, this is going to mean that a little Mounted Samurai raid that is very shortly incoming is going to be quite devastating. We see all the farms kind of angled towards the bottom side. And this means if Creator breaks through those walls, he's going to be able to wreak devastation. But Zerton is playing this safe. It looks like he's going for his next Daimo as well.
Looks like Creator is finally getting that window of opportunity in to potentially go for his own age up. Food did just spike up again, thanks to certain, stepping off the gas pedal a little bit. One knight, unfortunate knight, is getting caught out there by the spearman. Gets absolutely obliterated in the blink of a second.
Now, again, the production has stopped. And the units is all he's got right now. He needs to make sure he rotates them towards the army of Zerton. But that is a pretty scary army. We do see here it's 38 or 35 against 35. But when we think about army value, this could definitely be very different between these two, as those are mostly Mounted Samurai against a bunch of archers and a handful of knights. That is going to be so tough, but it doesn't look like this is going to be enough to destroy him just yet.
It is getting there, though. Lots of villagers in the wood line are going to have to evacuate now as well. Certain doesn't quite want to leave this spot quite yet. It's actually also just burning down some farms there. A couple of villagers are going to go down on certain side now as well, as there's a little night raid coming in. Mamusha also trying to kill some villagers there as well. And now Royal Institute is actually going to be coming in for Creator here, so he realizes that, okay, I am going to need to make something happen here in the Castle Age. I cannot go Imperial Age here. anytime soon, which is, you know, understandable, reasonable as the game has developed here so far. Do have some placements in these outposts, so they're going to be able to do a little bit more damage. Some spearmen in there as well. More spearmen also coming in. The knights from Creator are slowly but surely all going to go down. Archers off against the Onimusha are going to do a great job here as well. And the Mounted Samurai are going to be able to kill a lot more villagers here, but this army from Certain is getting slowly but surely cleaned up here, and Creator potentially able to stabilize. Let's not forget, he's already done his farming transition here as well, so from this point on, he's only going to be getting stronger and stronger as the game goes on.
This was an absolutely amazing fight here by Creator. Just the fact that he was able to keep those knights alive. He only had enough gold to get veterancy and not produce a single knight more. With that one knight, he's been raiding all of these villages constantly. Now, I think that knight is the sole killer of 5 villages. I was going to say 6 vills, but no. Do not want to curse the man just yet.
Almost survived that, and if he actually managed to survive that, that knight would have healed up because Chivalry is already in here at this point. Walt's now getting sieged down though by Certain, does want to get access onto that gold vein where Creator is currently gathering gold from. It's only access to gold at the moment.
Now these guys are going to break through, and like we said, all of this is concentrated at the bottom. So this can still be very, very dangerous here. But the spearmen trying to get a pretty good shot here. Ooh, it looks like the samurai are running straight into them as well, trying to make a little bit of a flank to get on top of those archers. Onamusha's trying to focus fire the knights. They do get him. But with only 2 knights in a Royal Institute, this is not the Royal Institute that we usually see out of a French player. Usually a lot more tanky than that, and it looks like the Onamushas are able to clean up every single knight that dares step forward, as they're just taking off HP every single time they do a little shot, a little bit of micro, taking them all down. The archers now the next victim, and a few of the villagers idly running around for their lives. It looks like Zerton prevailed against this 2 DC French, up until now at least. He's still got a lot of work to do, but with the units that are coming out, it's not units that right now is going to be able to make the difference he needs. The villagers are fighting the Onamushas and they are going down.
Pulling the ships. Oh man,
wow.
Such a scrappy game here at the moment between them. Creator did lose a lot more villagers here. Still has a somewhat decent villager lead, I want to say, but behind this, Certain has been able to secure every single relic off the map, every single sacred site as well. And because of that, in theory, he's got way more income. Not just in theory, in practice, he's got way more income than Creator does at the moment. There also isn't a guild hall, so as this game goes on, it's not going to get much better here for Creator. That's an additional scaling point that just isn't going to be there. Mounted Samurai is still able to wreak havoc here as well, as the pathing is making it rather difficult for Creator to take these last couple of Mounted Samurai down, and somehow, just like this, the villager gap between the two has been bridged now.
And it only took 33 villager kills to reach that point. That is an insane amount of kills, with the villagers trying to fight back. They gave it their all, but it definitely was not enough to shut down this pretty strong army here. But Creator now, he's got a pretty solid amount of food income. And this could be tough for Zerton, as this is that point in the game where Zerton is the one out on the map too, and he is the one that can get rid of. But we do see that second DC from Zerton too, to try and ensure that that villager gap does not increase too much, with the second DC still being up from Creator. Now the question is just, with Zerton's passive income, because of course you've got the relics, you've got the mini relics from Japan as well. So this man's income is going to scale so well into the late game. But of course, Creator, he probably didn't plan on going to Imperial, especially with that Royal Institute investment.
And we are finally seeing that Royal Bloodlines come in from him here, and behind this, I mean, the economy is still looking kind of nice from both players here at the time, for the time being. We don't have a keep yet from Creator. He does have a lot of villagers on stone, so we'll want to work on that at the moment, just to be able to get that rather large discount in on his military. Just so much value to be had from a keep as the French, but behind the Certain, he's walling off the map, so slowly but surely this is starting to become a lot more dicey for Creator here when it comes to trying to attempt these raids, as he won't have a lot of avenues to raid if the entire map's just walled off.
Oh, getting through those walls will take a handful of knights, and unfortunately Creator only has half a handful. 7 knights is not the amount you need when you're trying to wreak havoc on a map against someone who's getting towers everywhere, and we see them getting emplaced and reinforced on every single angle with all these sacred site, with the sacred site control, with the relic control. You usually don't feel like, hey, the sacred sites are going to be a win condition for me. But Zerton, it seems like he realizes this could be a win condition. Right now, my French opponent has a handful of knights that he cannot be raiding with, and I am kind of free to do what I want. So Creator, he's floating quite a bit of resources at the moment now, and it begs the question, is he just going to go for Imperial instead of making units? Because that food, it's just being spent very, very slowly. I mean, do you see that keep coming up at the front now?
He's probably just waiting for the keep to get the discount and then spend it.
Oh, okay. That's true. See, guys, that's why Crackety is the best. So this is interesting. I think a lot of people don't necessarily know this. When you put a keep in the middle of production buildings with French and JD, they do get a discount on all their units that are in the range of that keep. And that's why it makes such a big difference, especially when your numbers are this low. But it looks like Zerton is the one who's being aggressive because he wants to make sure the Creator does not leave his base.
And with that time advantage, he's going to be able to go to Imperial Age himself. The question is, which one of the landmarks is he going to be going for? The Tanegashima Gunsmith, in theory, is the better scaling landmark, but the Castle of the Crow does provide him with a keep. Not that he really needs a keep at the moment. That is still an option for him. Villagers on the gold mine getting harassed here a little bit. A keep could, in theory, also be used here to secure one of the sacred sites, which he does still have access to, so wouldn't put it behind him to just go for the Castle of the Crows. Tanegashima Gunsmith is nice because it scales better. You get more value out of it overall. But a keep is a keep, and a keep is what it's going to be. Castle of the Crows is going to be going up in the middle next to the sacred site. Fight being taken here by Creator. It's not the best fight for him, though. The Yuumi are plenty in numbers and actually able to just completely deter the forces here from Creator. He's trying to rebuild these walls, but at the same time, a chop through means that these walls aren't going to really keep Certain out.
Now, what this is doing is forcing Creator to keep investing in units. So Zerton, of course, does not want to lose this army, but he needs to make sure that he forces Creator to stay in Castle. Because him with Castle of the Crow doesn't necessarily give you anything that you can win the game with right now, but it does give you a little bit of map control. The problem is, it looks like Zerton has overstepped here just a little bit with all these knights being at the front. They should be able to pick off a few of these units. The spearman numbers are pretty impressive here, but the reinforcements are arriving, and the biggest reinforcement of all is a tower behind a beautiful little wall that these guys are not going to be able to get through. Now the archers can just fire from the back here and try to keep Creator making units in Castle for longer and longer.
Thing is, behind this Creator, he does have Royal Bloodline, so these knights are going to be quite tanky, almost Imperial Age-ish in their performance. Castle of Crow is now going to complete. That does give Creator the signal, hey, my opponent just spent a lot of resource in aging up. Now, Certain does have a ton of gold left in the bank, so in theory, he's in a position to just get a whole lot of upgrades in, could potentially also just go for mass-mounted Samurai. Doesn't look like he's going to try and go for that at the moment. Fight is coming in. That's a lot of spearmen here at the front side. Not upgraded yet to Imperial Age. The elite upgrades still are going to take a little bit of time to come in here. Certain kiting back needs to buy himself some time for these upgrades to come in.
It looks like he's kiting back straight towards the main base. Ooh, but Zerton snuck a little Samurai in here and he takes down a few more vills. But it looks like these spears are going to be able to retreat back to base and get their upgrades they so desperately need. But we can see that Creator knows this. He needs to do damage while he can. The spearman, a little bit of a choke point here, not doing too well at the survivability there. But again, he's got the raids on the other side of the map to ensure the Creator cannot just do a big death push here. The thing is, with a death push, it implies that it will let you die. But right now, death, I feel like, is ticking for Creator. He did manage to decap that sacred site, so this is no longer going to be that win condition. But Creator is floating a lot of resources, so this man is thinking about Imperial himself, especially getting to your max population. You want to consider this. You want to ensure that you get control of at least a part of the map, as the golds are getting less and less. We can see with zero vills on gold, he just tapped out that big one. This is not going to be an easy position for him to keep getting those resources from, because even if he does age up to Imperial, what then? He doesn't have the gold to actually get any upgrades from there.
And the villagers are moving forward here. Is going to be putting that red palace right next to that large gold vein. Well, not large gold vein, but like normal size gold vein. Certain is sticking around here. It's going to make it difficult for these villagers to finally start building. They're having trouble here with the military units being in the way as well. There we go. Red Palace now getting started up. 60 villagers building that. Okay, 58, 57, 56.
That is the fastest red palace I've seen in my life. But it's going to secure the gold. The problem is just at what price?
You just lost 20 villagers building that. Only
Units...
66 French villagers have died so far this game.
Yeah, he doesn't care about the lives of his people. He just wants to make sure he gets the gold. He's got that second TC. He's hoping that thing will carry him through and the French villager production. But the problem is the damage has been so extensive. Zerton has completely overtaken now. This is a pretty decent spot for a Japanese player. And I feel like when you get to this point where you're in control of most of the outward golds as well, you just decide, okay, I'm not going to run into your red palace. I've done this before, back when I was gold. Now I know where to attack. I need to attack elsewhere. This could be food sources. You just want to force your opponent to not be able to make all those units. He's very happily clinging on to those knights. They're still able to do quite a bit of damage once they land on top of you. And that's exactly what Creator is going to try to do. We do see the big group going together now. And these guys, when they land, they could be devastating. Especially when you have your defensive landmark all the way at the front here. So they are also going to go exactly for that big goal to try and wreak havoc.
Creator trying to find some raiding opportunities here now behind this. Elite upgrades are coming in on the knights and the crossbows behind this. And Avaletria for the French are quite strong into the Japanese, mainly because they got the Gamberson's melee armor. They can also deploy the Pavisa for the bonus ranged armor. So in static fights, they're going to be very, very strong for the French here for sure. Long term, also looking at trading opportunities. Creator's having a tough time here in regards to that, just because certain, kind of like he's already got these walls up on all of the gold veins here, so it's not the gold veins, but the neutral trading post, so it's difficult for Creator to get a trade route going without some significant investment into some keeps there on these sides as well.
And he wasn't able to actually shut down that tower. 5 villagers still staying alive. He managed to pick off 1 here, but these knights are taking a pretty heavy beating. And when we look at the amount of knights that could be stuck here, this could be tough. It might cause a little bit of idle time here from Zerton, but even if he gets a bit of idle time here on his farms, he's got 3.5k food in the bank, and he's got a lot of units in queue already. Now doing that bit of a horseman switch, it looks to be. Now, with a horseman switch here, is he just going to try to raid? Oh no, and he just tapped out that little gold he invested so much into. The villagers going idle here at the back, but honestly, you could afford to lose a few of them as well.
Starts to take down the second TC here from Certain. That way, if he actually kills villagers, the damage is going to be much more substantial. Villagers jumping out though, want to repair that. Spearmen do now arrive, so Creator is going to get forced off here, is not actually able to finish burning down that TC.
Now, honestly, I think this has been a significant portion of his army just running around, especially when you look at how many resources he's lacking compared to Zerton. Those knights, if he loses them, this is not something he's easily going to come back from. And we see those Yumis with the fire arrows. They are not scared of much. Quickly taking care of a few of those knights as well. And the keep now going to be able to do quite a bit of damage per hit. Now, those Japanese keeps don't do the greatest if you are trying to kill as many units as possible. But he is doing a pretty solid job at killing the high-value ones that he needs to do. We do see 0 gold per minute here for Creator. So what he's got, that's all he has on offer. And once they get cleaned out, there's no way for him to actually get something to take this down.
Behind the Certain also just got the caravan from the Castle of Crows in, so his resource bank is looking pretty stellar at the moment. Ooh, Creator realized there's some units there from Certain, is going to switch over to the Stone Outcropping there instead. Definitely going to be needed here. Little fight coming in. The Knights do push past the Spearmen, and there aren't that many Spearmen out there at the moment to begin with. 20 more now in queue immediately, as Certain realized he's going to need a couple more of those. But looks like the Archer count at least is going to get cleaned up. Looking at the bank though from Certain, that is not a big issue here for him, as he can easily replenish these numbers at the moment.
Those Knights are absolutely destroying everything just looking at him. But at the same time, these things he's killing, they are all replaceable. And they're being replaced with spears because you can see Zerton realizes, hey, your investment has been significant in the Knights. I probably need to go that way too. Now, the stone villagers do get caught as he spots them, but a keep desperately gets placed down to try and secure that last bit of gold on his side of the map.
Units trying to take down those villagers, and Creator, he's just going to try burning down the keep here from Certain. Archers and crossbows trying their best up against the horsemen and spearman count here. The knight count is slowly but surely getting whittled down here for Creator. Looks like the keep is going up, but once again, a lot of villagers have been lost in the process of getting that keep up. And yeah, Creator not able to take down the keep here from Certain.
Creator also investing quite a bit to try and get this keep down, and not getting that W on the keep. It feels pretty tough because you've lost a significant portion of your units to just try and get this down, and it's not really going to give you the value that you need. And just like that, he loses again a ton of units that he cannot afford to replace. Him now running back with the tail between his legs, trying to just decap that sacred site at the same time. Now, this begs the question, is that not maybe where the investment should have been all this time, instead of sacrificing so much to keep this keep, or get this keep down? This keep now securing yet another gold for Zerton that he doesn't even need because of all those relics. He is just drowning in gold. Creator now very low on supply, but still investing into the Knights, spending every bit of gold he has to try and get those numbers back up so he can keep the raids going. The horsemen, though, they are going to be critical here to take care of all those orbs at the back. So, Crackety, as someone who doesn't play French, me, how do orbs interact with this horseman composition? Do they have an okay chance?
Yeah, so there's a lot of unique upgrades for the French, for the Arbaletria. One, of course, that gives them the bonus armor, which, Arbaletria are still going to get counted out by the horsemen, but they actually survive a lot longer than normal crossbows would. Also, the additional attack speed means that, sure, in mass, Arbaletria can overkill the horsemen, but with additional attack speed, they are still going to be much more effective when it comes to the time to kill in between the horsemen. So Arbaletria are a lot more effective than normal crossbows up against them, like a ton more effective. But overall, they still don't really serve the role of a hard counter there against them. So it's more like the Arbaletria are still getting soft countered, but not as badly. And in combination with Knights, they're going to be pretty solid up against them, especially cost-effective wise, as they, of course, don't cost that much when you produce them from the keeps with the discount.
Now, with these little raid groups that Creator is trying to do, he is definitely doing a bit of damage, but at the same time, it just doesn't feel like it justifies the cost of this. With all these units going to be mostly going down here, the villagers that he kills, they are easily replaced, with Zerton still having that second TC up, and also, again, still can afford to lose some units. He's got so many resources in the bank. Villagers, any unit may die, but now Zerton is doubling the wall with a stone variety to ensure that those night raids are just temporary.
Certain with such a big bang at this point in time could think about just deleting a couple more villagers and go for a larger army push here now. Yeah, this stone wall is gonna really serve the purpose of just making sure that he can decide where to attack, and this is I don't know, he's kind of setting himself up for a long game here, which doesn't make a lot of sense considering Creator. This game is already in the long stages. Creator has set himself up in a very difficult manner, going for the Royal Institute. Like, he doesn't have a scaling point. He's got no relics. Certain at this point could just stop investing into these trash units because he's got so much gold in the bank. Just go for mass mounted samurai, and there wouldn't really be something that Creator could do to stop a full army of mounted samurai. Villagers trying to escape here, but they're getting shut down. Keep does go down. Certain, he doesn't have a a wall in the middle of the map, so that's the way that Creator can still push through here. Certain is going to have to react to that now. More units coming out from Creator space to reinforce.
It does look like that keep in the middle definitely got the attention of these units, and honestly, this is a pretty massive investment to try and get that down. Raggedy, this thing, will it even die? It looks like it's not planning on it.
Yeah, there's only very few units here that actually throw torches, and without incendiary arrows, there's no bonus damage from the ranged units here that's coming in. Behind the Certain, he's just torching down production buildings, actually.
He realizes taking down that keep on the gold is already going to put him in such a good spot. With a few more horsemen, it was enough. And him getting that kill, it feels good. But what did it get you? You have lost a lot of horses into this investment. And just like we can see, Creator, he's got a pretty formidable army here. It's just composed of a lot of trash units. And is Zerton going to be able to make the units he needs to take this down? With the bank he's got, the answer is yes. We just need to see him execute it. Because it's gotten to, I feel like, a little bit of a stalemate in terms of how do we do death-defying damage. So these two definitely trying to do the raids, trying to hit them hard, but they're not able to find that finishing blow because both of them are just trying to raid while the other one is attacking. Now, these archers, they do pick up...
This is desperation.
Mm-hmm.
Creator, he's trying to find some way of doing damage, but like just looking at the bank from Certain here, he's got so many different options on how to end this game. One weird thing is that instead of trying to end this game, he's just existing at the moment, reacting to what Creator is doing instead of like actually creating his own opportunities at the moment. Which is odd, but, you know, I guess it's also like a reasonable strategy. His opponent is exhausting himself on high-value units with the Knights and the Arbaletria. He can just sort of keep making these very cheap units and build out his resource bank. And at one point, if he's able to take a fight like this now, he can suddenly start switching into the more expensive units and after that potentially win, but he's maybe giving Creator a little bit too much of leeway here. The Arbaletria are now with incendiary arrows as well as the archers, so the damage is actually quite formidable. Certain down to only half the military pop that Creator has out here.
And this is usually the hard part with that balance, to understand, okay, how many villages can I just keep while my opponent is fully invested in military? For me to be as greedy as possible while still producing units. As we see him rallying these forward now, and they are just dying one by one. But luckily for Zerton, those units don't do too well against the keeps. We do see that boiling oil now tickling a few of these archers, and it will say, "You shall not pass," but he does need to emplace that as well. Definitely a scary situation, but at the same time, he's just got so many resources that needed to be it for Creator. He's only got 155 supply now, and the reinforcements, with him now pulling back and attacking with a larger army, this looks pretty good. Zerton now kind of evening out the army count.
Yeah, at this point, it looks like Creator has kind of exhausted himself a little bit too much now. No more Knights on the field. He is reinforcing with the Horsemen, but behind the Certain did actually manage to get some good raids and created down to 67 economy units. And yeah, this is one of those situations where, in theory, Certain has all the tools now to finish this off. We do see hand cannons and Cuso is finally starting to add in some high-value units.
Now getting those bombards out as well. They're going to do a pretty good job at one-shotting one unit at a time, and especially with Creator only investing in the trash units, he's not going to find a way to get through onto those bombards soon enough. Now we do see Creator putting down a keep there with a little bit of siege units that he wants as well. The question is just, how is he going to afford siege if he does not have a single bit of gold? We've got 18 gold in the bank, and that has
so
no
many
interest.
rocket towers as well. Yeah, we got the rocket TC, the rocket keeps here, so these raids are kind of difficult to pull off. We have another keep now from Creator in the middle of the map, also putting up some siege workshops to try and get some infrastructure damage in here. But now Certain starting to invest into Siege. We got double cannons, we got double mangonels, we got a lot of hand cannoneers in queue. This is the moment now where he's starting to really push out. We're also getting a Yumi Bannerman. That does affect the hand cannoneers, and at this point, yeah, Creator is getting finally fully cleaned up. Just like that, GG should be coming in. There it is, Certain able to close out the game now, and is going to set himself up for match point in this best of 3.
Now, that felt like Creator had some opportunities to make a comeback, but Zerton, he just kept the pressure up. I absolutely love the fact that Creator looked like he was ahead for a while of this, and the fights that he took against those mounted samurai, they looked sublime for a lot of them. But Zerton, he just kept raiding, he just kept doing damage. We had more than 170 villager kills that game, just from these guys with the horses. The horses were deadly. Yeah. Crackety, these guys showed us exactly what the horsemen and the knights needed to do. The problem is just, it didn't ever feel like that was enough for the other one to back down. I love the fact that both of them are just constantly harassing, even when things are getting that heated. But yeah, I think this shows us a bit of Creator as well. He's playing French 2 TC, which I would not have predicted at all. So something I will not be able to predict is the Aeobits and which wings he then goes for. Because we've just seeing French 2 TC against Japan already is a little bit insane as far as the current meta goes. But China versus Aeobits, Dry Arabia, pretty standard map for these two civilizations as well. I'm a little bit surprised to see China here though, because we've seen a lot of players still banning China. So letting this one through, pretty surprising.
China is a classic civilization after all. Like it's all like if you get access to it, you're gonna pick it no matter what. Now, China did suffer a little bit, of course, from the Pro Scout nerf. There's also been some other, I want to say, interesting reallocations of resource costs for China. Like they buffed the village for reasons. No, it's Shuxi and China, right? Like I'm hearing production say that it's just Shuxi, but I'm 99.9999% sure that's also for China, which is pretty significant because Shuxi's start has been a lot smoother than China's when it comes to building the villages. Because China, they always had to gather like an additional 3 wood to be able to afford the village after the first initial 5 villager drop-off on the mill. Shuxi was able to afford it immediately. So it's like one of those weird things where, sure, like Pro Scout nerf does hurt China a little bit, but they've been buffed on other sides, which still makes them a pretty strong civilization.
China, I love the fact that it's still being contested as a pick. Because we can see it's first pick for Zerton. This is a civ that he's comfortable with, and he wanted to use it on this map. Ensuring that you get China on Dry Arabia, it feels good, because Dry Arabia spawns, it just plays well into the whole of China's playstyle. Very often your deer are pretty accessible, and all things permitted, let's hope the caster curse does not kick in, but the deer are usually not on the same side, and it does give you a little bit of more access to food. But at the same time, with Aeobids, we have a civilization that can punish a lot of what China is good at, especially if you can be a little bit creative. I wanted to say creative, but I wanted to make a pun, but I realized that one wasn't going to land. So Aeobids, we've been seeing a lot more dervishes into going for your military wing, which I think China might not have such a good time against. But Crackety, you are the person with that type of knowledge. Tell us about this matchup and the decisions that you can make.
So this matchup is, in general, relatively interesting with the way China is still being played at the moment with the Pro Scout play. So you will be able to absorb the deer pretty much completely. And with that, a lot of food comes your way, of course. You then just mass produce a whole ton of Lancers and try and kind of like choke out the Aeobids there. Aeobids are still going to fast castle as well. They're going to make mass Camel Lancers, and for the most part, even though Camel Lancers are like debuffing your cavalry, you can still just spam Lancers into it pretty much non-stop. That's the main way to play that. And I think that's gonna be the case here. If either player like kind of falls short of knight production, then it might swing very quickly for the other side. It's gonna be an interesting one exactly how this one plays. A lot of it has to do with like deer spawns, where they spawn exactly, and of course we got the decay now on the deer as well when they're being brought back to your base with the pro scouting. Overall, I think this can be a very, very even matchup if you know, like the Ayubit player has decent enough timings, because you can't rush your age up, so you have to have good macro behind your initial age up, and chances are you probably shouldn't try and distract, or rather do too much in feudal age as the Ayubits, because you're not going to be able to stop the fast castle age from the Chinese.
Well, let's see what these two boys are going to be bringing for us, yeah? Because Zerton in China, honestly, the colors are betraying me here. Zerton in yellow on China, and Creator in red on Ayubits.
Yeah, the
I'm
flags
feeling
are making this
conflicted here.
difficult. But to be fair, both flags have both red and yellow when it comes to the symbols as well, so it's a little bit of both. It would have probably been harder to read Zerton's and Creator's name if the background was also the same color.
True, true. Okay, so this was... Oh, no. Oh, no. This is all controlled by Cal. Crackety. We just gave him way too much power. Now, looking at those spawns that you talked about earlier, we can look at a little bit of a general direction as we see those little sheep disappearing on the minimap. I love these sheep, and I love how diverse they are, and we can see the color of said diversity on each of them. Absolutely wonderful. Now,
It was great foresight from Kao to have it be Minecraft sheep. That way he could easily adjust to the implementation of brown and black sheep.
I'm definitely sure that's why he chose the Minecraft sheep. He was like, this is pretty five-head. In the future, this is gonna matter. Do we have a pink sheep model? That's the real question.
Probably. There's
he
a pink
says,
sheep in
yes, he
Minecraft.
says. Okay, great. So he says there's a pink sheep model ready to roll. Now, when we look at Zerton's spawn here, we see that his deer being there on the top side, it looks like the double deer spawn is there on the top. So this means that if he starts pro scouting, he's not going to stop. But if Creator allows it only. But like you said, this is not something that they usually want to fight in feudal. Creator is not playing the feudal age aggression civilization. But again, French 2 DC, I put nothing past this man, and he goes for logistics. So getting your two dervishes out here is going to be wonderful, because this means you can take some engagements, heal your units up, and you could just sustain against most pushes from anyone else in feudal. So yes, we'll see what the villager split looks like after to try and determine what the next moves are going to be.
Yeah, also, of course, gives you the opportunity to go for economic wing growth in Castle Age, or potentially even reinforcement wing, if you just want more units there. In general, it's very nice to have the dervishes, as you said, in Feudal Age, because that means once you get to Castle Age, you can immediately have them in position to pick up some of the relics. And also, if your opponent, should he decide to actually play a little bit more heavily into Feudal Age and get some units out, you will have the ability to heal up your units in Feudal Age, which is just incredibly powerful.
Now, Creator here scouting out exactly what he needs to see, trying to understand what is the next push going to look like. He's got 5 on wood, meaning he is most likely going to start making units pretty soon. Now, I absolutely love this, because when you go for the Dervish wing, you have that advantage that most civilizations don't have in feudal, being able to heal your units. So with just a horseman, you can stop anyone even thinking about pro scouting, etc. But Zerton, he is not thinking about getting any extra gold. He's got 9 on food, 8 on wood, and that means this man is going to be producing whatever he wants in feudal. This is not going to be our sit back and fast castle China with a little bit of a pro scout in between.
Yeah, indeed. The moment we
And,
saw the sheep count earlier, Zerton's definitely kind of... It would be good for him, definitely, to go for the Pro Scouts here. He did not find as many sheep as Creator did. Do have the dervishes in now. We also see a stable coming up immediately, so it
Mm-hmm.
looks like he wants to invest at least a little bit into 1 to 2 desert radius, maybe, just to have a ranged cavalry unit to be able to harass some sides. Means that Zertan is also going to be forced to invest into units. Does get the stable up, so of course option is going to be there for him to just quickly pump out a couple of horsemen. You need like 3 horsemen to effectively take down the a single desert raider alongside some dervishes, because let's not forget,
Mm-hmm.
weirdly enough, the dervishes also cause camel unease. These aren't like military camels, but they're still menacingly enough for the horsemen to get debuffed, and because of that, you need quite a few of them if you want to take down a desert raider.
This feels a little bit tough though, because now he's investing quite a bit into horsemen. Like you said, he doesn't have the same level of food. But what happens now when those guys are going to be fighting off? You have horsemen against horsemen, but on the one side, they can heal. And the sustaining of this type of unit is just going to be so much better for Creator here because he's going to lose less and he's going to be able to just get food a little bit safer because we do see that back deer for him too. And also, when you're in your opponent's base, they're not going to be the one who's raiding you. But the Desert Raider is quite a bit forward. The horsemen are doing quite a lot of damage here. And I'm swallowing my words as I see those horsemen absolutely wreaking havoc on that poor dervish. Oh, on the poor Desert Raider.
Yeah, doing a good job there. Is able to force him back. We also see now archers coming in as well. That's going to be difficult for certain, though, because Creator is also investing into some horsemen alongside it. We're now seeing pro scouts in queue for certain, so he does realize, okay, I am going to need to pro scout this, as we can already see the sheep is kind of running low for him here at this point in the game.
He's invested a lot of that food into getting those horsemen out, and he needs to be out on the map to do something about this. The problem is now Zerton gets control of one side, and he has control. That's it. You are really going to struggle to be able to move past this because, again, both deer being on the same side. Once you get pro scouting started, it feels great because you can just keep going, and your pro scouts are going to have to move one direction only. You're not too worried about them, but with this, Creator knew that. He knew what he needed to shut down. And Zerton, he is turning back around, and it does look like he might look for a bit of damage here. But again, these units are just going to be able to heal back up once they get into the spot. The archers here at the front, they're going to be able to do quite a bit of damage here to the Desert Raider. But again, you are up against a few horses. You don't want to overinvest into this. And Creator now is ready to click that age up. Now, going into Castle Age, getting Growth Wing is going to be so beneficial. Because with all those extra vills, he is going to make Castle a very tough one for Zerton to defend himself from.
Yeah, certain. He is also completely idled out at the moment on the sheep. Has to wait for these next couple of deer to be coming in. So we do see the eco-efficiency count just kind of plummet a little bit here for certain, as those deer are about to get dropped. Villager is finally able to start working again. Yeah, Growth Wing. It's just so many villagers that you're getting out of it immediately. It means that your economy will very quickly surpass that of the Chinese, even with the imperial officials. And certainly he's so far away from Castle Age because he had to invest a lot more into the reaction against what Creator has been doing. Because realistically, what did Creator invest? Like 2 horsemen, 1 desert raider? Certain, he invested into 4 horsemen, 8 archers. That's 2 different production buildings as well. That's a pretty big delay. Additional scouts, pro scouts, it's a very big investment for him. He will finally be able to get the deer in, but he's going to be very, very much delayed on his timings. Has a lot of villagers on food though, so in theory he should very quickly be able to catch up in the Castle Age timing, but Creator for now will surely have the tempo advantage.
Now, I love to see Aobids being in the driving seat and how people respond to this, because getting 10 archers, that's great when you're dealing with Desert Raiders. Getting 10 archers against Camel Lancers, that's a very different story. And Zerton is getting more and more horses. I can see that he probably wants to outlast Creator in terms of food, be able to raid when the villagers inevitably do go out there to try and get something. But the problem is, that's assuming that Creator is going to be needing to move out on the map anytime soon. I would love to see the food situation there for Creator. Oh, it does look like he might be and a ticking time bomb when it comes to that. And I think this is maybe the only weakness you get against, or as the Obits. You run out of food, you also have to move out, just like most civs. You're not potentially going for pro scouts. You don't have an easy farm transition, but he does have a few relics coming his way, and that should feel pretty good. Now, Trader does not have a lot of military, and still the numbers on the side of Zerton. So with these horses, he should cause a little bit of worries and panic, but the response is going to be camel lancers, and they will be arriving shortly. So Zerton, he knows this is a ticking time bomb, as he's also ready to go and age up and probably join in the Lancer economy.
Yeah, we got double stable, double archer range for Creator, so he is going for the typical Camel, Lancer, and Archer army composition here. Imperial Palace is now coming up for certain, so Castle Age will be coming in very shortly. More villagers now also on gold, so is kind of still setting himself up for a mass Lancer play here, which is definitely still going to be the optimal call here to go for when you're up against the Iobits. And yeah, he's gonna also probably want to try and at least steal a couple of the deer away from Creator, as Creator, of course, as the Iobits will most likely first be going for the berries anyway, meaning that Certain is gonna have a nice timing to go for that. Little raid coming in on the gold vein here. Looks like one of the villagers is gonna be going down. At the same time, though, same thing is happening on certain sides, so Camel Lancer was able to pick off a villager there as well. Third relic just been brought back. Fourth relic also has been picked up, so Creator, he's got the... I mean, this is just typical when you're playing as the Iobits, that they're just pretty much always going to be getting the majority of the relics in thanks to the Dervish. It's just such a big timing there. It's similar to the Delhi, as in you immediately have religious units up on aging up. The difference is that you're actually going to be, like, aging up a lot sooner, and it actually fits your playstyle to be aging up quickly.
Now, what I love about the fact that he's going for the deer on the other side of the map, with the Pro Scouts nerf, those deer do decay as they're being carried. So it's not just about getting food to you, it just makes the deer completely unfeasible to go for afterwards. So it does feel pretty decent here. I do believe that there might be a bug that's still active where the deer keeps decaying once you have dropped them as well. So this,
only if the scout dies while carrying.
Oh, okay. So if they drop them willingly, they don't die.
Yeah, exactly. So if you drop them normally, they're not going to keep decaying. However, if you do drop them while they are... Well, if the scout just drops them because he dies, then yeah, they're gonna keep decaying.
Zerton has quite a few lancers already, but same goes for creators. Creators, Camel lancers, now 7 of them already on the field, but both of the players, I'm seeing an essence a little bit of last game. They want to raid, but they're being very careful about it. They don't want to overcommit and lose as much as we saw in the last one. With the French Knights in the previous game, he definitely sacrificed a lot more than he should have, and with these Camel Lancers, not making those same mistakes. Veteran upgrade now coming in for the archers as well, with only 7 archers on the field. That is quite surprising, as he's not making any more of them either. Not a lot of gold going around.
Yeah, not a lot at the moment. I mean, to be fair, a lot of it is now going to start coming in from the relics. He's also starting to capture up the sacred sites, which are going to provide him with a lot of gold per minute here. So it makes sense to, like, slow down a little bit on the gold gathering, as most of it is going to now start coming in just passively here.
Okay, see? Now, today I learned, and especially with now adding in a few more archers, this is gonna start getting quite scary, because Zerton with those lancers, he's not raiding. He's not out on the map, absolutely obliterating the Aeobid's player for moving out. As we can see, he's trying to decap these sacred sites with him not having control of any of the gold in the later stages of the game. This feels like the opposite of what we saw from him the previous game. In the previous game, he had full control, all the relics, all the sacred sites, and now he's the one on the back foot. This might just be the type of control that Creator was looking for.
Yeah, a couple more villagers also going down here. Behind this Creator, he did have some idle time on his TC, did lose out on making 2 villagers. That's why the population count is a lot closer than one might assume at this point in time. These raids are still going on, and Creator is actually doing a good amount of damage here. Certain, once again, trying to decap one of the sacred sites, is pulling his entire army here in order to try and deal with these little raids from Creator. Creator might lose out on his infantry count here, though, as it's a little bit out of position, but fight is getting taken now. Range units from Zert now focusing on the range units from Creator. Doesn't have veterancy on his archers, though, and there's still a Dervish healing behind all of this. Looks like Zertan does have more numbers here, so should be able to beat back Creator here.
Yeah, these camels just did not go on top of these archers themselves. They were fully focused on getting the lances down, but the camel unease just was not enough to get this on the way of Zerton. But Zerton now, even though he doesn't have that sacred side control just yet, he is the one pushing out and taking back control here. Now, Creator, his food has run out by this point. He's most likely on the berries. I do see a little dot there on the deer as well. So this is not going to be the same type of pressure as we would expect from him earlier on. He's spending every bit of resources he has, but now it feels like every unit he loses, it's not one of those fun positions where you can just remake them. You don't have a farm transition. You don't have a second TC. You're dead even against your opponent, and you need to be able to survive these because you're not going to have that comeback mechanic you did in the previous game.
Creator behind this trying to remass his lost Camel Lancer numbers. Certain, though, still keeping up, has a lot more Lancers.
It does feel pretty scary when they approach all so slowly. We do see them heading towards the berries there. So this could be a little bit devastating as Creator could sacrifice a villager or two. There's a tower just to ensure that they are safe, but that's enough Lancers to take it down.
One monk is getting picked off there, but yeah, this outpost is not gonna last too long here. A couple of Camel Lancers are making their way over here, but not going to be enough. Villagers jumping back inside, none going down. Jumping out the other side, once again, none going down. More Camel Lancers now coming in, followed up by some archers as well. Now this should start to be enough for Creator to hold this location. Didn't lose a single villager here. Crucial.
No, I'm actually quite surprised to see that Zerton did not commit to that tower completely. He went for the fight. He saw how well it went in the previous round when he just took the Lancers straight into the camels and took a fantastic fight. But this one just didn't feel that way. He felt like he could win this, but those villagers all staying alive, that must feel pretty good for Creator here, because that just extends, again, that lifetime into the whole food transition that he needs, because Barbican of the Sun is now coming down. And this means that Zerton is going into the Song Dynasty. Villager count, he can quickly catch up. But the problem is his food income has tanked significantly. I would like to see where that Barbican is placed.
It's on a boar. It's going to be a Barbican for him as well. So once that Barbican finishes up, he is also going to be able to get some additional food income there. And also the Barbican is the requirement for building granaries, so this is also going to allow him to start building up some granaries, which are going to be coming up in the back of his base just now.
Now, getting those granaries up and running is going to be important, but we saw what Creator was doing last game. He was very actively raiding, so Zerton making sure that he gets those wham walls up pretty early, and he doesn't want to face the same level of raids as he saw in the previous one. I felt like Zerton, he knew he had to wall last game, but now he really knows it, and he makes sure that this is not going to be a repeat with all those raids. Creator now, he's the one getting raided by Zerton as those Lancers find a few victims, trying to desperately build a wall. And this is a decent pickup, because again, Creator needs every bit of time he can to try and get that food transition going. We do see 1.2k food per minute, but that's just limited edition food sources, as only a handful of farms have been placed. The Lancers quickly clean up, the Camel Lancers quickly clean up the Lancers, and they say only one Lancer shall be allowed here. Now, this is a pretty scary army from Zerton, and the thing is, I feel with 18 Camel Lancers, they're probably not going to have a good time in a face-to-face fight.
This, I mean, Creator right now, he's got a ton of ranged units as well. I think this is sort of the point in time now where both players just have a solid army mass that this is where you want to start thinking about manganiques. A couple of knights might be going down here, as there is a good mass of crossbows now as well.
Now, getting Manganiques out is definitely a pretty tough spot for Zerton then, because getting on top of them is going to be so hard with all those camels just floating around. Has to pull off of the food here at the front now. And Creator, with all those camels, I don't know if Zerton has an answer to this. He's got a handful of crossbowmen to be able to try and snipe them. He tries to get the lances on top of the archers, or the crossbows and the archers, and just not able to do so. So he does need to pull back and be careful here, but food per minute is not looking too good for him, as Creator is still just producing and getting a little bit more than Zerton is.
Yeah, Zerton just doesn't have military here, funnily enough. This is where just the Iobit compounding issue of just being able to absorb all of the berries here is all adding up. Oh, Imperial officials are kind of stuck at the front there, and without enough units, yeah, Zerton, there's no way out of this one. That one is going to be GG, and Creator now also going to be able to get a point on the board. That means that we are going to be going to a decider match, best of 3 here between the two.
Now, the thing is, the decider match is not just a regular decider match. This is a King of the Hill decider match. And honestly, I cannot predict anything in this situation. When you play on King of the Hill, you see some pretty crazy strategies from some players, but in the end, we'll see who the better player on the hill is, because between these two, I'm so happy to see that we have a 1-1 already. This is a best of 3, and in these early rounds, best of 3s definitely tend to have a little bit more of an RNG aspect to them, because usually in a best of 5, we do see quite consistently the higher ranked player gets through. But with Creator and Zerton, I think here both of these guys are just showing their teeth, but are they showing enough? Because I feel like a lot of the raiding potential from these guys are just not showing as we have seen from them in the previous games, or previously at least.
Mind you, not everything really tends to be about raids. This time we didn't have a lot of early aggression. There was a lot of just macroing towards what's going to be happening, right? Like Creator, he feigned a little bit of early aggression, then went for the tech up instead. Zerton did follow up, did manage to hold here early on, but in the end, he just wasn't ever really able to scale past that.
Yeah.
Was lacking upgrades for a long time, like even here, 20 minutes into the game, the only economy upgrade that Zerton had was Wheelbarrow. And especially like the tier 1 economy upgrades are super important, because they scale a lot more thanks to their incredibly reduced cost. So when you don't have these upgrades, you just start falling behind more and more, even with the same villager count. And Creator, of course, having the sacred sites, having the relics, it all just compounded more and more to the point where Zerton just was not able to keep up with the military here. And now we had a relatively long game number 1, a normal-sized game number 2. Game number 3, just courtesy of the map, is going to shape up to be a relatively quick game, because we're moving over to King of the Hill. And that map, it is all about confrontation. You cannot not confrontate on that map.
Now, Shaggy, I really hope that you just did not invoke the caster curse and caused us to be on King of the Hill for 40 minutes.
Yeah, surely.
No, Byzantines, they've been pretty powerful. I think a lot of people are not sure where to place things in the current meta based on these new civilizations, with the changes that we've been seeing. But we do get to see a little glimpse of that from these players as they're trying to fight their way through to these qualification spots. But Byzantines, we've seen a lot of greed in the early game if the other civ allows them to. Ottomans, they do allow you a little bit of greed in the early game if they don't get that momentum up. Usually, you do get a little bit of a play here with an early game barracks. You do have a spearman that you can fight against, but on King of the Hill, that's usually not what is in store for you. You usually have your military school, and that's it. So, we know that Ottoman is an absolutely insane civilization in feudal if they do get that momentum going. Byzantines, though, they like a little bit of time. And I don't know if that Ottoman, I'm going to call it the dead time, is enough for Byzantines to really get going. Because with their boosted economy, they are absolutely crazy, even in feudal.
Yeah, both these civilizations are incredibly strong, but it's like one of those two things, right? Like Ottomans, what do they have going for them? They don't have the greatest of economies, if not to say one of the worst of economies. But what they do have is probably by far the strongest units in the game, with the Sipahi, with the Janissary, and of course, like being able to reinforce that with the military schools and relatively good early timing when it comes to economy upgrades as well, courtesy of the Madras landmark, of course, which just provides you with so much food and an immediate mill to research upgrades on as well. Byzantines, they're in a similar-ish boat where their economy is kind of the opposite. They got a, like really, really strong economy, but the baseline units from them are just okay. That's why they rely on mercenaries from other civilizations, which in turn kind of makes them really, really strong again. But what they don't have access to is Sipahi, especially on this map, because there's also no neutral markets which can supply you with Sipahi. So that is where Ottomans can kind of like have the leg up, and with Meta, especially in combination, military-wise early on, they should be favored. And it's all about that military here in King of the Hill. And we will be jumping right into our game number 3 now and see just who is able to take control of the middle and hold it in order to secure the victory. And looking at it, we're jumping right in. Certain yet again in the color yellow playing as the Byzantines here. Creator in the color red playing as the Ottomans. And Certain is starting us off here with all villagers on the berries. And you know what that means, Whammon? That means that we're going to be setting ourselves up for a hippodrome play here.
Yeah, well, you mentioned they don't have Sipahis, but they do have hippodrome. So this is an interesting choice here, because this means that Zirton is going to be the aggressor. And you were talking about the fact that Ottomans, they do have a strong army. And yes, but do they have a strong enough army early enough to deal with those hippodrome units? I love that Zirton is not going for a single bit of stone. He's just he's just ensuring that that passive stone you get from building buildings will be enough for him to get that first cistern, and that boost is going to be all he needs, at least initially. Now, Creator here, he's going for his first military school, which means that that first military school is going to start making the spears that he needs, but they do take a pretty long time, and they're great if your opponent is being greedy. But Zirton now, he is not going to be the greedy man that we are going to see today. I would love to see how the rating goes against this here, because of course people might say that, hey, he's got spearmen, he's going to be able to defend against these horses. The thing is, when you have enough of them, they get to run around in different directions, and your spears are really going to struggle to take them down. I always feel like when you are the civilization opening with spears, you are just that much at a disadvantage compared to your opponent, because your opponent is the one who's just living his best life, raiding in different spots, and you are always going to be the one chasing.
The one thing where it's nice, I want to say, is with the Ottomans, of course, you do start with the additional, like, 50 starting stone that you just want to, like, get use out of immediately. And by the time you reach feudal age, you're going to have 3 spearmen out for free. So the military school definitely pays for itself. And knowing that the Byzantines here in this one, well, you don't know it yet, or at least Creator doesn't know it yet, but with the Byzantines in this one going for the hippodrome build, you're going to want to have spearmen at one point sooner or later anyways.
Yeah, you do. You do need them to do a killing blow. You do need Zirton to make a few mistakes to be able to lose them as well. But yeah, you definitely don't want to waste any time with that military school. He did stop the military school there. Is that military school active? Because you can untoggle, and I did not see that little bar going.
Is inactive at the... Okay, wait. I don't get why. This might have been a misclick. Maybe Creator just doesn't want Spearmen to take up population space and just wants to wait until he hits feudal age so he can make Sipahi instead. It's odd, I want to say.
That
like,
is
unnecessarily odd. And weird.
See,
Maybe there's a plan.
I was, for one moment there, I thought, okay, maybe it's an overlay thing. Maybe there's a building bug. Something has to be going on for me not to see that little bar going. But apparently Creator is doing this with intention. And getting that extra spearman out, it feels good. But usually it does overlap with your age up. And maybe he just wants to rather invest in getting the Sipahis as quickly as possible. But again, I think that's just basically destroying one full spearman.
2 even, yeah. This is
Oh,
just not really helping him at the moment.
But he's got a plan, Crackety. We've got to trust in the man's plan. I don't know what the plan is. You don't know what the plan is, so I'm worried about the plan. But Creator must know something we don't. And right now, he is just... Ooh, maybe it was the PopCap thing that we just saw. He was PopCap there for a sec.
Yeah, he would have been
Maybe that was
PopCap,
the
but to be
case.
fair, he had the resources to drop a house, so I still don't quite see it. Maybe there's just something that he figured out, something that's just a habit for him, and yeah.
Now, the 3 villagers are moving out, and it looks like they are having a bit of an eye here on some external resources. But no, they're just staying on the stone. Now going to be adding in more military schools. And with Zerton now aging up, we see our first Hippodrome Horseman in production. Second one as well. Rackety, this man is going to be aggressive.
Yeah, Hippodrome, of course, pumping out those horsemen quite quickly. Does have the first little cistern there as well, in order to speed up the military production speed there. No villagers on stone yet for certain, so isn't going to be scaling into the cisterns anytime soon, unless he starts pulling some villagers over towards that.
Now he does get his first mercenary. He's finally made the decision, and we are going to see just enough to be able to produce our first batch. And this is going to feel pretty good to just get that bunch of longbows. Now, with Creator finally resuming spearman production in his military school, that makes the question mark even bigger. And now he's getting that extra bit of spearmen that he needs against these Hippodrome horsemen. And that horseman now landing, just getting a little poke off on a Vil, and the spearman standing at the ready. But the second horseman is there, and if he had a second spear, this would be a very different conversation.
It's kind of weird that he does decide to now go for the spearman from the military school. So yeah, this is an odd one to say the least. Certain behind this is already queuing up the first batch of longbowmen behind this. We're now also getting the second military school in from Creator, but the issue is that military schools, we talked about this one, they do take a while to pay off. So Creator, he's gonna be having a rough next 3 minutes ahead of him.
Now, with the second military school coming out, Zerton not slowing down on his production. This, oh, I say that, but there's not an extra horseman in queue. He's just gotten a wheelbarrow here. Oh, never mind. He's back up. So the next horseman following suit. You most likely want to do as much damage to your opponent here in Feudal as you can, especially with you having the mobility here. You're waiting for Creator to respond to what you're doing. So getting into that driver's seat, this is for Zerton it needs to be.
We are now seeing the Sipahi production finally kick off, so Creator will finally start to be able to get a couple of those out, but being on your first Sipahi while your opponent already has 6 horsemen out, it's a little bit dangerous. We're officially in the danger zone right now for Creator, and certain he's he's on the highway at the moment, blasting at full volume.
Now, getting all of these units in position is going to be so critical, especially when you are on a wood line that is susceptible to a little bit of longbows. And he does get a shot off. The first villager will go down, and that is massive. Just getting a villager kill this early on and forcing your opponent to change wood lines is already putting you in such a good spot. Now, we do see the walls coming up from Zerton. He's not going to be making any Raiden mistakes for himself today, as that trauma from the lances will be very fresh in his mind. But now, with the horses, he's looking straight at the gold, and he should be able to get here. With the amount of units he has, this is not something he's too scared of taking. That spearman quickly paying the price, and the horses pushing everything off of gold. This is a really, really good spot for him. But now the problem is...
He's gotten the upgrade in. He's gotten just enough gold in to get Pierce Armor, and he does realize that he needs Sipahi. So he's added in a second stable. He does, of course, have the bonus production speed. Actually, a third stable even coming up from him. A little bit unfortunate villager pathing there. They went to the other berries, but look at that Creator on top of it. Does realize, pulls them back to the Madras. So is going to be working on getting more of that necessary food and come in. And he's already got one of the matters up. A second one is coming in from the military school. Sipahi count is rising, and he's about to be able to keep up with certain here in the horseman count. Sipahi actually going for the wraparound here. Certain's going to have to be careful. Might just pull the triumph ability here. And yeah, it's going to get activated. Sipahi are just going to stand there, though. Now they're going to fall back. In theory, Matter, with the +2 melee armor that you can have active on him, he's going to be taking significantly less damage from these horsemen. But yeah, right now, the Creator, he's just running away from these horsemen. And with that, Triumph is going to run out, and it's not going to be available for certain for a long time here.
Now, the fight here could be interesting because the Meter is down, and the next one is going to take a while to come out. So he does decide to take the fight, but the horses were healed up to full. We do see that the horsemen are absolutely obliterating some of these spies. The reinforcements, though, they're very close to base. So he does need to be careful here not to overcommit. Sipahi is now taking a few good shots here. The longbows trying to do as much damage as they can, but the horse numbers are just too big here from Zerton. Problem is, he does need to
He's getting close to the next Vizier point. He could heal up a lot of these weak Sipahi if he gets to the next Vizier point.
And with the Mether here now, that melee armor is going to make a massive, massive difference. The longbows, oh, he presses it yet again to try and get that last bit of healing up. The scout is fighting himself, but the Sipahi numbers are just going to keep increasing. 3 more horsemen in the queue here from Zerton, but the Sipahi reinforcements are just closer.
Sipahi just kind of a good unit here. After all things, Triumph just didn't last long enough, and now Certain, he just lost a lot of his military units, and behind this, it looks like he was kind of flirting with the idea of going to the next stage behind this. His resources are stacking towards that. He does actually still have a significant amount of units in queue, so should be able to hold, but honestly, there's just so many more Sipahi coming behind this. And he's gonna, oh, those are potentially a lot of dead villagers if Creator notices, but there's enough distance, I feel like. Maybe 1 to 2 might be going down here. Akratoy could also be used, but villagers with wheelbarrow are gonna be able to make it out alive. Longbow's now also helping out there on the defense.
And he's trying to get as much damage on these Sipahis as he can. With that TC fire as well, it feels decent, but like you said, the next Vizier point makes this a lot easier for Creator as he now has those imams to just heal those units back up to full. He's still got a few sheep under that TC too, so the production is not going to slow down. And for Zerton, he knows he messed up in that last fight. He assumed that with getting that triumph ability, he's going to be able to take these. But that's the thing about playing against Byzantines with the Hippodrome. Once the horse is activated, if they're not under your TC killing all your vills, you can just run away and re-engage at a better time for you as well. So Zerton now desperately trying to get a few Limitane in, but Creator has already gotten a few archers himself as well, as he knows that Limitane is going to be a very natural response to this. This feels pretty... Creator's getting to that really scary amount of Sipahis where they can dive most things.
Yeah, most things, including stuff like TC, for example. The Imams are now also here, healed up a lot of the Sipahi. Certain, he's still trying to thread the needle, trying to go for the age up. Behind this, he doesn't even have Sister level 2, so it's not like there's a whole lot of scaling working for him in his favor at the moment. Fight is being taken now underneath the TC. A lot of arrow fire is coming in, doesn't focus down the Meta at the moment yet, so Aura is gonna stay on for the time being. Limitani pretty much all dead behind this. Villagers idled out completely underneath the TC. Metter's still alive, and the Spy just remaining alive behind all of this, and with that, Certain, he's losing his entire military stack. The Sipahi just are not gonna die here beneath the TC. Looks like Creator is gonna fall back, though, for the time being. And is gonna give Certain a little bit of space again to rebuild, and Certain, like, at this point, he really needs to maybe even just plonk down a market, buy himself a little bit more food, and just... He needs to hammer on production, he needs to get that second cistern up, he needs to really start respecting this Ottoman push right now, because he cannot just go up to Castle Age behind this. It's just not an option for him at the moment.
Yeah, this is a pretty tough spot for Byzantines, because Byzantines, you get to that position where you're like, oh yeah, I have mercenaries, this feels great, I'm okay. But those longbows are just not doing the damage they need to do. We saw what the Method buff can do to Sipahis, and oh my goodness, did they look tanky. Now the thing is, they can just rotate and go where they need to be. getting a house here, it's like he knows if I just pop cap him, he's also just not going to be able to produce. But we do see a little bit of extra population here for Zerton, so he does have that bit of a barrier. But the supply does not like Raggedy. This is such a tough spot as we see the red pings going around. This means that we are getting some alternative.
Wait, what are the villagers doing? No, they're attacking! He attack clicked them! The villagers! Oh my, okay, GG.
Oh god. Oh god, there's a round Crackety. They're all dead. They're all dead. A few of them survived though, but this should be
somehow
a game.
Yeah. Creator behind us actually had almost like over a minute worth of TC idle time, but at this point it just doesn't feel like it really matters.
It doesn't matter when you've got the matters. They are the only thing that matter in this matchup, as that little bit of armor can change the tides completely. Oh. He does have the stone.
He's got the stone.
Yeah. Ah, poor guy. And now pushed off every external resource, he does not have anything to stay alive in this. Creator now, he's in a really good spot, because from here on, you could just keep raiding, but he could also just stop producing for a second, go castle, and with that, he'd be able to destroy absolutely anything. I think he doesn't even need that, and he knows it. He just says, I'm going to keep this going, and let's end him. Because even with 655 gold in the bank, Zerton cannot do anything. He's building every bit of unit that he can afford, but against this sheer amount of Sipahi, he needs a lot more Limited to be able to do this. But Creator now, honestly, I felt like going into this game, Zerton was the favorite to take this, but Creator, he definitely is showing that aggressive side of him. He knows exactly how much to commit. He knows which horse fights to take, and this is the one he says he's going to do to try and close out this game. Now the Sipahi is going straight under the TC, barely taking any damage, and the archers ready to focus fire all of these spears that dare poke their heads through.
There he goes. Fight is now being taken. Enough archers here. 35 archers, 21 Sipahi, down to 13 military on certain side. Villagers now getting pulled here with the Akritoy. He's trying his best, but it's just not going to be enough in this one. And sure, the villagers, they can kind of like dish out a lot of damage just courtesy of the Akritoy. But once the curtain falls, like, there's still just so much military alive from Creator and so much more reinforcements coming in. The Akritoy is going to run out eventually. Behind the certain, he's losing a lot of villagers. None of his economy is really working at the moment. And yeah, with that, GG is going to come in. And it means Creator is going to be able to win here up against certain. And that means that he is going to be able to progress further here in the EGC TV Masters Finals qualifier.
Now, King of the Hill with a short game, Crackety, you called it. No curse was dished upon these men. And it felt like Zerton had an amazing timing there for a while. He was able to get that first villager kill. He was able to keep that army busy, but he just committed at a time that wasn't perfect. And with that snowball effect of the Ottomans, with the Mechters, it is so tough to stop that ball from rolling down the hill. And Creator is crowned the king of today's one. But this feels like Creator has some fire in his step, and I'm excited to see what he does against this next opponent.
Yeah, indeed, and I do believe that Creator's next opponent is going to be Myriad, so he's definitely got an opponent set out for him.
Mm-hmm. Myriad is someone I want to see perform more in tournaments. Every now and again, he comes in here, and he does an amazing job. But sometimes I think the pressure, it does get to him. And this is that critical fight, Crack, and the one we're looking at right now with the Sipahi reinforcements were too close. But guys, we have Sassy and MSN after this game. And we hope you're ready, because these two, they've been fighting for that top 16 spot in a lot of these tournaments. And getting into this top 12 is already going to be quite a feat. So these two definitely going to be a pretty good and close match for us to watch. So hope you're ready for a lot of action.
Exactly. We're just going to be taking the shortest of breaks, as we're going to be waiting for SAS and MSN to begin drafting. So don't go anywhere, grab yourself some refreshments, and we'll be right back after a short break with SAS versus MSN. All right,
And,
and we are back.
I was about to say,
Starting
and the
off
old civs. We're getting more old civilizations. Crackety. We're waiting for the lobby creation according to the timer, so we'll stick with that. Why are we seeing such a low investment on the old civilizations?
You mean
on the new
investment in the old
Yes.
I mean, is it a low investment though? Because we do see SAS with the Macedonians, we do see MSN with the Tughlaq, and both of them banned out the Sengoku. So it's not that low. They're just not that high priority, which in theory kind of gives credit, I want to say, to the balancing of these new civilizations, right? Like they're neither like top tier priority, but they're also not right at the bottom. And Sengoku is actually deserving of a ban. So it's overall like they fit in quite nicely into the balance, I want to say.
Oh, that's what I absolutely love to see, because a lot of people, when the DLC drops, because everything is new, everyone's like, no, these civilizations are so broken. You can't win if you don't buy the DLC. These guys are showing you, you don't need to buy the DLC to enjoy AoE. You can still play Byzantines and Delhi to live a good life. And
Exactly.
Byzantines against Delhi on Lipany. Woo! That feels like a tale as old as time, as all this Byzantines' release, I guess. But how do these two match up against one another?
I think it's pretty even for the most part. You just have to be really careful as the Byzantines not to overextend in the feudal age, because the Delhi, they can just kind of snowball once you give them, once you give them a finger, they take the whole hand. At the same time, Delhi, they also have to really weigh when they engage in the feudal age. It's a difficult one, and at some point, the Byzantines are also going to have to start transitioning into horsemen just to have some agency on the map for raiding potential. You want to start off with just Limitani and mass of longbows, and eventually you also want to start adding in horsemen as well. You also can't go too early to Castle Age. It's just a matter of timings. Both civilizations, like back and forth, like both civilizations want to heavily invest into the feudal age and eventually transition into a Castle Age. And it's really important to try and weigh when you can actually take fights and not take fights. So it's a back and forth between the two. And yeah, overall, it's a very even matchup, I want to say.
What I also love from this draft specifically is the fact that both of them banned Ottoman, though. I just noticed that. Sassy, on his home civilization then, he is very known for his Ottoman plays. MSN knows this. I don't know MSN to be that much of an Ottoman player, though, but I don't see him playing this much. Is this something to say about the civilization, or is this more about the players?
I think I want to say it's maybe a little bit of both, right? Like both players definitely value the Ottomans quite highly. In general, like SAS especially, we know him like just really putting Ottomans on a golden scale. MSN might also just know this, and he's like, okay, I know that you love playing Ottomans, so I'm just going to ban him straight away and just make sure that you don't play it. I think for SAS, it's more like, I'm going to ban Ottomans, so my opponent doesn't pick Ottomans, so I can pick him. And MSN is like, okay, I know SAS likes Ottomans, so I'm just going to ban him.
Okay. Oh, it's big mind games there. See, this is where the civ balance and the player level matching, I think, comes together and becomes the beautiful game of AoE. But both of them, I want to take a look at their priority picks. As we're now going to see the Delhi and Byzantines, we'll talk about that as we load in. But I want to point out that we had a China, Japan, Zushi, and Rus. Again, civilizations that we've been seeing be prioritized for seasons and seasons and seasons now. So I'm excited to see where they decide to pick these as well and what that matchup looks like. Because MSN getting both China and Zushi, that feels pretty strong.
Yeah, both China and Jushi. I guess like SAS just has different priorities there as well. He also picked Rus rather early, which is surprising considering just how many people at the moment kind of discount Rus as a civilization that's just been receiving a lot of nerfs recently and doesn't feel that strong overall. So he's still investing into them. He also invests into the Macedonians here with the Ridari, which of course are pretty damn strong. Just in general, like once you get to them, military-wise, they're quite powerful. MSN going for the good old solid and tested civilizations here with China, Shushi, Malians, Ayubids, and also throwing the Tukluk in there for good measure.
No, seeing the two, I love Tukluk where it is right now. I think a lot of Reddit don't love where it is right now. But pro players don't have those same struggles that we normies do on ladder. So when I say we normies, Krakeny, I'm excluding you. So I would really like to see MSN pulling out a little healer elephant shenanigans here and overwhelming Sassy with it, because that is what we deserve. And ladies and gentlemen, Byzantines versus Delhi, let's go. Lipany. Or are we just looking at each other awkwardly? Oh, there we go.
There we go. We're jumping into it now. And there we got Creator versus Certain in the top, but it's actually not them. We got MSN in the color red playing as the Delhi Sultan. There we go, switching over there. And Sass in the color yellow playing as the Byzantines here on EGC Lipany.
Now, what I love about the early game between these is because we know Delhi, they go for the straight age up. There's no barrack shenanigans we get from these guys. It's plain old Delhi, early game, nothing crazy. But what the difference is when do we get Ghazi Raiders? Or we get Ghazi Raiders, it doesn't matter, at the same time, it's always a Ghazi. But how much does Byzantines invest into going for stone? How much do they feel comfortable going for these cisterns? Are they going to invest into level 3? Are we getting standard level 5? Because I think if you go level 5, you're just completely cooked. But with Sassy here, we'll see where that level of greed is going to be in the Byzantines and how many cisterns he's able to get up.
I think you can go all the way to 4 cisterns relatively early on. And I think it's also kind of necessary just because, like, you want to outscale the Delhi. Like, you want to stick around in Feudal Age for a long time while still outscaling the Delhi. Just because baseline Delhi with the Ghazi Raiders, of course, they've got the better horseman unit. And you're kind of just going to be staying in your base for most of the time anyway. So you'll just be condensed inside of your base, just pumping out units. And behind that, you do want to have a very solid economy.
Now, MSN is getting a pretty solid amount of sheep here. This man going to be going to base with a very healthy helping of food. And this is so important. I mean, food is important for everyone, right? But getting this amount of food when you are the one who's going to need to produce Ghazis and constantly get that feudal control, this is going to help immensely. But Sassy is banking on the fact that, hey, my opponent's going to run out eventually, and that's where I can do my damage, especially on a map like Lipany. The problem is now, you are going to be stuck in your base a lot longer than your opponent is. Now that second cistern is coming up, and they are running right next to each other, getting a little glimpse of each, and Dome of the Faith has been clicked up already.
Yeah, Overlay does tell us that there aren't any more sheep remaining on the map anyways at this point in time, so looks like MSN, he's been fully taking up all of the sheep so far, so he's definitely setting himself up nicely here for the game as it's going to go on. Actually, looks like we do have an update there on the overlay, so 3 sheep still remaining overall. And Sass might be in a position to pick up 2 of those, but yeah, MSN, looking at the sheep count that's following his guard, he is definitely feeling good at the moment, especially as the Delhi, you know, they're already poised to like stick around in their base for a long time with the eventual pro scouts that is gonna unlock for free for them, and that's just gonna prolong that even more.
Yeah, especially because you don't even touch your sheep in the early game. In the early game, you are purely on your berries, so you already get the resource that is a little bit exposed and just fall back onto the resource that is safe under your TC. Now, getting a normal Grand Winery out here, that's good. That feels great. You are not going to get any hippodrome shenanigans as we just saw from the last game, but getting that Grand Winery out, it just, you need time. You need time for this to pay off. What I love about these two is the fact that we see that both of them are aging up at more or less the same time. Even though Sassy has invested in that level 2, soon to be level 3 cistern.
Yeah, level 3 cistern already boosting up the economy by a good bit, and also, of course, like unlocking the very, very fast research on your upgrades. And upgrades definitely also something that you want to like kind of keep up with Delhi. You know that they're going to get theirs in for free, but at a later point in time. So if you just get yours in earlier, you're going to be able to pay them off much quicker and sort of like get even like that to a certain extent.
Now, Sassy is saving up for that. I was going to say, yeah, getting that wheelbarrow early on, and yeah, prioritizes that upgrade. So that's usually the question a lot of people have. When do I go for wheelbarrow? When do I go for double broadaxe into horticulture? So where do you... Oh, horticulture. What is the first farm upgrade? I think that's called... What is it called,
Horticulture, yeah.
Crackly? Horticulture,
It is
okay.
horticulture.
For some
Yeah.
reason, I was thinking of the English farm upgrade, and here we go, everything just out of control. So when do you prioritize wheelbarrow versus those other upgrades?
So wheelbarrow in general is very nice for the Byzantines as they do start off on the berries, and berries you are going to automatically have a little bit more walking time associated with it, so that's why you benefit a lot more from it. It also just buffs up every single other economic gathering that you have going on, and especially when your opponent, like the Delhi Sultanate, is most likely going to be incentivized with starting off with Ghazi raiders, that early wheelbarrow helps your villagers potentially escape dicey situations.
Especially up against Ghazis, who love to sneak into those little positions and just take you out. So him already getting 2 Ghazis in the queue here. We have quite a lot of scholars coming out too. That is going to mean our upgrades coming in pretty quickly here from Mr. Delhi. And now the Limitane already going into position to intercept that first Ghazi raider who might be thinking about coming straight for food.
Yeah, might very much do so. It is definitely the main position that you just always know the Byzantines are going to be going for. We do have the Western Mercenary contract coming in now, so Longbowmen are going to be on the table here shortly. Sass already has all the production buildings up that he is going to need. Already a couple of Limitani in. Emerson was very quick on the archer call here, so archers are going to be joining up here very, very quickly as well, unless he still has them kept back inside of his base, because I don't see any additional red dots moving out towards MSN's base.
Now, this makes a lot of sense. You don't want to take any crazy risks out. There's one just standing there, but of course you don't want to send them out all alone. You don't know what your opponent's going for yet. Because we have seen some players, when they go for contracts, they can be a little spicy. Of course, going for something like Keshiks would be wild when you're up against the Delhi, but you can never be too certain. So keeping them safe before sending them all out to die one by one feels pretty good, but you know your opponent has gone for pure Limitane, and now adding that horseman in. And this is where the archers have a little bit of concern. They can't just go straight up and walk out into the map for free.
Scholars now all being pulled. So MSN, he did just finish the research on Sanctity. All of the scholars are now out on the map, starting to contest those sacred sites. And with all of them out there, that means that Sass, you know, it's going to be tough for him to really take fights, as these all of these monks also have an additional 100 and, well, not 140, but they have an additional 40 health, so they're at 130 HP right now. Don't take bonus damage from anything, so it is going to be very difficult to take these down. On top of that, also healing in combat. Sass, he can't really deny any of the sacred sites at the moment. He could send out a couple of horsemen to the outer sacred sites just to try and delay them a little bit, but he is actually moving out with a lot of his units right now. I don't think he can really take a fight here. This is one of those moments that I talked about where you have to really weigh in on the timing and really consider, okay, can I move out at the moment, or should I just stand back for a little bit longer and weigh my options? And this is definitely one of those moments. I also see that Sass hasn't actually gotten in any of the other economic upgrades yet, which MSN already has all of them unlocked, so he's kind of fallen behind a little bit in the economy that way. Of course, he does have the cistern scaling helping him for now, but you want to have the economic upgrades on top of that, because right now it's more like being even instead of being ahead.
And with Byzantines, you're so used to being able to trade efficiently. Your units are pretty good, especially with the longbows. You have a pretty good answer against most of what your opponent is doing, but at the same time, you can't move too far out, because if you lose a fight, you're not replacing those. Sassy now not getting any gold, still just investing in units. It feels like he is feeling confident about his ability to take a fight, but the ability to take a fight looks very questionable at the moment. The horses, they do get good damage on that Ghazi, but the problem is that Ghazi is going to go straight to the hospital and heal back to full. Now the villagers slowly getting out on the map, Crackety, and this is where things get very difficult for the Byzantines.
Speaking of going out on the map, somebody that's not going out on the map anytime soon is MSN, as his Pro Scout upgrade has finished for free, and he's now going up to 5 scouts, and just going to start bringing back those deer carcasses to his main TC.
And those are going to make sure that he lasts all day long, just ensuring that those upgrades that he's getting for free is all completing in Feudal now. And we can see the blacksmith ones are next in line. I felt like one just finished, but I may have been imagining things myself. Now, Sassy, on the other hand, like you said before, he doesn't have his eco upgrades, and his military ones aren't looking like they're joining too soon either. But MSN still just spending every bit of resources he can. 5 of those scholars now in queue. So he is definitely feeling confident about staying here in Feudal and spending every bit of resource. Because this is usually where people divert and they go maybe for a castle age on Delhi when you have this much gold from all these sacred sites just constantly ticking. But he's spending every bit of it because he knows that if he takes a fight in Feudal, it has to matter. Both of these civilizations snowball very, very quickly. And Byzantines now, with 10 longbows, they're not at that snowball quickly moment, but they might be getting there soon.
Yeah, might be getting there soon indeed, but MSN, man, that's so many scholars. It's, like, worst case situation, he has to take a fight. That's gonna be 12 scholars just healing the entire time, and Sass is moving out, but, wow, and as we mentioned, like, timing. Can you actually take these fights here? That's the real question. Sure, MSN is not really taking the fight yet, but that's mostly just because the Ghazi Raiders aren't here yet. He could, in theory, already start poking a little bit with his own archers.
And him getting this barracks is great, but yes, there's a lot more that you need to worry about here, sir. The horse is now going straight for the market, and all of this army is split. This feels like a nightmare awaiting to happen. The scholar's popping out, just making sure that he has that healing ready for the fight, and this is going to be a very dead army soon.
Yeah, Limitani are going to have to get sacrificed now. They're going to be pulling back. Spearmen are getting focused down. Sass trying his best to take this fight in the most effective manner possible. Limitani now once again turning around. Longbows are going to be trying to target down the spearmen, but they're already gone. The longbows don't exist anymore. There's only 3 remaining on the field. The Mittani are about to get swept up as well, and Sass is losing all of his military without a way up to the next stage, and that is the issue that you face when you move out too much as the Byzantines here. When we talked about this, can you actually move out? Maybe you should stick back inside of your base and just try and play the scaling game a little bit more. Sass, he did not want to play the scaling game. He did not get the economic upgrades. He just wanted to pump military and go for a timing push, but MSN, he wasn't greedy. He kept investing into military, and now Sass is going to have to pay the price. There is barely a way for him back into this game now.
Now, Sassy was able to decap these sacred sites, and that's good because it stops his opponent from just going too far ahead with all of that gold. But the thing is, MSN has the control. He gets to dictate, okay, where am I going next? There's still a few horses here on the table for Sassy, and he's going to be able to chase these Ghazi Raiders for a little while until they get back to their reinforcements. Unfortunately, Sassy needs to make a move that actually does damage, because right now, Sassy is a sitting duck. This army from MSN is going to get very scary in the next few minutes as that castle age is on the horizon for him. We can now see this very solid army. He doesn't feel like he needs to reinforce. Sassy, though, he finds a few villagers, and he might be able to get a few kills here, but is this going to be enough after losing such a significant portion of his army?
That's the question, and oh, we do see the upgrade has been in, so Sass actually getting a little bit of gold after killing some of these villagers here. The horsemen are going to be getting an additional +2 damage up against villagers, and of course bringing back 30 gold whenever they actually do manage to kill a villager. That's pretty high value here. Behind this, Sass did get an olive grove transition in, so is consistently getting more olive oil in. Villager now also about to be finishing off that level 5 cistern building there. But MSN, the timing is now for him. House of Learning is coming in. 12 villagers building that landmark. And with 12 scholars still available to use, 7 at the moment, garrisoned inside of his mosques. That means 5 are still out and could just be setting themselves up for a quick relic grab. Sass does see that, though. He does see that the scholars are moving out. So he might anticipate that the A-job is coming in.
And especially when your opponent stops putting pressure on you, you know that, hey, this is most likely an age-up shenanigan, as the pressure is just a little bit too low to make any sense. House of Learning, 13 seconds away, but these horses are going to pay the price. These arch numbers are quite scary, and also keep in mind that when you are playing the daily, your upgrades take a while. With the amount of scholars he's got in the base, he definitely is going to be able to get them faster, but this is a little bit of an opening for Sassy to do damage. He has a timer that he needs to do damage right now, especially with these sacred sites that he's decapped. He's not going to try and sit here and fight this out, but with those horses stepping off the sacred site, this just means that that gold is going to keep trickling in, and these relics are being grabbed from all around. The Ghazi Raiders do pick up the horses, one of them going down, another one getting awkwardly run around, and Ghazi Raiders are quite scary here. Both of all these upgrades coming in at the same time, and now, and the men-at-arms switch is going to be so hard for Sassy to handle, especially in early castle when these units are definitely not equipped to deal with those men-at-arms. We can see MSN also going for that +2 ranged attack defense, or ranged defense, because he knows that those longbows are going to be the only thing between him and the men-at-arm overwhelm.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of intense now for Sass. Like, this is going to be so difficult to hold. He's about to be able to click up, but MSN, he's already invested so much into men-at-arms. He could have gone Castle Age twice, and, you know, now also 3 relics already pretty much guaranteed for MSN. 2 more in the middle of the map that he can also go for. Golden Horn Tower is now about to be coming in for Sass, but he is still in for a rough time ahead of him. Also, gold, it's all forward at the moment for him. He doesn't really have any means of, securing the other gold veins that are in front of his base. Little Wololo also coming in. Horseman is not going to be able to stop that Scholar at the moment from bringing that relic back. He also has a lot of HP, so might be able to reconvene with the main army. Still, some small raids coming in, and Sass does see, okay, there's like triple barracks with Scholars inside. My opponent is pumping men-at-arms non-stop. This is kind of scary, and Golden Horn Tower isn't really being rushed up too much. Only 9 villagers on that at the moment. But feels like he needed more like 16 villagers to get that up. Gold is very certainly about to be idled here for him. Okay, there we go. More villagers now being sent out in order to complete that as quickly as possible. Now, but this is an army that Sass is going to be... It's going to be so difficult for him to hold that. Villagers jumping inside the outpost. Reinforcement is in on these outposts. Upgrades are going to be coming in. Veterancy on the longbows, but it's already in on the archers from the Delhi. They didn't have to wait too long for that to be coming in. 1 cataphract in queue.
You can see those Lumitonate just trying to be a little bit of a front line as the upgrades are ticking. The upgrades are taking a while though, and we can see that desperately Sassy is trying to get a few Varangian gods in himself, and they are falling as quickly as they're coming out. Cataphract now on top of the army. The horse is getting a massive pickup here at the back, and this is great. The problem is your opponent has 70 more army than you, and you are in a little bit of a tough spot. Mangonel emplacement now coming out, and that's great. The problem is just that Mangonel is not going to reach all the way at the back of your base. Your TC is idle. It's a little bit tough here, and those arrows from the TC is just not enough to keep this at bay. This is an idle economy. 27 villagers idle.
Be able to hold for the time being, though. He did manage to pick off a good amount of villagers. That does give him with a little bit more gold, so he is actually able to get a couple of extra cataphracts out just courtesy of that. We do have a market that did come in here behind this for Sass as well. Doesn't quite have enough stone to go for another Mangonel emplacement. That would have really helped him out here. More longbows are coming in though. We're up to 2 cataphracts, and the Mangonel outpost in the front is going to be able to protect the gold, so Sass not completely out of it just yet. Okay, never mind, there's an overshot.
Yeah, the problem is when you as the Byzantines, you're aging up, it feels like that is the one moment of weakness where a lot of the opponents can capitalize on. And MSN was ready for that. Sassy did an amazing job being able at the back of the base to run around, destroy everything in his wake like villagers. He kept the men-at-arms out of his base for an extra while longer to give him that time to age up, but it just wasn't enough. With every crossbow that he could have potentially built, there were too many archers to take them down already. Look at that villager being extra feisty. Shiv out. taking him down. Villager stays alive, a little bit disgusting. And he is able to clean up this initial army wave that he had to defend against. Now the question is just, does MSN know how to deal with mangonel towers? And that is usually where some people fall flat on their face. They engage into the mangonel towers, but Sassy took a lot of damage here. And yes, he killed a ton of villagers, which is keeping him kind of in this game, but there's still that 65 military count difference, and this is the tough part.
And now MSN, he got the message. I got the map control. There's a little bit of a wall that's coming up here, courtesy of all of those military units. They're forming a nice orderly wall as they build it up as well. Sacred Side Victory is now getting locked in as well. SAS has stabilized. He is getting more military out. But MSN has a much, much bigger army. He's got all 3 sacred sites. He's got all 5 relics. He's even in villager count. So his overall income is about to eclipse what SAS has. SAS so far, he has been able to keep up overall total income. He is ahead for the time being, just courtesy of those cisterns, of course, but that is not going to last too long as MSN is about to like really eclipse him. And with 21 scholars and 6 more in queue, there's always a case to be made for a transition into an Imperial Age for the Delhi, where they just unlock every single Imperial Age upgrade within like a minute and a half. If even.
The problem is, if you go for that Imperial Age, you give your opponent that little bit of breathing room. And Byzantines is not a civilization you want to give any level of breathing room to. The problem is, that is 38 men-at-arms, Crackety, and he has 2 crossbows. And I'm actually pretty good at math. And my math is telling me that's not good.
Yeah, there's also the key leech for the men-at-arms, so they get an additional +3 damage. All the blacksmith upgrades have been researched as well for MSN. So his army, it's a deadly one. It's a deadly one. And he isn't quite going for the Imperial Age play yet. He does have the option. And honestly, when like he just might. He just might.
With all those relics in the base? Yeah, 5 relics in the base. It feels like...
He's still just pumping military.
700 gold per minute, and you have 0 villagers on gold. That is the best position to be in. Unless you're HRE, then you could be in an even better position. But Sassy putting 19 villagers to work to try and catch up on that type of income, it's telling you what you need to know about this next fight. And this next fight, with all those men-at-arms, is going to be pretty damn tough. Now, these guys are running around as they need to go through the walls, and it's not that simple. Because if you auto-click, it doesn't automatically let you go through. He's making his own walls, ensuring that these sacred site timers can just keep ticking. And we've seen this before. People don't take this as a real threat. They'd rather go and attack all around. But when that sacred site timer starts hitting 5 minutes, you start to question your reality. And I feel like Sassy is about to do that.
Yeah, definitely does look like it. Outpost is getting delayed, or rather denied at all, for the time being. MSN, yeah, it doesn't look like he is going to go for the Imperial Age play after all. He just wants to go up to the full 200 out of 200 population here.
30 of them being scholars. No, they're not even pulled forward, Crackety. He doesn't feel like this is necessary. He knows... Not yet. Not yet. A few... Oh, never mind. The boys are here. They're running like Ferraris. They're going all around, ready to heal. Prayers all around, boys. Thoughts and prayers.
And there we go. Fight is getting taken. Cataphracts now coming in as well. The big front line here of the men-at-arms with the Keeley just dishing out so much damage. Scholars now also pushing further to the front. Painted Shield upgrade is not in at the moment for SAS, so there's no bonus armor on these cataphracts here at the moment. The front line is falling steadily. Only 28 military units remaining for SAS at the moment compared to the 100 of MSN. And MSN just took a lot of damage from these mangonel outposts, but just go back and you've got 24 scholars ready to heal up.
That is a lot of scholars, but they did take quite a bit of damage there from the towers. Honestly, this takes me back to those days when herbal medicine was absolutely broken, and now it's balanced. I like this, because you see that had a price. when you play against the Tuck Luck, it feels like there's no price to pay. These guys are just now healing up everyone to full. Scholars, 5 more in queue. MSN is spending every bit of resource he can, except for the ones he's going to be using to go Imperial. So he is making sure that he's balancing that economy perfectly. With all of those scholars in queue, he's going to be ready for this. And we do see that age up is now ready to click up, and 5-minute mark has been hit. So Palace of the Sultan going to be the choice here with all those nice little elephants popping out. This is a pretty good spot to be in. Sassy now though, 24 on gold, 28 on food. Once he sees that age up, he's going to ask himself, can I do some real damage? Or do I need to go up myself? But the problem is, you're on 120 supply. You do not have the same choices as your opponent.
Absolutely not, and especially considering just how many of these scholars MSN still has available to him. I mean, these upgrades, these elite upgrades are going to be coming in so blazingly fast for him. And on top of that, every minute now, he is going to be getting a Sultan Elephant. Sultan Tower Elephant with some hand cannoneers on top of it as well. Super strong backline.
Now the villager count is pretty even. With Byzantines having that extra bonus in economy, it is technically not, but MSN is just sitting on 5 relics, right? So I feel like all things considered, it's probably pretty even when you consider that all that passive resources are coming in. Now, he is moving those 2 relics, and my big question is, where is he moving them to? As those 2 relics are being held at the moment. I'm guessing he's just holding them to be able to wall with in the next fight. Raggedy, where's he putting those relics?
I am not
This is not
sure.
HRE.
Yeah, he's got 2 of them out at the moment. I'm guessing that it's just going to be for potential Waldo play, as you mentioned. I don't think there's any other option for him, really.
Yeah,
Like, what else would you do with them?
And when you have this many scholars, it kind of makes sense to have that threat when you move everything forward and you just drop the relics there, pick them up one by one, and just keep Walaloing on cycle. So I can see why that would be a play. And it feels like a pretty MSN play to do. He did put them back for now, though, as he realizes I do not want to take a fight just yet. Need to make sure
Maybe
I get
just
to 200
misclicked
supply.
onto... Yeah, maybe just misclicked onto one of the mosques there.
Now, with Sassy now, he knows the age up is there. He knows that there's a little bit of a timer for himself. He's on 49 gold per minute. So this means Sassy realizes I'm not going to be able to just outlast. I'm most likely going to need to take a fight. Problem is, Mangonel Towers are going to make this a little bit easier for him to do. And MSN is finding the response to that. Getting a bombard now with a little trebuchet to accompany and slowly push forward through those. Elephant life. Oof.
Ooh, we're getting a keep up
finding-
here in the front. With a cistern, though. So can get the bonus on that for defense. Now elephants here. Already 2 tower elephants. One of them is Sultan's tower elephant. Fight is being taken. Sass, I mean, he can't go Imperial Age. It's just not a possibility for him. Gold access also just not there at all.
Well, this keep is
Bombos trying to
providing...
step back.
Yeah, it's providing a little bit of a pathing, I guess, goodness here. But those
Obstacle, yeah.
elephants... Yeah, the elephants are just not dying. You can see the archers are trying to fire at things, but nothing looks like they're taking damage. The elephants are just frontlining here, getting on
They
top.
get the
Mangonel
additional
Tower.
armor upgrade. They got 14 ranged armor wham, and they're not taking damage from the crossbows or the longbowmen at this point.
How do you kill them then?
Horsemen
prayers?
or spearmen. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
it's not realistic to kill them, to be fair, at this point.
That's what you get for letting Delhi get to this point of the game. The obstacle at the front did not provide enough obstaclism, and unfortunately, it looks like these horses are going to be sitting ducks as well, as all these upgrades have gone through, except for the melee armor, +3 now. Even incendiary arrows is coming out, and Sassy is very much stuck in castle with no answer of dealing with even this existing army.
MSN, he's kind of just toying a little bit with his prey here at the moment. Sass, though, he is kind of letting himself be toyed with at the moment, so the question is who's to blame here?
Delhi. That's who's to blame.
Delhi, yeah, I mean, Delhi
Delhi.
is just the root of all evil at the end of the day.
Look how fast that elephant is. It looks like he's sprinting. He's sprinting right towards the crossbows and the archers. Poor guy. Now, these mangonel towers are going to do a great job at handling the archers, but you still have to be careful here because you can quickly lose a big group of units. But the problem now is the elephants are ready to provide that front line. He's been missing the horsemen, trying to get focus fire that elephant as well. And he does look like he's taking a bit of damage, but it's not enough. And Sassy has had enough. MSN, the kid is doing some work. Very nice performance here.
Yeah, GG comes in, the Delhi victorious here up against the Byzantines. To be fair, just looking at the military value lead here, Whammon, there might have been a bit of a theme going on in this game. Sure, I mean, the scholars probably do get counted in towards that, but it still was an overwhelming lead all throughout. And then the Imperial Age came in, so many scholars, the upgrades just rapidly coming in. Sass, he took one unfortunate fight, and I feel like the game was just kind of over after that. Though Sass had a couple of opportunities there for him to come back into it. It's just, the gap just kept widening and widening. MSN just played this one really solidly, not too aggressive. He definitely didn't want to give any additional chances over to Sass as the game kind of started closing out from there on out. And yeah, overall, just well played here by MSN. Does mean that he does get the first point up on the scoreboard here. And looking at the next draft, we're going to be looking at French versus Malians. And that is a matchup that historically has been incredibly well favored for the Malians, with the Donzos, with the Javelin throwers just doing a lot of base, additional base damage, having the faster knights, and just overall cleaner farm transitions. It's one of those matchups where French are going to have to play differently if they want to win.
Now, saying that, Crackety, this is interesting because a lot of the top players that I've spoken to about this matchup, because of course, when we all sit together, we talk about matchups, right? So Malians, it used to be very much favored over French, but in recent times, French has done pretty well at dealing with Malians. So I think this one may not be up to the matchup. A lot of the top players have said that French does pretty well against Malians. And I remember the days when Malians was the direct instant counter to this, but I don't know. I think there's still a lot to be said for the playstyle, especially with Sassy being on French here. Sassy is someone who is so good at raiding. And French is definitely one of his comfort civilizations. Knight civilizations have always been like a trademark Sassy civ. So he just needs to find that damage. The thing is, Sassy is very easy at overcommitting with some of those knights. And MSN, he gets to be a little bit of a cheeky goose sometimes. He's really good at sitting back when he needs to and ensuring that he does the damage that way. But again, also sometimes with Sofas, he tends to be a little bit greedy in a way. So I think both of these players, this is going to depend on how they play, not just on the civilization matchup directly. Oh, and we do get to take a look at this bracket. Crackety, walk us through.
Yeah, so looking at it overall, Numidan currently up against Happy Cats. Sass vs MSN, that's the one that's going on right now. Kiljari with a very quick victory here up against Jiv Music, waiting for whoever is winning between Myriad and Creator, where Creator is actually currently leading in the set 1-0. Valdemar vs Gully Deckle still ongoing, already on their fourth game. Valdemar currently leading 2-1. Ayame versus Miyamaika, where Miyamaika is currently leading 1-0, and Scatterbrained beating out Lash 3-0 and waiting for the victor between Scarlet Devil and Eliona.
Now, honestly, Scatterbrained taking down Lash 3-0, I'm a little bit excited about. I know Scatterbrained is also from Belarus. I know he practices with B and Anatan, and he, every now and again, he pops up, he destroys people, and then he slides back into the darkness. So I would really like to see Scatterbrained giving Eliona quite a bit of a go, but I do believe this is going to be a pretty stacked and close set of games for us. And there's only 2 spots remaining, ladies and gents. But 1 minute to go, and we have Dry Arabia for this. So for the rest of this draft, what I potentially want to look at, we have Pigeon's View, we have Gorge and Frisian Marshes. When you look at the drafts between these two, who do you think is in a more comfortable spot? Because from my perspective, I feel like MSN definitely has stronger civilization choices on his side.
Looking at the draft here overall when it comes to remaining civilization choices, so we got Frisian marshes. That's most likely going to be either Achery or Japanese for SAS, just because Japan, of course, with the ponds is working out quite nicely. MSN can pick the Tuklak there. We've seen Tuklak on Frisian marshes just working phenomenally. Pigeon's View, that's a little bit of a slower-ish map. Could be either the Macedonians or the Rus for SAS. MSN, once again, has a lot of choices there. Could be China, could be Shushi's Legacy, could be the Ayubids as well, as Pigeon's View does have additional berries available. Gorge could also be, once again, China, Shushi, but could also be House of Lancaster for MSN. On SAS's side, that could be Achery, could even be Mongols or also Macedonians. Rus, also an option, though Rus kind of synergize a little bit more with Pigeon's View, I would say.
This is why we give the best insights, guys. Crackety. Brought to you by Crackety. Insights.com. Let's roll in. Guys, let's go see what French and Malians has in store for us. And I am excited because we have that question of French versus Malians, who counters what counters who, etc., etc. Let's go see what that looks like. Now, Sassy, I see 25 wood has been spent, so we're most likely going to get our normal wheelbarrow opening, which makes a lot of sense for the French, because with French, you want to get as much of that... Wait. Did I misjudge that? Oh, I did. I didn't realize. I thought it was a mill already put down. So with French, what I absolutely love is very often they go for the wheelbarrow opening, which is great because... especially when you're playing against Malians, they're not a civ that has stuff in your face in the next few moments. They need a little bit of time to get ramping up. So getting that little bit of a bonus and ensuring you have wheelbarrow in the Dark Age, it feels good. And it feels good against the civilization that eventually will make a lot of raiding units and force you to respond accordingly.
Yeah, I mean, being able to get the wheelbarrow in early is very nice in general, but I feel like this matchup just is doomed in so many ways, kind of baseline. Especially at the moment. If you play Malians cleanly at the moment, it really feels like French don't have a lot of opportunities to scale or do a lot of damage. Like, you're still most likely just going to want to go all in Feudal Age with the French here. You do want to go for a lot of damage up against them. You're going to have to really get a specific timing. Like, you have to deny Malians from hitting Castle Age for a long time. You have to also, like, just keep them in Feudal Age, because at an eventual point in time, in Feudal Age, like, if you're getting to, like, really high army population numbers, that's when the French start getting a little bit more effective, a little bit more efficient. But Malians, as long as you just don't play too greedy, you can always kind of just keep up with the French. I'm talking like the kind of just one cattle ranch with 3 cattle inside into just build units, get upgrades, build units, and stick it out in Feudal Age. And with that kind of strategy, it's just so difficult for the French to find avenues of doing damage and, just getting to that point where they can confidently all in the opponent underneath their TC.
Sassy realizes this, Crackety. He realizes it because he doesn't go for that wheelbarrow I yapped about for so long. He goes for a fast age up, like just a normal, clean age up without the wheelbarrow. He wants that knight, and he needs it now. He realizes this civilization is going to spiral out of control if I don't land the damage I want to land. So I love this adaptation from Sassy already. He knows how quickly he needs to make sure that this matters so fast. Months acquired with 5. Pretty standard here for our player. I actually have a question here, and this is something I usually do this on my side as well. I always want to understand what landmark is better. Is there any instance where you would go for the defensive landmark over the Mansa Quarry?
The thing is, I personally would say no, just because the second you don't go for the Mansa Quarry, you immediately lose 2 villagers. Like, it's just 2 villagers worth of income that you do not have. The Saharan trade network is really nice to be able to just defend even against armored units in Feudal Age. In general, it gives you like a very nice fallback point at any one point in the game. The main issue that I have with that landmark is that the other condition to unlock value out of it is trade, and that's just not meta at the moment for the Malians. So you only have that defensive aspect of it. But isn't it just much better to have 2 more villagers worth of income and not be forced on the defensive in the first place?
That's a good point. Oh, nice. Thank you. And now we see why MSN will always go for the right choice and go for the Panzer Quarry. But now we have a scout as the first choice and professional scouts as the second choice, Crackety. And I'm honestly a little bit surprised to see this. I'm surprised, but at the same time, I also understand why Sassy is going for this. Because when you look at the spawn, you can see that Sassy has 2 forward deer. And when you're up against the Malians, you do want to land an attack. You do need to do the damage as quickly as you can. But at the same time, if you don't get food, you're not going to be able to do this. He didn't get as many sheep as the MSN did. So he's going to need these food sources, and he's going to need them now, especially if he's going to be making knights and trying to overwhelm Malians. But this does give MSN just that extra bit of breathing room to get those cows in the pens, and he's already got 4.
Yeah, that's quite a lot immediate, like, just to go on immediately. That's the 5th one there as well. Yeah, I mean, double cattle ranch already full. That means that he is gonna very much be able to keep up with the additional pro scout income here from the French, and just as the game goes on, he's gonna be scaling quite nicely, even up against the additional villagers that are gonna be coming in for the French. We do see the first Donzo coming in. Sass actually making a horseman instead of an additional knight. Second stable now also coming in, but with the addition of the Donzos already at this point in time, means that no, Sass, these horsemen, these knights, they're not really gonna find any real damage, and they're also gonna be hard-pressed when it comes to really denying the spearman from denying a pro scout delay.
And even if he gets both those deer packs, that's going to be great. The problem is he also cannot deny some of the food on MSN's side, but at this point it doesn't look like MSN is too worried about that either. He got the majority of the sheep. He's got a pretty solid food income with those cattle already in their ranches, and now number 7 has joined the ranch party, and the archery range finally being put down as well. Now, these horses, if they land, they might take a lot of damage, and he needs to be careful here. Doubling down on the second barracks as well. That is a pretty safe choice when you're up against the French, but the archer numbers, they are going to start mattering.
Sass, he's yoinking away one of the deer there from MSN, but MSN, he went for a wall around the wood line, and now that horse, that scout that just grabbed that deer carcass, he's a little bit lost. Wait, actually, did Sass just drop the deer? He's just laming the deer away with a single scout. Like, he's just taking a deer and dropping it somewhere else. That is nasty, disgusting, and I love it.
Now, I've seen Sassy do sneaky things like this, and it makes me respect him, because this is the type of stuff you do when you are killing a sheep on someone's gold, so they can't build their pet mine. This is the kind of thing you do when you kill the boar and make it disappear, because you're a Muslim civilization.
This is some AoE2 level laming that's going on right now. He dropped one of them already, like, in the stealth forest as well, just spreading them as far away as possible.
And
he's dropping it all the way in the corner. That's so mean. He's so mean with that.
A nice little TC between those could feel pretty good. Your villagers running really fast all around. Is he going to hide it in the stealth forest as well? I think he forgot to put that down.
Yeah, he misclicked that. Oh, he notices? Okay.
He's like, back to the corner, sir. We're going to go drop you down. Now, this is going to be quite confusing if you're MSN looking at your deer pack in stealth. And you're like, where are they going? How are they dying? Is he pro scouting on my side? I put up walls everywhere. Is there a hole somewhere?
And at one point, he's always going to consider, oh yeah, I got deer in the back. I got deer in the back. I can always go in the deer in the back. There's always money in the banana stand, right? But the banana stand doesn't exist anymore.
Banana stand's depleted. But Sassy, he's making more and more archers. We see a limited amount of knights, which I think is a responsible choice. Of course, you know exactly your opponent is going to double down on the Donzos. You saw the double barracks. You need to be a little bit more careful with this. But at the same time, this is Malians. You're not playing against another civilization that you can just be like, hey, I'm French. I can sit back. I can let my little bit of passive extra villagers do the talking. You need to be active. And right now, Sassy doesn't have a spot to be active in. Ooh. Let's see. Cassie now, moving out with those knights. I say that, he wasn't moving out, and now he's listening. He's like, oh yes, let me move out. Let me go and find this man in his base and do a little bit of damage. He's going to need to go through that wall, and it does make it a little bit tougher. But with those Donzos, he's got 20 of them pretty soon. And they are going to do a pretty good job at just throwing spears from afar into the knight's face. And then we get how I took a Donzo to the knee kind of vibes from these knights. Look at that deer. The deer is on top of the gold. Is this the moment where he cannot place the pit mine?
Might be.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, he can't place it. And he's going for the mill.
Now that is dirty, Sassy. Sassy knew this is the right way to do it. Production just told us they fixed it for sheep, but they didn't fix it for deer. So it's the price you gotta pay. MSN now, he's a little bit on the forward gold here, so it does feel a little bit more exposed. But again, you're up against a lot of Donzos, and they are going to have a field day when those knights come too close. That villager, though, he needs to be careful. From two sides, Sassy is raiding. The double prong attack, that is a Sassy
yeah, that villager.
special.
The villager has nowhere to go. Double prone attack, though, one of the attack is only done with scouts at the moment, just to harass a little bit. Oh, MSN losing another villager there for free. But yeah, up to 22 Donzos at the moment. That is enough Donzos to even one-shot, well, not just knights, but also archers.
Now, the archer numbers are scary enough for him to respond with more and more javelins. But, we do see a war play here. And the knight is going to be the one tanking, as these vills need to be healthy when the sofas arrive for a little bit of raiding. Now, he keeps trying to pick off here, but the javelin numbers are increasing, and it's going to be a little bit harder to deal with this as time goes on. But Sassy, he's floating a bit of resources here, Crackety. Is this the moment he goes for castle? Do you even want to go
say
castle?
I doubt it, because like he's also like grabbing military upgrades in the meantime. There we go, more economy upgrades coming in as well. So it might not be the timing that he wants to go for Castle Age here. But then again, like he wouldn't like completely stop investing. So maybe he is actually just trying to go for Castle Age. At a certain point with archers, you do want to get the tech advantage up against the javelin throws, because that's when you can finally start doing damage with archers against javelin throwers. Javelin throwers still do well though. And yeah, I don't think that even with a Castle Age, like I don't think Sass can force an all-in. Behind this MSN, he is on 15 cattle, so his income is still looking very, very solid in the food department, and he can eventually just follow up. And the thing is, Malian's like one of the few civilizations where they're fine with staying behind an age for a longer duration than others.
And especially if you have the production buildings to support this. And the Donzos are turning here, trying to just scare off the horses. They are able to do so, even though they are not that many. So Sassy does not want to take any risks with him now aging up. But MSN, seeing that age up, he is most likely going to want to respond in similar suit, especially with having 36 Donzos at the ready. He probably feels pretty confident about staying alive once this castle age is in. Now, the archers are moving in a little bit closer, just to ensure that they can pick off any Donzo daring coming closer. But the knights, again, they've got the legs, and they are going to try to be the mobile guys they need to be. Now, MSN is about to get that little bit of a surprise here, but more javelin throwers in queue and 18 cattle in their ranches. This is a pretty good spot for MSN already. With the eco only being a 13 villager difference, that is still pretty healthy for a Malian player. Now he sees that, we see he stops producing any units, and he's most likely just going to follow him up to castle, getting your upgrades at a pretty good time as well.
Yeah, the age up has come in. We're seeing the veterancy coming in on both the Royal Knights as well as the archers. Interestingly enough, I'm not sure how exactly this got counted, but MSN has like only a 70% economic efficiency. Not quite sure what's up with that, how that got caused. Maybe it has something to do with cattle as well. Not quite sure about that. I don't think he's only had 70% economic efficiency. I don't think that was that much walking time, but there's the Grand Fulani Corral now going to be coming in here. Second layer of walls at the top side coming in, so MSN wants to make sure that he's not getting overrun on one side there. Looks like he tried to rebuild the houses on the pit mine. Is going to most likely just lose another villager there to the knights as they're going to be going for the charge. Might even be 2 villagers that are going to be going down there. And now Sass also sees the age up that's coming in from MSN, so villagers are going to have to scatter a little bit. And now finish off the landmark.
Getting another kill feels good, but this is also the moment that Malians is at its weakest when you just hit that age up. And it looks like Sassy is going to bank on this. The moment that age up comes through, looks like he's confident enough diving. We do see that +2 range stack coming in, but these knights are taking a lot of damage here from all the Donzos, attacking right into them with the TC as backup as well. And honestly, that was a significant amount of damage. I don't know if Sassy just kind of threw it right there.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, the Malians, they're fine with sticking it behind, and they have so many... just so many units out there in Feudal Age that just are still having hard counter relationships, the units in Castle Age, now also with their Castle Age upgrades. MSN, he's in a pretty damn good spot at the moment overall, like, enough pit mines out, like the pit mines haven't really been harassed too much, he's got all the cattle in the world that he really needs at the moment, and yeah, has the military lead. Now is the moment where, with this much static army, he could also invest into some more mobile units like the Sofa and just try and start raiding. Sass behind this is investing a lot into priests, so he is going to be getting the relics in, one by one.
Unfortunately for him, he steps on that sacred site. And I feel like in a lot of cases, players realize, oh yes, relics. So Sassy doing this already tells MSN, oh yeah, I need to do something about these relics as well. So as long as you keep it quiet, I feel like a lot of players don't always react, even at this level. But now Sassy, he gets a pretty good charge on these Donzos, but he doesn't want to take too much damage, does pull them back, gets just the charge, and has to pull back before the rest of the reinforcements arrive. And ready with their spears to just throw it right into the knight and destroy him. But 46 of them, no knight can withstand that.
Now first Sofa has made its way onto the battlefield. Sass behind this has enough stone for a keep now, so he is going to start getting the discount in a space as well for the units.
How does the Sofa match up against the knights?
Not well. Like, the knight definitely still destroys the Sofa, but the Sofa is faster, so you can decide when to take engagements.
Okay. I was wondering what the key difference is going to be here for these two. Now, Sassy, he looks like he wants to engage constantly, but he's just seeing exactly what those number of Donzos mean. And apparently Donzos was the answer here. So far now, going all the way through, even getting taken down here is just a way for him to absorb so many shots here from the archers. MSN needs to be careful here. He cannot overinvest, but at the same time, he needs to try and pick off a unit here and there, as Sassy's food is not going to be in the same position in the next 3 minutes, with that ball running out pretty soon as well. Now, a relic also picked up from MSN, and that is going to make it a little bit nicer for him in the gold department, as those backward golds have been quite nicely defended. But as time goes on, you want to make sure you at least can steal away a little bit from the French. With him going for the guild hall, he loves going for that late game. But MSN is now on the offensive, and luckily for Sassy, that keep is in a pretty good spot. I say luckily, but that's all skill. Sassy ensuring that his base is a little bit safer, and these units are not going to have the power to attack right through.
It is going to make it much harder now for MSN to really push into the base with the keeping there, and Sass is going to be able to start reinforcing with much cheaper units. The issue still that's going on, though, is there's just so many units at the moment from MSN. He's got so much more income sustained as well behind this. Sass looks to be getting 4 out of the 5 relics, but that doesn't really make up for the difference in cattle here. Sass also doesn't really have any semblance of a farm transition going for himself at the moment, so at one point he is going to have to start investing into that, and that's going to in turn deplete the resources that he wants to spend on military.
It's so strange to see a French player with the knights being this far back into the base constantly. So he respects this, and I love the fact that he just absorbed all those shots from the Donzos, split between the knights, and pulled back so that they can heal up. Really smart move here. Now, MSN, he's just building more and more and more Donzos. And at what point do you ask yourself, maybe we need more sofas to cause my French opponent to have to respond in different directions? Or if the Donzos is the right answer and he can just go all the way through. But it looks like he has Imperial on his mind. And with a defensive landmark as such, he should be able to get a pretty decent chunk of control on this map.
Yeah, control is definitely something that MSN should now start to reclaim if he goes into Sofa, but instead it looks like he's actually just gonna be going straight for Imperial, and there is a very good spot for the Fortress of the Huntress here, and that is right in the middle, next to that large 8k gold vein. Being able to have stealthed up units in the middle of the map, that is invaluable when it comes to positioning units, and there it is. Fort of the Huntress is going to be coming in, and it's right next to that 8k gold vein, so we'll be able to have all of these infantry units here stealthed up completely, meaning that SAS, he's going to be struggling when it comes to just knowing how many units and where exactly they are for MSN. Some stone walls coming up here on the side, so SAS is going to be able to restrict at least a little bit of raiding opportunities here from MSN. And he's got a lot of resource in the bank with the guild hall, so he could also just try and go for a potential Imperial Age follow-up now.
Now, what was interesting to me is the fact that he's not invested more into getting the rest of the gold. Those villagers on wood there at a tiny little gold mine is going to probably react the moment this hits. I say the moment it hits, but he's probably going to react right now. He sees it, he knows what's coming. He needs to find a response to try and get a little bit of control. We do see a red dot there at the top. And it looks like MSN is the one who is now raiding with Donzos, since there are so many of them.
Now the stone wall is coming up now.
Ooh, and Sassy, he's played this game before Crackety. He knows, I'm not going to attack into your landmark. I'm going to attack right into your eco, and that's exactly where he's going. He knows where the wall is, but the problem is, that is a significant portion of his army, and there's a big army ready for his base as well. The knight's going to be breaking right through into the eco. Question now is he going to be able to do the damage he needs?
He's at the very least going to be able to distract. Look at all of the Onzos that are now getting sent back here. And Sass, he knows that he doesn't want to invest his entire military into this raid. So he just splits off 2 knights to already cause a lot of idle time here now for MSN's economy. MSN behind is actually adding in a second TC. Farm transition is finally coming in for SAS, and SAS now has more than enough food to be able to just go for the Imperial Age up if he just redeems from the guild hall. Villagers inside that outpost are gonna get picked off, are gonna go down. SAS, where is he gonna go for the age up? In theory, the bottom 8k gold vein next to the sacred site would be an excellent spot for him to control with the red palace.
Especially if you're playing against an opponent who makes invisible
that's where he's
units. Going. We do see that these villagers are standing waiting for that moment to click it up, but he still has not redeemed from the guild hall as he's focused on this fight.
But that's already where MSN has a couple of units, just because he knows where would I build a landmark if I was SAS. And that is the spot. And he's here to deny it, to deny SAS the chance at winning this game.
No,
MSN, he hasn't quite noticed yet.
Oh no.
MSN. Is SAS actually getting the... Nah, he can't. The spearmen are there. The spearmen are there. They suddenly appear. SAS, he's not watching. He's not paying. He paid attention. He cancels. But that is a lot of delay now on the age up for him. And he is not able to secure the 8k gold vein. Instead, has to put it back up here next to the small 4k gold vein. At least it's also next to a rather large stone outcropping. So he will be able to later on get a normal keep up to secure the 8k gold vein, but for now, not being able to secure that does hurt him immensely.
And especially the position of that red palace. That red palace is not in a position where it's actually supporting your base. It's just a little bit too far. So the units that will be able to stream through here between these 2 tiny wood lines, they are still going to make that impact. We have a 1 keep in the base there, and that's great. But the problem is that red palace was supposed to give him a lot more control. Now, it looks like MSN is not sure where to attack, though. He's got 1 bombard in the way. He knows I'm not going to be fighting into keeps without that. And he's most likely going to ignore this red palace, because this red palace, like you said, secures the gold, and that's it. Now the knights are getting their upgrades, and that's going to be wonderful, especially with 29 of them. But MSN also has a pretty good time here where he can make this damage matter. I feel like the later the game goes, though, Sassy should be in a pretty good spot, right?
The thing is...
As French.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that long term, like MSN, he's got a solid amount of just passive income all the way, and he never needs to like have as much population and economy units as SAS. Multiple things that he can scale into. For one, of course, is toll outposts. Toll outposts can mean that MSN could get a total of 50% additional gold from his trade if he wants to go to trade. Like, if this is going to be a trading game, 50% more gold from it. That's quite big. Second, he's got the Fort of the Huntress in the middle of the map. He's going into the Musafati Gunners as well. And if we select the Musafati Gunners, just check out the damage that these guys have. Plus 41. It's the first attack after being stealth for Musafati units. That absolutely destroys just about everything in the game. 81 damage, like, knights just kind of melt like butter with the first attack on that one. And it's just these reasons that just make Malian such a menace, even in the later stages of the game. Villagers just gonna jump inside the Fort of the Huntress, which, by the way, also shoots poison arrows, not normal arrows.
And it looks like he is able to get a little bit of idle time, but those knights are just keeping the units busy. And I think that's maybe the goal here. He doesn't want to allow him to attack into the base. He needs the army to pull back, because if he wants to take a good engagement, he cannot do it into a group of Donzos like that. Especially now with the hand cannoneers. Oh, they are... At 27, you have an answer for most of these units. But Sassy is doubling down on the knights. He's still making knights, still getting archers. He is ready for this. And it looks like he's going to take a fight there at the bottom.
Fight is being taken here, but that's not a good one for SAS at the moment. That's where the majority of the javelin throwers is at the moment. They're all upgraded to elite as well.
Well, these knights are keeping these units busy, but they are able to heal up. The question is just, when are they ready for an engagement? It doesn't look like that's ever, but Sassy is just not able to amass the same level of units as MSN. You can see MSN floating 2,000 food as well, and he's got a lot in queue at the same time. Now, these hand cannoneers are making quick work of these knights, as we see the yellow bodies just scattered around the path where he was running. Now Donzo's looking for a little bit of damage too, and MSN is now on two fronts doing a lot of pressure.
Two fronts indeed, and with the bombards being there as well, means that MSN just has a lot of anti-infrastructure pressure here as well. SAS can't just hide between walls, can't just hide behind keeps. He's gonna have to react with units there as well. That's what makes this so difficult here now for SAS to react to, and there's actually a hole, I believe, in the walls there for SAS at the top side, and yeah, there's a point where MSN, in theory, can just walk through with the Donzos.
Now that little hole might be a little bit of a threat for him there at the top with no defense either. But these bombards are the real issue. We do see cannons coming out from French too, but it's a tough spot because he wants this to be taken care of now. And you can see the knights are just not able to connect where they need to be. The archers have to pull back as these javelin throwers are in the mix as well, just sniping off everything they can. And you can see him shift clicking these perfectly. Those archers just paying the price constantly. But MSN staying close to that pop cap, and Sassy is just not able to reach it.
One royal cannon here tries to fight off against the two bombards. And MSN just continues to slow push towards Sass's base. Sass did just take out his guild hall. There's not a lot of resource that he has in the bank at the moment, so I'm not quite sure what exactly he had that on until now. It's on gold now. More farms coming in as well.
Looks like that guild hall finally switched over to gold. Ooh, but we do see the bombards walking very far forward. And they just pull back. This is not a position where they can easily get destroyed. that keep that was supposed to defend, it's just not in that position he needs it to be. But the bombards, with 2 bombards, you can pretty quickly take care of it. The units here at the back, he needs to be sure that he doesn't get collapsed on. But all the hand cannoneers are standing very far forward. Donzo's moving in, trying to get a pretty good chonking on these with the javelin throwers now going straight for the back line as well. But this army from MSN is never ending.
The army count, it's just so much coming in behind the 16 more Musafadi gunners in queue as well. Such a high value unit to have here. A couple of villagers getting pulled to try and deal with the siege. Front line kind of ebbing off a little bit for MSN, so SAS is getting a little bit of a reprieve here. But only temporarily. These Musafadi gunners, they deal a good bit more damage than normal hand cannons as well. They do about 10% more damage than normal cannoneers.
And with that, the knights are just getting absolutely melted. I don't think there's anything Sassy in this position can do to shut this down. You can see that army value lead graph looking very red right now, as MSN looks to be pretty dominant in this spot. Right now, he's got 1 relic. Sassy has 4. But it doesn't look like that's going to be a deciding factor here at all. He's got control of the golds. Sassy is struggling to get all those resources to just get back up to them. And MSN now doing a little bit of a food transition here, getting keeps on the rest of the sacred sites. He knows that all of a sudden the sacred site victory could have been an option, but now Sassy quickly getting rid of that option on his side.
Yeah, Sass is not giving this one up just yet. He is French in the late game, and French in the late game are a menace to behold for sure. That is if they have gold access, something that Sass at the moment really kind of does not. There is, of course, the option of him going into trade. He does have the guild hall on gold at the moment. There is still 1 gold vein available next to his walls at the top side. The other gold vein, not really something that he can go for, at least not without some siege. The 8k gold vein, that's also being taken by MSN at the moment. There is a keep right next to it as well. So Sass, he's just kind of like forced into his base. There's not really any raids going on. And that's a difficult situation for him to be in, for sure. There's so many production buildings for MSN. Can we just select a villager quickly for MSN and see just how many production buildings he's got working for him at the moment? Because I do believe like it's quite a lot. So Sass, 9 stables, 6 ranges, and 16 barracks at the moment for MSN. He can pump those out quite quickly.
Now, MSN, his composition here, I feel like everything he builds, it doesn't look like the answer of Sassy just doesn't have the answer to it. Right now, when you're looking at this composition, you ideally want to find a way to deal with those masses of units. And right now, knights are just not doing that. Sassy making a few more archers, but the mangonel in this mix is a pretty good response to all of it. Those sacred sites not being decap, it feels pretty scary here for Sass. Because yes, he's got the villager advantage now, but he needs to find a way to push through this. And he says the way to do it is just to keep making knights. So still investing into those knights, 28 now. And where does he attack, Rackety? How does he break MSN here?
It's so difficult to break MSN. Can we check the wall that MSN has at the bottom? Is that a palisade or is that a stone wall? That is a palisade wall. Okay, so raids are definitely one thing here that Sass just needs to like somehow start doing. He also needs a second bombard. For 1 bombard is nice and all, but you need a second bombard to truly have like fast killing pressure on a keep. We're getting another fight instead at the moment. Now the archers from Sass with silk bowstrings, they've got a lot of range on them. So these fights at the moment are actually quite beneficial for him. It's like a lot of back and forth, and MSN isn't really committing to taking the fight. Sass can also just kind of step back and forth. And there aren't that many Donzos remaining at the moment, but we're up to 45 Musafadi gunners now. So this fight is still not something that's really looking too hot here at the moment for Sass. He's now switching into horsemen instead. Definitely it's better to throw away horsemen into cannoneers rather than knights, as that's just a much more expensive unit overall. Up up to 1400 gold at the moment in the guild hall. I feel like you just want to start exchanging trash units for a time being until your guild hall gets to a very nice and healthy, like 3000, 4000 gold. That's when you can redeem it and just start pumping out high value knight units again. At the moment, he's just struggling with trying to like combat this non-stop army here. A couple of Donzos do find some kills there. It's not too big of a deal. There's a keep there that's going to be able to deal with it, so he doesn't really need to react to that. At the moment, he's just continuously able to trade out with his archers against the Musafati gunners. As long as he's able to do that time and time again, because MSN, he's not really keeping that big of a bank. Any single one of these Musafati gunners takes a good bit of time to reproduce.
And you can see with him losing that control at the top, MSN is so focused on doing what he can here. Now, getting that second TC, I was about to say, is that a third TC? No, it's a second TC. And he is going to be able to take care of this. But at the same time, he needs to make sure he doesn't lose too much. Now, getting control of the top side is not going to be too difficult for him. As we can see, Sassy is just not able to constantly reproduce here. The horseman numbers now increasing, but he needs to make sure that they're rallied backwards, because if they're rallied forwards, they're just gonna get picked off the moment they step out. The archers trying to do what they can against these gunners, and they're doing a pretty good job at that, but he still
just so many.
Yeah, exactly, and they just get replaced so quickly.
I think he just got a little bit too close to the Red Palace there. A lot of gunners just suddenly lost their lives. But we're up to 60 Donzos at the moment. And the Red Palace, goodbye Bombards. That was a quick end to them. So MSN has to be really careful there with the army positioning, as the Red Palace is a menace to behold for sure. Sass still just skirting back time and time again, but MSN, he's just relentless with these pushes, now falling back to another keep.
And slowly, this push is getting very deep into the base. The Mangonel trying to target fire these archers. And Sassy has done an amazing job at kiting it for most of this, which I think is exactly why this fight hasn't looked as completely one-sided. The reinforcement is on Sassy's side, though, so he will have that time to actually respond. And he doesn't respond fast enough, and the Bombard pays the price? Yeah, it pays the price.
It's the Bombard, yeah, that's pretty good. Sass still no way to set up trade at the moment. He does actually have like 2,000 stone. That is the moment for him to just get a large stone wall up and secure trade. Secure the trade route, wall the top side, and just start trading, get the gold in. He's actually going for a forward keep here now. Wants to buy himself a little bit of breathing room at the top side, at the middle side there.
Ooh, but losing some knights running forward, trying to just, I guess, scout or find some damage. But he bought himself some breathing room. By taking care of those bombards, he's able to build that keep, and it's not going to get sniped down instantly. MSN, though, he's not making more siege. He's not making anything at the moment. And, oh, I say that. He's making a scholar. Gonna go and get that sacred site back. He realizes, I need more than one win condition. This is still French late game with 3,100 gold in the guild hall. And Krakeny, that's very close to the number you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, so we are getting to that point where Sass is going to be able to start just affording a lot of knights suddenly. And if you get to like 100 knights, like there's few units that can really like stem the tide there, right? Like even if there's like 60, 70 Donzos against 100 knights, the knights are still going to win that. And a 1-for-1 engagement. Archers still just kiting back and forth here. Sass doing a great job with that, and MSN, at this point, I really just want to say, like, he's been doing a great job to get to this point, but I can't understand the aversion. Like, he made one Mangonel, why not make 3 or 4? It's just mass archers, and with the adjustable crossbars, he would be able to absolutely annihilate the archers, and this entire back and forth could kind of be done with in that regard. Donzo's also, Sofa also would be an option for him now. He's floating a lot of food. He still has a good amount of gold income. The later this game goes, with the 4 relics that Sass has, the better for him.
Yeah, the problem is just With Sassy slowly getting control of this map. Oh, we even have villagers all the way at the front here trying to desperately get into that keep. But the knights are a little bit chunky for the keeps to actually do the fighting with as well. We see these trades with the archers. Sassy is able to just use these trash units and clean up some of these more expensive ones. And all of a sudden, MSN is not in the military lead. And this is not something we've seen in a very, very long time. He's still got all that food, like you mentioned, but he doesn't have a way to clean up this army all of a sudden.
Yeah, now MSN once again starts pushing. Finally, we start seeing the sofas coming in as well. That's going to be the front line against the archers that he really needed here the entire time. Because the back line, the Musafari gunners, they're decent against the knights. It's just the sofas at the moment. The archers just keep decimating them time and time again. Keep has gone up now here next to the sacred site, so that is going to be the third sacred site finally locked in. Feels like it's been forever since MSN went for a sacred site again. We also see a large wall now, also denying any potential good trade avenues for SAS. So long term, that is also looking a lot better. SAS, though, he's taking a position at the front side. All up to 5,000 gold in the guild hall. We're getting to the point where SAS can just redeem that and get to that, like, insanely large night mass push.
Mm-hmm. And getting to this night number, you usually don't have any answer to this, because with knights, they're gonna run around your donzos eventually. But what are they gonna hit? They're probably gonna go straight for the food, but the problem is the rest of the resources in the map are running out. That's exactly where they need to be landing. Sofa's now gonna try to find raids of their own, but we can now see Sassy is not waiting for this. He's got that 2 bombards, and they're just firing away at this keep. That keep is not doing enough to just stay alive. The villagers are pulled to try and repair it, but it's gonna cost wood, and he doesn't have a lot of it.
Sofa upgrade is now coming in, up to 20 sofas already. MSN, he's glued to 200 out of 200 population, but he's about to lose that keep. The keep has now gone down. Ideally, MSN would have started taking the fight before it goes down, but does take it now in the end. Musafari gunners, still 22 of them here alive at the front line. Knights, for some reason, are stepping inside the outpost. Better safe than sorry, I guess. And now, this is the moment where the sofas are coming in from the back lines as well, trying to surround the army. The archers not doing any damage to them whatsoever. Just that additional bit of armor, making them so tanky here against them. Sassy still hasn't redeemed the guild hall. This is the moment now for him. Get that guild hall in, that guild hall gold, and just start pumping out those knights. You're now at a point where your opponent has a mixed frontline. It's no longer just the donzos, it's now Sofa and donzos. With less donzos, you can now start really affording, start to afford to just trade out with mass knights.
Hats off to Sassy, though. He's decapped that sacred site so many times, ensuring that this is not just a good time for MSN to get another win condition here. But Sassy now has 6,100 gold in the guild hall. And this transition into Mass Knight is going to look very, very scary for MSN. With that amount of gold in there, I don't know if he's maybe forgotten about it.
You'd never forget about the guild hall.
Okay.
That thing has never been forgotten in the history of Age of Empires, right? Like, imagine if SAS actually forgets guild hall now. Like, we've been past the memes at this point with the guild hall, surely. And now SAS wants to, like, oh no, the bombards. Are they going to be able to get back in time? At least one is going to go down for sure. Keeps the majority of them alive, though.
At this point, usually a few villages falling feels like a natural transition here, but that's a huge amount of sofas. And like you said, they're faster. They don't want to take a one-on-one fight, but they're going to chase down your knights that are in a little bit of a compromising position here.
More upgrades also coming in for SAS now behind this. So we are also getting an arbalestry upgrade here. Definitely makes sense now that the sofa have been revealed. You do need arbalestry in order to effectively counter them. Archers just aren't going to cut it. And having additional attack speed on them definitely will give you a lot of value here in these fights up against them.
Now, it does look like the army of MSN has stabilized in a way. He's able to remake what he needs to. Setting up that trade as well now. But Sassy, he's got eyes on this, and he also shut most of this down. So Sassy looking pretty good here. Pretty good in terms of control on that side of the map.
Could be worse.
Not in the whole map. Yes, yes. So as far as this game goes, I feel like this is probably the most decent position that Sassy has been in a while. So...
We're up to 7,300 gold now.
Oh... Crackety didn't forget about it. Don't worry. He knows about it.
I know that he hasn't forgotten about it just because like he hasn't felt the need yet to go for it. He's got 24 horsemen in the queue. At the moment, he just wants to like start doing some economy damage, and if he loses like all of his raiding force and MSN really starts to go on the aggressive, that's when he's gonna redeem it. And it's kind of insane though how much gold has accrued here so far. So even without trade, like Sass is fine, and that's the move that we've been waiting for. The cattle. Finally, Sass is getting in, and he's taking all of the cattle down. And this is so important, Whammon. It is so expensive at this stage in the game to invest gold into remaking these cattle. He's not killing them, though. Now he is. No, he should be.
Some of them are... Yeah, there we go. He right-clicks a few of them. Now, the problem is, this has been very expensive. Now, Sassy D does have the resources to remake this, and he's going for orbs instead. And the question is just, is orbs going to be enough of an answer against these sofas? These knights get a full surround, and they are going to get destroyed. Now, Sassy wants to remake units, but there's a little bit of a timing here for MSN to actually land some pretty solid damage. But Sassy says, I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm going to keep raiding, and I'm going to keep you busy. So your sofas are not going to have a good day coming across the map. But MSN looks like he's got a one-dimensional comp in plan here for us. With every bit of gold he gets, he just makes more sofas.
We're getting a Baldekin in now as well from Sass. At the same time, at the front side, there's still mass archers and arballetry here. Sass just falling back to the keep is going to be getting that additional arrow fire support in. Got a little front line there of outposts. We're getting to the point, though, where Sass is kind of running out of wood access inside of his base.
And that's usually where this map gets very scary, because right now he's been very dependent on these archers. And now that bombard almost paid the price, but the sofas here at the front, they're quickly ready to take some of the fire from these archer arrows, and they are doing a great job at it. The bombard now is going to have an awful time at survival, as he is actually a cannon. But now the sofas getting on top of these archers just means that he is going to be able to clean this up. Between the keeps, he doesn't care.
He redeemed it.
Transition.
He just redeemed it, and immediately we see 44 knights and 15 hand cannoneers in queue.
He realized maybe it's transition time. And with all of those, the thing is, the problem is, if he doesn't have enough production buildings, these guys are just going to get picked off one by one.
I don't think that might be the case here. MSN, he's just completely overwhelming him. And food is the one thing that Sass doesn't have that much of. He is diving multiple TCs. There isn't boiling oil, though. He's just started the research on boiling oil now. 50 minutes into the game.
And boiling oil can make this so much harder, as the hand cannoneers are just standing under their target, firing anything and everything. Sofas doing insane work here at the back. We see a lot of dead villagers all around. But this keep, it's going to stay alive for at least a while. But the units around it, they are all going down. Now, with all the production buildings being centered around this keep, this position was so important from MSN, and he held it down for so long. We see the reinforcements being donzos, 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 and 2 rams.
It looks like the Musafati gunner count is going down, though. All Musafati gunners have been taken out. Sass still has 4,000 gold in the bank. He lost a lot of villagers, though, and the idle time is kind of brutal as well. But this is the moment where the damage kind of comes in from the cattle being taken down, right? Like MSN, he just reinvested into all of the cattle. He has them back up again. An issue is, though, that because of the position where the cattle have been killed, some of those cattle ranches are now in, like, awkward spots, and I'm not actually sure if they're in range of the Grand Fulani Corral.
Sassy is not ready to give up, Gregory. This is pretty wild to me.
He's at 500 food per minute, but he's getting back up there. The villagers finally are able to start working again. He put a second TC up. He's going to start rebooming into the villagers. Guildhall already back on 400 gold.
But this is going to need some time, and I don't know if Sassy has time. He does, technically. Because, of course, if you look at the army, MSN is also not able to replenish this. The cattle, 1.9k food per minute, that's great. And this is going to start mattering. Oh, look at that bombard tower, how sneaky. But my big question is Sassy going to be able to amass what he needs here? What is the guild hall's value in resources per minute? Do you know?
It goes to 500 gold, 500 resources per minute, with less for stone.
Okay. That's pretty decent, all things considered. Malian's a little bit better with their pit mines ticking, and the thing is, Sassy does have those relics, so he does have that bit of a boost too, and now these knights. The army value is pretty scary. MSN needs to make more donzos. Oh. He wants to make villages for days. He's getting back. Crackety, he wants this to go on for longer.
He needs to. MSN is trading at this point, but actually, never mind, he's not trading. There was one bombard outpost that somehow completely convinced MSN from trading.
Not able to go and kill that just yet, but guys, I just want to point out, this is the second game between the two, and this has been some of the longest games we've seen here. It feels like Sassy, he has stamina. We have to keep in mind, Sassy has been in the tournament scene for a while, and he's played these long games. MSN, he's usually the cheeky man who makes sure that he ends you pretty quickly or in a very strange fashion. But this could be wearing him thin.
Sass, he's back to 2,500 food per minute, so finally able to start spending all of his gold that he has banked up. So forget, he's still just getting these huge discounts on his units. MSN now also throwing in some Musafadi warriors. He's trying everything at this point. Like, he hasn't been able to beat him with the gunners. He hasn't been able to beat him with the gunners and Donzos and Sofas. It just hasn't really worked for him. The one thing that he hasn't really tried so far was Siege as well. And I feel like that's the issue where he kind of went at it in the wrong direction. Like, the archers have just been keeping him back for such a long time. If it was just 2-3 mangonels in there as well, the archers would have been a non-issue.
Now, with those rams taking care of where the market was, ooh, the knights trying to get a little bit more damage there on the cows. Oh, but the food income per minute here, Crackety, he's back, and he's coming back swinging. Now, honestly, those trade posts are going to be so significant here, because as we can see, Sassy, Crackety, I'm putting you in the game as well. Sassy has no way of getting to that level of trade. Just like MSN has both sides. He gets to put this down. He gets to take full control of this. And once Sassy gives him that...
At the bottom side, though. Not the top side anymore. I think MSN has given up on the idea of trading top side. He's now getting a huge stone wall up. And he's going to trade around the bottom side.
Now these guys, they're just not believing in the way of the mangoes. I'm actually so surprised about this. But now with the horses, makes sense. But we still need to be careful here. Because if you have a big chunk of hand cannoneers that die to that when you are on 500 gold per minute, it does get pretty tough. Now the horses, they do try to look for a connection here. Donzo's coming through. They get a few of the, I guess, some of the horses in place right on top of these spears. But at the same time, the hand cannoneers are doing work. He has to be careful. The archers here from MSN, they are able to do quite a bit of work towards the hand cannons themselves. If we see only 8 standing. But I don't think those have poison arrows, do they?
The archers do have poison arrows on them.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was
It'd
just
be weird
blind,
if they...
I guess.
Yeah, there's a little purple hue to them.
There we go. Thank you, production. Giving us all the information. Very nice. Now, with MSN's army count, we can just see he's... Oh, that ram's looking for vengeance. But we can see with MSN's army count, he's just able to remax this. And Sassy, he's got the resources for it now too. We have 2.1k gold in the guild hall. And guys, are we gonna get yet another guild hall pull at 6k gold?
Maybe. The Fort of Huntress isn't getting repaired.
I don't know. That one has had a long life. He's done now. Now, Emerson is going a little bit into... Ooh, are we really just letting him go? Poor guy.
Oh, takes the Pitman down as well. That's minus 100 gold per minute for MSN.
And Sassy's still getting that gold on the big pit mine. Can't believe there's still gold in this map after 54 minutes. But the archers doing some sneaky shots here at the front lines. The knights are not ready to charge on them as the Donzos are going to peel right through. Another engagement coming. And yet again, just an even trade out. But now we have to keep in mind, the landmark is down. There's no more invisibility here for the units. This is now Sassy with full vision, and he needs to be careful though, because these units are plentiful and Sofas are about to replace them. So yes, he can take this down, but the reinforcements are going to be even scarier.
And 33 Sofas in the queue here for MSN, so he's also getting a good amount of them. We're seeing another stone wall coming up. That's a crucial one as well, further denying any potential trade avenues here for SAS. And once MSN can finally really start getting his trade up, he can once again remass into the Musafati Gunners, which I think so far has worked the best for him in the engagements.
And we do see the archers standing a little bit too far away from those Donzos, but he needs to find a way to get closer to those cannons. Those cannons are just wrecking a little bit of havoc here, because this is just forcing him to constantly respond. He can't just let those guys keep attacking. The knights getting on top, doing a decent amount of damage. The archers now in a little bit of a pickle here, but the Donzos are ready to push through. And again, the Sofas have arrived, guys. And these guys are slowly going to be able to fire away at these archers. Now, the bombard or the cannon going to be in a little bit of danger, but he does pull back just in time. MSN not overcommitting to this, but he needs to commit into that trade pretty soon, and he still doesn't have those markets down.
Reinforcements coming in. SAS once again start reinvesting into the archers here now instead of the Arbaletria. We're seeing another Reboldican coming in. It's always so funny once that comes in. At this point in the game, it doesn't really achieve a lot with this many archers out. They can just instantly snipe it out. It's a pretty hefty gold investment. Speaking of gold, SAS almost up to 4,000 gold in the guild hall yet again. So without any trade at all, SAS still somehow manages to get out an impressive amount of gold units. We did manage to get out to the 8k gold vein there at the bottom, so he's able to get some income in. He also captured up one of the sacred sites here.
Now, MSN is definitely not looking like he's comfortable with this stage of the game. I feel like Sassy has played this state very, very often. We've seen long games from Sassy. We've memed Sassy before. But MSN, it looks like this one it's getting to him. He's trying to do a little bit of a flank, making sure that that army is all grouped up. But he needs to have a perfect fight here. Because Sassy is able to replace this army.
Yeah, just because I saw the question in chat where you can see how many traders MSN has, he doesn't have any. He set himself up map-wise and wall-wise nicely for trade. He hasn't gone for it yet, and I wish he did, because Musafati Gunners at this point, late game, are kind of crucial to him. Sure, the archers have poison arrows, but the gunners just kind of deal with everything, and you get such a big increase on resources with the toll outposts on gold. It would be amazing here to have that now, but fight is getting taken, and every time SAS just falls back to the keep, the archers doing a great job up against the Donzos here, and MSN is going to have to fall back. At least he's able to fall back quite quickly here, thanks to the bonus movement speed that the Sofas do provide, and yeah, I mean, in the end, it's just a back and forth at the moment between both of them, and just meat grinder after meat grinder after meat grinder without any consequential fights being taken quite yet.
And the problem is, these fights feel consequential when you look at the amount of casualties both ways. I think this one may have been a little bit consequential for MSN. Sassy has killed a lot of units that MSN just can't seem to replace. So now he's trying to do a little bit of damage here, but those TCs are kind of reinforced. So they are going to be able to fire back. Ooh, and we see a few Rebaldaquins, a few Randys joining the fight here. This is going to be quite nice, usually, if they survive up until that point. But with these archers, they should be able to get picked off pretty quickly. Now, the tower does go up, but it should fall down as quickly. And yet another bombard in danger, but the Donzos are just not able to reach all the way through. It does look like MSN wants to go quite a bit deeper here, but at the same time, he just cannot keep fighting under these keeps, because if he does, he's just going to keep losing this army. And you can see he's spending every bit of resource he has. He's tired. He wants this to end, Chief, but it just doesn't look like this is enough firepower for him to fight into the keep, into this control. He needs to be careful.
Just never really feels that efficient enough. We're now up to 3 bombards, so Sa's going to be able to start taking down these walls pronto. Still no trade at this point. MSN seems comfortable enough on a single relic with just the pit mines and the Monster Quarry when it comes to his gold income. Actually, he's had his Monster Quarry on stone for a while, not on gold. Not sure if that's something that he might want to switch up. He's got a good amount of stone in the bank.
Yeah, trying to find a use for all that stone and it not being trade securing.
I can't believe that we're now seeing mangonels again, but it's not from MSN.
Yeah, MSN definitely had a few openings there where it looked like a few mangonels could have ended the game. But both of these players had their opening here. I feel like MSN had a lot more chances so far. But Sassy, he's holding on for dear life, and that holding on is looking like it's paying off perfectly. The Sofa's now trying to get a few raids here, but these villages are just going to get replaced. There's a ton of TCs here at the back. I think he's on 4 TC now. And this is just going to mean you can kill the vills, but he's just going to remake them. So that army value of Sassy is going to just... It's going to be available yet again. The moment that MSN loses this next engagement, or wins, it doesn't matter which way it goes, Sassy can remake them, and he's going to remake quality units. We see 400 food in the bank here from MSN.
The siege is a little bit out of position. Sass, the siege? Okay, he noticed, he pulls back. The siege was just right next to all of the infantry there from MSN, could have gotten picked off.
Now, this is a face-off of destiny. These Donzos just not able to snipe out anything or anyone as they need as these knights are coming in closer. We do see them taking a pretty head-on fight here. A few knights pay the price, but again, Sassy has 5 more knights in queue. He's not worried. 6,000 gold in the guild hall. He is chilling like a villain. With 2,000 stone, though, MSN, he needs to try and secure something. That's so much stone, Crackety. He needs to find a reason for it. It looks like there are markets placed, at least. So at the top side...
trade should be happening at some point, right? Yeah.
Oh,
he's just... Okay, he's just putting them up. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. If we get back to like 30, 40 Musafati gunners, there's hope.
The problem is, what about those mangonels? We've seen what mangonels can do to the gunneers. The gunneers. Now, Sassy, with the horsemen he's got, 40 in queue, he's going to be able to respond to most of what MSN is making. That's a lot of horses to have backups of. And again, 7,200 stone, gold in the bank. That is a pretty healthy amount to remake into a bunch of knights the moment this ends. Now, 1 hour in, we're finally seeing yet another engagement. Keep is firing straight at the mangonel. He knows what can lose him the game. The boys are fighting. The javelin throwers... Oh, javelin throwers. That looked like javelin. The Donzos are doing their best at just getting a good shot off. The mangonels are going to... wreak havoc on this back line, and it looks like this round here from Sassy is going to be pretty good. The problem is there's not enough Donzos here in this army to defend against all these horses, and it does look like Sassy might be able to take this after all, for now at least.
There's still so many production buildings here, so MSN is able to steadily reinforce Sass. He doesn't have that many production buildings, I think, but maybe now he's able to pull through. The additional siege here now, it makes a big difference because MSN is just blobbing infantry. And so the Mangonel is actually getting some great value, and Archer's also getting microed up against the gunners here. Still more and more Donzos flooding in, more Archers. MSN still has a solid amount of military. Both players just like continuously reinvesting. And Sassy's better. Okay, he pulled the plug. 8,000 gold just came back in. We see another 20 knights, another 20 hand cannoneers in queue now. It looks like MSN is able to push him back again.
And
It's a
we're
back
just
and
getting...
forth, time and
Yeah, we're
time
getting
again.
a repeat, Crackety. They're cleaning the siege. And now they're cleaning the units. But he pulls back this time. He's not fighting into the keep. He realizes this didn't go well last time. Maybe we try it differently this time. As the knights pour in. Oh, God. Oh, do we have a trader yet? Is there any trader? I don't know about this overlay. I have no idea.
There isn't. They're in queue,
Oh.
but they're not out yet.
Ooh, 60
You see them
tray
next to
or
the.
60.
You're gonna see them next to the villager population at the top center side.
And we have no population space for traders, but they will be soon, as some of this army will go down. MSN queuing up every bit of resource he can. And, yes, we have literally casted this fight 684 times this game. And I hope you guys enjoy it, because there's going to be yet another one. But this one has reinforcements coming in. Randy's also added to the list of reinforcements. The sofas standing there at the back line, ready for commitments. And the landmark still very dead.
Now the fight about to be taken. This time Sass has rebuilt his entire army. This time, though, with high-value premium units. 40 knights on the field, 20 more in queue. MSN is just not in a position to remass on the on just about any aspect at the moment. His bank just isn't that full, and a fight looks to be getting taken here yet again. But this isn't looking nearly as healthy as it was last time around.
This is now the prime army that Sassy has been hoping for. MSN felt like he won the last fight, but he didn't realize he was just opening himself up to a Sassy special. The Sassy special being the prime unit blaster, which is exactly raining down now upon his head as MSN is just trying to take this fight, but the siege is doing work. The archers are doing what they can. We can see them moving a lot closer as their target fired, but everything is getting cleaned up. The reinforcements, luckily, at the front here. Problem is just there's so many knights and there's more in queue. 51 knights total is not something this poor Malians with 34 Donzos is going to be able to do.
This time it
I
should
say.
be enough knights here, enough to finally finish out this game for Sass. He's taking down all of the infrastructure, all of the production buildings, and MSN, he doesn't have a great wood bank. He can't easily reinvest into these production buildings. He also just kept being population locked, so he doesn't have that many traders, only 6 out at the moment. Gold just definitely is not something that he has a lot of, and it just feels like he could have set himself up much better for the late game, and now it's biting him because he wasn't able to do so. The Knights just completely surrounding, they're taking the fight up against the Donzos. They're just not going down, way too much health on them. The hand cannons in the backline just completely obliterating the Donzos. The Knights diving in deeper. The backline is getting taken down as well, and GG comes in after an hour and 7 minutes. Sass with the comeback, able to even out the series.
Okay, now I know these guys played their heart out, but Crackety, I feel like I need a break after that. I can't imagine what these two guys are feeling. Because, guys, this is a best of 5! Our first 2 games, they were about 6.5 hours long. I hope you enjoyed Sassy and MSN really going at each other here. And this, to me, is the prime example of almost evenly skilled players here. And I love that. I love to see how close it was, back and forth, back and forth. And Sassy really knowing where to hit and when to hit. That seniority showing his head.
Yeah, this is, they were very evenly matched here in this one, courtesy to them. I think it's just a little bit about, like, game knowledge here in the end that did prevail for Sass. He knew his win condition as the game kept going longer and longer and longer. Having that guild hall, it really does provide you with a second life, even in the later stage of the game. And yeah, Sass able to even out the set now means that he still has some prevalence in the set. And next up, we're going to be moving over to Frisian Marshes with Macedonians up against the Ayubids. Okay, Macedonians on Frisian Marshes, not something that I had on my bingo card. Not exactly sure if we're going to see any massive dog plays from them here, but will be interesting to see nonetheless.
Now, seeing a little bit of Macedonians here, I think is going to scratch an itch that a lot of players maybe have had, because we haven't seen a lot of the new civilizations in these matchups, and especially against the golden oldie like Abids, this feels pretty decent. Now, to just summarize how this game may affect what happens here, I feel like Sassy has done this before. Sassy has played these hours and hours and hours, and he's played them in every matchup. This is not something he's unfamiliar with. MSN at the same time, he's not the new kid on the block, but
he's got school tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. He's got school tomorrow. So MSN definitely does not have the experience in this one, but him picking Aeobits is probably one of the safest things he could have gone for. So absolutely love to see that he is going for a safe pick that we all know does really well on this map. Macedonians, we just don't have that information on this map just yet.
Yeah, it's just one of the new civilizations, not too often picked yet in general. Yeah, it's an interesting one for sure on Frisian Marshes especially, because that is one where typically at the moment we do have the meta of players just dropping a whole lot of docks inside of the ponds, and I'm not too sure how well that's going to work out for the Macedonians, just because like they don't have any significant dock bonuses, I want to say. At least not when it comes to fishing.
I'm reading Twitch chat here, guys. That's why I'm giggling like a little goose. I want to quote here Gecko Gaming TV. But mom, it's 2-2 and I want to qualify to the 20k tourney. Quoting MSN as he needs to go to school tomorrow. This is something I absolutely love to see. That we have such young players just breaking through these top barriers. I'd actually like to take another look at the bracket. If we have an updated one, that would be amazing to see. Just to see exactly where the boys are standing. Let's quickly take a quick look here. Numedan, we saw that earlier, 3-0'd. Sassy MSN should be 1-1 now, which means they're gonna go up against Numedan now, guys. I don't know if any of you lived that trauma with us, but Numedan Sassy might be on the cards here for us today. Kiljardi against Creator now. Creator taking down Myriad 3-1, and honestly, what a Chad. Taking down Myriad is... Whew, I'm impressed, Creator.
Yeah, Mr. Creator is coming in hot here, like right away, right? Like this is one of the main rather like one of the first tournaments where we're really like wary of him, and so far, like just performance-wise, he's been playing his heart out, beating out Certain, now beating out Myriad, next up Kiljardi. So far, Creator has definitely gotten a good bunch of upsets in a single tournament run here so far. Valdemar leading up against Miyamaika. Scatterbrain vs Skull Devil, that is just beginning at the moment. But yeah, just looking at the bracket and what's awaiting us, a potential SAS versus Numedan set. Well, I mean, I feel like this the second qualifier today might go until like 2 a.m. or something like that.
I definitely see us following that bottom side of the bracket, as we want to see Valdemar taking his revenge and getting through all these rounds. And especially going up against someone like Scatterbrained or Scarlet Devil, if he passes through Mr. Miyamaika, who is an absolute force to reckon with. That is something I think a lot of people are excited to see too. But, ladies and gents, it's time for our game almost. And just taking a quick look at these drafts, I want to point out that MSN still has China and Zushi for both the last two maps. So pretty big picks, either for him or to take away from your opponent. So let's hop on in and see what Frisian Marshes has in store for us and how the Macedonians are supposed to be played here. Ladies and gents, it's time for Frisian Marshes. I'm so ready. Oh my gosh, Crackety. And he's going for wood. That makes sense. If we go for docks, yes. But MSN is not.
Okay, that's going to be an interesting one. So he's also going back rather early with his scout. Where's he trying to get sheep from? Okay, that's an interesting scout pattern there. He's getting the sheep in the top side there. There were a bunch there, but most of them are still going to be out on the map, and walking all the way back, that's going to cost you a bunch.
Now, not getting that sheep is definitely going to add up, but that feels quite intentional at the same time. Now, MSN, he's very comfortable in Ayubits. We've seen those deadly raids. Oh my goodness. It was it? No, it was Dragovan. I remember MSN also doing that archer shenanigan we used to see from Abbasid. Now, Ayubits, they don't have any crazy plays like that, but we do have a little bit of a crazy play here by Sassy. We have our first production building out, and it is producing already. And that's probably what MSN was banking on. So, already up against a few spearmen, so Atger Majir. And they are going to be annoying to handle, but MSN... I just got called out for how I pronounce them. Give me a second. Atger Majir. Is it not like that? No, I'm getting argued with here in the back lines. We are going to let Twitch chat this. Okay, what did you say?
That's the I know that because that's a voice line from the Age of Empires 2 villagers when you play as Vikings.
But it's a J. It's a Cyrillic J. Is it not?
You mother.
It's an Icelandic thr. Yeah, the Macedonians are very well known for being in Iceland.
Okay, this might actually be the one unit name that I can pronounce just because that's something that the Viking villagers say in Age of Empires 2.
Say it for us again, Crackety.
Atgumather.
Agirmajir. Okay, that actually sounds...
Come on! I'm not sure how we went from Atgirmather to Atgirmajir, but...
Sorry, guys. I think the last game got us all. We got there. At least we all learned how to not pronounce it. Thanks, Gregory.
Man, I'm happy now. I'm happy now that I recognize that from the Age of Empires 2 villagers. Suddenly I can, like, actually... I called the civilization without an identity. Now it has, like, plus 1% identity for me.
Because you know how to pronounce things?
Yeah.
No, we're getting the... Actually, okay, Crackety, question time, since you're the Chad here with all the knowledge. So, some people go Hippodrome, other people go for, you know, our usual age up, the Grand Winery.
The Grand Winery, yeah.
Yes.
Hippodrome is so much better for Macedonians.
Yes. I was figuring, because there's just so much value in the free horses you get, or what else is there?
Twitch chat bite me. I'll call it Macedonians because in German that's what we pronounce them.
Like McDonald's.
I'm just thinking about Big Macs all day, Whammon. I'm on a cut at the moment. It's bad. All I can think about is McDonald's.
Okay, that makes sense. Relatable, Crackety. Now MSN going for the growth wing. He wants to get that little bit of a boost, and he's definitely going to need it when those free horses run in and start killing villagers. So it does feel pretty good to pop out a few extra vills, at least to survive the early feudal. But also 470 wood in the bank. That's about to be spent. McDonald's Dynasty. Come on, Aveling.
That's the official name now.
Oh.
The big McDonaldian Dynasty.
Guys, blame Sassy. This is on Sassy. If anyone is complaining that we lost the plot, it's Sassy's fault. Thanks.
He made us do this. Oh yeah, right. That's still the set that we're in. SAS vs MSN. Oh yeah, didn't see them there.
Now, getting to the Hippodrome here, do you get the Radari in Feudal Age already? The free one.
You do get him already in Feudal Age, but it's like 11-ish minutes in when you get him. So it's not quick, but he will come in eventually. And of course, we're gonna do the quick shout out to the one build on Reddit that is like, oh yeah, you just pump out non-stop ranking guards until you get the movement speed upgrade, or rather movement speed buff from the Ridari, and suddenly you just overrun with mass ranging guards. Double pure summer upgrade, that's pretty good.
Now, we do see that Emerson is heavily investing here into spears. I say heavy, but it's just because he is expecting all of these free units to come on out. That first scout is going to go face first into a spear, learns his lesson, pulls back, and is going to go heal up for yet another day. Now, Emerson, he does need to be careful here, because now he's investing quite a lot into getting all of these docks And from here on out, that's a lot more space for Sassy to harass. Now, we've seen Macedonian in Feudal. They are insane once they get going, if you cannot do any damage to them. Rackety, is this something that Aeobits has an answer to?
To what specifically?
To getting Macedonian in late Feudal. I say late Feudal because they're the only civ that... Oh, hello. Sassy getting a kill already. Disgusting. So, Macedonian with upgrades. Because we see that very, very quickly from them.
In part, yeah, because they can go for like mass desert raiders, and that's just also pretty good. They also get the failings upgrade on the spear, so they got some really solid units in general in the feudal age. And we do actually see Sass investing into the Varangians. Interesting. So maybe we're actually getting that that Reddit build in here.
What is the Reddit build, Gravity?
It's mass Varangian gods.
Okay. And when you do get the upgrades for them, it just means they don't take a lot of damage, as we have seen several times on ladder.
You go for the double melee, or rather just the double infantry health upgrades, right? So you're getting a lot of, like, for one, 10% more health, and also 2 melee armor and 2 ranged armor. Your ranging guards are only going to take 1 damage from archers, and they're also just going to get an insane amount of movement speed from the Ridari champion as well. You can then also plonk down a runestone, so even more movement speed on the ranging guards, and they can just gap close onto any unit in the game, and oh, that's another villager going to go down.
That is pretty big at this point of the game as well, because MSN, his whole age up was just getting those few villagers and, to get ahead a little bit, but now this is already a big portion of that all gone. Now, he does have a few fishing boats to make up for this, but like you said, with those Varangian upgrades, he's going to need a lot of damage to actually do anything to them. Oh, wait, but that's that first upgrade he gets. Is that for horses? That's for horses, Crack.
That is for horses, yeah. In theory, like, all the upgrades early on are relatively cheap, and I guess he just wants to have the horses be in a position where they can, like, fight off against the archers. I still would have just preferred him going immediately into the Varangian upgrade, just because, like, he continuously is massing them. Like, that is definitely his game plan. He wants to go for the mass Varangian build. This is going to delay him a good bit on that play.
Now that's
Sassy also gets a little bit of stone. Can we check what he wants to do with that stone? Does he have like an outpost with an emplacement in space, or did he just wanna like maybe get some additional silver in from that? I'm not sure. Okay, he is getting an outpost in, so maybe that was the reason for it.
Now, with the amount of horses he has, it definitely means that MSN is not going to be able to just leave his units in one spot and try to handle those Varangians. So I can definitely see the value in him investing in those, because with those horses, the more slippery they become. You can now just run a few horses into your woodline, forcing your opponent to react, and then when his attention is not all fully there, or the military is not all fully there, he needs to go and deal with the Varangians at the top. And there we go. He's getting his defensive arrow slits on his strongholds, which just means that he can make more of them and get his villagers into some pretty good spots. Fishing boat now going to be paying the price as the horses are running rampant and free, and there's nothing MSN is usually able to do about this, because with these guys coming in, the horses are just going to find a new target.
MSN behind this isn't really looking for Castle Age from the looks of it. He's just sticking it out in the Feudal Age, and that's where it's starting to get really dangerous. He's been massing up a lot of these spearmen so far. We do finally now see the first defensive upgrade coming in for the infantry for Sass, so he already has almost 10 Varangian guards. This is really dicey, really dicey now, and yeah, I think once the trap gets sprung, MSN, he's gonna really struggle. Sass still waiting for that Ridari champion to come in. Can we quickly check out the Hippodrome and see how much longer he's gonna have to wait for that to come in? It shouldn't be that much longer. If we select it, it's a buff on the Imperial Hippodrome. Just 15 more seconds, and that's when he's gonna get it. So pretty much exactly 11 minutes.
And that Ridari is going to mean Spearmen will need to be around, but MSN getting some pretty good loot there. That feels
Not
good.
just that,
And
at the same time, he's also getting the information that, oh my god, there's a whole bunch of Varangian gods, and there's one thing that MSN can do that is absolutely gonna screw SAS over, which is just mass Desert Raiders. 5 base melee armor, that's a pretty solid amount to have up against them, and they also attack rather quickly, they got solid melee damage. That would be the best answer to go for. Hasn't done so yet.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's transitioning to that at all. But he has 10 on gold now, which is telling me that he thinks the ideal response here is maybe going for castle, stop production completely, pulled off of wood, and we can see that this man is reinvesting. But the problem is now we do see another attack coming from the top there on Sassy's villagers. But he's got the units in position, and the horses will need to flee back with all those Varangians chasing them. Now, those Varangians chasing him is actually so key here, because you're forcing your opponent to respond at the back of his base, which means those Varangians are not coming straight for your face. And MSN, he wants to click up, and he wants to do it soon.
Yeah, he is moving towards it. The resources are accruing steadily for him now. He's cut production completely. Still has to react to these cavalry units going for the docks, and is going to be able to ignite the dock as well. So unless there's a villager pulled, that dock is going to go down. MSN, he's got so much more economy units here behind it, even though SAS killed more overall. That's just courtesy of all of these fishing investments. Now the advancement wing even going to be coming in. I don't think that was necessary. I think he could have also just gone for logistics or literally anything else. But he's going for that one.
He recognizes that this is a ticking time bomb. And yes, it doesn't make sense to us because we have God vision and we're like, oh, you didn't need to react that way. But from his perspective, he saw a ton of Varangians. Oh, and getting a pretty solid connection here onto 2 of those horsemen as well.
SAS, though, he's very late with his aggression. He's got 16 Varangians now. He doesn't have the information yet that MSN is actually, like, aging up here behind this. That's very dangerous now for him.
Well, pretty good
SAS
surround
still not moving forward.
Yeah, Sassy is a little bit too far away from his opponent's base, and I wouldn't say this is just...
He's gonna see it now.
I wouldn't say this is just a mistake from him. This could just be MSN forcing these mistakes out of him. Because MSN has been very active with these horses. MSN has forced him to respond to this over and over again, and it's given him this time. And I think that's something that needs to be said about MSN's gameplay and him not just being idle about this. It's like he knew exactly how to handle this, and Sassy took the bait.
The fight is now getting taken. SAS is pushing in to the base of MSN. MSN, he can just continue falling back. Just gonna put the villagers inside the outpost. Maybe run away a little bit with them as well. Villagers safely inside the outpost here for SAS as well. All the engagement is coming in. Villagers already went out, but MSN, he's got so much gold in. He can immediately upgrade archers, get the pierce damage upgrade in, which is only tier 1, unfortunately, for him. But also a couple of camel lancers.
Those camel lancers could make a pretty big difference, especially when you are trying to deal with those horses. But the horsemen taking the front lines now a little bit too early here, as we don't even have our upgrades, but he's just trying to delay it as the villagers are inside the DC, just trying to fire at something while these upgrades are coming in. The camel lancers now finally popping out one by one, and it looks like now is the time to engage. Archers don't have their upgrade yet, but the camel lancers should
Runestone
be
comes in.
Pretty solid amount of damage.
Radari champion already taken down, so no additional movement speed on these Varangian guards now. And the army count, it's just evaporating here for SAS. Not that many units remaining.
And MSN doing an amazing job at pushing this back. He may have lost a little bit of time there on the villagers just popping into the tower and fighting from the TC, but that was not too bad after all, with cleaning up everything else. And Sassy, he just doesn't look like he has any follow-up answer to what this is. Because he has no way to get to castle right now without getting overwhelmed by all these units from Aeobits. Because now there are camel lancers, and they hit a little bit harder than the horsemen.
Just like that, all the military now gone for SAS. He did remass some of the Atgemather here, but it's just not gonna be enough now that the archers are there as well. It just doesn't have an answer to the military that MSN has.
The units are a little bit low. They do run forward, stuttering their way through towards the gold as they want to just land on a village or two, but he does see where all the units are. He sees all the spearmen standing in position that I'm not going to pronounce the name of. The archers are ready to fire at them.
SAS also lost 5 villagers due to TC idle time.
Your focus on just getting those attacks to land properly. The horsemen getting on top of these archers, but the spearmen making their way through and actually able to do a pretty good job at picking off a few more of them. Now, Sassy, on limited food at the moment, as we know he's on that deer on the outside. He's fishing.
Oh, no.
But this fishing does not feel that good when your villagers need to run all this way out to try and get them. Opens them up to a lot of raiding.
It does not.
Now, slowly starting to get the relics as well. And that is going to make sure that MSN does not mind staying in castle for a little bit longer. Sassy seems to be set on going into feudal age fighting as he's still just making units. I say that, but we have 27 on food, and I don't know if this is just because he's desperately trying to make stuff or if he is trying to age up. But an age up does feel like a pretty good answer. The problem is just, if he ages up, what then? He can get himself a defensive landmark. He'll be able to at least secure a side part of the map. But after that, things get a little bit hairy, because Aeobids can just run right around and go attack somewhere else.
Yeah, most definitely can. And at this point, it's so difficult now for SAS to come back. He's trying, he's getting archers in, he's getting additional upgrades in. Sure, he can get like some upgrades a lot earlier than other civilizations, so he's getting the +2, he already got the +2 pierce armor in for his cavalry now. The archer is quite strong when it comes to armor units as well, because they're able to ignore 2 of the armor in that regard. And it still just feels kind of hopeless. He's not giving up though. He is most definitely not giving up, as we kind of like expect from SAS. It's kind of setting the theme for it. More TC idle time now, now up to 2 minutes of TC idle time. It's just losing villagers for no reason at this point. It's hurting his economy a lot, and sure, he might be getting like an additional unit out, but long term, there's just no real comeback, as MSN is actually just taking his time, not taking the bait for like any early engagements, building up his technology advantage. And getting relics in behind this. Already 3 relics picked up so far for him.
He's still investing into these horsemen, but against those camel lancers, this is going to be so tough. We do see him getting a pretty good charge off there, and a scout pays the price by going just a smidge too far forward. But Sassy, he was thinking about castle and just queued up 4 more horsemen. He realizes, I need to keep producing, otherwise I'm cooked. His units are a little bit of those pseudo-castle variety, because they do have the +2 upgrades for some of them. But it does look like they are quickly getting cleaned up with all these camel lancers just working their way through. And MSN, making this a significantly shorter game than the previous, closes it out in under 20 minutes here. Beautiful performance by him. He knew exactly how to react. He knew how to force these mistakes out of Sassy. And I love to see this out of MSN. Really good showing of him.
Yeah, GG came in, and just like that, MSN now 2-1 up here in the series, and it's a best of 5, so that means that MSN is now effectively on match point. SAS, he cannot give another inch. If he loses one more game, then that means that he is out of the qualifiers and no longer has a chance at qualifying for the EGC Masters Final.
And Sassy definitely was a name that pops up that people are like, oh, he could qualify. But MSN at the same time, he's qualified himself into a few tournaments himself as well. So this feels like a battle between these two. But again, there's, of course, more matches after that. So both of these guys, big names to compete against one another. And we'll see what the next one holds. I'm really excited to see if this is going to be a Zushi or a China pick. And what map Sassy is willing to take those guys on. Because now MSN has some pretty big picks in his pocket for the final game.
Yeah, I mean, both players still have some big picks, but yeah, MSN definitely, like, still having China, still having Shushi. Some very strong civilizations still available here to him, and I'm gonna have to see exactly which one he opts to choose here in this one. Got the highlight reel here. Next map is gonna be Gorge, from the looks of it, so definitely a lot of options here for MSN to choose his civilizations, but I think China would probably be one of the best ones to close it out with, and it is going to be China. It's a classic matchup, Women. We're seeing HRE coming up against the Chinese here on Gorge.
And that feels pretty spicy. I feel like HRE hasn't seen the light of day in a while. So finally seeing a little bit of HRE on the field is going to feel pretty good, because they've been touched by nerfs before, and they just weren't as prominent after that. But on Gorge, I'm excited to see if they can take down China, because China's a civilization that they really need to be punished for them not to go completely out of control, but so is HRE. So I think both of these are pretty big powerhouses, and I'm a little bit worried either way which way this could go, because HRE just swings out of control so quickly. But China, depending if they go pro scouts or not, they are just going to have a field day with all that food in the making. Now, we've been seeing a lot of mind work coming out of HRE as well. And in what cases do you think people would go mind work over Arcane? Is it spawn dependent? Is it matchup dependent?
It is kind of like player dependent, I want to say. So my personal opinion is that mind work is just the best go-to in any situation. Mainly for the reason that the Archon has been nerfed time and time again, baseline, and you want to produce scholars, or prelates rather, manually anyways in the current meta. Like, even if it is some TC idle time, it's still gonna be worth it. And just getting the cheaper upgrades in, being able to run out on the map with your prelates a lot earlier when you get that castle age transition in, it's just so worthwhile. It's so worthwhile. You're getting also like a mini Archon anyways, like even if you don't go for Archon with the upgrade on the monasteries that you get. That way, I just kind of fail to see the reason most of the time of going for Archon. Like sometimes they get like these giga OP spawns where you can have like all the resources in the range of the first Archon, right? Like that's where it's like, okay, I can see the greed aspect of it. But long term, you just want to produce prelates anyways, because it's just so important to continue having that inspiration aura on those villagers, even if you like move past the influence of the Archon Chapel.
I like the mechanics they brought into the HRE late game anyway. And especially when you're up against something like China. I know a lot of people might say, yeah, HRE didn't need late game buffs. True. But they're pretty cool, especially when you think about the fact that you have mini arcanes you can put anywhere and everywhere you want to go. And this just allows for a little bit more of a survivability against something like Chinese late game. Because Chinese late game has been horrendous. I know people always meme about China late game. Oh, it's past 40 minutes. China wins. So, yeah, we're going to need to see Sassy being very aggressive here. And Sassy is not necessarily someone I would have picked for HRE. If I'm thinking Sassy, HRE doesn't come to mind. I'm just disappointed we didn't see Duck Luck. Just want to point that out. Or House of Lancaster.
Tough luck, yeah. They didn't make it into this one yet. I honestly expected to see them in Frisian Marshes. That didn't happen, though. Might have also just been a little bit of a mind games type situation there.
Especially because you have a few extras.
Yeah, I do actually see Sass a lot with the HRE. Like, it's one of the civilizations that he's played a lot in the past as well, so it makes perfect sense here for him to go for it. He still considers them relatively strong, I believe. I would have rather seen him go for Japan, to be fair, on Gorge. But HRE definitely no slouch, and maybe he can get a good enough timing in, to do a lot of damage here to the Chinese before they reach Castle Age. Like, HRE is one of the few civilizations that can kind of like match the Chinese production courtesy of all their bonus economy that they have. So it's like one of these situations where I can definitely see the HRE go for a timing approach here, try and deny the fast castle playstyle, and try and keep the Chinese players honest in the feudal age.
Keep the Chinese players honest in the feudal age. Ooh.
Yeah, like keep them honest as in like not just try and hide and try and go for the fast castle age.
Okay, okay. I like that. I like that. I like saying honest. In terms of strategies, would that mean Taklak players, we need to keep them honest as well by just killing all the healer elephants before they amass 5 and destroy us?
Keeping
Now,
them honest, maybe in the sense of not having them amass like 20 of the raider elephants and just trampling the entire army to death.
disgusting. Guys, sorry for Krakeny causing this much trauma, because I know that everyone here has probably lived through this on ladder. Now, I am going to say, I really want to see if we're getting pro scouts here from China. Because, again, this has been a question mark from a lot of people. Are pro scouts still going to be the go-to? Especially when you're playing against HRE, which is a civ that also sometimes goes for a little bit of pro scouting. And China, we've seen it now, they still like to do that, but HRE is pretty good at punishing that. They have a pretty good economy in the early game to actually go out and stop you from doing anything. So, I don't know. I think Pro Scouts might play a big part in here, especially as the food runs out here towards minute 8, 9. I think in this matchup specifically, it's the same when you're playing Malians, and this is something I noticed when we went on Dry Arabia as well, between French and Malians. Your big indicator in the early game of who makes it out of that that early game momentum is usually the sheep count, but that was offset by the fact that he went pro scouts. Is this something that also happens for Sassy's HRE? Is this something that will carry China through? Because when the food runs out, your power runs out. Your ability to suppress, your ability to harass, the ability to force mistakes out of your opponent. And that's exactly what we saw in the previous game from MSN. We saw that he knew exactly where to attack the food. Sassy tried to do the same by attacking the fishing boats. But MSN was just so much more active on the map with the horsemen in doing so. So the food here is the key factor, and I would not be surprised to see a little bit of pro scouting because it has been so prominent in these last few games. Ramble about food.
Pro Scout could also be coming in for the HRE, but honestly, I would much rather prefer a playstyle around the mine work and just moving out with the prelate and villagers onto the deer. We're gonna have to wait and see exactly what's gonna be coming in. It's just my personal preference, but yeah, Archon into pro scouting could definitely be an option here. But enough of that. We're jumping right into the match point here, or rather one of the potential match points here of the set between SAS and MSN. We got SAS in the color yellow playing as the Holy Rome Empire. Dark Age Barracks already coming in here for him, and MSN in the color red playing as the Chinese here on Gorge. So Pro Scout definitely on the menu here for the Chinese. The HRE, they've got some options.
Now, Sassy's first option is going for that good old spearman in the early game, and I like this. I like this because it stops China from having as many options as you do. When you get the spearman out as the HRE, you're just like any civilization, you force your opponent to respond, and it might not be as optimally as they would like. He does see the spearman here, so it will mean that he pulls quite a few more villagers to try and get the gold that he needs, and that's exactly what happens here. So with this, you're not allowing the Chinese player to get all the gold they need to go for something like pro scouts in the scenario. You're forcing them to respond by making units and not allowing them to just be the greedy goose and keep them honest.
Little game pause coming in here at the moment.
Wild.
Yeah, the question is what's going on exactly. Maybe players just fixing a hotkey. Maybe a little bathroom break. Could also be the case.
Well, I mean, after those games, I can imagine they need one, or 2, or 3. While this is going on, guys, while this is paused, I just want to point out Kiljardi and Creator are currently in their match, as both of them advanced, so this should be pretty good. 34 minutes since their round has started. And on the other side, Voldemort took down Miomaika 3-0.
3-0.
So that's a pretty big one, though, because Miomaika is not, he's not an easy opponent. Not at all. Not a 3-0 opponent. Numadan, I think, also has concluded. Numadan, oh, yes, he's against Happy Cat. Now we're just waiting for this match. Yeah. All right. And yeah, so we'll see those in a moment as well. But it looks like we're back looking at our beautiful HRE screen here. But I would like to take a second to look at the spawn while we're waiting for the game to resume. So we can see that there's a nice little forward gold here and a nice little forward stone. And back in my day when I was gold, I would put the Arcane Chapel right between all of those because that looks juicy. But it definitely now looks to me, after what you've described, like a good mindwork position. A really good answer to get a mindwork palace because you don't have a situation where your Arcane Chapel is juicy enough.
Yeah, I mean, this is just overall already like an interesting opener. It does appear like the pause is because of a question in regards to the range, or rather distance, between MS and his gold vein. But it looks like the game is going to continue.
Mm-hmm.
MSN's
Now,
gold is rather far away from the TC, but it looks like Sass's gold is also pretty far away from the TC as well.
yeah, that is an unfortunate amount of space between your gold and the TC, but
Oh,
luckily...
MSN, he just pulled 6 villagers to gold as a reaction to the Dark Age Spearman Rush.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
He
this
needs
is
at least a
good.
little bit of additional gold for to be able to afford an Imperial Official as soon as he hits feudal age.
Mm-hmm. And that's exactly what he gets. How much do they cost?
32 with the
Okay.
discount.
Okay. Yeah, no. So this man definitely has more than enough to go around. And with that mining camp, you of course don't want to be losing that because you have gathered tax onto it. But with this early in the game, it's definitely not the end of the world, especially if your opponent has invested 2 spearmen into this already. Now, we are catching up to the live one as the game was paused for just a little bit while they were looking at the gold spawns. And now Sassy is going to be burning down that mining camp, but other spearman is looking for damage elsewhere. Trying to get a fast age up too.
Yeah, we do, of course, get like the 5 villagers on the HRE on the gold. It does mean that the required gold is going to be coming in very quickly, and you do need to pull that many villagers as the HRE just because you start without any gold courtesy of that early prelate that you get. And Sass even laming the deer here a little bit, getting them killed. That means that MSN isn't going to be able to collect them through the fog of war in order to bring them back with his scouts. Instead, he's going to actually have to have vision on them in order to be able to click them.
Now, Sassy is finally going to reveal his choice, and his choice is the Arcane Chapel. He says
That's
it may
a
not
sad
be
Arkham, though.
Yeah, it is. I was going to say, this is not the juicy spawn you want, but at least there's a woodline, Crackety. At least there's a woodline.
That's the bare minimum, Whammy.
And we're making the best of it here. But also, now MSN, he's going to be able to get that Imperial Official. That feels great. But right now, he doesn't get to make those choices we talked about earlier. He has to ensure that he just gets the gold he needs for his basic upgrades. Is he going for eco? We'll see. But at the same time, you also want to get more Imperial Officials, and you want to be making a move towards regaining control of your gold camp. And with all those villagers on wood, that's exactly what he's looking to do. Archery range coming out. Pretty standard response here as we are fighting against this man, the HRE, with all them spears. Now, of course, getting that mill out here is telling me we are getting professional scouts from Sassy, with him already amassing quite a bit of gold here. And he's got the wood in the bank to do so. He's just waiting to get that age up to be able to click this up. The mill in that position also being a pretty good spot for all the farms to drop off at. But it does feel like a decent timing here, as he's very quickly going to be able to drop his stable as well. Oh my goodness, this man and his timing. But first scouts will have to wait just a little bit more. The archers are now out, and they will be able to shut down all these spearmen. But the stable position, or the whole placement of the stable, is just already giving you an answer to the response that MSN made. You can make horsemen. You can deal with those archers this way. So it feels like a pretty good position for Sassy to be in already.
Yeah, Sass definitely has some good timing here now with this barracks as well. He is going to be going for his own professional scout play, and so far has been able to keep MSN off of the gold. So MSN's play onto the pro scout is severely, severely delayed now. But he is investing into military units instead, both MSN and SAS. So no immediate blob into additional scouts. Instead, is opting for the horsemen first as a response to the archers.
And that horseman makes a lot of sense because, of course, your pro scouts, they are going to need a little bit of time to arrive. You know, it's only halfway at this point, and with that horseman, you can send it out, you can go chase down, you can go shut down the scout that MSN has just lost. And at this level of play, losing a scout is pretty massive because this now, MSN needs to have vision. He can't just, I was about to say, he can't just sit back and be like, oh, I don't have a scout. You need to make a stable and you need to make a scout. You cannot just sit back and assume what your opponent is going to be doing. Early farm transition as well. Making sure that arcane bonus is going to be paying off and already inspiring villagers while extending the food source as much as possible. Especially with all that wood that he has in the bank, he's using it instantly.
Now MSN is going to be starting to produce additional scouts. Soon should I have enough gold for the Pro Scout upgrade as well. SAS now also with additional scouts is starting to bring in the first couple of deer as well. Looks like he had just a little bit too much wood, did make use of that. Just dropping a couple of farms here as well means that you're always going to have the bare minimum of food income required to be able to produce villagers. So it's just a nice little way of spending the additional wood that you have, and when you don't immediately need it, the farm is eventually going to pay off for itself.
Now, what I'm really excited about is seeing that double archery range drop here from Sassy. So we're going to be seeing those HRE speed archers, as I like to call them, because those speed archers are wonderful. So with the HRE infantry, as you guys might know, they get a little bit of extra movement speed. So those archers just run a little bit faster, and it's so much better to kite with them. But we still see investment here from Sassy into scouts as he wants to get as much deer from this as possible. Now, the archery range is not producing a single, I was about to say, a single thing yet, and 6 in the queue already. Now, getting a tower onto that gold as well, it is probably the safest choice. He doesn't have any eco upgrades up until this point, so he needs to get going on that if he wants to get a little bit of a wheelbarrow to run away from these Chinese death balls that are about to arrive. The thing is, this death ball, I call it a death ball. It's a very tiny one. It definitely will be able to hit quite hard, but you need to be careful. Getting that second tower there as well, he does not want to take any risks.
Now, behind this, the couple of horsemen that we do have is going to be enough to keep MSN on his side, but the scout does make its way through, so MSN is going to be able to just get a nice little glimpse into the base of what SAS has and what SAS is planning at the moment. And what is MSN's plan? He's just getting a lot of wood, a lot of food. He's finally starting to gather up the deer as well.
We see both of them prioritizing military upgrades, Crackety. Like the blacksmith coming out from Sassy as well. MSN not getting a single eco upgrade. He's like, I need +1 range defense, boys. I'm gonna be diving.
Ooh,
and Sassy.
Outpost. He's ready for this.
He knew it was coming. The thing is, with HRE, you also have your emergency repair, of course, but those archers, they are going to get quite annoying as they try to pick off a villager every now and again. But Sassy reinvesting into these horses as his wood was just not that much, but also getting a man-at-arm in the mix. That feels pretty good.
It does, most definitely does. Just a single one of these units, once the archers start focusing onto it, it has so much HP, or rather so much valuable armor on it as well, meaning that it's able to just survive so many additional archer shots. And eventually, if you have solid enough food income, you're just able to blow up a massive front line of these men-at-arms, even in feudal age. It's also a unit that very much retains its value once you age up, and also opens up the potential of a Burgrave opening, or rather Burgrave Castle Age transition, as the Burgrave did get a nice little additional buff on it, where melee units receive an additional 50% damage on their charge, so they suddenly start becoming incredibly strong when it comes to just dealing even with knights at that point, because their charge just suddenly carries so much additional weight.
Now, Sassy may have learned from the last game where the horses were the bane of his existence. He's trying to do the same here, but again, a very, very dangerous move. We've seen him do this before, and overextending with that army can be so dangerous. I was actually talking to Beastie about this recently, about how where you should be attacking. And he says, don't go behind your opponent's base, because the moment you do, those units are dead. If you're not willing to lose them, you need to be ready to do so.
Yeah.
So now with these horses here, it's great that they get all the way here, but they're so susceptible to any type of response from the horses of MSN. But these are the types of units that you are willing to lose, because you want to delay your opponent as much as you can, especially with him just hitting castle now. So Sassy going to be following that up, most likely with the castle very, very soon. But the horses are now keeping him busy. Luckily on Gorge, behind your base is only when there's a wall.
Sass, unfortunately, did a little bit of mismacro here. Only had 6, now 7, now 9 villagers on gold, meaning that he isn't gonna get the gold in time. Already has more than enough food to age up, just the gold lacking behind this now. And yeah, means that this little bit of a delay can cost him here in the transition, as MSN's army is making its way forward towards his base.
Now, these horses just running in, trying to do a little bit of damage, paying the price. But this is massive, because it's not just losing a horse. This is losing the pressure you needed to ensure that your opponent doesn't head over to your side. Now the Lancer numbers are going to be increasing, and this is going to start getting scarier and scarier, because Sassy is not set up in a way that he is going to respond to Lance as well. Now getting the Cathedral, and pretty standard play here, as that Cathedral is going to be very necessary with every little bit of relic that he can get, because MSN, that's exactly what he's going for. He's getting the relics and he's getting it fast. Another horseman goes down. Spearman fire from MSN, absolutely phenomenal this game. Now, these archers are really good at chasing and being able to do that damage behind. Another stable, and another one. All of them coming down at the same time, as Sassy realizes he is going to be doing exactly the same thing, and that is going to be going for knights. So a knight composition against 10 spearmen is going to be a little bit different than his single 4. Now, we have to take a look at the relic positions as well, as there's only one relic on the side of Sassy that he's potentially going to be able to snatch. So, safely snatch,
It already has 2 of them being brought back right now, 3 monks, so might even be getting more than that. Meaning that the Archon, it's gonna be difficult for the, not Archon, for the Regnids to really pay off here for him.
So, with MSN now getting that 6th knight, this is going to be quite hard to handle, because we do see +2 ranged attack coming into with a lot more archers on the horizon. The thing is, with your archer composition, you don't usually have a good answer against all those men-at-arms. Luckily, they are still in very, very low numbers, and those knights that are going to be joining the lancers, deleting these horses, though.
Yeah, horsemen are getting taken down now. Archer's already upgraded, though, for MSN. Sass just about to be able to get his upgrades coming in just a millisecond. There we go. Upgrade did come in just before the fight gets taken between them. And MSN losing a lot of his own archers, and Sass's archers do have more movement speed, so should be able to catch up to this, but the knight reinforcements are there for MSN. He's trying to bait him a little bit further forward. Doesn't want to spring the trap quite yet. Wants to cover for his monk that's bringing back the relic. It's the second relic on the second trip, so 4 relics being brought back for MSN. 4-1 relic game. Sass, that has to hurt a lot, being down now by 4 relics.
And that knight is taking so much damage too quickly, just because of the mix of spearmen in that army and a little bit of a crossbow switch over that MSN has had. Now, with the mobility that MSN is going to have on his side, this is going to get harder and harder for Sassy, but we do see the idle time on those vills, and this is telling us that MSN, he might also be having troubles of his own, because that's not an easy food transition waiting for him. He needs to get to Song Dynasty as well, and this is going to mean a significant investment here instead of getting it into military, because on Sassy's side, He's already got a few farms set up, and he's probably pretty happy with that economy going there.
Yeah, should most definitely be a little low coming in.
And he looks very confident. This archer mass that he has here at the front, it's not the... he shouldn't be this confident up against all those lances. Because these archers are great at kiting other archers, but they're not that great at kiting lances. And it feels like he feels pretty confident about this. The numbers from MSN is just too great for him to be able to step this far forward with that mass of archers he's got.
Yeah, it's a pretty big mass of archers, and the one thing that's always very weird about archers is that in Castle Age, they actually trade a lot better against armored units than they did in Feudal Age, so suddenly they're able to pump out a lot more damage. That's because the Veterancy upgrade on the archers gives +2 instead of just +1 damage. Sassy didn't manage to secure the relics, but he is able to get additional gold in through the Sacred Site, so that's definitely something that he has to put a lot of attention into, just to be able to keep up with the gold income, with the passive gold income in this game. 16 to 11 knights, and it looks like MSN wants to take this fight. Sass, in theory, still has a good amount of archers here, and he's doing a great job of just kiting back, and because his archers are faster, he is able to kind of outrun the backline here of MSN. MSN gets a beautiful point-blank charge in, though. And the archer count from Sass is teetering behind a little bit now, as the knights every now and then are able to gap close. Already lost like 10 archers here.
He's doing such a good job at just target firing those spears, but I don't know if this is going to be enough. He needs to find a way to deal with those lances, and he's finally going into crossbows himself, but he's got a few villagers here at the front, which should be in a lot of danger here with the lancers now getting on top, one going down. More could be falling, but the archers here from MSN doing work now that they finally caught up. The lancer numbers still in favor of MSN, and this army is getting scarier and scarier with reinforcements being just archers and lancers, and Sassy cannot keep up.
Now behind us, he's trying to reinvest into crossbows, but the entire army is gone. MSN, it looks to be done. It looks to be over with at this point. 16 knights still out and about, and he's able to pick off that last remaining knight, and now the base is open from Sass. No way out now in this one. The knights, they're streaming in. Villagers idled out. No more production coming in. Sass, there's no more hope left in this one. The Arkham is now getting dove upon as well. Barbican of the Sun coming in somewhere, just, you know, to scale the economy further. Not that there's much need anymore. Sassy's down to 37 economy units. The last couple of moments here, and GG comes in. MSN is able to go on into the next round here. He's going to be up against Numedan, who's currently waiting for him. Sass. That is going to be his exit, though, from the tournament. Not going to be able to qualify this time around. Good showing, though. And MSN, he's been steadily improving time and time again. Even made it to the King of the Rockies LAN in Denver in the USA. And yeah, now also looking strong when it comes to potentially qualifying for the EGC Masters Final.
He has a big opponent ahead of him, though. Numedan is a scary, scary man waiting ahead of him, because now we also have the Battle of Scandinavia here for the qualification spot, so pretty poetic here between the two. But MSN really showed us he can force mistakes out of his opponent, and I feel like the games we watched today, this is not the MSN we watched 6 months ago. Really big growth. But yeah, he is young blood coming for all the seasoned veterans here. So guys, you better watch out. Now, with the games concluding, we do have a pretty spicy bracket coming on in. But we are going to be able to take a short break here. And then we'll be hopping into our next show. We'll tell you guys what that is in just a moment.
See you in just a little bit.
And we're back
right.
with Giljardi and Creator, though. Woo!
Yeah, there we go. Kiljardi and Creator. Currently still an ongoing set. We're jumping straight into their second game. The first one seems to have been won by Kiljardi with the Byzantines up against the Ayyubids. And next up, we're jumping straight into game number 2 in King of the Hill with the Sengoku up against the Ottomans for Creator.
Now, Sengoku was banned for the previous set, and we can see some people fearing that little yellow and red. I had to think for a moment there because I stopped being able to discern color after that last set. Because everything was just so colorful. There was blood everywhere. I just want to point out here in this matchup, we have a lot of blue. There's a lot of water here between the bunch. So Frisian Marshes, Holy Island, and Kurlager coming through. But guys, King of the Hill, let's go for a spicy game. And honestly, the fact that Kiljardi is the one on Sengoku here makes me feel like Creator is definitely going to need to be the one to make the action happen, because when Kiljardi gets on something like Sengoku, you can imagine he's just going to capitalize on all these bonuses so easily. He's already got 3 Yatais behind this. And now going for the Yumis. Yumis, they're a little bit controversial at the moment. Some people are saying they're a little bit OP.
I feel like the Yumi archers are overall... Yeah, I mean, the archers are overall still very fine. They are relatively cheap. I think that's like the main issue that people look at. They're relatively cheap. Sure, they're also pretty quick, but they have very low HP. It's just one of those units that is incredibly quick to mass up.
Oh, that makes sense. I mean, with them being so cheap, with them being fast, they're really good kiting units. And the thing is, when you're up against Ottomans is a civ that, with the mech there, they can deal with a lot of arrow fire coming straight at them. But I don't think arrow fire is going to be the problem here for Mr. Creator, as we are ready to age up very soon. I was going to say, is he really going for a barracks instead of a stable this close to the age up? But no, the stable is the choice. And we are going to get standard old Japan samurais coming out, but these just don't have to shield like the others used to.
That's true. Not having that deflective armor definitely does hurt. Yeah, Kiljardi with the Sengoku, definitely an interesting combination here. We did jump in already like 5 minutes into the game, so we didn't quite see if there was any Dark Age shenanigans going on. Doesn't look like it. Probably was just a... You know, we saw it from Creator earlier, where he only got a single spearman out from the military school, and then just kind of flatlined for a little bit. Looks like the hot dog stand is getting a little bit of unwanted attention here, though, as it has to run away from the spearman and the Sipahi chasing after it.
Now, that's the beautiful thing about Sipahi. You can actually do a little bit more than most civilizations against these types of little plays, with the Yatais going out all for free. The thing is, most civilizations can make horsemen, right? But Sipahis, they just scale a little bit better into that later stages of the game. You do see this Yatai going out and not giving that bonus that he would so gladly want. I would love to see if we can take a look at that Yatai to see what the bonus is at currently. Just click on the Yatai. Oh, sorry, on the Matsuri.
Here with the
Matsuri.
Matsuri at the moment, it just got the first hot dog stand in, so at the moment it's only 5% bonus for the villagers. You can actually tell just by how many hot dog stands it has on the like little carpets there.
What?
Each one represents 5%. Now it's 10%.
Wow, okay, that's pretty cool. I'm actually really amazed at that. That was awesome. Okay, so hot dog stands include promising villager gather rate. Got it. Oh my goodness. Crackety, that's genius work. But now Sipahis. Sipahis scale pretty fine into the later stages of the game, but now, especially with us being able to just dive into the TC, he doesn't put the villagers in at the back instead, and a few more villagers will pay the price. The samurais, the mountain samurais are not out quickly enough because this is not normal Japan. They don't come out that fast. But Kiljardi losing so many vills already. And finally, the samurais start popping out.
Yeah, it's just
Oh
more and
no.
more of the Sipahi coming in behind this. Mounted Samurai now finally able to start clearing up, but Kiljadi already lost 6 villagers, might be losing more, and TC might be about to go idle. He does still have a couple of villagers queued up, but yeah, this is a ton of idle time right now. Not something that you really want to have as you just aged up, but with enough knights in queue, he is able to beat back the Sipahi. They're going to have to go back, regroup, and wait for some additional reinforcements to come in. And there's still gonna be more Mounted Samurai coming in behind this.
Creator looked like he was ready for this matchup. He knew exactly what to do, and he is just putting a lot of pressure here. Now, he's looking at aging up himself, and this is great, because of course, with Ottomans going to castle, you have a pretty good time against most civs. Now, the Sabahis here, we can see them just reaching back, trying to do a little bit of damage, looking at more vills. And not finding a dead one.
Villagers have to be so
yet.
careful here. Kiljadi, he definitely can't afford losing anymore because behind this Creator is also getting really close to be able to age up. Kiljadi still has a good amount of Mounted Samurai in queue though, so he's been doing a great job of keeping up the production. We also just got the Shinobi that have been re-pulled out again. So now Kiljadi actually has still a decent window of opportunity here of doing some damage to Creator.
Now, at this point, Kiljadi needs to do a lot of damage to Creator. Because of course, with Ottomans, you'd get your passive units for free. You now, very soon, will get your passive, what is that thing called? Siege units for free. So very soon, that 9 villager lead is actually going to be a lot more. And yes, with your Yatais, you also have a little bit of a boost, technically. These Yatais weren't allowed to just gather food all across the map. The Samurais now doing an amazing job at being that front line. And with the Shinobis, they are able to slow down these units so easily. If you have these spears in danger too, but another samurai pays the price, and yet another one paying the price. So the samurais instead just looking straight at the vills, wanting to equalize what was done to them. But it doesn't look like they will have that opportunity. Only one villager going down.
Yeah, created a great job there with the TC hopping, so make sure that not a lot of these villagers are going to go down. Kiljadi did buy himself some more time though, and Creator in this meantime wasn't able to go for his own age up. Mehmet Imperial Armory is now going to be coming in though, so that's going to be on the menu. Kiljadi behind this also starting to add him some Yumi archers on his side.
Now, with a few Yumi archers, this could help immensely against those spears. But he needs to make sure that those mounted samurai actually do the work that they were born to do. And right now, they have not been looking that great just yet. We can now see, with the amounts that he's lost here and the villages that he's behind, this is something that is a little bit of a ticking time bomb now. Mehmet Imperial Armory is going to make sure that this is a little bit harder. The samurais, they are expensive, so they need to make this worth it. These shinobis, though, they are going to make this a lot easier for them to do. Now, with the age up ticking, or with the age up coming in, Kiljadi gets a little alarm bell in his head saying, hey, now's the time to attack, even militarily. And that's exactly what he looks to do, right into the spears. He doesn't care. He's going straight with those samurais into everything, with the shinobis debuffing them and ensuring they take a little bit more damage. One of the vills also going to be going down, and beautiful split here by Creator to try and minimize this damage. And a few Sipahis are sacrificed, but the Shinobis despawn, and the grenades are destabilized for now, at least. Now, the villagers here on the side, we can see that Creator has run out of food. So this is a little bit of an iffy time for him. He does need to make a play out there, but there is a lot of food there to the left.
We're now also seeing Janissaries coming in from Creator, so Kiljadi with the Yumi Archers already coming in means that he already has a reasonable counter up against the Janissaries. But Sipahi are still like on the menu as well, so it's going to be an interesting back and forth between them. Kiljadi behind this also trying to finally get some relics in. Creator already working on the first one here. That is being brought back into his base, though Kiljadi is trying to snipe that Imam, and yeah, Imam isn't going to be able to bring that one back home. Little splits there with the military units, and Kiljadi might be able to pick off some additional villagers here, but nah, great job from Creator, running them around yet again, keeping most of them safe. Villager count overall, though, has been evened up.
And now he got his special upgrade, ensuring that his horses run just that little bit faster. So that's going to mean that these Sapais are going to have a bit of a harder time to catch up and do the optimal amount of damage that they're looking for.
They actually move faster than Sapai.
Really?
1.79 and Sapai move at 1.75. They're faster and slower than normal horsemen.
So this puts him in a pretty awkward position here. He's not going to be able to catch those, and they're just going to cause a lot of circles. He's going to need to wait for them to attack something to actually do the damage. But he's still investing into the Sapahis. So Crackety, now with those Janissaries, this is going to make it a little bit easier. But is this a fight that Creator is going to be able to win the longer this goes?
I'm not sure exactly with the scaling of Sengoku Daimyo, just exactly how they work in that regard. I know that their crossbows are, like, really bad, just baseline. Kiljadi does have the control over the sacred side, so there's always a timer on this map to begin with. We also already have the emplacement coming in, the Springle emplacement on the outpost. And the Sapai, these are still Feudal Age Sapai. Mangonel already coming in as well. The Shinobi are doing an excellent job. Feudal Age Sapai, that's kind of crazy. Janissary is still doing an incredible job here. Mounted Samurai numbers are falling rapidly. Springle emplacement still up though, and the outpost is about to get fortified, so it's going to be more difficult for the Sapai to take that one down. Fortification came in just in time. And with so many low HP Sapai and just a couple of Janissaries left, Kiljadi should be able to hold this. Miraculously enough. It's crazy that these Sapai were, like, Feudal Age Sapai, not upgraded to Castle Age. That's actually crazy. He's had the resources for it.
They looked like they were doing such a good job at the same time. It was absolutely phenomenal how much damage they were able to do to the Samurais. For a second there, I thought the Samurais were going to get a great surround there on the Janissaries, and with the help of the Shinobis, this looked crazy. But for some reason, it just was not enough against all those Janissaries. The problem now is Creator is making more of them, but he's on a ticking time bomb. So this is not something that's going to be easy, because now he needs to find a way to take care of those towers. And every single time he makes siege, that's going to get overwhelmed by the Samurai so fast. And now Yumi is going to make this more difficult, as they're going to be able to snipe out those Janissaries if Kiljadi is fast enough. So we always meme Kiljadi. For those of you in Twitch chat who don't know, we call him Gramps of AoE because he is one of our more seasoned veterans. And we always make fun of the fact that maybe he's going to be a little bit slow to pull this off. But Kiljadi, all memes aside, he's a fast player. He knows exactly what to do. And his APM might be a little lower than some players, but his effective APM is pretty damn decent. He does a really good job at ensuring he target fires what he needs to. Those Samurais, though, they're looking for some blood.
Springle count on the outpost is starting to increase.
And he invested in yet another Yatai just to get those bonuses up and running. What I like to see here is Kiljadi is showing that the Yatai do have their value. Even without getting them on proper food sources, they over time give that bonus. So definitely showing us that he sees it as a worthy investment. The Mangonel is going to make this a little bit harder. Those Yumis, they need to be careful, but they are doing decent work here against the horses, everything. Mangonel now going for the backline, but
Shinobi yet again.
Samurais.
The Yumi archers are stepping in. They're trying to snipe out the Janissaries. They're doing an amazing job. The Sapai are still not upgraded, Whammon. They're still Feudal Age Sapahi. Mangonel turns around. And just like that, GG comes in.
Oh.
Man.
That was
what
crazy.
An unfortunate situation. He probably just didn't notice that they were still in Feudal Age.
I think if those Sapahis were upgraded when they took the fight earlier, this would have been a completely different game. He did such a good job at doing the damage he needed, but apparently Kiljadi's target firing was just good enough. They actually, the Yumi archers were doing so much work against those Sapahis because of the feudal age. I can definitely see how this would have been a very different fight with just one single upgrade.
Yeah, most definitely. So that definitely, it's an upsetting loss there for Creator. He's now down to match point up against Kiljadi, who's now at, 2 points ahead in this set. And these are the kind of moments where you just have to accept, okay, that just happened. I gotta refocus, clean slate, play my heart out. He's already come so far in this second qualifier. He's been doing a great job. Would be unfortunate to end it without at least getting 1 point on the board.
Now, we do see the upcoming game all showing us here, but there's no upcoming on King of the Hill. As we know, these guys have already battled it out, but no, Coastal Cliffs is going to be our next one. And we have Japan versus HRE. Honestly, I am excited about this one because I know that Kiljadi is a formidable HRE player himself. But after seeing the Sengoku with the Samurai, we know that he's used to having a shield and he knows how to raid. So these two jumping right in, Kiljadi on yellow. Let's see if he's going to get the opportunity to go for a fast castle into Samurai spam with Creator on a Reg HRE just running around trying to see if there's any early game shenanigans.
And it looks like we are going to be getting some early shenanigans here. Creator opening us up with the Dark Age Barracks. Kiljadi going early over to gold. Hopefully this isn't going to be a Terrara play from him, because if it was, then he might find himself with just a little bit too little gold in the bank to be able to age up. But looks like there's no farmhouse coming in on the Barry, so looks to be just a normal, well, quick-ish age up here from him. Or wait, no, never mind, Terrara, he just queued it. This could be dicey. The Spearmen are already almost halfway across the map, and with that additional bit of movement speed, they can arrive rather quickly. 3 villagers now to gold, but yeah, he might need to just pull a couple of additional villagers over to gold if he wants to get enough in for the age up. So gonna have to see if that's gonna be happening here. First Spearman is coming in sooner rather than later. I mean, with the HRE, that little bit of bonus movement speed that you already have in the Dark Age can make all the difference. And Creator knows exactly where the gold is from Kiljadi, as he did scout forward here right at the beginning. Kiljadi is about to be out to 150. Yeah, he's not going to have enough gold. He needs to pull additional villagers. Spearman just now arrives and just stands there and looks at them menacingly. More villagers are getting pulled. Spearman up against some of the shivs there from the villagers. Kiljadi still mining gold in the meantime. Looks like he should be getting just about enough. One of the villagers is going to have to retreat here. Is Creator going to commit? He is not, but is going to lose some HP on one of the spearmen there. Another villager is going down to low HP, and oh, unfortunate pathing here. Spearman is getting a little bit of a run around the rosy there, and yeah, looks like we do have enough gold now for Kiljadi, so he doesn't have to be afraid of not being able to afford that feudal age. That is not going to be the case here for him.
Now, not getting feudal age is one thing, but there is more. Now you are allowing your opponent to get that momentum to drive the game where he wants it to go, and that feels pretty tough. We're getting the Skura storehouse as expected. This is not one of those civilizations where the shinobis do that much like we saw in the previous game. But Creator here, he now gets to decide, are we going fast castle? Are we joining our friend there? Because with 6 on gold, I'm wondering what he's cooking. And if it's not a fast castle, I would be surprised. Unless he's going to pull off. Doesn't look like he's pulling off, Crackety. I think we're getting a fast castle, but we don't have food.
We don't have food, at least not in the immediate vicinity. I believe the scout, yeah, I mean, the scout has the food. He just needs to bring it back home. On top of that, we do, of course, always have the option of just going pro scouts here as well. That is an option, and the deer are always like a relatively... There's not that much distance to the deer, so the DK isn't going to be like the biggest issue.
Now, he does have to invest a little bit in repairing this. An early game wood, that feels pretty tough, but he's got a lot of it. We do see that he's been mining for a while, so he has the wood to spend on all of this. Now, the Arcane Chapel being placed, it does feel like a pretty good spot for pro scouts. Like you said, it could just be a pro scout. And with him now moving a few off of gold, that is most likely going to be the answer. I got way too excited for Fast Castle, guys. I love myself a good Fast Castle, especially when you are against someone else who wants to go Fast Castle, and it just becomes a big old night off. But of course, we don't want to do that with samurais.
Yeah, with samurais it can become a little bit dangerous, because the reflective armor, of course, always weighs in a lot there as well. Now we actually, once again, like seeing the early Yumi archers coming in here for Kiljadi. Definitely makes sense. There's still a couple of spearmen inside of his base, and he will eventually, of course, want to get access back on gold. And Yumi archers in general, just having a couple of them is nice to force maybe a horseman to out from your opponent as well.
Now, with Kiljadi just getting this much wood, we can imagine that the amount of Yumi archers you can produce out of this is so many. The thing is, I say imagine, but I think a lot of us have lived this. Usually with Japan, they have a few choices here. They usually get to go for a fast castle, you get a lot of samurai, but at the same time, they have another trump card, and that is the Yumi archers. The Yumi archers, absolutely potent, but he just queued up 2 and cancelled 1. So that makes me question, are we getting another production building in the next few moments?
Could be, could be. And there
yes,
it is. It's going to be a barrack. So we're getting the classic composition of just a couple of spearmen, a couple of Yumi archers, lots of villagers on gold from Kiljadi. So I'm guessing that he wants to put some pressure in on a potential Pro Scout play here from Creator, which is coming in. Pro Scout already halfway researched. And yeah, just put some pressure on that, and behind that, try and go for your own Castle Age play.
Well, it's interesting to me here because he went for the barracks, and usually when we're up against someone who goes for pro scouts, you can go for a barracks. A lot of players do, but we see a lot more horsemen, especially when you know that your opponent is very likely to be a greedy goose here. Now, Creator already starting to get those deer in, and the scout sees exactly what he needs to. But this is going to mean the Creator needs to find a way to deal with the spearmen. And it's a very quick answer. Just archers. HRE has an abundance of wood at this point of the game. Because you do have your Arcane Chapel on the wood for most of the early game. And it makes it very easy to respond to anyone if the answer is a unit made out of wood. So with those villagers being on the outside, though, they're going to be a little bit susceptible to these Yumi fire.
Yeah, a little bit like just being able to keep up movement speed wise. That's one of the reasons why HRE is pretty solid, like has a pretty solid archer response to the Yumi archers, because even though Yumi archers are faster than normal archers, so are the HRE archers as well, so they're able to keep up and also run away in time. Same for the spearman here. Spearman is gonna bite the dust there in the end though. Creator still investing now also into some horsemen. And yeah, he needs to get that outpost up yesterday. Might not be able to get it up in time, though. The archers, they're not stepping forward quite yet. Getting a couple of shots in on the scout instead. And that's going to be potentially one dead villager. No, actually, he gets pulled back. Horseman is getting focused in there as well. And just like the Creator, he's going to be able to get the outpost up. So he's going to be able to keep his gold operation going smoothly behind this. A little bit of idle time has been caused, and Kiljadi behind this is steadily getting closer and closer to the castle age up.
Now, what I like about this is Creator actually went ahead and distracted with his first scout, ensured that the archers were firing at him. Then with the horsemen, he did exactly the same. He tried to make sure that they focus him instead of getting the villagers. And just because of that, 0 villager kills came out of Kiljadi's side. And Kiljadi, yes, he's going for castle. And Creator, a little bit of housed right now, desperately trying to get that bad boy up. There's the TC now. Was left idle there, poor guy. Not getting all the resources he needs. But this is going to be a lot harder for Kiljadi to be punished the moment those samurai come out. Now, I say that, and he runs straight into the Yumi archers and loses a significant portion of what this army is going to be. Because the moment those horsemen just look at the Yumis funny, they break in half.
Yeah, Yumi getting cleaned up completely here. Floating gate is going to be coming in, though, for Kiljadi. 14 villagers working on that, so just a couple of seconds left until that's going to be coming in. Creator still all the way on the other side of the map, so the response now to this castle age isn't going to be immediate. And Kiljadi has like a really solid timing here. Didn't even have to invest into an outpost so far on his goal. That's how confident he was into being able to keep Creator on his side of the map. Already enough gold in for 2, should soon be potentially 3. Mounted Samurai as well. And already being in the Daimyo means that he is going to be able to get the Uma Benemen. And Uma Benemen actually produce insanely fast, so with the Yorishiro, that's going to be even quicker. Like, look at that guy just came out. That was so quick.
Now that Uma Benemen is enough to push them away. And we see you shoot up a different type of unit there for a second, but instantly cancelled it and went. Now it's waiting for that food to get that samurai out. And I was going to say that he's got the gold, but the limitation is going to be the food. The farm transition for Japan is great, but you need to have gotten there. And this feels a little bit tough now. The villagers do need to pull off with gold here. There's going to be enough gold to make yet one more samurai, but he needs to be careful. There's still a spearman or 2 in the mix here at the front, and the rest of them are joining pretty soon.
Yeah, the spearmen, of course, are pretty fast with the additional movement speed, but the mounted samurai are no slouches at all. Able to pick off 2 of them there, and most importantly, Kiljadi, if he's able to keep these mounted samurai alive, he does still have the Shinto priest in his base. Villagers need to be careful, though. Might be losing a couple here. Looks like 1 is going to be going down. 2, 3. Make that 3 villagers that are going to go down. They're still walking around the gold vein, man. Pathing can be so critical in this game at times. Kiljadi losing a lot of villagers here. But at the same time, Creator also losing a good bit of pressure. Mounted Samurai, though, is getting stunned there, but will make it back and can get healed up again. The most crucial aspect here.
Now, the Yumi numbers are not going to be enough to deal with these spears for now. And Kiljadi, I feel like this pressure, it's gotten to him for a second here. Building a market now as the macro is a little bit all over the place with the villagers being under pressure. So now with this market, he could potentially invest in getting a little tower or 2 here, or just getting more mounted samurais. Because right now these guys are going to find a way to try and attack these villagers. We can see the archers just firing away at that archery range. Poor archery range did not know what was going to hit it. But at the same time, they're not going to attack there forever. They're going to go and try to find some damage, and they know exactly where to go. And Kiljadi is just not able to constantly produce here.
Shinto priest busy healing up. And look at this Creator. He saw, okay, you're getting a market, so you want to trade out. I'm just going to take this down really quickly. Kiljadi has the option to quickly sell some stone as well for even more gold. Could be an option here for him. He doesn't need it immediately. Decides not to do so, though.
The problem is the gold is on the same side. So even if he keeps making units, this is fine, but he needs to find a way to get back on that gold. And there's no backup gold for him. There's no way he can just rotate and go into a different one. He knows this, but again, he's not in...
He needs to somehow find a way of getting some raids in and potentially getting the veterancy upgrade in on the Yumi archers. If he's able to do that, then there's still a chance, but oh no, he doesn't have the access back to his TC. He can't go back to his TC with the villagers. He's going to have to build a gate very, very quickly, but I fear that a lot of them are going to go down. This is the all-or-nothing death push now here from Creator, but the gate is going to go up. Not too many villagers are going to go down. Some are getting caught out there, though, but Creator, he's losing a lot of his infantry army behind this. That's pretty brutal for him. The push might just stall out now.
And now he's trying to get a few more Vil kills with these archers. Ooh, the archers have attacked the gate. Right-click does not save the day for Creator here. And the villagers need to go a little bit deeper to not get picked off by these archers, layer. But he has to be careful.
Kiljadi can put up another layer of walls there. Trapping in further. Little defensive wall loadout as well.
Has to be careful with these spears. He needs to take as little damage as possible with these samurais. Yumi's trying to target fire these. Regnus Cathedral now coming in. And Creator, if he can get a relic or 2, the problem is just most of the relics have been moved to the side of the map. Only 2 are available, and the samurais are cleaning up. 7 dead villagers feels great. 8. Ooh, Only 7. Managed to get all of those out
He's got
alive.
your assurance at the TC as well, so he's going to be able to catch up in the villager department slowly but surely as well. And behind that, like getting 3 out of the 5 relics back to his base, that's pretty massive for Kiljadi. The Regnants might barely get any value in.
And even getting 2 relics in there is going to feel great. The problem is the numbers from Kiljadi here is not going to allow him to pick up 2. He needs to find a lot more units pretty quickly. Yes, he's got the villager lead, but can he make units fast enough with this? He says a knight is my answer. And right now, it looks like there's a unit on the way to the relic, but he's going to get shut down as quickly as he was born. Now Kiljadi's army.
Going to be happening now behind this creator. He's going for crossbows, but Kiljadi is leaning more heavily into the Yumi archers now.
And the Yumi archers are going to be pretty good against most of what creator has, like crossbows. But if the knight numbers increase, this is going to start getting harder and harder. The scouts instantly going on top. Ooh, there's always the fun moment when you see if the Warlord goes off and it just does not manage to land. But it was pretty damn close, I'd say.
Yeah, very close indeed. Could have been much worse there for creator, but able to keep his units under his own control there. Now behind this, I mean, the knights are still trying to potentially find some damage. A lot of them very low HP. There's a weird little villager that got kind of lost there, that gets put out of his misery. And at the end of the day, Kiljadi able to secure 4 out of the... Oh no, he rallied the TC over. He probably wanted to like send a prelate from the TC, and he rallied the TC over instead. Unlucky, but does notice, and villager is going to be sent back home to safety.
And Kiljadi, a little pop capped here for the last few seconds. And ooh, he does get a few kills here on creator. I say few, but 1 villager, 2 villagers, possibly 3. No, only 2 villagers. Oh, I almost cursed the man, but no, he got it back. He got his extra vill. And now, because of that Eurashura that you mentioned in TC, he is a happy camper, just equalizing that villager count. And these samurais, they're absorbing shots like they are made of armor, which they are. These guys are running for their lives, but getting quite low here.
Yeah, a lot of them already very low, but behind this Kiljadi now up to 34 Yumi archers, even more in production behind this. We're reaching critical army count now, Whammon, where creator, he doesn't have a mind work, so it's not like his knights can, like, become even extra, like even more tanky. They're still going to be taking like 3 damage per shot at the end of the day with every single Yumi arrow that's being fired.
Now, with creator here having horsemen, he's going to be able to break these shields pretty quickly and do an extra bit of damage. What?
Kiljadi's getting the 5th relic in. He's getting the 5th relic in.
God.
We're looking at creator with Regnants, HRE, with 0 relics. It can't get worse.
That's the perfect position to put your opponent in. You can see those towers? They were supposed to hold those relics. Oh my goodness. Kiljadi, Grandpa, has awakened. This man is fast, he's furious, and he is absolutely showing creator why it's not going to be an easy time going up against this Scandinavian king. He is on a roll. 3-0, possibly. Well, the series looks pretty fantastic, especially considering creator has taken down some very big names.
Yeah, now even more upgrades coming in. We're also getting Takesaiku in now, so Kiljadi gonna be able to gather from the berries even more effectively, as he is on the on 2 berry patches at the moment. He's getting a lot of food in that way. And this many archers, he doesn't have the Yumi Bannerman yet, from what I can tell. I believe he kept his Uma Bannerman alive. So he doesn't have that much damage coming in yet with those Yumi archers, but it's still a significant army count. And yeah, creator now sees that he is not leading in the army count department. Kiljadi, he kept the Yumi archers hidden this entire time. So now moving forward with them, and we can tell like they're not doing that much damage. Actually, they are doing still a solid amount of damage, just courtesy of the mass, but could be more. It could be more if he had a Yumi Bannerman there with him.
I always say archers don't counter knights, but 60 archers counter a knight. So that is basically what Kiljadi has decided he's believing in as well, and ensuring that he gets the right amount of Yumis to take this down. But they're target firing the crossbows here at the back, ensuring that they are not going to be able to clean through these samurai. The samurai numbers are a little bit shaky right now, and the horses are getting on top with the sheer amount of spearmen just pouring through here. Sheer amount, I mean 4 or 5 spearmen just sneaking through the massive archers. It is going to be absolutely enough.
Yeah, that's what it appears to be. Sacred Sites got locked in behind this for Creator, but it's 200 passive gold per minute compared to 400 for Kiljadi.
And now, with this push, it doesn't feel like Creator has any answers to this. He's now getting a few towers in place, desperately, I would say, with all those villages out there on stone. This is something he has not prepared himself for. And as he now scouts across this little wall, he's going to find a lot of villages that are split up. And these guys are desperately trying to get some resources, but they're just going to get taken down. And even if he loses all these archers, it's going to be so worth it just to pick off these kills. It looks like with the amount of villages we have out here, it is going to be a slaughter. But the knights decide they want to be the sacrifice instead. And these Yumis just kiting through all of these military buildings to try and do as much damage as possible.
And there it is. GG comes in. Kiljadi able to close out the set 3-0 against Creator. And that means that he is going to be moving into the finals for his bracket. He's going to be up either against Numidan or MSN once their set finishes up for last spot for the EGC Finals.
Now, there are some pretty big matches going on as well, and I don't think we're going to miss too much of that. I know Crackety just highlighted in our little casting chat that Scarlet and Scatter is going on right now, and Scarlet, he is a guy who comes in, does some pretty crazy things, and then takes down big names. Scatterbrained? Yeah, he does the same thing. And these guys currently 2-2. I'm going to tell you guys one thing. I'm going to be watching that series tomorrow because, oh my goodness, I cannot imagine the chaos between these two. But the winner of those two will be going up against Valdemar, and that's not going to be an easy match.
Yeah.
Either way.
Valdemar patiently waiting here and probably also observing these games as well. Just, you know, getting that little bit of information about his opponents before his next set. And if he wins it, he's going to be able to qualify, get into the best, or rather the top 12 for the EGC Masters Finals and further cement his spot in the top 12 with that as well.
That's what makes this tournament so interesting to me, is the fact that we have a situation where it's the top 12 for once, not the top 16. So there's that extra layer of qualification that just feels like you really have to deserve it. And a lot of people, when they fall out of the groups, we always see the top 8. The top 8 is usually pretty standard, but finally getting the top 12, it feels like it hits a little bit different. And I think for these guys, this is probably what it means as well. Just getting that extra separation from, oh, I'm a top 16 player to, hey, I'm a top 12 player. So guys, this is going to be French against Byzantines, though. Now, Crackety, you had opinions on French versus Malians. How do you feel about French versus Byzantines?
It's still an interesting one. Like, on paper, you would think that Byzantines are favored in that one, just because they, of course, have, like, access to longbow, so you get, like, the best archers, you get some of the best spearmen in the game as well. But Byzantines, they lack that immediate, like, early feudal age timing, and that is something where the French are just very oppressive in. And taking map control on a map like Coastal Cliffs, like, there's not that many, like, spots to hide in. Like, the French are gonna find where you're at, they're gonna be able to potentially get some raids in. That's something where Scatterbrain has to be on top of his game if he really wants to end up winning that, and yeah, it's definitely, like, I want to say, a pretty close one between the two civilizations. I think, like, French can go for, like,
now,
pretty big all-ins there with, like, mass archers and some knights.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I'm worried about for anyone facing off against French. It feels like because the map is smaller, of course, you have a lot more opportunity to do the raiding, And you get to hit some pretty good spots, but at the same time, you also have the opportunity to wall off a little bit easier depending on the spawn. I feel like French they have a pretty good tempo that Byzantine sometimes misses out on. But at the same time, if French doesn't land those attacks that he needs, this can very quickly go the other way. Now we have 4.5 minutes before the game starts, so before we yap ourselves out of French versus Byzantine's things for the early game, I want to take a look at the rest of the draft and just see what else we had going here. Because now with the new season, a lot of us don't really know what the current level is between players and civilizations in general. And with these two that are so closely matched, it's probably a pretty fun thing to look at. We saw that Malians took down China, and I'm so happy to see that because I remember back when China was an answer to Malians. So on Gorge though, I can imagine there was a little bit of chaos here. So is there any of these matchups that stood out to you?
None really, like, immediately. I think it's pretty good that, or rather pretty well played, that Scatterbrained won with Ottomans against Ayyubids. Then again, like, Ottomans can be kind of broken in any situation as well. The Malian versus China, I kind of expect that just because, like, eventually, like, we mentioned it earlier, right? Like, Mali, they can stay in feudal age a lot longer up against the Castle Age civilization. And if you play it safe with the cattle investment, even the Pro Scouts, it's not going to last forever. So eventually, Mali is just going to overpower you. And China, similar to Shushi, they have the same issue. They die in the farm transition, and that's most likely something that happened there. HRE versus OOTD might as well be a mirror match, so kind of like not too surprised that one of them won there. I wouldn't like really hand it to either of them. I think it's a pretty even matchup between them. And then House of Lancaster versus the Delhi. I mean, that's just like a really sad matchup, I want to say, like for the Delhi. Because in theory, right, like Delhi, they want to be like that really strong feudal age civilization. They want to invest a lot into the feudal age. They want to get the sacred side control. And House of Lancaster kind of does the same. But they've just been kind of gigabuffed in the fast feudal age aggression play with the last change to the manners, where it's like not even really fair.
And here we thought it was supposed to fix the manner situation, but now it's a different layer of problems that we have. Yeah, that's interesting. I was actually pretty surprised when I see that he had Mongols and chose not to go for Mongols on a map like Kurlager. Because we've been seeing a lot of Mongols on Kurlager, but is Ottomans a very good answer to Mongols? Is that maybe why he was going for the Ayyubids instead?
Ottomans for a long time has been traded as a good civilization up against Mongols, just because like they are able to keep up in the Dark Age when it comes to like unit production, right? Like having a discount on your production building there baseline, and also if it goes long in the Dark Age, being able to unlock the Vizier points helps you out a ton. But that's not the main reason why Ottomans is like just hailed as a really strong civilization at the moment. For the most part, it's just Sipahi. Like the one unit basically counters the like not counters but like carries the entire civilization on its back.
And here I am not thinking Sipahi were that great when I tried Ottomans myself, but I can see a lot of people keep mentioning the fact that Sipahis are just that much better. Okay. Well, yeah, Crackety, the reason I also ask you these things is because I think a lot of people don't necessarily know how these matchup plays out, and I think with someone like you do see this quite often, and you live it at a high level as well. Because I think if I'm here sitting and saying like, oh, French is really good against Byzantines, it doesn't really matter when you're Conk 1 or Gold. We're all unclear, and the reason we lose games is most likely because we're making the mistakes. So guys, Ghost of Cliffs, I am a little bit worried about Byzantines. There was one thing I wanted to mention. It's the fact that the stone is very far away. So I don't think Byzantines gets that opportunity to go for their usual opening, where they like to go for a few, what are those things? Cisterns. For a few cisterns. They just get to have the first one, and then you need to go for a pretty standard timing. Otherwise, the French is just going to rain hell down upon you. So, excited to see how Scarlet Devil adjusts this, because he doesn't play standard. So guys, let's hop on in and see what the boys have in store for us.
And there we go, jumping right in. This is the decider game between Scatterbrained and Scarlet Devil in their best of 5. Whoever wins this is going to be facing off against Valdemar for the last spot to qualify for the EGC Masters Finals here today. And yeah, we're here on Coastal Cliffs. We're going to be witnessing French versus Byzantines coming in here. And it's going to be an interesting one for sure, because French versus Byzantines, for one, is like one of the matchups that we don't see that often, especially on this map, because we see it right here. You have to walk a good bit in order to actually have stone access on this map.
And that is pretty interesting, because Scarlet Devil still decided, hey, it's worth it. I'm going to go out there for the stone. Little bit of extra walking distance, but it's going to be worth it. I need the stone. It's the way I'm going to go. And getting that stone out here is just going to ensure that his economy is a little bit better. It is going to be a bit boosted, even though French has that few villager advantage there in the early game. What I do want to point out is the fact that the Scarlet Devil actually has a pretty prime position for walling off his gold. So that knight aggression is not going to be something that can hit as easily as he'd like to. But regarding the deer packs, I think Scatterbrained is in a pretty good spot there with that back deer right there at the stone, and the other one on the opposite side. So if he decides to go for a little bit of a pro scout shenanigans, or just moving out his villagers like a normal French person with wheelbarrow, then that will make a lot of sense.
Oh, Scatterbrain is oh no, he canceled the herding animation. Not able to deny one of the sheep there.
Now putting that second villager onto gold. Just get that age up a little bit faster. Of course, when you're up against knights, you also have a little bit of a timer on that gold, as the pressure might get a little bit too difficult to handle after a while. So definitely something that Scarlet Devil has to consider here. If it's worth it to go for those early upgrades, if it's worth it to rather invest into getting military, pulling off of gold completely. So I think a lot of those questions have just one massive question mark on top of them, and Grindburnery is finally being popped down with 3 villagers, so not going to be rushing it up too soon, as he needs to get the goal of what is that? The wood for the spearman anyway.
Alright, School of Cavalry now coming in. Grand Winery a little bit forward here for Scarlet Devil, just courtesy of the berries, of course, being forward. Sometimes I wonder, like, maybe here it would have been worth going all the way to the back berries and just dropping down a wall there. Can we actually check the back berries for Scarlet Devil? Because he should have one large berry pack. And the question is if it's the back... Okay, never mind. The back berries is still like a normal berry size, okay. So the forward berry spawn should be the one that's a little bit larger here for Scarlet Devil. Even further forward, these are still normal. I mean, the other forward berry spot, that's the big one.
Ooh,
you don't want to go for that. That's too far forward.
Yeah,
but if it's spawned in the back, then
open. I was gonna say that seems a bit open for the knights, just a little bit of a raid-worthy spot. Now, School of Cavalry with 5 tells me he needs this knight out, and he needs it out fast. We're going to see if he is able to time that perfectly. But of course he is. It's Scatterbrained. This man plays like a madman, and just getting that knight out at perfect timing to go and shut down what he can. So instantly getting that barracks already. He wants to get those spearmen out, and he needs it out soon, because once that first knight lands, it is going to be a tough time.
Archer range coming in immediately from Scatterbrained. He's already got the wheelbarrow upgrade in. Doesn't look like we're getting an immediate pro scout play from him yet. Might instead just be immediate aggression instead.
Now, with him getting wheelbarrowed this early, it could just be that he feels comfortable to walk out on the map and get the food he needs. He doesn't feel like he needs to go get pro scouts. It's not something he needs to invest in. He can just spend his gold on double broadaxe, horticulture, military upgrades, get those archers buffed up, because getting that archery range this early tells you he wants to push. When you're dealing with any level of Limitiné, you want to get them down pretty quickly. Now, this knight, he is running around a little bit. Second one should be going in a different direction. And already the first farm here from Scarlet Devil. He's not going to be running out of food anytime soon, he says. And already
There's
getting
a
a
couple of Limitani
significant...
already in.
Mm. Yes.
And the Knight does not get a kill this time around. Looks for the villagers on stone, but they've already said goodbye over there. And just with buildings alone, Scarlet Devil is soon going to be getting up to that 4th level cistern.
Yeah, pulling off at exactly the right time to ensure he's not too much of a greedy goose. The Knight does need to go in a different direction, and the wall is coming out as he realizes, hey, this wall is going to be a worthy one because it's going to ensure that I have access to so much more. Now, the thing is, there is a yellow dot at the end of that wall, and there is a Knight about to pour in as well on the bottom side. So this is not going to be something he gets to do anytime soon.
The wall, that could not. We're up to
Now the
4
archer
archers
production.
now.
It is constant crackety. He wants to push and he wants it now. He knows Byzantine needs time. He knows that there are all of these amazing systems just boosting that economy. And this is not something you want to give your opponent the opening to do. But Scarlet Devil
I like that he's
hasn't
keeping his
had the
Knight around
opportunity-
there.
Yes.
Next to the wall, just making sure that that wall is never getting finished. Ooh, might potentially lose the Knight. No, Knight stays alive. And the outpost did actually get rushed up here by Scarlet Devil, so... Oh, he actually went for the Javelin Throwers mercenary contract. I like that. I like that. Once you get 2 packs of them in, you're able to one-shot the archers, and in Castle Age, you'll also have access to the Camel on East debuff with the Camel Riders.
I absolutely love playing Byzantines with the Javelin Throwers against these Knight civilizations. When you have a few camels in the mix, it feels so good in these trades. And Scarlet Devil, like I said, he's not your standard player. He is willing to take these risks and do things a little differently, because a lot of people will just still go for all of those safe longbows, which makes a lot of sense. They're wonderful. They're great. They keep winning. But at the same time, Scarlet Devil is going to give him a little bit of a surprise here, although that villager is about to be very surprised.
Oh, he does notice, though. Holds the villager over to the other Limitani. And, oh, he's able to keep him alive. Miraculously.
Problem is,
Archers nearby, though, needs to be careful. Oh,
those
Javelin
knights
throws.
are...
A little... Oh. Able to regroup.
But if he's so
and
careful,
now pushing
but
forward with the Javs.
And the second group of Javs is now in queue. That's going to mean that Scarlet Devil is going to be okay with this, at least for now. He needs to keep production up. Scatterbrained, he's now going... Is that survival techniques or pro scouts?
That's survival techniques.
Okay. So now going to be going for those deer. Oh, he's already out here on the front. Oh, the boar! The boar is going to be boosted, and I guess the deer will be there next. That is a disgusting amount of food. This man is going to be producing horses until he is blue. Scatterbrained now with a lot of food income here. And I think with all of that income that he gets on food, he's going to need to add a few more onto gold, and that's exactly what he does. Getting 2 more on there, and Chivalry now chosen here. So his knights are going to be able to charge in, do damage, take damage, and heal right up.
Blacksmith now also coming in for Scarlet Devil. We now reached that critical 8 Javelin Throw mass, where he's now going to be able to potentially, well, not just potentially, but he's going to be able to start one-shotting the archers from Scatterbrained. Once you get an additional 2 packs, that's when you can start putting them into 2 separate control groups and just start double one-shotting the archers.
Now, he takes care of the wolves, and I kind of like that. Scarlet Devil now moving out onto the map, and honestly, that is probably the bravest thing I've seen today. When you're playing against French, and you move out on an outside source like that, this makes you brave in my book. Because this is such a scary position to stand in. Very often, when you play against French, you've felt this. You've experienced this. They are an absolute menace with knights. The moment the knights get sniff of any villager that's out of position, it's so easy for them to just collapse and do an absolute insane amount of damage here. Now, the archers, everyone is rotating as he sees what's going on here, and the rest of his army needs to follow suit. He sees the army move north, and this is the moment where he's like, okay, is this going to be worth it? Is this something I commit to? And more Limited in queue. Now, 24 Limited total going to be on the field here. But those villagers, they are in a lot of danger pretty soon.
And some Limitani here on the back line for reasons. But that means that the Knights are going to be able to wrap around. A couple of archers have already been taken down now by the javelin throwers. There's enough of them alive now at the moment to be able to easily one-shot the archers as well. Even able to do some significant damage to the Knights. Villagers able to make it back to safety inside of the outpost. Might potentially take down that one weak Knight that's there as well.
It does look
Knight
like
made
that
it out
charge.
alive.
I can't believe he didn't kill a single Vil there. It looked like those Knights were just going to charge in and absolutely destroy one. That Knight also made it out alive. As close as to his death as all of those villagers. But +1 range defense now coming in. He is looking to keep going for it. Because those javelin throwers, they don't take too much of a hit if you get +1 range defense. This is usually something I would say for any other ranged unit. But javelin throwers, they don't mind a little bit of ranged armor. They are still going to chonk your units. But the Knights, they are going to take a few more hits. The problem is, the wood line is now under siege. And the other wood line is very far away. It's not going to be a very easy solution here. Villager now getting picked off.
First
and that's
villager.
The first villager kill.
Scout Devil still keeping up with the army movement here, but Scatterbrained has been doing an incredible job so far of keeping his Knight count alive, and courtesy of that, he does have a pretty big amount of the Knights out at the moment. He's going to be able to start splitting them up a little bit and try to harass different areas at the same time and just kind of play the mobility game here. This one wall segment here has already been battered down a lot. So potentially Scatterbrained might be able to get a nice little dive in there at one point, or, well, not a dive, but like distract on one side and then finish off the wall segment with another group of Knights on the other side. But yeah, still very much investing into the military units at this point. Would love to see some more economy upgrades behind this. Horticulture at the very least. Like, it's so cheap and he's floating a little bit of gold, so might as well invest into that one.
These villages are a little bit far out now to stay alive, but it doesn't look like Scatterbrained looks for a second. He blinks away, and some of these villages might survive. 4 out of 5 surviving here, and that is massive, especially from such a big investment moving all your units out here. He needs to be careful, though. These Limited are not on top of the javelins, and they can very quickly be collapsed on by all these Knights. This is starting to get to that Knight point where it feels like they could just dive you. And you can't do anything. Your Limited are just not going to matter at some point. So Scatterbrained definitely getting to a very scary amount of food here. Or of Knights here. So I would like to check out Scatterbrained's position in terms of food. We do see villagers onto those deer packs already. But he probably is going to be running... Ooh, no, not at all. He's still got a lot of food in the bank. That's still another 20 Knights waiting to be made in in Feudal. But it does look like he is going to castle now. And is this going to be a real institute? We'll see in the next episode of... Does French make Royal Institute? Because, oh my goodness, a Royal Institute with this many Knights? It does hit a little differently, even if it doesn't give you that late game French prowess.
Yes, but Guildhall is just so much value. We've seen it in the game between SAS and MSN earlier as well, just how much value you can get out of that Guildhall. And now Golden Horn Tower is going to be coming in from Scout Devil behind this. He played it safely so far, and we do know what awaits us in the Castle Age. There's going to be Camel Riders, and with that, he's going to be able to do trade out even better up against these Knights. And Scatterbrained, he knows what's up. He only takes down the wall segment there, but doesn't decide to move in after that. Did force the entire army movement out, though, from Scout Devil. Now attacks on the other side as well. And yeah, H-Up is pretty much at the same time from both players here behind this.
Instantly prioritizing the Limited and the mercenary upgrades. The problem is, with the Knights getting Castle Age upgrades, I feel like the Knights just do a little better in terms of scaling against these Javelins. So, for a bit, 36 archers is a lot for these Javelins to deal with. And he does want those Camel Riders, but he needs to get them quickly. And right now, I think that Scatterbrained is probably in a better spot when it comes to taking the next fight, if he takes it pretty soon. But
It's
there's
a
no way for him
difficult
to
call
attack
to
us yet.
make. If we're getting painted shields for Scout Devil, like these, the Mittani are going to be moving at the speed of light pretty much, and movement speed, especially like when you have this big of a mass, can become very important because that's when your army just is a lot quicker when it comes to surrounding the opponent's army. It can give you a lot more DPS as the fight goes on. Skaltev also first want to pick up a relic here. Of course, he does already have a monastery with the Grand Winery, able to boost that up as well with the cistern. Just helps a lot. I don't think there is a cistern there, but just in general, very, very quick when it comes to the early monk timing there. Now, Scatterbrain splitting up his army a little bit. Wants to make sure to deny any additional relics here from Scatterbrain, but also just potentially still go on more and more raids. Splits off a single knight.
Splitting off that... Yeah, that single knight is going to keep a whole army entertained, as we can see. And with the army chasing after that one, the rest of the army gets to rotate and attack elsewhere. But it doesn't look like they are in an attacking mood. This is purely a relaxing mood. Knights standing there looking at the relic, and the whole army again, just chasing after that one single Joe, looking for a little bit of a distraction. Yo, that is a lot of army chasing down that Knight Crackety.
It definitely is. He's splitting up his army a little bit more, but looks like Scatterbrain behind this. Like, the distraction is working quite well here for him, able to secure another relic there in the middle. And, oh, the scout's still active. Means that he is going to see those villagers moving out to the forward gold vein now. Is he going to react to it with the rest of his units?
Scarlet,
oh, he's
very close
he's
to
getting
another
relic in as well.
Oh.
That's pretty massive. Getting 4 out of 5 relics. That's pretty big.
And not just that, also getting into a position where you are able to just deny this from your opponent. Because the whole point of Byzantines is to get that much olive oil. He doesn't have that transition into food as much as you would like if you want to produce units infinitely up until this point. Does look like Chivalry is up, and we are now going to be facing a little bit of a sit back and relax kind of game. I'm very surprised to see this between the two of them. We have civilizations here that are not known for sitting in their base and waiting for the opponent to make a move. French especially, it's a civ that you are always on the attack. But Scarlet Devil, just his presence is keeping Scatterbrained in his own base.
Yeah, definitely just keeping him contained quite nicely there. I mean, this is... We can never underestimate the Golden Horn Tower. Just how much damage, or not damage, but like how much value it adds to your military is kind of absurd.
Oh, crackety. It might add value, but there's the big group of knights now finally moving out, and I think that's exactly what Scatterbrain was waiting for. He was waiting for him to get a little
keep
greedy.
At home? He sees it though.
Scout
He's got the
sees it.
scout out there. Oh, that is so valuable, having that information. The army now hurriedly tries to retreat. And Scatterbrain realized, okay, I probably like can't go in much deeper. I'm just gonna take down the scout and skedaddle again.
These are the most idle knights I've seen all week. They're running around, but they're not really in for a kill just yet. They are just grouping together and doing the opposite of what we usually see out of French. Attacking in one place. French is such a good civilization with being able to be on every corner of the map at all times. But Scatterbrain is playing it safe. He's getting every bit of food and every bit of resource he needs to go Imperial. Because now with his Red Palace, he's going to be able to secure a significant portion of gold here. Because there's 3 gold veins. And if he goes a bit greedy, he could potentially secure A lot of it. Oh, there's a fourth one as well. Oh no, he's only securing one.
He's playing it
calling
safe.
it a day.
Yeah. Definitely playing it safe there, which is kind of crazy. Like this Imperial Age timing with how much military he has out on the field, now getting the Age up in as well, after he already put out the first keep and almost has enough resources for a third keep after that as well, is kind of crazy. And yeah, this is going to be really tough now for Scarlet Devil. I'm kind of fearful for him now. Red Palace, 40 villagers on that. Scatterbrained, he realized just how much is riding on that Red Palace going up, and it will go up indeed. And Scarlet Devil now sees this. Loses just a whole bunch of units there as well. He lost like 5-6 units on the retreat there.
The problem is, Scatterbrained is not in a position where he has any food transition yet again. He's been reliant on the deer, he's been reliant on the berries, and there is still a full berry patch out there as well. But this isn't going to last forever. And that Red Palace, securing another gold for him as well. But Scarlet, the later this game goes, if it's still in the next 10 minutes, I think Scarlet Devil is going to be okay. And he is going to be able to make a lot of units. Oh, had another one. Scatterbrain just wants to get more and more keeps.com to ensure that he has this full map control. Now, I'm a little surprised at how conservative this keep is, but oh my goodness, these guys, the cataphracts, are just making this look a little bit too tanky compared to the usual old knight play. They do try to attack, and it looks like they are going to be able to just scare him off and keep him engaged for a little while. But the cataphracts can get on top of all these archers and do quite a bit of work. The villagers are still committed to this keep, and the javelin throwers are doing the work.
And Scarlet Devil is able to push past the keep now. Military units immediately going back around in order to start burning it. And that's a lot of villagers inside of it. Scarlet Devil, he can get himself back into this game if he's able to take down the keep and the villagers inside of it. Scatterbrained. Going back around as well, though. But a nice little split there. Not everything is being sent back against the army from Scatter. A couple of villagers already going down. And with the painted shields, the cataphracts, they have that additional +1 pierce armor, so even against the elite archers, they're able to survive for a lot longer. And Scatterbrain keeps sending the villagers around to try and repair.
The problem is this might have lost Scatterbrain the game. Because now he's lost a significant chunk of villagers, the lead that he had, and his army is getting mostly cleaned up. Scatterbrain was in a pretty decent spot, I would say. Especially hitting that Imperial Age timing. But now it looks like he's completely cooked himself. Yeah?
Yeah, the villager lead is pretty much gone now with this. Now he still has the guild hall, he still has 4 relics. He could potentially get tithe bonds and get even more value out of the relics. But Scarlet Devil has a much bigger military lead at the moment, has like a really big army value lead as well, currently almost up 4x the amount. But there's still a Red Palace, there aren't any trebuchets out at the moment for Scarlet Devil, and it looks like he is trying to go for his own Imperial Age, so there's a little bit of some breathing space now for Scatterbrained after this loss.
Well, Scatterbrained, this is the only chance he's got. He needs to find a way to get back into this. The way to get back into this, I have no idea, Crackety. The only way he gets back into this is if he finds a method to just kill villagers, to get a ton of eco damage, shut down the oil economy, at least for a bit. But there's just no answer to that. You can see this farm set up. Yeah, sure, if you get a few knights in there, this is possibly going to be a different story. But with the response we've seen from Scarlet Devil and his army, this has been amazing. Now, incendiary arrows coming through as our observer is showing us, and that is going to be decent, but not against this composition here. We have a lot of cataphracts, we've got the javelins, and there's a lot more coming. So, I don't know if Scatterbrained has anything in his pocket that he can do anything with this, about this right now. And the food is looking dire for him. He's tapping out every food resource. We see the villagers migrating to the berries there at the bottom. This is a tough spot for him.
Yeah, and with the guild hall still in gold, it's not like he has that like 1 button press for a large amount of gold to come back into this. He's getting incendiaries right now, but it's still going to be a while until that comes in, and until then, the camel support is already increasing the armor of all of the units here from Scarlet Devil. So Scatterbrained with his archers, he's going to have to retreat. Scarlet Devil, this is the main benefit of why you should go Javelin Throwers up against the French all-in. Because not only do you immediately have the Javelin Throwers up against the Mass Archers, but also, long-term, the Camel Riders, once you get to Imperial Age, the +2 additional Pierce armor just means that your army is so much more tanky up against anything ranged.
Now, anything ranged being a red palace does make this a little bit intimidating, but he's got an SOPs now. He's gonna deal with this mass of archers that is just desperately trying to land an attack. Look at that! The Javelin Throwers are just picking them off. He doesn't even need to target fire. He just moves. These archers trying to fire as much as they can, and they do a significant amount of damage, but for how long? As we do see the units turning around yet again, he doesn't want to fight into this red palace, but maybe at some point he is going to feel confident enough to do so. Now, a significant army here from Scarlet Devil, but he does still need to be careful because a lot of this army he cannot replenish. Ooh, the Nest of Bees trying to get a good shot off, but it is now on the front lines and it might just go down. It does not, and it will fight yet another day, and all these archers are just being thinned out with every step of the way. Now, with him slowly, most likely, trying to do a farm transition, those archers are not the main thing he can keep producing. I would love to see what his food looks like there a little bit to the back. Because this man, he's a hungry boy with 170 food per minute. Scatterbrained is in a tough spot. Farm transition for Mr. French is definitely not the same as we see here for Mr. Scarlet Devil. He's trying.
Yeah, I mean, the farm transition is coming along nicely. It just needs that little bit of oomph in order to, just that little bit of additional time to really get fully set up. There's a palisade wall that does secure him a little bit more space. And Scarlet Devil, we're getting a Byzantine Hugh Pow in. That's not something that was on my bingo card today at all. But I guess it makes sense. The Red Palace, of course, it has the same range as a normal cannon. So something like a Hugh Pow is going to be needed in order to take it down from range. Either that or you need 5 royal cannons.
Yes. And Blizzard definitely in a good spot to pull out something crazy like that. We can also see with his resources he's floating right now, he's actually going to be in a pretty good spot to do any transition he'd like to. So with this, getting enough production buildings up is going to make this nice and easy if he wanted to do a little switch to Varangians, etc. But we see elite army tactics coming in, and ladies and gents, this is a pretty tough one to be up against. We do see a few of the villagers going to go down there at the front, and that's a pretty good pickup. But at this point of the game, there's a lot more problems for you waiting right in front of your base. The Hui Pal is now out, and let's see if Scatterbrained is going to find a miracle here to try and shut it down. Slowly moving forward, creeping in. As the wheels are old. But the archers are getting in position to get javelin throwered. They do get a shot off on a few of the Limited, but the Red Pal is aware that there's a Hui Pal that has joined the party. Now pushing him back, Scarlet Devil pushing back his opponent as far as possible so that he can ensure that he gets a few more shots off with that Hui Pal. The thing is, with the Hui Pal, one of them, villagers are easily going to be able to out-heal this. So he does add that second one. Instead of getting a normal old cannon, he just goes for the good old Hui Pal.
It's necessary. I mean, the Hugh Pow, it does a lot of damage. Its attack speed is really slow, though. A normal trebuchet is getting out-healed by just 3, or rather out-repaired by just 3 villagers. For a Hugh Pow, you need more like 5. So the second trebuchet will idle out 10 villagers for constant repair, and Scatterbrain, it's a pretty big wood investment having to constantly repair at this rate as well. And it is slow. It is slow. I mean, honestly, at this point, he might have just as well invested into 5 cannons and just taken it down that way. would have probably been way more effective. And with the 2 nests of bees that he has, it would have been the same amount of resources spent.
Rackety, I can see you're a proponent
I'm trying,
of the
but there's really no
cannons
defending
in this
it.
scenario, right? Oh, but I love the Hui Pals. Just look at how
Hui Pao is
chunky
just
they are.
bad.
Yeah.
It just
Twitch
takes so
chat.
long,
How do we
like-
feel about the Hui Pal?
Yeah. Has no counters as Twitch chat.
I would love if we could please get a third Hui Pao to just make Crackety get one of those high-pitched screams that we could clip and put as another soundbite. So, I need this. Come on, Scarlet Devil. It's for the cause. But those
it's
5
gonna stay
villagers
at
doing
2.
some good work there.
Do mind you that behind the Scatterbrain, his food income has skyrocketed behind this, and there's still 4,000 gold remaining inside of the guild hall. You know, all the gold on the map is pretty much exhausted at this point. And, we do actually have a commitment here from Scarlet Devil now. The Red Palace is still not completely finished off. It's about to be, though. Now it's taken down. Villagers have been ungarrisoned. Insufficient wood. No more wood remaining here for Scatterbrained. We're just gonna have to pull back. And the archer's just not doing enough damage here. Scatterbrained also still hasn't taken out the remaining gold from the guild hall, and he's just making horsemen at the moment. To be fair, there's still just mostly Limitani in the army composition here from Scarlet Devil. Knights definitely wouldn't help too much. But still feels like the archers aren't quite enough. Royal Bloodlines also has just been researched, so the horsemen will be a good bit tankier now as well. Without wood, Scatterbrain, this is going to be really hard to reinforce those archers now. Just face tanking here. The front line. But it looks like it might just not be enough. Just lost half the army count that he had before. And 24 to 85 military. Scarlet Devil, he's unrelentless. He's unrelenting, just keeps pushing forward further and further. Still more Cataphracts coming in, more Limitani coming in as well. The camel support, the additional armor, it all just adds up so much here. Able to just survive underneath the keep fire for such a long time. Just like that, Scatterbrain's hopes are being dashed here. To qualify for the EGC Masters Final. Scarlet Devil, though, his dream lives on as he's going to be facing off against Valdemar in the finals for the last remaining spots for the EGC Masters Final group phase and playoffs.
Now, this is a pretty insane game to look at. If you look at the graph and the split here, Scatterbrained, he was ahead for a long time. And just that greedy keep play was the factor of him losing this game. And of course, you can say a lot of things.
It's kind
could
of
have been
crazy
done better.
how
That's
Scarlet
perfectly
Devil
fine.
committed to... Yeah, it was crazy how Scarlet Devil just committed to taking that keep down. Like, you just think your opponent just went up with the Red Palace. That keep has an immediate Red Palace emplacement on it. And Scarlet Devil realized, okay, I gotta make something happen here. I have to just commit diving. And the crazy part, like, at that point, when the keep went up, right, like, Scatterbrain still had more military value out on the field. And he, with the keep, with more military value, he still was not able to protect that keep from Scarlet Devil. It was kind of insane.
No, it definitely showed how the beauty of the Byzantines can rear its head, especially with that camel. The camels just being around and ensuring that the knights just do that little bit of less damage and knowing what to focus, when to focus. And yeah, this guy, Scarlet Devil, he calculated. So we have a second Chinese player in the top, not top 12. No, there's still Voldemar. We still have to face Voldemar. So Voldemar can try to defend Europe's honor for one more round until Scarlet Devil joins his... Oh wait, is CSO already there as well? Or is it just Louis?
I don't recall
guys.
CSO being... Wait.
Hold on, we're checking.
Now I gotta look at. No, CSO was. Wait, no, that's the. Oh, that's
No,
Masters Fall.
CSO is not in it. I'm surprised he actually didn't participate. So it does look like Louis will be all alone there unless Scarlet Devil can take down Mr. Voldemort. And we'll find that out a little bit later. But I do believe we're going to go on a short break here. And then we'll be right back while the boys are drafting. And then see what's happening next.
Exactly. So don't go anywhere. Grab some refreshments. And we'll be back in just a short bit. right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
Before we get to the games, I want us to just do the sound test for Twitch chat so they can experience this. So Crackety and we've been interrupting each other because there's a little bit of Discord lag on our side, and we've currently we were beeping at each other. So Crackety, based on the stream, because I want to see this as well, can you beep for me and then I'll beep as well?
All right, let's test the delay then. Beep.
Beep. Okay, we'll see if Twitch chat will tell us.
1.5 second delay. Earlier we had like a 4.5 to 5 second delay between each other.
Oh, the Twitch chat said it's perfect. If Brit Boy says it's perfect, we trust the British boys, innit? So yeah, guys, we got maps in front of us. And I don't know about you guys, but there's a lot of them. So Pigeon's View, a good start. So what's the difference between High View and Pigeon's View, Crackety?
So Pigeon's View actually makes use of points of interest. You got like 2 neutral trading posts there. On top of it, there's also more berries that spawn. So berry civilizations do benefit a bit more from it.
Okay. And, okay, I want us to... This is the first time we actually get to watch them draft as well. We see a good old Lancaster band on both sides. And I love that. Both these guys agree Lancaster's not for them. And then a little Macedonians into Japan. How are we feeling about that?
It's interesting that Scarlet Devil bans Macedonians. Valdemar, on the other hand side, bans away the Sengoku dynasty for Scarlet Devil, as well as Japanese, so tries to get rid of both variants there for Scarlet Devil. But overall, like Scarlet Devil, Malians and Ottomans and Ayyubids, these are like already 3 top-tier civilizations, the way I rate them. Like, especially Ayyubids at the moment, they've been feeling quite potent overall. Valdemar, though, getting China and the Byzantines in, like, those are also 2 incredibly strong civilizations. I think China probably more so than Byzantines. Like, they're at least a lot more flexible in most matchups, and Byzantines you kind of like want to pick on specific maps. But Scarlet Devil here with his civilization choice, definitely a lot of comfort picks, but it's kind of wild wham, the way like the Chinese meta is so separated from like the normal meta that people are used to. And Valdemar is a very meta-oriented player. Like, this dude has a lot of theory crafting around like, okay, this is the meta, this is how a matchup is supposed to be played. And Scarlet Devil doesn't care.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, I've played a lot against English today. I've played against a lot of Chinese players. Oh my goodness, we're gonna get there eventually. I'm gonna find the vocabulary to do a full sentence today, I promise. But what I wanted to point out, guys, is Scarlet Devil was like, nah, I'm picking Order of the Dragon in English. You can have Zushi. He doesn't care. HRE was still on the cards. He's like, nah, you take that. I don't need it. I'm going for English. And honestly, that type of confidence is something I aspire to in my life. To be able to pick English over these civilizations at this top level. So now, Taklak as well, little Mongols. I'm liking this draft. I feel like we might be getting some spicy things.
We could be seeing the Tukluk here coming in on Frisian marshes, like beat it the other day. That was quite funny. That was an interesting game, but unlikely to be seeing that, at least for the foreseeable future, because we have a lot of maps here. This is now a best of 7, so we got 7 potential games to watch. It's already 10 p.m., and this might take us all the way to like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. here today. I'm excited for that. I got work tomorrow, but I'm still here for it after all. And Valdemar now with the Sengoku dynasty and the Abbasid, so 2 of his, or at least the Abbasid, like one of his favorite civilizations coming in there as well.
Oh, I'm so glad to see little JD. I know JD is a lost pick, but in my heart, I'm still a happy camper. But now, on Pigeon's View, the stealth forests situation is a little bit dire, and I feel like civilizations that do hello surprise is really nice to have in this scenario. So I would really love to see them picking some of those civs in here, especially we have Sengoku on the side of Valdemar. Is this not just the most perfect map to constantly spawn shinobis on? Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, Sengoku definitely works well on Pigeon's View because you're able to hide the yatai, the little hot dog stands, quite effectively inside of the stealth forest. So it's kind of difficult for Skull Devil to find out where the Yatai is and consequently punish them. And with the additional berry spots, there's a ton of spots where you can always hide the Yatai. You can put them next to the berries, you can put them next to the boar, and just rotate them around depending on where the army movement from your opponent is. I do believe that the Yatai are also able to capture up the point of interest, the neutral trading post, to give you vision there. And with a large range on the Yatai, sometimes you're able to do that while simultaneously gathering from the boar. So it's pretty good. It's a pretty good map for Sengoku, but there's other civilizations that are equally good there. So you got Delhi, of course, that synergizes with all the berries. You got Byzantines, also synergizes with all of the berries, as well as the defensive nature with all of the stealth forests available on the map. Definitely a lot of options there. Skull Devil could as well go for the Malians, because going for like the cattle, sustained food income also works quite well there as the game goes on. Just being able to sustain yourself off of the natural resources and still pumping out with cattle and stuff like that. Like, you can produce a lot of units in the feudal age without even needing to go for castle age. There's a ton of civilizations that work on that map. Could also just be Ayubids, just to open yourself up with a really strong civilization baseline. A lot of options here for sure. Actually, like, Ayubids feels like a pretty solid choice here if it ends up being up against the Sengoku dynasty, because you have like the leg up when it comes to picking up relics with the dervishes, and there's no deflective armor, so the long charge from the camel lances could be quite good. But instead, it is going to be opening us up here with the first prior picks from both players. So it is going to be the Malians on Pigeon's View, and Valdemar with the Chinese.
That is a massive surprise to me. I honestly would not have expected them on Pigeon's View to take out the first picks. That would be... You know the value they see in these civilizations. You ideally want to make sure that that civilization you pick is the civilization that you get a win on. You get it completely secured. But now, one of these boys is going to lose his power pick, and that is pretty massive between the two. So
it is, yeah.
I do
know
like that
Mali against China. I do actually really like Malians up against China. I think it's like, I mentioned it earlier, like, eventually, like, the food is going to run out, the natural food resources are going to run out on the map, and Malians is a perfect civilization of just continuously producing units until China runs out of the natural resource on the map, and Mali just keeps going, and China just stops.
That makes sense. Yeah, and especially when you have the ability to also have some cheap raiding units at the same time. I'm a raider at heart. And I feel like with stealth forests, you just have that extra element of surprise. I know China is a civilization that's very trigger happy, making towers everywhere, but you still have that huge element of surprise here. And I think even at the top level, this is something that people might fall short of. Because, to be fair, this is the top level, but it's not within that top 8 that we're used to. This is where people make some human mistakes, things that the rest of us can relate to every now and again as well. And this is one of those instances where it may just fall flat. You can catch your opponent off guard. And we see this with knight control. We see this with building placement. This is all things that are relatable, and they make these mistakes within this point in the competitive scene. But you don't see these things from Vortex and Marine Lord and Puppy Paw and Wham and Beastie and Louis even. These things, okay, Louis doesn't play meta. Scratch everything I just said. But at the same time, these guys are going to show us what they think is good at this rank. And this is also the qualification, right? So next week, we're going to get these guys facing off against one another, and these are going to be high-stakes games. And a lot of these top players maybe haven't figured out the meta outside their bubble of practice partners. So, yeah, let's see what Pigeon's View gives us in that regard. I kind of like this map pool, though, Grackety. This is... I don't know how the players feel about it. I don't read those channels. But I like this map pool.
Mixed.
Oh,
I mean,
really?
players feel mixed about it, but to be fair, I'm just going to say it, they always have something to bitch about when it comes to the map, so it's not something that you can, like, really take to heart to a certain degree. I personally appreciate a good King of the Hill game. I'm not sure how they feel about it when they're up against like a sudden keep in the middle of the map, and suddenly it's like, oh man, how do I win this? And yeah, that's when it becomes a little bit of an issue. But overall, I'm quite happy with the map here as well. The maps that we do have, it's a lot of pretty fair maps, I want to say, and players, they obviously have their veto, so if there's like maps that they really desperately don't want to play, they can get rid of those. Yeah, overall, I'm like just looking at the draft that we have here. I think it's a solid map draft overall from them, and yeah. Pigeon's View as an opening game here. Now, Pigeon's View, similar to Highview, can lead to some very long games, so hoping that's not going to be the case here, as it's already later into the day, and, you know, casters, they deserve a break at times as well, but I do believe that this is not going to be that long of a game between them. I'm guessing, okay, my prediction for this game duration, 21 minutes and 37 seconds. I'm putting it out there. If I see anybody in chat putting 1 second more or 1 second less in as their bets, I'm going to lose my baubles, but that's my guess.
29-10.
All right, 29-10?
29-10.
21-37.
Yes, we have an 8-minute-ish difference. Okay. But I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. I feel like this is high stakes. They're not going to give up for nothing, you know? I can see, but Crackety, you have to keep in mind, this is a best of 7. You and I, we could be here for the next 4 hours. And as someone who has messed up my sleep schedule significantly, I'm ready for it. I think all the people, except for you, might be a little bit dead. We're ready. Don't worry, I got you. I'll bring the energy. And I'm starting to get a little tired. That's why there's more energy coming out, you know? Sometimes you just put in everything there at the end. So we'll see how it goes. Hopefully, a nice long series, a 4-3, Crackety, for you.
When you get tired, that's when you start peaking in the energy levels. And yeah, we do see a lot of people in chat now also putting in their predictions. 21-38, Digen Dragons. You're really trying it now, aren't you? 1 second more? Oh, man.
Oh, and we have Electroshock joining in, just making sure that Crackety can give us another voice line. Crackety, what would it take to give us another voice line? Is there anything that can motivate you?
We're gonna have to wait for my internet to come back. Oh, casting? Oh man, I can't scream and cast.
Why not?
I mean, we had something like the elephants yesterday. That got me really close. That got me incredibly close.
Oh god. Okay, last game. We don't know what the last game is. This could be the last game, Crackety. Give it your all. The guys. Pigeon's View. Let's hop on in and see what these boys have in store for us, because I'm ready. China versus Malians. Let's go see if the stealth forests prevail, or if I just yapped and we're not ready for the transition. We're just awkwardly going to look into the camera. That's nice.
Here we go.
Yay. It looks
and
like...
here we go. We got Valdemar spawning in as the Chinese here. He's a little bit of an imposter at the moment, though. The name is yellow, the civilization they plays is red at the moment, but that is him, Valdemar, right here. Puts the mill right next to the berries, and a little bit of a efficiency bonus there for those workers. On the other side, we do have Scarlet Devil playing as the Malians in the color yellow. Pit mine is coming up. The first couple of houses already put around it. Goes for the second straggler tree as well, so might be that we'll be seeing a couple of additional houses early on here.
Now, getting those early houses feels good, because what comes out of it is anything you want it to be. Is it going to be pro scouts? I don't know. Maybe. Is it going to be a few extra upgrades? Is it going to be your early 3 cows, the Vortex build that we saw? Or is it just a normal old Malian, I forgot to rally my villager elsewhere situation? Now, that is not something Scarlet Devil will do. He's got just enough wood to get that extra 1 house and then call it a day. So I'm excited to see what he decides is the meta here. Because as we talked about it earlier, Scarlet Devil is not a meta player. Scarlet Devil, he redefines the meta. So what he does with that gold, that is the thing I'm going to be writing down and trying out myself.
To be fair, I feel like with the Malians, they got so many different opportunities in general. I don't think there's really anything truly like meta, like not meta about them that you can do. Like anything you do with them basically becomes meta.
Mm-hmm. It feels like there's a little bit of bias here towards Malians, Crackety. What do you have against Malian player? Are you saying they're too
Nothing
strong?
against them. No, I think Mali is. There's certain aspects that I think are just too strong. Like I think cattle economy needs to be devalued. Like I think they need to generate half, but only cost half as well. Something along those lines, and only have half the food there as well.
So that you
Because
can
like
fill your arches.
getting to
twice as
1,000
fast.
food per minute passively, it's just a little bit much.
Yeah, I think Vampire Crabs here in Twitch chat says, sounds like Maldians. Yeah, no, I completely agree. We need more fans of the cow economy. See, this is where I have to ask myself, what is the counter to that? Is that a lot of people go for the 2TC, but it does take a little bit longer to pay off, and by that time you might just be overrun with sofas anyway. So, actually, now that I think about it, Crackety, you've got a good point there. That is a very strong start for them in general. Now, we do see that him aging up now, he's going to have quite a bit of gold here already going for that lumber camp. So he's going to have some choices. Do we want to get double broad axe from the get-go, build everything we want on the land, or are we just going to go for the plain old pro scouts? Now, I would love to see this from Malians, especially with this huge amount of food that you want to not just get for yourself, but deny from your opponent. And that is my big question here. Is that
We're
something
getting a
that's...
mill in, so that could be for pro scout. It could also be for a couple of early cattle. So there's options here. Whatever Skull Devil will do will turn into his type of meta here. Could be pro scouts, could be cattle. And he's already moving out with the villager for the second pit mine.
So
and there's going to be cattle.
Cows. He watched the Vortex Guide, guys. And the Vortex Guide is infallible. We see exactly where to put our cows, how to eat them. Double broadaxe follow-up, disgusting. This is going to mean Scarlet Devil is going to be in a really nice spot economically, especially with that second pit mine that Valdemar is going to need quite a bit of time to respond to.
Yeah, just already getting the cattle in here means that, sure, Valdemar, he is going to just pro scout this up most likely, and Scarlet Devil, though, will immediately start his own scaling with the cattle economy. So overall, like, Scarlet Devil has to be quite happy with this. Valdemar will also be content with just being kind of like freely given access to his deer here.
Now, getting a stable, nice and early into 2 horsemen instantly. This is going to mean that that second pit mine is not going to be an easy defense. Scarlet Devil actually needs to make some units out of here.
He went for this really early, though, so the pit mine's already up. And the houses did get buffed a while ago, so they do have a good bit of additional health on them. It's not going to go down that quickly. And the scout from Skull Devil does see the horsemen that are coming out now towards his pit mine. That means that the villager should be able to get back to safety. And yeah, villager is moving back now as well. And yeah, just like that, Skull Devil isn't going to lose a villager. It's also unlikely that he's going to lose a house in time. He's getting double stables up now. Okay, so might be sofas that are coming in.
Even if you go for a solid amount of scouts, and now, no, he does go for a sofa here, but even if you go for scouts, they can deal with horsemen because they regen. And they're so cheap, especially when you have this level of economy. But Archer follow-up from Voldemort, and that's a little confusing in my opinion. Is the Archer follow-up because he assumed that Scarlet Devil would be going for the spears? Because right now, Scarlet Devil has a production building, or 2 of them, that count as both units of what Voldemort has for himself. So that Archer answer is a pretty questionable one. Now we see the 3rd production building coming up from Voldemort. It's like, oh yeah, Archer's not the answer, stops producing them. And it might have been just that he expected there to be a Donzo follow-up.
Valdemar, he is going for Scarlet Devil's deer. Does he actually want to bring them back? Or does he just want to put them in the stealth force and lame them a little bit? Because if, like, bringing those back, it's gonna like decay a ton by the time you brought it back, and then it's like not really worth it. But does drop it, and is going to get out with that scout. Continues making military units now. Archers, spearmen, and horsemen all at the same time. So it does have a tri-composition, and Skull Devil just continues pumping out the sofas behind this.
Now, the sofa numbers are going to matter very, very quickly, because when sofas are around, things just become very, very hairy. The one moment you feel like, okay, I've got this under control, I'm pulling all 3 for my spearmen to try and defend this. The next moment you have 1 sofa on your gold, and that one is able to pick up a villager. This is going to be a tough one for Valdemar to defend. He's getting more horsemen now. Oh, he's got 4 horsemen now. So this is decent, but the sofas are just going to be so mobile and pretty tough to handle. Now, he does have a scout here, so he sees exactly what's running around, and he's going to look for some damage, using these stealth forests to his advantage. Now, horsemen going towards the other side of Scarlet Devil as well, and he's still just making sofas. He's got 7 cows in the ranches, and these guys are going to be producing food all day long.
Behind this now also starts to add in an archer range, so we'll be immediately getting that archer plus sofa army composition here. Does reveal some units now once again onto the pit mine, but the sofas from Scarlet Devil are in now as well. Valdemar does see those. They're not really doing the bestest job of hiding. Valdemar doesn't have any villagers on gold, so that's not really something that he has to be too worried about, but might be doing some damage on the deer here soon, potentially. Actually, Sofa just able to take down one of the horsemen there for free. Valdemar caught slacking there a little bit. And Scarlet Devil, he's just going to go for the village kill here, actually.
And a village kill is pretty massive here, because that's the only source of population we have out of Valdemar. He does not have the wood to replace this anytime soon either, you can see. But he's got the spearmen to replace, the destruction of this village. The village stays alive, and the horses will need to back off just a little bit. But this means that some of the army of Valdemar is not here in position. And Scarlet Devil, he's got 10 on gold, he's got 16 on food. This man, he is just letting that cow boom do the talking and constantly just making as many units as he needs, but not too much. As we can see now, he's floating quite a bit of gold here. He's stopped producing sofas. He just wants to keep his opponent busy in his base, and his opponent is definitely kept very busy in this position. Oh my goodness. You can see with him just chasing behind, he's got the horses here, and Valdemar, he's got a pretty formidable army. And
a second group of sofas now able to take down that village after all. Valdemar's going to get housed as that goes down.
Now, he's got a few archers here that are a little out of position, but the sofas aren't too keen on picking them up. But the village is on the cards, and it will go down. The Imperial official just running for a little bit of tax. They realize, hey, we could just get this guy as well. Picks up the tax, kills the Imperial official, and gets the village.
That's pretty good value. Another village is getting rushed up, but that village is not gonna stop him from getting pop-capped, but he is just gonna put up a second village right after, so we'll be able to stabilize that way. But good amount of damage done here by Scarlet Devil, and the age up behind this, the timing from him. The half Lani that's coming in, 10 out of 20 cattle here behind this. Already a good amount of sofa, and is going to be able to immediately upgrade those.
And just seeing this pure amount of villagers trying to get this age up done, this is a fast one, because he knows if he gets this up, he's just going to get the sofa upgrade, and these horsemen are going to get completely cooked. You'd think that this is a Byzantine ram raining down upon them, but apparently there's a house focus. And another horseman goes down. The archer stepping very far forward, but the sofas don't want to be taking any extra damage. There's only enough gold for an upgrade. And that's exactly what he gets.
And Valdemar realizes he does not have enough units to immediately go for a TC dive now with his horsemen. A couple of sofas also taking down some of the reinforcements here. Veterancy upgrades not in yet, so decides not to keep fighting there for too much longer. It's coming in behind this, and Scarlet Devil, he's just moving out to the other pit mine that he had up there. Or at the other gold vein. So Valdemar's just taking his time and decides to burn down some more houses, but a lot of production still in queue for him, meaning that he isn't just going up to Castle Age on his own side. Could be dangerous, though. We've seen this the way this plays out before.
And with these sofas now being upgraded, the spearmen are going to be a little bit of a deterrent, but that's why he has these feudal age archers in here, to just be able to target fire when he can. Now, Voldemort is doubling down. He keeps making units. We see a lot more archers, a lot more spears in queue here. And the whole half Lani doing some work, but he is pulling out some cows to eat, as he is a hungry, hungry man with the sofa numbers. They are scary, but are they going to be enough? We do see the TC firing now at the archers on the back line now. So the sofas are going to be running into some of these spears, but the villagers are idle. And it looks like they're going to be fighting back. Crackety. Oh, never mind. They're pulled. Ah.
And Valdemar, he's losing his entire military force here. Spearmen, there's not too many of them remaining. Sofa able to clean up the entire mass here from Valdemar. He's behind in tech. He needs a lot more time now to be able to age up himself. Kills one villager. That's not good enough.
Each. Yes. Not against even a half Lani. When you're up against Malians, you need to do a significant amount of damage. They're already investing so much into getting that economy up and running. Valdemar now overcommitting completely, running into the TC. And honestly, I'm very surprised to see this from him. This is something that we've seen from previous performances where he would overcommit and not know when to dive, when to pull back. And this was one of those moments. He definitely had a huge amount of military that he could fall back on. He just needed to do a little bit of damage and cycle it in and out from there. But right now, Valdemar not giving up. The problem is the food is going to be a bit critical in a few moments, especially now with the Malians. They are just getting more and more sofas, and this furniture is going to hit quite hard, even under the Barbican.
Yeah, and Whammon, you mentioned it earlier, just the importance of winning when you pick the Chinese, right? Like both of these players, their high priority picks have come in here with these two civilizations, so whoever loses this definitely has to be feeling quite deflated. And Scarlet Devil right now looking strong in this one. He got pushed off of gold for a while, but now he's even stronger onto gold. 18 villagers working, so the full Lani, or rather the half Lani, is soon going to be the full Lani back again. Also now investing into the imams, and yeah, if he gets the relics in behind as well, that is going to be very tough for Valdemar to come back from. He is in Song Dynasty, so he is getting more villagers in over time. But the already upgraded veteran sofas here is kind of a dangerous one, and the sofas are going to start diving in. Might be able to get a villager kill here. Will be able to get one. I'm going to dive much deeper.
Yes, this is a very responsible choice. He is at the same time investing into his archers. He's getting more sofas. He's just trying to force Valdemar to make units that he doesn't want to be making. He's trying to get his units out of position here to try keep them busy, delay this farming transition. But Valdemar already going for his farms. This is something I really like to see here. I love the fact that he's already investing all that extra wood, because we know that the food is on a timer. And like you said, Malians just keeps going. If China can survive that food timing that they run out of, they are usually in a pretty good spot. Problem is just, Valdemar has lost so much. So now with the relic game starting, we see that Scarlet has picked up his first relic, and he's got two religious units out on the map. I don't know if they're scholars or what they are, but they will be picking up them relics, and we'll see that number increasing towards his side pretty quickly. The middle one is the next target. Now, that poor villager from China just falls flat on his face. China! Scarlet Devil going against his home civilization here. I just realized. Voldemort definitely not against his home civilization. Yeah. Mali, oh my gosh.
China to get to pay for that wall, yeah. And Scarlet Devil, at the moment, it's just mass sofas from him. Now, Valdemar, the big issue here, right, is like Valdemar doesn't even have equal number spearmen to the sofas at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
He is heading in crossbows, though, but at the same time, archers as well from Scarlet Devil, and this is like the go-to army composition from the Malians. It's sofa and archers, and archers, once poison arrows comes in, even lancers don't really stand a chance.
Now, if Lancers could have been chosen here, it could have been a nice, fun engagement, especially in the early stages. But this is the Stealth Forest! Crackety! We talked about the Stealth Forest and people making mistakes, even at this level. Voldemort succumbing a little bit to the pressure here of the qualifying match. And just running without a scout and into the darkness. This is such a dangerous position to be in. And Scarlet Devil knows exactly what's going on. You can see that vision difference with our observer furiously clicking Control F and control bracket to make sure that we have the best vision out there in the land. Villagers now trying to get this wall up, but Scarlet Devil, he knows.
Ooh, relic number 4. And there's the military. Scarlet Devil. He's got so much here. Still doesn't decide to go for the full fight. Instead, just content picking off a couple of villagers.
And that's going to be a pretty nice... Oh, it was going to be a pretty nice one, but he decides to spare that Vil. He said you built well enough, and life is hard enough there playing China, so we'll kill him while he's working. Oh, unfortunately. Little Stealth Forest is now dropped. Poor guy. Crackety, that was a destruction of the tree, the Stealth Forest, and now there's poisoned arrows coming in. I don't know about you, but when I'm even in military count against Malians and villager count against Malians in Age 3, I am quaking in my boots.
Nest of Bees now also in queue for Valdemar. That's the main reason why you want to go for the clock tower, because once you run out of food, you need siege in order to bridge the gap, because siege doesn't cost any food, so that's like the one way that you can like kind of bridge the gap. Valdemar knows this, so even the second Nest of Bees now also coming in. He's trying to get the farm transition going with the granaries, but it's so difficult at this point in time. Scarlet Devil now with the 4th relic, soon to be getting the Sacred Sites surely as well. Horseman still trying to do some damage here from Valdemar. He did manage to burn down a pit mine, did manage to just destroy a whole bunch of houses there as well. So far, no additional villager kills, though, from Scarlet Devil. Valdemar did manage to get a bunch in, and you don't want to lose villagers as the Chinese when you're up against the Malians, who already have the cattle economy going for them. By the way, cattle economy now on 20 out of 20 cattle, so the full cattle potential has been unleashed here for Scarlet Devil. Up to 40 sofas now.
Oh, and I've seen this in my ranked games. When my opponent has 40 to 60 sofas, you're standing there in your base, you've made 30 spears, you have 30 crossbows, you have horses of your own, and everything is just dying. And honestly, with the half of the army now tracking upwards, the sofas, they can just track right into the base. And it looks like that's probably going to be the target they're going for, as we see this huge wave of horse legs just crossing the field. And guys, if you count all those legs, they are very intimidating, very big numbers. So those horses at the back are going to be trying to circle around. They realize we're not going to walk into that. So now, Scarlet Devil creeping closer. Horse legs, tap, tap, tapping, right into the spears. Is he going to take it? It looks like he's confident enough to do so. Ooh, not that well, though.
And Mr. B is doing a great job here. Is able to thin out the spearman count a good bunch, though. And now I feel like he's had enough. He knows the lead that he has. He's trying to send it all in. There's a lot more sofas, just not here at the front line. Not exactly sure where they are, but the Nest of Bees are getting taken down. Crossbows trying to step into the choke point here. There's still so many sofas remaining. Every time the crossbows turn around, though, like this is the 300 here trying to hold the line. Doing a great job at it, but the archers are able to start thinning them out as well. And behind this, never forget just the insane food income that Scarlet Devil has to just keep producing units. Valdemar did actually manage to keep up now with the food income, at least for the moment. It feels like that was only momentarily, though, as he only has 18 active on food at the moment. That is not enough to sustain 1400 food per minute.
And looking at those farms, they're a little bit exposed, some of them. So it does feel like that is a sitting duck level of exposed here. We have one tower here to house all of those villagers, and that can get a little dangerous. Scarlet Devil also on 4 relics. The man has gotten every upgrade in the world, and every other piece of gold is going straight towards the sofa production. So with all of this army, he is now making red dots everywhere. He's got the vision towers. He's climbing inside those walls, and he is looking for more and more damage. And now him knocking at the bottom means he's going to go straight for those farms, which Valdemar just cannot afford to lose control of right now.
Skull Devil already back up to 30 archers, over 20 sofas. Valdemar now down to 1,000 food per minute. Tries to get a quick wall up in order to buy himself a little bit more time. Skull Devil only is sending a single unit in after opening up the walls there.
Now he does get that extra layer to ensure that the wall will keep him alive. But Scarlet Devil, Crackety, in StarCraft they used to say, the supply does not lie. And the supply here is telling us a very apparent story. 130 to 113, and Malian value here is absolutely disgusting. The sofas are just going to be able to split apart and do the same.
All you really have to do is also just look at the total income at the bottom left side that we have there. Skull Devil is almost 10,000 resources ahead of Valdemar.
I think that's pretty good. That means that you were wrong about the civilization. Only 10k? I like Mali.
I was wrong. Okay. I mean, I'm wrong in my prediction as to like when this game is gonna end, because we're already 23 minutes in. To be fair, it could have almost ended at 21. Like, we were close. We were really, really close.
Now, unfortunately, these sofas are looking to close out the game, and I don't think my prediction is going to be right either because of this. So I need Scarlet Devil to chill just a little bit, but chilling is not on the cards. He gets forward of the Huntress. He's probably going to get this in a very spicy position. Let's go see where he plops it down. Right on top of that big gold and a sacred site to secure. Very, very nice. This is just going to mean that those units are going to gain invisibility and keep raiding. Now, it's not on the side of the farms, but it doesn't matter because he's getting every other resource under control.
Fort of the Huntress here. I mean, the timing, it's so brutal for Valdemar. He's just managed to stabilize here now in the Castle Age. Going up to Imperial Age just isn't really too feasible for him, and he as much as we beam on him for it, but he did Waldemar himself in a good bit behind this.
You know when you say he stabilized in Castle? You know when you're on a little boat and you're just floating in the ocean, it was a little rocky, but you stabilize. But then there's this giant tsunami that's on its way. So you can say he stabilized in Castle, but stability is all relative. Right now, poor Valdemar is about to be covered by a red wave of poison archers and elite sofas pretty soon. This is not going to be there's no stabilization. No DJI gimbal is going to keep him stable here. So this man, he's waiting for the upgrades, and then he's going to engage. Valdemar keeps producing. He realizes this. He needs to find that stability, hold on strong, spear to the ground, and get every sofa on a stick. Because these guys are going to do an insane amount of damage to that eco, and the eco is just sitting there at the back, waiting to get raided.
Yeah, we're about to be getting all of the elite I mean, some of the elite upgrades already through here now for Scarlet Devil. Next thing that we should be seeing is some bombards. And once you get up to 2-3 bombards, the Nest of Bees don't really stand a chance, as they can then easily get sniped out by the siege from Scarlet Devil. But he's just taking his time. He knows in what a precarious spot Valdemar is. Valdemar, though, behind this, also tries to potentially go for an age-up play here. He's stacking up his food. He did send out a lot of villagers over to gold. Yeah, he's completely off of wood now. He's just trying to go ham and try and get the age-up in. The question is, what is he going to go for? Is he just going to try and go for a Great Wall Gatehouse on his farming economy? He's not going to be able to secure any gold resources with that from the looks of it.
Now, you have to keep in mind, this is China. They have a lot of taxes, and they do not mind not having access to all that gold. They do a pretty good job at surviving in those cases. The problem is just when he hits that age up, that's the warning bell for Scarlet Devil to just go and end this from his side. And we do see that the army is a little bit split here. Which means he probably doesn't want to take these engagements, because just getting this army trimmed is not going to be the greatest here. You do see that age up being clicked on, and we'll see where that bad boy is going to be built, but it's going to be a surprise to what it is.
It's a Great Wall Gatehouse in between the farming area there. And Scarlet Devil, this is the moment where he really wants to go for it. The age up should complete... is it even going to complete in time? It's always such a difficult thing getting the Great Wall Gatehouse up in time, because the villagers, they can only build on it on 2 sides. Oh man, does have the Nest of Bees there. Great Wall Gatehouse is going to complete, but it's been nerfed. It only has normal Nest of Bees on top of it. These aren't the old Giga OP Nest of Bees.
I'm so glad they did this, but in this moment, I feel really bad for Voldemort watching that medium wall gatehouse just firing away. The Sofas ignoring it completely. Nest of Bees are trying their best, and they're doing an okay job, but the amount of units out of Scarlet Devil here is just making this look like an absolute destruction. So, with all of these Sofas now looking for more damage, he was able to kill off most of them. The problem is, there's reinforcements, and they're going elsewhere. Oh no.
He's still trying to stick this one out. Great Wall Gatehouse is taking down a lot of units, but there's still so many Sofas reinforcing, and Valdemar, he just cannot produce anything behind this, and GG is gonna come in. Scarlet Devil opening us up here with the victory for himself, so gets an early lead up in this best of 7.
Now, this is a pretty heavy loss here for Valdemar, because again, this is China. This was his #1 civilization that he went for. Scarlet Devil, this feels good. You just knocked your opponent down from his #1 pick. So, getting it on a map like this as well is setting the pace for the game. And I really hope that Voldemar is going to be able to pick himself up off of this and be like, okay, that's fine. I'm not tilted. I got this. China is just China. It is what it is. He's done with Malians. From here on out, my drafting is going to carry me through. So, yeah. I think what a lot of players go through at this level is very often just the fact that tilting is pretty heavy on the soul. And I mean, we see it at the top level too. We've seen some top players, I shall not name, that tilt into oblivion after a game. So we need to understand that this happens everywhere. But against Scarlet Devil, against that, it must feel pretty tough.
Whammon, a nice little message there for you, or rather a nice little news piece there for you. You got the closest with your prediction as to how long that game would go. You were at like 29 and a bit. This game ended at 28-48. So I looked through the chat. You were actually the closest with guessing how long that game would take. Okay, we see. I hear production that said, okay, it's only closest without going over. So we got to take some points away for it. Nah, it's fine.
It is what it is. But we have a little bit of a different pick coming in here. Ladies and gents, are you seeing what I'm seeing here in the left corner? King of the Hill. Voldemar says, basically gets to pick, guys. So he's like, no worries, guys. We're going to play my match, the standard match. No, I'm joking. Of course, King of the Hill is not standard. But HRE against Order of the Dragon, we get the sister civilizations facing off against one another, screaming at each other in very angry German, as Krakedy is about to do for us.
Ja, Landsknechte, ja!
Very nice. That did not feel angry enough, but it's okay. We'll let this one slide. Krakedy is tired. So, I'm excited to see how these two play out.
It's a Landsknechte, it Landsknechte.
It Landsknechte?
Yeah.
Okay.
That doesn't make sense. Or it Knechts Lands?
Oh no.
We're definitely not going to see them here, though. Or maybe, you know what, maybe. We might be actually seeing them from Order of the Dragon here, potentially. Like, Order of the Dragon, Landsknechte, they hit differently. It's like, you know, this is not a knife, this is a knife, something like that. Along those lines, and yeah, it's a pretty good one.
Okay. I'm excited to see how this one lands, because of course, King of the Hill, I used to remember the days. I think Twitch chat, you guys remember those days when we would queue into King of the Hill on ladder, and then you get English against Rus or China in the middle, and Yes, then HRE joined the mix, and HRE was like, hey, let me build a tower with some relics. But both of these civilizations, they can play a good feudal if they want to, but they have to move out to get resources. They do become a little bit susceptible to them raids. So I'm a little bit worried here about the ability against these two on how they're gonna fight out. I feel like HRE just has a little bit of a boost there when it comes to the feudal if they decide to stay in feudal.
Both civilizations have their strong points here in that regard. I think, like, overall, when it comes to the timings, they're, like, we're now at the stage where they're both really, really even. Order of the Dragon, they've gotten a bunch of buffs, like, in general, like, to their villagers over the time. So at this point in time, it's like, they don't even really, like, need the Archon that much anymore. They can definitely still go for it, but, like, the base villager gather rate boost is already so strong, and like they take like what 3 more seconds to produce, or like just maybe even less off the top of my head. You're not that far behind in villager count at this point in time with the Order of the Dragon. Their villager, their economy baseline is really, really good.
I'm excited to see what this means for us, because I want you guys to notice the private picks though. Voldemort did not note HRE as the main pick here, and he still has a lot of civilizations ranked above this, but it makes a lot of sense. When I look at his options, yeah, HRE was definitely the only choice he had here. Well, Scarlet Devil, on the other hand, imagine we get a little English. Ooh. Now, I'm excited to see Scarlet Devil play English because he prioritized this thing. He prioritized it above Zushi, so this means that we will most likely see it on a map here today. Crackety, place your bets right now. Where are we seeing English?
Where we're seeing English,
Lippany.
Frisian Marshes, Louis style?
Okay.
Potentially.
Explain. What is Louis style?
Louis has played English a whole bunch of times on Frisian Marshes in the past tournaments, where he just goes 2TC on Frisian Marshes, and he's got a very intricate style of base building, and then he just spams spearmen and longbows to, like, even if the opponent goes Castle Age, he just keeps spamming spearmen and longbows. And the farm transition is going to come in, and he's just going to be able to spam spearmen non-stop and just try and overwhelm with them. And it's looking somewhat strong, but also sometimes very weak at the same time. Like, mid-game, you always wonder, oh man, is this actually going to work out? Then it doesn't, but he makes it look very close, and one of those, like, I believe there was a game there it actually did work out, but enough of that. We're now jumping into our game number 2 between Valdemar and Scarlet Devil. We're here on the one and only King of the Hill, the most kingest of Hill, and seeing how Scarlet Devil immediately, like, put the sheep in the back there makes me believe that this is going to be an Archon game from him.
Oh, it definitely is. When you get into this specific matchup as well, I think the number of units here is where it matters, because with Order of the Dragon, you just cannot produce as much because your units are so much more expensive. So the way to really land your damage would be to just be able to overwhelm, to attack from different angles, to get that economy up as much as you can, produce as much as you can, to be able to out-micro and outdo Order of the Dragon. Order of the Dragon is just such a unique civilization, but they do have that little bit of a negative point of, hey, you are going to need to react to everything, and you are just not going to have the numbers to react.
Oh. Looking at Scarlet Devil's base layout there, he could also go for a very nice Archon Chapel there next to the small wood line, the gold and the sheep there that he has as well. Only issue is, of course, you never really want to put your Archon Chapel forward. That always is going to hurt you, but it doesn't hurt you as much with the Order of the Dragon, because no matter where your villagers are, they're going to be producing, or not producing, but gathering a lot faster.
I'm learning. Guys, this is basically like me getting coached by Crackety. I hope you guys are enjoying it as well. He's giving us free coaching. Everyone, right here. The Scarlet Devil getting an Arcane Chapel. I can imagine this feeling a little bit tough when you look at that position. And you gotta ask yourself, is this really what I'm stuck with? But he does have pretty safe food there on the side as well, if he manages to learn to wall. He gets a little note here from Waldemar and invests in one of those, because I think with the amount of Ooh, okay, he's getting the forward one. Crackety, you called it.
Yeah, it makes a lot of
Disgusting.
sense for him here if he wants to go for fast castle playstyle, which both of these players ideally want to go for, right? Like on this map, we know there's a sacred site in the middle, and these two players, I mean, these two civilizations are incredibly incentivized when it comes around fast castling and capturing relics. And on a map like this with a single sacred site in the middle, that is the thing you want to go for.
Now, if I am in this position where I know my opponent is, oh, and we see the tower instantly. I was making a thought here, but the ADHD just saw the tower, erased everything that was going on in my brain, and I'm just like, okay, there's a tower here. Usually, Order of the Dragon loves doing this when they don't want anyone touching said area around the tower. But Valdemar is doing the opposite. Valdemar has 5 on wood here. This man, he wants to go touch your tower. He wants to go ensure that he is raiding you at all times, and he's putting down that fuel pressure. But Scarlet, is he going to be going for something a little bit sneakier?
He's already got the outpost prepared, so will most likely just be a very, very fast castle age coming in here from him. Valdemar is about to spot this one out. His scout is creeping alongside the edge there, so we'll be able to see that outpost on the gold, and that just immediately is going to be sending warning signs over towards him and be like, oh my god, my opponent, he's just going to be going for naked fast castle age. And yeah, that's most likely going to be the plan here from Scarlet Devil.
Oh, he's putting 3 villages on wood here, just to be safe. You obviously want to get a house here, just to ensure you don't pop cap yourself. You do need a little bit of wood in this game, but
for pro scouts. Yes, yeah, it is going to be pro scouts on King of the Hill. Okay, now the food is nice, but you're gonna delay yourself a good bit, and Scarlet Devil actually is respecting Valdemar here a lot, going for some stone there for an outpost emplacement. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Like, both these players have gotten a lot of sheep early on, so it's not going to be like an immediate timing where Scarlet Devil is going to run out upon hitting Castle Age. You should have enough to get a significant mass of units out before that.
The thing is, him going for a fast castle is great, but Valdemar now getting pro scouts, he's gonna have there's gonna be a little opening where Scarlet Devil can kill Valdemar with these fast castle units. We've seen this. We've seen this happen, and this is just the issue when you're playing against Order of the Dragon. Their units are so tanky, and that stable of yours ain't gonna do too much when there's a very chonky men-at-arms running towards your base. But at the same time, Valdemar, he's gotten his pro scouts and the rest of his units straight onto gold, straight onto food. He wants to make sure he can respond accordingly. And I kind of like this. It's going to ensure that he has that constant food income. But at the same time, he needs to more or less match that age-up timing, which Scarlet Devil is very much ahead of him.
Yeah, the age of timing here is going to be quite good for Scarlet Devil. Not a single military out yet for Valdemar. Instead, just focusing on getting those scouts out to go for that professional scouting. Scarlet Devil, he is just about ready to hit the age up, and it is most likely going to be the Regnitz Cathedral. Nothing else really makes sense here at this point in time, right? Like, with the timing window that he has for him here. Villagers are moving. Okay, we are going to be getting the Burgrave Palace in from Scarlet Devil. Okay, yes. We are getting the Burgrave Palace in from Scarlet Devil. So, we're not getting a Regnitz. There's not going to be a play from Relics immediately from Scarlet. I mean, it makes a lot of sense as well, because if you then make a monastery and still get the Relics in, the Burgrave Palace still generates value worth roughly like 400 resources per minute. It's incredibly greedy just because he's up against the Agery as well, and Valdemar is about to follow up with his own age up. This is going to be a difficult one. I would value Valdemar's play a bit higher here.
As he's about to go for the Burgrave, right?
Surely Valdemar, the meta player here, is going to choose the Burgrave over the Regnitz in an HRE mirror.
Oh, damn, Valdemar. Come on, man. We were hoping, Twitch chat, everything was riding on this. But he goes for a barracks as the follow-up here. Now, I think that might be a little bit of an expensive lesson he's about to learn, Crackety. Because if you go for a nice old barracks opening for Voldemort here, he's not going to have a response to those men-at-arms. He can try to give men-at-arms himself, but Order of the Dragon men-at-arms, they do hit a little bit differently.
Valdemar already sent his prelate out in order to be able to get that relic. Wait, is he already at the relic? In that case, he sent him out a little bit too early.
Good vibes.
Good vibes. Good vibes. Over.
Yeah.
No, he's just now making his way out.
Now we do see that Scarlet Devil needs to move out a little bit on the map on the deer, as we predicted, with the food running a little bit low. But Scarlet Devil getting his own prelates now. He wants to make sure he gets every bit he can. And if he's going to have access to those relics. But now we have 2 men-at-arms coming his way. And Voldemort, he made 3 spears.
Oh,
no.
He misclicked.
Oh, he shift. Oh,
he shift-clicked. And Scarlet Devil's prelate is close. Valdemar, he hasn't noticed yet. Scarlet Devil's prelate is about to be closer. He's not getting the relic. He's not getting the relic, Women. And Scarlet Devil has more. Oh my god, no. Valdemar. Oh, he's gonna rewatch this and he's gonna be like, oh, that just lost me the game, potentially.
Now, losing a relic like this is massive because, and he realizes now, but the relic is gone, Voldemort, and so is your hope of picking that guy up. But now, Voldemort only has 1 relic in the base, which is great, but look at this. The men-at-arms have arrived! And Crackety! There's nothing that can kill them right now.
There is a knight there, and with some prelate healing as well, the knight is going to be able to stay alive for a long time, but that means that the prelates are actually going to be stuck here inside of the base from Voldemort for a long time, and behind the Scarlet Devil... Actually, the knight is going down! Is he going to pull him back? He pulls him back.
Oh god, but with the knight now being low, he's still going to be able to charge in every now and again, but the men-at-arms turns around.
Oh, he takes him down!
Shot. Disgusting.
More knights coming in. Next knight's coming in. That one's going to be able to clean him up. But, I mean, the men-at-arms, they've gotten so much value in behind this. And, yeah, I mean, Scarlet Devil, he's just getting 4 out of 5 relics in. Up against Regnitz Cathedral. And now with the Burgrave, he's able to get really cheap... Core was right. Core was right all along. This Civ is broken.
Guys... This just in, if you want to make a Reddit thread, please complain about Order of the Dragon. They're seeing way too much tournament time, as we can see here. Now, these guys definitely needed a little bit of love. But you see Voldemort hoping for that last relic. The problem is, he's hoping on an empty dream, as the relic has already been picked up. Scarlet Devil carrying that 4th relic back to his base, and Voldemort currently sitting here in shambles, thinking about, what am I gonna do next? I'm up against a 4 relic Order of the Dragon. And, what now?
Now, we harvest the deer that we've got going for ourselves and just try and produce as many units as possible and try and make something happen. We see a nice little wall coming out here now from Scarlet Devil as well. Wants to make sure that he's going to be safe on that side of the map. Can we quickly take a look at the vision that Scarlet Devil has? Because, of course, Order of the Dragon and HRE, their outposts already have a lot more vision. But with the relic inside of it as well, like, yeah, Scarlet Devil sees a lot on the map. Like that. He sees so far with that 1 outpost? Okay.
Let it out.
Vision, man.
It's definitely not an easy thing to play against. But say, when you've got the vision, you get to make the choices. And this is a knight just paying him a little visit to ensure that he doesn't just snowball too far. This one knight actually doing already pretty good work. I see 2 villages have gone down. And I assume that knight is the cause of both of them.
Yeah, about to be a 3rd. There's a crossbow here. Doesn't turn around. 2nd crossbow comes in as well. Oh, the villager just walled up. Might not be able to tail the tale for too long. And knight is gonna charge in on that one. And that's gonna be... Oh, nope. Decides not to go for it in the end.
Now the villager tells the tale of all of the lands, but the knight also survives. So he will just go back, tell the tale yet again, and be back to raid a little more. This is good by Voldemort. Voldemort now actually realizing, okay, I may have been at a little bit of a disadvantage here. Little bit, but it's okay. I just need to get ahead. I know how to do this. I need to raid my opponent, and I don't need to run into the spearmen of my opponent. And the knight takes down takes a little bit of a beating. Luckily, he's got some prelates in the base to try and heal this up, but Scarlet Devil, he doesn't plan on sending that knight back to base.
Yeah, that knight is getting sent to the afterlife instead. Valdemar now able to reclaim the middle of the map. Does have a large army going for himself at the moment. Scarlet Devil behind this. He doesn't have that many units. We're actually seeing the Gilded Landsknechte now coming in for him. So he's going to be realizing the prophecy that has been foretold.
And foretold it will be with all these units circling around, Valdemar looking like he has the spears for days. But there's no horses on the side of Scarlet Devil. There is, however, like you said, the Landsknecht. And I'm excited to see what that will mean in a fight. Because honestly...
It would mean a lot. Valdemar doesn't have anything to like really deal with that. There aren't any archers. Crossbows are okay-ish, but... I mean, just select a Landsknecht and you see how much health they have. A lot.
Now, with these knights from Valdemar, he's going to be able to land a raid or two still, but this is going to be limited edition for him, because you are playing against a man with relics. And a lot of relics at that. These towers are going to get reinforced. I say that, he cancels the tower because he sees a lot of units. Now that forward chapel might be...
Oh, big raids, big raids. 6 villagers already have been taken down. Knights, though, just kind of blindly running in. Landsknechte coming in now. Doing a couple of twirls there. Actually not getting focused down. Never mind, that wasn't a Landsknechte. Landsknechte is with the knights. They all look so similar, Whammon. That's not racist.
Yeah, no, the Order of the Dragon, they do all look similar. I think we're allowed to say that, because historically German, so... we can say they are all powerful warriors here, but you can see those men-at-arms and Landsknechte, they look one and the same here. But now the farms are idle, boys. And that means we are not going to be able to get the production we need here. Mr. Scarlet Devil is going to be in a little bit of a pickle here when it comes to producing. You see him on the berries now, trying to get as much as he can, getting a few archers. So... those archers, they're expensive, and he just doesn't have the resources to do this with. But now, slowly getting a little bit of control back here, trying to get those towers to, you know, shoot a little harder when people start interrupting. But the problem is 7 Order of the Dragon villager kills, that is pretty massive. It's not an amount that you can compare to a normal civilization, as these guys are about 10 villagers in essence. So now Scarlet Devil, he needs to recover. But he's got the relics to do so.
Outpost has been put up, relic put inside as well. Springald emplacement about to be coming in here. Oh, some prelates losing their life though.
Few crossbows paying the price, but those are so cheap compared to losing those prelates. And we see the knights doing yet again the same. And this is what we said about this earlier. With Valdemar, he knows exactly what the weakness is of the civilization. It's the sheer amount of units that you can produce. You just need to overwhelm your opponent by attacking in multiple places at once. We'll see now if this is going to be enough.
Yeah, Sacred Side victory condition ticking behind this, now down to 7.5 minutes left. And Valdemar has been non-stop reinforcing that with outposts as well. He's got 3 villagers on the stone there as well. Able to get the upgrades and the emplacements in on the outposts eventually. Also on the boar. Yeah, difficult situation for Scarlet Devil now. He did get a couple of archers in. I'm not even sure. Are they upgraded to veterancy yet, the archers? They might not have been upgraded
No, they are,
yet.
they are. We see the 3 dots at the top. Yeah.
Yeah, they're
He's getting +1 range defense as well, as he realizes that these sheer amount of crossbows here from Valdemar is doing a good amount of work. Now, the spearman numbers, I like this from Scarlet. He's going for spears because he knows, hey, my opponent went for crossbows and crossbows and crossbows. Spears, they actually have quite a good survivability against that.
Yeah, especially with the Proud Inspiration as well. Like, their base damage starts becoming quite high as well. And just tankiness helps them out as well. Valdemar is knocking on the door there with a couple of knights. Nothing too menacing though, but the outposts are starting to get reinforced. Skull Devil at one point, he's just going to start needing some siege here against this, but he is moving out now. A lot of inspired units here as well, so he's boosting up the value of his troops significantly. Is this going to be enough? We do see the second emplacement about to be coming in.
But that's fine. These units have so much HP. I say that's fine. He doesn't think it's fine either, though. These towers are not reinforced in the way he needs them to be if those units start going under and doing damage. And they also don't have emergency repair. And it is going to be a fight.
The archers from the Order of the Dragon, they're doing a great job here. They are attacking super fast behind this. Crossbows also firing at the front side. And Valdemar, his front line, it's teetering. 22 spearmen, now down to 15. Still 14 spearmen remaining from Skull Devil. He keeps reinforcing behind this as well. The backline keeps stepping up. The knights from Valdemar did go down. And it looks like Skull Devil, the decap has come through for him. He's able to take the fight over to Valdemar's side now. Skull Devil, he realized, okay, I can't keep staying here for a prolonged period of time. I'm gonna go back. But he's already back up to 7 spearmen behind this. And he just bought himself a ton of time. And a very good military trade here behind this. Total income, neck and neck. Total destroyed resources, also neck and neck between the two.
Now,
this is such an even game.
This has been amazing from Scarlet Devil. Scarlet Devil just absolutely looking like he calculated and executed. And now getting a mangonel in between this as well. Definitely feels like the move he needs to be able to do this. What I'm missing a little bit here from Scarlet Devil is the fact that he is not able to do any damage to Valdemar in the base. So Valdemar, this time, not investing in any walls, because Scarlet Devil has been standing firmly in his base. He's getting a lot of Lunchknecht as well now. He realizes, hey, maybe these guys do a little bit of damage. Now, slowly getting that tower creep coming forward, and I love doing this with the Germanic civilizations here, as we have HRE and Order of the Dragon, both of them being able to do that creep, especially with the relics that you can just pop in and out when you need them.
First mangonel now hitting the field for Scarlet Devil. Against this many crossbows, definitely a good move. Might soon also want to go for maybe just a single trebuchet, just to start applying some pressure to these forward outposts. Some walls here, helping Scarlet Devil out inside of his base.
This is a pretty smart move here from Scarlet Devil, just finally ensuring that the base is safe. Because he can see that's exactly what Valdemar is constantly going to invest in. Now, these 4 towers, they are pretty annoying to handle for most units here, but they are constantly going to get reinforced. The thing is, Valdemar is very close to Imperial Age, and I'm not too sure if this is something Scarlet Devil is going to be able to do anything about. He's getting that trebuchet now. But the longer this game goes, Scarlet Devil is definitely going to be the one in the driving seat, with the opportunity to go for a little bit of pressure here, being able to shut it down most likely. But if Valdemar doesn't go for the Alsbach, I think this is going to be a lot harder for him to hold, because it feels like this is his moment to hold it. Alice of Swabia coming out, and he's just going to play a normal long game.
Yeah, long game here though, but that means that Skull Devil is going to have a nice timing opportunity here to reclaim the middle.
With the Alsbach, it feels like he would have been able to possibly hold this. This could have been that win condition that he needed. But the villagers were not in position to be able to do this. And Scarlet Devil now, he's going to be up against an Imperial Age HRE, but this Imperial Age HRE, he's got a bunch of towers in the middle that are already upgraded, and they're not going to be able to get bombard emplacements all of a sudden. These guys are upgraded, and that's just how they are.
First trebuchet comes in, shoots, misses. Classic. Shoots again. Okay, this time he hit.
Nice. Second trebuchet, though. That's going to make it a little easier.
Yeah, Skull Devil now. He's getting kind of forced into making a move here, as Valdemar did just age up. Doesn't have enough gold yet, though, for any Imperial Age upgrades. And if he's going for any Imperial Age upgrades, most likely might be going to be for the crossbows that he has the most of at the moment. But he doesn't have that much gold. He did just have to move on to additional gold veins. This could be a dicey situation for him here. Skull Devil, he's got a grandiose timing here ahead of him for a potential push.
And all of these towers, investing so much into these, all just went down in the blink of an eye. And now he's going to be able to cap the sacred site. And I feel like if Scarlet Devil is the one aging up here, even with the Palace of Swabia,
a panic
he would
keep.
be... Oh,
There's already trebuchets.
he needs to find a way to kill this army, and there's just... It doesn't feel like Voldemort has that chance.
Yeah, this is a difficult one. It's a pretty big army, and we know Scarlet Devil, he is not afraid of keeps. He instead embraces them.
He's like, a keep? I get under those. Very nice.
A keep! And, to say it in Demu's words.
Now,
yeah, and he loves the keep. He's going for it. He's hugging it.
Don't fear the keep. It doesn't have boiling oil. We have prelates. We can give thoughts and prayers, and we'll be able to survive all day long. Spearmen now at the front here, but we've got prelates as the front line. The thing is, Scarlet Devil might be investing a lot here.
He is, but he's completely massacring the army from Valdemar at the moment. Just before the crossbow elite upgrade came in as well. And the front line that he has, sure, he lost it, but that's the cheap part for him to reproduce.
The Scarlet Devil is slowly producing more units. I don't see a heavy investment here. 1 man-at-arm in the queue, 2 crossbows. But it feels like he's stocking up a little bit of resources now. Because if he just... Oh, never mind. I was wrong, guys. He is making more units. And now getting siege from Voldemort's side as well. That's pretty surprising. But it makes a lot of sense. Especially when you are the one who needs to do something about those trebuchets.
Yeah, trebuchets that can also get buffed up by the prelates that are forward here from Scarlet Devil. He's also still actively producing them to send them forward. Valdemar did invest into the emergency repairs, but that is on cooldown now. Third trebuchet about to make its way forward as well.
Yo, that's a good economy right there. Food, everything just stacked up completely.
Valdemar, he's getting a second layer of walls up on the right-hand side. Going for the onion build.
Layers. Very nice. Now, he does have a lot of villagers, and we know that with the Palace of Swabia, this is great. HRE loves sitting in Imperial and doing this, but the thing is, HRE likes doing that when they usually have 3 relics in their pocket. And Scarlet Devil is now the one who is, again, in the driving seat, and now the keep, not looking like he's a man who fears that keep, with no emergency repair as well. He can't even pop out those villagers, and quickly...
The keep goes down. No emergency repairs in the nick of time. Is it going to be enough? Another trebuchet shot is coming in.
And it looks like he's focusing on the units instead. The trebuchet is going to keep firing, but he pulls back. He doesn't want to risk this too much now. And he's already lost a ton of prelates here on the front lines. Only 6 total, 5 total, after losing all of those to the keep.
Yeah, lost a lot of units there in general. It hurt him quite a bit. Valdemar now up to 110 villagers. The Swabia fully online. It looked like he was under a lot of threat here, but it just takes such a long time for these trebuchets to get through that keep, and Valdemar knows that this is his way to stay in the game. He might have just bought himself enough time with that keep.
He bought himself enough time, but it depends now on Scarlet Devil. Scarlet Devil here keeps making units. Oof, that's a lot of investment. We have 40 stone left, so this is not going to be something he can keep repairing. And this is something Scarlet Devil knows. He knows that this is an expensive repair. This is not something he can keep doing. What is the time on the emergency repair? Just observer. Click, click. Quickly, please.
True killing Valdemar here in this situation. Just go up with the Elsbach on the sacred side. It's already down to 6 minutes.
And investing so much stone into keeping that keep alive. Now, that next push is going to be absolutely devastating. Scarlet Devil floating a lot of resources, but he's getting close to that 200 supply, so it's a responsible Imperial if he decides to go for it. Lunchknechte chosen as well, but now these trebuchets are firing away at what is a very important landmark to have there, with the only relic placed inside that cathedral. Let's pull back. Of course, you don't want to be risking your trebuchets for anything like that, but the tower here at the front, Elsbach Palace, gonna be the age up. The thing is, this is a very strange timing to have because now the Elsbach is coming up, but it's gonna need a lot of time. And Voldemort doesn't look like he has enough units to take this, though.
Yeah, it's looking still pretty dicey here for him to be taking this fight. He did just suddenly reinvest a lot into more men-at-arms coming up. The Spearman just getting kind of obliterated here at the front side. Does have 2 Mangonels, so they're going to be doing a lot of damage here as the shots come in. But the front line from Valdemar just got obliterated there pretty much in an instant. He does have a good amount of food income, but it is going to take some time to manifest. And yeah, just the Mangonels just getting taken down by the rage units here. More Mangonels coming in behind this though, but he just suddenly lost half of the Mangonel count there very, very quickly.
And we've got a few Culverins here from his side to try and slow this down. But the Elsbach Palace is about to tick on through, and this is going to be... The question Voldemort is asking himself is that an opening for me? Can I try and push this? Because from his perspective, he doesn't know what his opponent just aged up with. But what he did age up with is probably going to be the death of him, because every single time Voldemort moves out here, that Elsbach Palace is going to make this impossible to get through.
Valdemar, he's currently out on the corner small golds there. And the Trebuchet is just from the top rope able to take down some of the infrastructure here from Valdemar.
Oh, that's so tough. I'm going to get the barracks as well. These trebuchets can just stand in position and fire at will. Now, we can see some of these missiles are going down. Luckily, not serving any purpose just yet, but adjustable crossbars from Voldemort. He's looking at making this a pretty solid Mangonel fight, and he's going to need it to be. Because these units on the ground, they need to die.
Yeah, very much so. It's the biggest threat here, these Mangonels for Skull Devil. So Valdemar investing into them, and we've seen how strong adjustable crossbars can be. So this is definitely a win condition here for Valdemar. So kudos for him for realizing that single archer is causing some damage here on the gold vein. That, to be fair, it's not worth fighting over that gold vein. Like, how much is left there? Like 100 gold? That's not worth fighting for. Yeah.
They got its value, and he can get his wood back. And Voldemar, he needs that wood. He needs that wood because he needs more Mangonels. He needs to find a way to break through this. There's 3 minutes on the clock. This is the final fight for either of these players. Or I would say for Voldemort, at least. Scarlet Devil, he probably still has some punch in him. Now the trebuchets do go down, but that just opens up a little bit more space for other units.
There it is. Adjustable crossbars now finished up. Incendiaries just finished up for Scarlet Devil.
And all of a sudden, those Mangonels are going to need to land the biggest money shot we've seen. Mangonels target the other Mangonel and don't kill it. So the problem here is... Oh, we do get a nice destruction there at the back.
And yeah, Skull Devil, he's doing such a great job here of spreading out his units. Valdemar, he's not fighting with the siege anymore. His front line is gone. 18 men-at-arms, 18 crossbows in the queue, not out on the field at the moment. There's 2 minutes left on the sacred side. Mangonel's starting to get focused down.
Oof. The Culverins are going to be next as well, but it doesn't even look like it matters. He's got everything here, and Scarlet Devil is going to be able to close out game number 2 here against Voldemort. Nothing Voldemort can pump out of this base can shut down this Order of the Dragon army.
This has to be tilting, but you can't get tilted in a situation like that. Scarlet Devil, he's doing it, and now a 2-0 lead here in this best of 7. Valdemar down 2 points. This has to weigh on the mental, but can he do it? Can he come back from this position? Man, I mean, these first 2 games as well, they were really even to a certain degree, but Scarlet Devil just able to push through, and it's kind of unorthodox, right? Like, with how Scarlet Devil played these so far. Not really the Marlians game, though there were a lot of so far in there, but this Order of the Dragon game, I was very surprised with how he approached this overall. Like, we see a lot of Chinese one-tricks on ladder, but even they still prioritize the Regnitz over the Burgrave.
Yeah, this was an interesting choice here, because it felt like Voldemort, he plays the meta. He knows how to play the meta. He knows how to harass. He knows how to shut people down. But Scarlet Devil is doing exactly the opposite of that, and it seems like that was the key here to breaking through Voldemort, so far at least. Because keep in mind, this is a best of 7, and a best of 7, there's still a lot of positions he can be in to make a comeback in this. Now, Scarlet Devil, he's gotten 2 pretty decent civilizations already down. And next is going to be Ottomans against French on Frisian Marshes. A pretty common matchup. See, that's the thing. We just watched a game on King of the Hill that is not a common matchup. Nothing could have prepared Voldemort for this. He's never played this matchup on this map. But he's played Frisian Marshes, French versus Ottomans.
I want to say, though, Ottomans are a goated civilization at the moment. Like, they're really, really strong. They are highly traded as well. And on Frisian Marshes, you just synergize so well as well with the pawns. Now, French, in certain aspects, they also have started synergizing with the map, courtesy of just having the change in that your docks are also, like, giving you population space. So you don't have to make a house. So in theory, you like, save the same amount of wood that Ottomans do for their docks.
Mm-hmm.
But Ottomans, just time and time again, we see them. We see the Sipahi and just what they can do in mass. And I'm scared, Whammon. Honestly, whenever I see the Sipahi come in and they just find like a group of villagers, I just know that that group of villagers is going to get absolutely obliterated in just a couple of seconds. It's, yeah, we've only seen few instances where, like, that are comparable when it comes to destruction that those Sipahi can wreak.
Now, this honestly sounds like you have some trauma against Ottomans, and I'm really sorry.
Yeah, Sipahi scare me.
Okay.
Sipahi scare me. Like, I wake up at night and just drenched in sweat, screaming at the top of my lungs, "Not the Sipahi!" And then I finally realize, okay, I'm in bed. I'm not actually in a game of Age of Empires 4 right now. It's fine. Nothing can hurt me here. I got my cat next to me. He's protecting me, and all is well. But still, it hits me at the worst times.
So, are you saying the ultimate counter to Sipahi is actually just getting a cat? Because then you wouldn't play Ottomans anyway, right? Cat dads unite. No, I want to point out, by the way, Numidan and Kiljardi are also playing at this time. And these two are fighting for that one spot as well. And keep in mind, this is a tight one, because Numidan, known as a guy who likes to play slow games, Kiljardi, the opposite, it's currently 1-1. So, the other side of this bracket is going pretty strong, and it's going to be a pretty tight one between these two. But now, yes, Crackety. Ottomans, I think most of us are a little bit traumatized by them. I think everyone has made the mistake of letting the military schools just do the ticking, not doing the raiding, and all of a sudden, your army dies, his is back in just a little while, and you're stuck. So, I really hope that Voldemort does not let that happen to himself, because he needs this. French, it was his 3rd top pick. He knows that this is a valuable one. He knows how powerful French can be, and getting that control on most maps, they have that play for the big gold always. And in Imperial, we just see French absolutely dominating. But at the same time, we've seen Ottomans in Imperial. And honestly, I choose Ottomans every day, if I have to compare. Great bombards, they're too great. How do you handle Ottomans in Imperial? Is there a way?
You take your head, you take your 2 hands, you put your head in between the hands, you get on the ground, you assume the fetal position, and you cry.
Okay.
That's the best way, I believe, to handle Ottomans in the late game. It's difficult. It's incredibly difficult. They got the best horseman in the game, a unit that you can, in theory, like we've seen. Speaking of Marine Lords here, he can attest to it. Where I still remember that. Well, still remember. It hasn't been that long. It's not Alzheimer's, guys. It's Age of Empires. Where he just kept throwing Sipahi into Donzos non-stop, and he traded positively. It worked. And I just can't cope with that on a personal level.
Now, coping on a personal level aside, Crackety, are you ready to cope at this barracks we see in Dark Age? I love that. I am a fan of this aggression, but this is pretty standard for Ottomans, right?
It is, especially like when you're up against a civilization here like the French. Just immediately getting a little bit of value out on the map. And you know that the French could also be incentivized in going for an early dock play, so getting a little bit of presence up early onto the map, that's not a bad thing at all for Scarlet Devil here. So we already see the first Spearman making his way out onto the map. Scout immediately scouting forward to try and see, is there a dog? Is my opponent going for a dog? Doesn't see a dog. Okay, so 2 Spearmen it is, not going to be a third one. Sees the villagers on the gold. Gets that information, now starts trailing behind Voldemort Scout. Is going to be very sad when he doesn't find a lot of sheep this game.
Oh, good guy. The Scarlet Devil, he's been getting most of the food. This is Voldemort's turn. Maybe this time Voldemort gets to be the poor guy. Crackety. Okay, this is really hard to watch. Poor guy. Voldemort is about to be visited by the gods of Ottomans, aka just the spearmen, just the early game. The little pokey pokes that we want to get out here. Now, luckily for him, he's got the gold he needs, but obviously, as French, you are just going to pop down that archery range. We saw it earlier today. French, they go for the archery range. They deal with the spearmen. They already got their transition going. So not much is lost, but it does give the momentum back to Scarlet. And Scarlet gets to decide, hey, what is next for me? I would love to see a little bit of that sheep count if our observer can press that button. I don't know if it's an easy button for them to press, but surprisingly, Voldemort not getting that much more.
Yeah, there's still some sheep out on the map, so he might still be in a position where he could get a big amount. Maybe there's another button that tells us exactly where the remaining sheep are on the map.
That button. Now, Twitch chat, if you're wondering why we are making those noises, it's because there used to be a button that shows us Minecraft sheep on the minimap, but it looks like our observers did not set that up for this map. So unfortunately...
Oh, triple sheep. Okay.
Disgusting.
And Scarlet Devil isn't going in that direction. Wait, his dog sees the sheep, though. Okay, now he's going there.
Nice. So,
speaking of dogs, by the way, not only is Scarlet Devil going for Dark Age Spearman, but he's also going for dogs in the Dark Age. So this is like an incredibly greedy play here from him.
It does delay his age up by a lot. This might have a lot of consequences for him. Just because of that delayed age up, it's a tough one. The thing is, he's getting ahead with villagers because, of course, you now have fishing boats. But it's a pretty tough spot if you don't make this work. And I really hope for his sake he does. Because, of course, we want to see Ottomans make it a little bit further. And we want to see Ottomans doing a lot more damage and not just die to the first knight that eventually makes his way out. Because Voldemort, he's already got the wood ready. 170 in his pocket, ready to pop down that archery range. And I see that Scarlet Devil is pulling off of gold completely. He's like, I have enough. I just need to age up. That's all I need. Twin Minaret Madriz coming out, which is pretty standard choice here. But Scarlet Devil, and we see our sheep pretty evenly split here. We do still have 2 sheep on the map, and they will remain a mystery to the rest of us.
Yeah, archer range now also coming in here for Voldemort, so is going to be going for the typical archer and knight army composition. The 2 sheep are still remaining that are going to be on Voldemort's side here. Scarlet Devil only went for 2 fishing ships here so far, so not too big of an investment. A very controlled investment, I want to say. Very controlled greed from him.
Now, I like the fact that he instantly pulls back. Like you said, it's controlled. He knows exactly how to not lose what he wants to not lose here. And that's definitely these spears, because he needs them to just be able to survive against the knights, because eventually the knights are going to be arriving. We have full back on gold, so French is slowly but surely going to be French. They just need to get back on their feet. But now also getting a dock out, trying to get a little bit of a food income here, because we know that with French, these units are so expensive, and if you don't just constantly start producing, get control of the map, you are going to have a pretty hard time. Now, the archers' production is done. The wood, though, crackety. We might be seeing more than 1 dock here. Double dock. Double dock. We already have double dock here.
Could be triple dock. Why stop at double?
Especially with those cheap docks who, double dock. Double dock, says Voldemort as well. So
Yeah,
double...
two players double docking on 2 pawns.
Voldemort and Scarlet Devil both wielding the double Ds in this game, ensuring that they get the presence on this map, but the scout pays the price. Disgusting. And Voldemort instantly queuing up that next scout. We've talked about this. You cannot let that scout die. And if you do, you need to make a new one. So you might want to be just getting your knights. You cannot just invest in knights. If you lose that scout, you better make another one. So definitely a pretty heavy loss here because it delays yet another knight.
Yeah, knight delayed now. Another knight is going to be coming out. Is going to be... Well, he sees the imams potentially. Never mind, I think that was just outside of their line of sight.
Yeah,
He notices that he can't really aggress anything over there for the time being.
I like to see that Scarlet Devil is knowing exactly how much he gets to invest here. And 0 on gold, which I'm honestly very surprised about. He knows the limitations of his opponent's Civ is, you know, they want to find damage. They want you out on these resources. But if you just remove your villagers, keep everything together, and make as many units as you can, this starts to get very, very hairy. And now with the amount of spearmen here, 3 Sipahis, Voldemort is going to be having to deal with these Sipahis in his base. And that's exactly what's happening. Villager goes down. And that's a massive pickup at this stage of the game.
Yeah, every little bit counts here. Every little bit adds up. And Scarlet Devil, he is getting more and more Sipahi out on the field. And it starts really scaling. Looks like a villager here from Scarlet Devil is going to be going down, though, to those knights.
Ah, poor guy. He was carrying berries, working really hard. Now,
behind the sofa, total income, both players neck and neck. When it comes to the resources gathered here so far. One of the key aspects of this new interface that we got going here is actually knowing how many resources both players have gathered up so far.
Now, with these... Oh, my goodness. With these Sipahis, he is going to keep these knights busy. And this is what we've been seeing from Scarlet Devil constantly. He is just able to throw Voldemort off of, you know, doing what knights do best. Kill villagers. Now, those Sipahis are going to look for their own victims, but the knights, Voldemort is not making that mistake again. He's doing exactly what French loves to do. And now that is to find some dead villagers, or soon to be dead villagers, at least.
Voldemort, he's checking out the golds. Doesn't find any value over there, though. Oh, the imams! The imams! Scarlet Devil, these are losses that you cannot afford. Loses one of the imam. The other one is going to be Oh, the other one does survive. But losing one of the imams for no reason. That is a heavy, heavy loss. And he better send that imam back to the base and just have him as a dedicated healer boy from now on. Because that imam does not want to step foot out anymore after that.
Oh, and just starting to lose these Sipahis to a knight. I'm honestly surprised at how much damage these guys are doing to knights. Disgusting. But luckily, he gets a bit of a kill there. That imam pickup is massive. This is what keeps Ottoman in feudal age willingly. Ottomans love staying in feudal. If they've got their imams, they've got their mechters, and they will fight it out, even against a knight civilization. But Scarlet now slowly going back on gold himself. Probably going to try and get a little bit of an economic upgrade like wheelbarrow so his villagers can actually run away from danger. But the spies take a pretty big hit here as well. We hear another vizier point. And it's...
That should have been the deer... No, actually, Scarlet Devil, did he go for the additional military school? Yeah, he went for the additional military school vizier point. Right at a point in time where he might have wanted to go for the sheep one, as his villagers are about to run out of sheep underneath the TC.
Especially with that heavy military school investment he already has. That was honestly a bit of a surprise. So guys, he doesn't have a single military school, and that's why I'm making this passive-aggressive comment. He's just not getting the military schools that we usually see from Ottomans, and this is quite surprising here. But the spearmen, though, they do not want these knights to collapse on the Sipahis, and rightfully so. With those Sapahis, you need to keep them as alive as you can. Get them back to base when they're low and ensure that Imam does the healing. These knights also don't need to extend too much. Now they've got +1 range defense coming in. And that's going to make sure that these archers do not just delete them every single time. Next up, Mechter.
Behind this, interesting to note, Valdemar, this entire time he didn't have a single economic upgrade, is finally getting wheelbarrow and double broadex. But these are the kind of things that can really hurt you long term, like especially as the French, where you do have that additional discount on those economic upgrades. Skull Devil equally hasn't gone for them yet.
They just want these military flights to be explosive and to do the work. Valdemar, I remember back in the day, Valdemar has refuted this claim a few times by now, but back in the day, Valdemar was like, yeah, wheelbarrow is a little overrated. But this was like 2 years ago. And now here today, we see Valdemar showing wheelbarrow is overrated because you can just get on top of the military and take them down. Look at the Sapahis absolutely destroying everything in their wake. And when I say everything, I mean archers. Those archers are going to be so critical in dealing with those spears. But now Sapahis, they're just going to run back to safety.
Yeah, and a good couple of archers have been taken down there. Oh, he needs to be careful though. Sipahi, they're getting caught off guard. Scarlet Devil did not pay attention there. He's going to lose 1 to 2 Sipahi. Might even lose the third one if the charge does connect. It does not, but still heavy losses. Did take additional damage there that was not really necessary for him. But on the other hand side, Valdemar, he did lose a bunch of archers, so if there was a fight to break out now, yeah, this is, if there was a fight to break out, it would be a good one for Scarlet Devil with the amount of spearmen that he has.
Now, those knights, they could have been looking at those vills, but they do not want to take any chances. Chivalry healing them up as little damage was dealt to one of those knights, but he is being pretty careful about this. Scarlet Devil now, he is the one with the Sapahis, and he can turn around and go to do some damage to Mechter, though needs to be in position here, because the moment he steps out, this gets very hairy, and we see those Sapahis doing exactly that, going straight for his opponent's base. Spearman now taking the life of a knight. We cannot leave any of them just harmed. We need to take them down.
Oh, the Sipahi
trying to block
able
them
to step
as well.
up. And he's going to get a couple of knights here. One knight. No, that was a scout. He actually lost a lot of Sipahi for that.
A little bit overestimating what those bad boys can do, especially with the low HP on them. He does need to be a bit careful. Now, Wheelbarrow coming in for Scarlet Devil. Valdemar, Scarlet Devil, both having Wheelbarrow. Guys, this just confirmed Wheelbarrow is not overrated. Just get it by 14 minutes. Hell yeah. I'm really happy to see that. Because now you can actually have your villagers run away from the horses running right at you. So this might make a bit of a difference when the raids continue, but looks like these guys are ensuring that they have their units together for the fights. Just the straight-on, head-on collisions. But 16 on gold, this usually spells something different. Oh, still no military school.
Not yet, but he did set himself up to explosively transition into them, if he so desired, already having the Vizier point for it. And Valdemar, he's still heavily investing into the military. He's not really thinking about going for an age up here, so I believe that he's just waiting for Skull Devil to potentially go for his own age up and then try and go for like a haha got you type moment. And, oh, this is difficult. There's no scout there with the army from Scarlet Devil.
Oh, he's about to scout when those knights get on top of his face. The archer's about to go snipe out a few of these vills. Villagers getting pulled back now. He realizes this is more than a usual attack. Villagers need to go right into that TC to not die. Tower does go down. And unfortunately for him, this was a little bit of a bad timing to now go for the idea of castle. The thing is, the Sapahis, they're just around the corner, Crackety.
They are, and the Spearman going for the fight here first. Sipahi coming around the backside. Spearman up against Spearman, actually cleaned up the Spearman. Funnily enough.
Now those Mechters
and now
definitely
Sipahi are going for the engagement. This isn't that looking that good for Scarlet Devil, though. He's down to 13 Sipahi now. Valdemar, is he doing it?
Oh.
This isn't looking bad for him at all. The villagers move forward as well. They got to pull back again.
Oh no. It was just a little bit too soon. But unfortunately, the Vils will be paying a bit of a price here. Some villagers just standing idly next to that TC as they're trying to focus fire against these knights. Some of the spearmen trying to get as much damage as they can. Villagers now.
No. He used the Vizier point for the Janissaries without a single military school. He only spawned 2 of them. And they're already getting sniped out. That is GG. Scarlet Devil, he is not winning this game. No way in hell. Valdemar, he's getting a point on the scoreboard. 2-1 after this one.
And this was exactly what Valdemar needed. Sniping out something like the Ottomans does feel pretty good, especially if you are playing a civilization that is not that comfortable against the Imperial Ottoman playstyle. Nobody is, to be fair.
Yeah, we didn't have the military schools in that one. We're just gonna chop it up to that.
Yes.
I mean, imagine if he had like the 3 military schools, he would have had 8 Janissaries. Then it would have like been a lot different.
Now, this was a pretty good feudal game to watch, though. And I think a lot of us may be seeing Sipahis against Knights and see that Knights, they do still have their place. Doing a pretty good job at keeping this under control. Now, aside from that, I'm still waiting to see where my English is going to be played. Because the upcoming game is not English. We're getting Byzantines against Rus. And I'm kind of excited for this. Again, on Lipany as well. So now we have Lipany, which is a really good map for Byzantines. But at the same time, a really good map for Rus as well. How do you think this matchup usually now might play out with the horse archers not being so prevalent?
I feel like the horse archers are probably a lot better against Limitani now.
Mm-hmm.
Just because they, you attack a lot quicker. I think that could be good. Other than that, though, I don't know. I'm not sure how exactly your best approach to this is in the... Wait, what? Byzantine Mirror? No, that's not... Wait, no. Okay, Scarlet is Ruse.
Okay, we got a little bamboozled there, but between these two? So, how is the change... What is the change with horse archers? Can you break it down for us plebs, yeah?
Basically, horse archers, they used to be at like 2.5 or 2.1 attack speed. So 2.1 to 2.5, I'm not sure what the exact value was, seconds between every single attack. Now it went down to like 1.7 seconds between every attack. So they attack a lot quicker. But their base damage went down from 12 to 10. So they lost a good amount of damage in exchange for a lot more attack speed.
Oh. Honestly, that's kind of okay. I can still see the use of them in some...
It is, but the big change here, of course, is that now it's no longer a do-it-all unit. Before, like, Cav Archers used to be able to beat Horsemen. They used to be able to beat Knights in pure mass just because you didn't need that many Cav Archers to get critical mass to start one-shotting units and just kite non-stop. Now you need a lot more of them. And it just started shifting the value proposition of the Cavalry Archer a lot. It's now a lot better as a raiding unit because you can kill villagers a lot quicker. It's good as a general backline, but you can't only spam them anymore.
That makes a lot of sense. Oh, I'm actually really excited to see what that translates into, what this means for the composition. Because, of course, that still sounds like you can go for horse archers for that early harassment, especially against Byzantines that likes to greed out by just getting all of their cisterns up and running. But at the same time, we've seen Rus and Feudal, and Rus and Feudal is still pretty scary, especially with them having the option of having knights. So, early knights, but still, knights. So, the trades do feel a little bit harder just when playing against the knight civilization. But Limitane, they also deal quite well with archers, to be fair. So
yeah, that's true.
From here on,
not dealing well, but they're a good front line.
Especially when you're trying to survive, at least, and the knights try to collapse. They do provide the front line that you need to get the knights on top of the archers eventually. Now, for the rest of this draft, because of course this can't be the final match because it's best of 7, so we have at least 2 more games. We still have Coastal Cliffs, Gorge, and Dry Arabia. And we can see that when we're doing a draft like this, with all these civilizations we have a lot more now than we did before. I think we're going to get to a point where some of these players are going to be choosing civilizations they're not as comfortable with. Because when we get to the top level, they usually can play at least 12 to 15 civilizations. But of course, not at the same level. So I wonder when we reach that point. Because, of course, if you look at those previous games, I feel like maybe Voldemort and HRE was maybe one of those picks, saving another for a little bit later on. But we also have KT left. And I don't really know where KT could fit into all of this. KT used to be something that is always picked and always banned, even on something like Frisian Marshes. But in this case, it just doesn't look like it has a place.
It might just not come in, right? Like that's also just a potential there. It might just not come in. It might just not get played.
Okay. I need the duck luck though. Drackety, we need the duck luck today. We need to see some Gila elephants. We need to see what Reddit is molding about. Okay. But now
I've seen them. I've seen them. Well, I can sympathize with the Redditors.
Who did this to you, Crackety?
I mean, just yesterday we saw B with 20 raider elephants just annihilate an army during the trample. But enough of that. No tuck luck in this match as we're moving on to our game number 4 here on EGC Lipany. It is Valdemar playing in the color yellow as the Byzantines up against Scarlet Devil in the color red as the Rus.
And we see Voldemort going for the good old Byzantine opening, signaling that he is going for quite a few cisterns in this early stage, which makes a lot of sense. You're up against Rus. Rus is not a civ that has early pressure. You do have the time to capitalize on this. And Byzantine capitalizes so quickly. So pretty good spot there also for the winery. And you can see with his position, it might be get a little bit harder as the time goes on, because his next berry bush is very far forward, very far to the side, and it does look like this is not going to be the easiest place for Voldemar to go out on the map and live his best Byzantine life.
I mean, it's always an issue when you're up against Rus when it comes to the scouting baseline, right? Like, Rus just tends to find more sheep, because, surprise, more scouts, more sheep. Can we check Valdemar's scouting pattern here so far? Okay, remaining sheep in the middle. I think, overall... Yeah, okay, Valdemar's not going to get any more sheep at all in this game.
That's pretty tough.
Yeah, it's going to be 17 to 10 sheep. Could be worse. Could be worse.
Could be worse, he says. But 2 sheep is pretty bad. Oh, never mind. He already delivered some of them. I realize that now. I'm just thinking to myself, oh my goodness, Crackety, what are you going on about? And then I see what we've got there in the bottom. Never mind. We've got enough sheep. He will be all right. This is Byzantines after all. Now, both of them going up with the most standard landmarks that we know in this game. And Scarlet Devil going straight onto that wood as we see now what the Rus opening will look like. We got a little bit of idle time there on the TC, but just ensuring that he gets the food going there, and now starting to chop himself. Now, we've got 2 cisterns already up, not connected yet, but Voldemar with 2 on stone all the way through is going to signify that we're going to get at least 3 and make this a pretty solid economy early on.
Yeah, should most definitely be a very solid economy here. Playing as the Byzantines, that's kind of to be expected, right? And the second cistern's already up, just needs to get connected now. Might just wait for the third cistern to start connecting them. Gotta work out a little bit of a pattern here.
Now, with the winery at the back, it does mean that he's going to have pretty safe access to those berries, at least for a while. Now, we've been seeing most people just go for longbows. And yes, longbows, they're great, but you're up against Rus. Do we see a little bit of spicy aim towards the camels to get the javelin throwers from the start? Oh, he pulls off just a little bit too early there. But
I would go for it.
You
Especially
would?
against the Cav Archers as well. Like, just having the Javelin throwers there as well, like, they do bonus damage up against the Cavalry Archers. They're faster as well, so you're much more mobile to react to raids. I would go for it. I would go for the Javelin throwers here.
Okay, and you sound really sure about this. I can hear it in your voice. You're like, yes, javelin throwers, that's the answer here. But we do see a production building coming down now, and I did not see. That was way too fast. Our observer is really fast. He reads faster than all of us. Archery range it is. So with 4 villagers, meaning that we are going to get some really early archers. The scouts instantly going to burn this down. Villager taking the life of that sheep. Very undeserved. Disgusting. And just getting every bit of stone they can. Now
behind
it does look like Voldemort is not going to be prioritizing some of those upgrades too early on as he's waiting out for the wheelbarrow. Just does not have enough wood in the bank just yet.
And Scarlet Devil is going for an archer opening here. We do already have the archer range. The first archer is making his way out onto the map. Behind this, are we going to be seeing many more archers? The army split, or rather the economy split, kind of tells me no. And we do get pro scouts in behind this at all. I'm not 100% certain as to the purpose of the one archer that we see here out so far.
It's to deal with the spears, Grackety.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see them. I can see them. What happened? The spearmen.
So this could have been a blind counter. So Scarlet, obviously, with all the scouts in the world, he just assumed that Voldemort would be going for spearmen to try and shut down the pro scouting. But no, Voldemort did not go for spears. Voldemort is very much happily not going for spears. He's just living his best life, getting double broadaxe now, connecting his cisterns, level 4 coming in, and getting longbows himself.
This man lacks imagination. He doesn't see the vision. No javelin throws in this game.
Crackety, this is why you and I are not in this tournament. Actually, Crackety, why didn't you play qualifiers? What happened?
I'm bound by Vodafone.
Oh, yes, I can hear. Never mind. So for those of you wondering why he's saying that is he's been a little bit disconnected here and there, and sometimes we yap over each other due to it. It is what it is.
I mean, it's literally every time I play a game, I randomly disconnect for like 30 seconds, and that in combination with tournament games is a big no-no. I'm already like crossing fingers for Outback Octagon.
Oh, have you ever tried to get good and just use normal internet, or is that just not on the cards for you?
Fiber is coming in December. Vodafone has been doing everything they can to block me from getting it, and I mean that literally. I had they canceled the contract 3 times due to just screwing up details. But yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Initially, I was meant to have fiber 8 days ago. Now it's gonna be in a month from now.
And I hope you guys hear this now, because this means Crackety is going to be back in the pro scene, destroying these players into the qualification rounds. Quick and easy.
I'm going to give it a solid shot. I got 30 days of vacation in December, so I'm going to go ham.
Oh my goodness, European countries and all their leave days. I know you Americans in chat are quaking in your boots right now as we're staring at this tower on a... Oh, never mind, we're back, but the berries are about to run out. And... now, Voldemort needs to move out into a position that might be a little bit more susceptible to any level of raiding, and with that extra little bit of archery range. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for a little bit of horse archers?
It is time. Scarlet Devil, the High Trade House, is going to be coming up here for him. Nice position as well. Valdemar is going to spot this one out, but nothing he can really do about that. There's a horseman, not a horseman, a scout. That is bringing the deer away.
Now, the horseman actually handling these archers very well, as we can see those archers. Definitely an investment, but not something that he's going to need for too long. As the knight is now in queue as well. The Scarlet Devil is aging up, but we have to keep in mind he's aging up with not a lot of gold. So this is not the same roost that we had before. This is not the roost that loves sitting in their base and just letting the high trade house do the ticking and all these hunting cabins. You actually need to respond to what your opponent is doing, and you need to get some gold when the time arises. But the knight is the weapon of choice. The longbows are standing in position, and he does need to be careful here.
And that's going to be one villager going down, the longbows with their extra range. Making sure of that. Scarlet Devil, so far, there aren't any cav archers coming in. Instead, it is going to be a couple of knights first. Valdemar is prepping the Limitani behind this, though.
Now, respecting the fact that those longbows might just be cleaning him up if he decides to do so. But you can see here with all the villagers right here on the deer, this is going to mean that deer is going to run out so fast as he's desperately trying to get more units. And no villagers are out here trying to collect even a bit of wood.
It looks like there's not going to be any cavalry archers this game. Instead, it's going to be straight archers. Veterancy coming in as well. Veterancy on the early knights now as well.
And it does look like the units of Valdemar is backing off for the time being as they're plotting their next attack. Now, Valdemar doing this, if you are investing here into a ram, you have to commit to this. Because now you're up against the man going knights, you have to put your limit today in position, and you need to make this count. But keep in mind, most of his units are right under the TC, but they can't be here forever, because this is not going to be able to last for him. Getting 2 more knights in queue here, and... Ooh, 2 knights! And 2 knights for Scarlet Devil. I think we have a little bit of a UI situation, so I guess they're just from 2 different stables, or Castle Age and Feudal Age ones.
Rather from a different stable.
It's too late for that, Kraken. Come on. But a solid amount of archers here, though. And we have yet another stable trying to
just
keep
getting
this
gold
healthy.
from the bounty and the exchanges from the from the Golden Gate. It's working out well for him. Scarlet Devil is starting to mass up a sizable military here. He doesn't have any blacksmith upgrades. He doesn't have any economy upgrades, but what he does have is charisma.
He's got charisma. And Kraken is all he needs,
It's not going to keep the villagers
right?
alive, though.
Ooh, not that one especially. The next boy's another one pays the price, but that's just the cost of hunting deer. You need to be... Ooh, disgusting. Yet another heavy shot. These archers are melting. And right now, Scarlet Devil is running for his dear life. Oh, no.
Kirasiphon is moving around now over to the high trade house. More and more knights coming in, though, and Valdemar, he's trying to go for a potential age up behind this, so this aggression is mostly just feign so far. The knights, they're lacking some pierce armor upgrades. And it looks like Scarlet Devil is now going for the engagement. Oh, this could be bad for Valdemar if he's gonna lose his army here as he's trying to age up. He's not gonna hit the ground running with the age up then.
Now the horses also stop from going around, which means Scarlet Devil successfully got the villagers back onto wood for now at least. And the archers going to be going straight for the spears, but now... Oh, they are going to go down, but the knights, they are going right through, trying to do a little bit of damage to these longbows. And keep in mind, these longbows are not going to get replaced anytime soon. Golden Horn Tower, trying to get it up as fast as possible, but he needs to be careful here at the same time. Horses trying to get on top of those archers, but... Those are veteran archers. They are not going to mind that too much.
Yeah, Knight's doing a great job here. Horseman trying to distract.
Does look like a spear is able to distract as well. Beautifully intercepted there, but it looks like Scarlet Devil backs off in this moment. It just feels like it's a little bit quick to back off. This is a position where you are... on the attack, you have your upgrades above your opponents, and is he just a little bit worried that he's going to be losing a lot more to Limitane? Now, the upgrades come in very quickly for Byzantines. He's now doing his farm transition as well. He needs to get this food up and running, and soon enough, this Golden Horn Tower is going to be producing units at the speed of light.
First monk made its way onto the field now for Valdemar. Skull Devil about to be getting his first monk out now as well. It's a ton of archers out on the field. Valdemar, of course, with the passive, or rather, passively active production of the Longbowman here. Does have a lot of units on his own side. We're finally getting the first blacksmith upgrade now for Scarlet Devil. Definitely a necessary one, as these knights kind of feel like they're made out of paper when facing off against the Longbowman here from Scarlet Devil.
And now it looks like Scarlet Devil wants to keep doing this. He wants to keep attacking. But the problem is, you are up against Byzantines. And even though this economy feels like it's pretty even, it's definitely not. This is a fully functional cistern economy. And you had your moment, but that moment is now past. And if you keep engaging like this is where you lose everything. Now with those horses as well, they're just running a little bit faster than yours. So they will be able to poke you in the butt when you run back to home, but the cataphracts, nice and slow, so he is going to be able to get some sort of opening. The problem is just Scarlet Devil is out here on the map going for berries, and that's usually not a good sign for the Rus player.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation for Scarlet for sure at this point, right? Like he is now out of deer inside of his base, so the pro scout timing is over. He is still getting a significant amount of food courtesy of the high trade house. And Valdemar, he managed to secure his own deer underneath the cistern aura as well. So he's getting a ton of food in right now. 1.3k food per minute compared to just 450 on Scarlet's side. There's also still a ton of upgrades missing, blacksmith-wise, from Scarlet Devil, so Valdemar, he's got a very strong timing here. We're now up to already 6 cataphracts with even more in queue, so he's almost got the same count of cataphracts that Scarlet Devil has in terms of knights. And this is starting to become really, really ugly now for Scarlet Devil. We see a Warrior Monk also getting sniped out early here before the engagement. Knights just get a little bit too close.
Now, the archer numbers, that's a solid amount of them, but 18 longbows are still going to be a little bit scarier in this instance. But it looks like these knights are having a little bit of a field day, as these cataphracts can just not catch up with them. The towers, though, the TC and the towers, just the perfect amount of coverage to ensure that these villages stay mostly alive. Now, from this, we see still longbows being prioritized here. We do have a few Landsknechte that popped out there from the Golden Horn Tower, but you can see Valdemar is ensuring that his investments are going towards longbows. And this is so crucial, especially when you're up against someone with this much of an archer investment. Yours do outrange just a little bit, and you can try to kite, especially with that heavy front line he's got going, and cataphracts being a solid part of it.
Looks like Skull Devil is going to be able to bring at least 3 out of the 5 relics back so far. Looks like Valdemar might be able to get the second one in on his side as well. At least it looks like it for the time being. So far, Skull Devil just keeps investing more and more into the archer count here for the time being. But it's always so difficult up against the longbows. And looks like Valdemar might be going for a little raid here. Skull Devil does realize, though, villagers are getting pulled to the sides there. One villager was very adamant about wanting to, give that cataphract a hand and be like, yeah, let's shake hands on this. But instead of a hand, he received a sword.
A sword that sliced him in half, definitely. Now, the farm transition here does look a little bit tough. You get to a point where you're constantly wanting to raid Byzantines, and you are able to do damage. But right now, there's just not enough farms to do raiding on top of. And, very quickly, he takes down so many of these units, and there's only 3
Valdemar
crossbows in the mix.
He's getting so much value in here. The archer's just now realizing that they're taking the worst engagement, and GG comes in. Valdemar evens out the set in the 4th game. 2-2 now between them.
Valdemar showing up Byzantines is still a very much a comfort pick for a lot of players. This was phenomenal. Valdemar knew when to engage, when to pull back, except for the one time around the TC. It looked like he almost threw it there, but it tends to happen when you're not fully committed to one thing. He was trying to take a fight and do damage, and at the same time, it was just a type of a bait so that he could age up behind it. But sometimes when your opponent takes the bait, things can spiral out of control. Luckily for Valdemar, he is a big enough Chad to be able to come back from that and ensure that his army trades effectively.
Yeah, it's so important in these kind of situations when you're down 2 points to keep the mental on your side. And I believe the last game before that was very crucial for Valdemar to be able to reset his mental after that. We're now moving over to Coastal Cliff. It's going to be a Shushi Legacy game up against the Ayubids from Scarlet Devil. And this is one where I once again feel like, okay, civilization-wise, with the Ayubids, Scarlet Devil should have the leg up here. Recently, like, the last game, I was like, okay, Rus versus Byzantines, that is, in my opinion, clearly Byzantine favorite, so I'm not too surprised as to how that went here so far. This one, I want to say Ayubids, in my opinion, is, like, I hear it from Myriad and just other players as well, from time to time, and in my experience as well, I think Ayubids, they just work so well into these fast castle civilizations as well.
Now, Zushi itself, though, is not something we've gotten to see too much because, again, people still are seeing them as a little bit of a problematic civilization. And what about the nerfs affected Zushi? What is the major thing we'd be looking at out here? Is it just the Pro Scout nerfs?
Oh, Shushi hasn't really been nerfed. They haven't really been touched that much.
Okay.
It's like similar to China, the Pro Scout, but the Pro Scouting isn't really the biggest of nerfs when it comes to just scouting in your own deer. It's mostly about you can't take away the deer from your opponent, because if you do, you lose out on like 50% of the food there. And you're already losing out on like roughly like 5 to 10% on the food of your own deer just from the DK. It is very even. Like Shushi and China, they didn't lose that much from the Pro Scout nerf. It's more like not, yeah, as I mentioned, just not being able to take your opponent's deer. And Ayubids in general, I feel like are just a really solid civilization the longer Castle Age like goes on. Just being able to mass up those Camel Lancers and then adding in archers and just pretty much anything behind that as well. And if you go for like a mass of infantry, it is absolutely doomed when the Manjaniques come in. Like, Manjaniques are the thing of nightmare for like mass infantry, because you can be the most micro-gifted person in the world and spread out your military as much as possible. Once those flaming rocks come in, they do not discriminate.
And that is the position I think most of us have been against in the Ayubid matchup. And with Coastal Cliffs, I feel like there is a lot more opportunity for you to deny your opponent from the deer. You don't need to spread out as much, but at the same time, usually that can be a bad thing. But as Ayubids, I don't think that's too much of a problem. With Zushi, they're a civ that likes to go and get the food, out-sustain, outdo, but Ayubids has very good responses to this. And I kind of like the fact that they have choices, because again, Scarlet Devil, not a meta player. We've said this again and again, and Scarlet Devil could just pull out something that we're just not used to. I think the previous time he did go for the Dervishes. Oh, wait, no, he went for Eco Wing. The Dervishes was someone else. So both of those still being up for grabs, but I think in this case, the Dervishes would actually make sense. Especially when you're up against Zushi and you don't just want them to take full control of the map and you want to make sure that you're actually contesting it. But then again, Eco gives you that as well. That's the crazy part. Ayubids have so many answers, Crackety. It can go in 50 different directions. But for the rest of this series, by the way, because still, guys, there's at least 2 games left, so I hope you're ready. We still have 2 civilizations that need to be picked, or at least 1 civilization that need to be picked from here. And we have Tuklak on the side of Scarlet Devil, so I'm crossing fingers, or holding thumbs, as we say in my country, and hoping we get a little bit of Tuklak action pretty soon.
Could be coming in, but for now we're going to be jumping into our game number 5 of Valdemar versus Scarlet Devil. It is going to be the Shushi Legacy up against the Ayubids here on Coastal Cliffs. Just a couple of seconds until we're loading in, and here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Valdemar in the color yellow is the aforementioned Shushi's Legacy. Scarlet Devil has the Ayubids, and do we see anything spicy here so far? Nothing yet. No. And to be fair, like in this matchup, nothing spicy to be expected until we get to the feudal age.
Now, looking at the spawns, though, I see a double gold there for Mr. Voldemort, and that can be good, but it can also be pretty rough, right? This is a spot where when your opponent gets control, you're in a little bit of a situation, especially with the camel riders there. But we do see a little pointing out there as there's a landmark that Zushi has on offer, and that's the meditation gardens. So the meditation gardens you can place right in the middle there. You get double gold, stone, and berries, which is a pretty decent income passively.
Yeah, the question is, can we quickly check again? Like, what are the spots here for Voldemort for the potential? I mean, actually, right in his base, double gold, stone, and maybe he can clip some of the. Yeah, this is. Damn. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good spot. I'd be happy with that.
Now, the sheep coming to base here, not the biggest of loots, but definitely enough to hold Eobids afloat when times get tough. But Voldemort is definitely the man coming out ahead in these. I'm guessing that little nice sheep counter is about to pop up on the screen as I'm talking about it. Otherwise, I'm just going to be rambling. There we go. Voldemort, he's through the halfway mark, and there's still two sheep up for grabs somewhere on this map.
We are going to be getting the Culture Wing logistics in here now for Scarlet Devil, so is going to be having those dervishes coming in for him early on. Meditation Garden now coming in for Voldemort, and yeah, this is a beautiful spot for it. He is clipping the stone as well, so truly just a nice and, very respectable 113 resources per minute here. Very distinguished.
Now, that meditation garden is going to make his life a lot easier. And this is what we see with Zushi in general. Usually, that little bit of eco helps so much. But with dervishes at the same time, you get into a spot where you can defend against most aggression. But with that split we see from Scarlet Devil, he's not going to be aggressive in any measure. He's just going to go straight for castle. We've got almost no villages on wood, just enough to keep getting a house every now and again, but the rest of it is fully spread out to go straight towards the castle age, which I think is pretty wild. Voldemort, though, with the Zushi, we're probably going to see some pro scouts here pretty soon, as we have 6 on wood, just enough to put down a production building, which could be a nice little stable pretty early on. Now Scarlet Devil does his scouting, he sees exactly what he needs to see, and he's like, hey, I'll be doing the thing, and just going straight up for castle. Oh, crackety, I'm so excited to see the fast castle from Eobids.
It is a pretty strong build here coming in for Scarlet Devil behind this. I think Valdemar is most likely just going to be going for the good old, classic, time-tested Pro Scout.
The thing is, with that Pro Scouting, it does make sure that your age up is a little bit slower. But at the same time, with all that food, you should be able to sustain against most. Now, he instantly sees the stable, knows what he's up against, because that stable signifies pro scouting. Especially with him not going to need to do damage here in the early stages. You see the first scout now queued up, I assume. Yeah, there we go. Finally showing up there on the UI. And that is... Pro Scouts coming in hot for Voldemort, but he's not pulling off of gold just yet. And this, I think, is pretty good, because this means that he can most likely keep up with the fast castle age up. And this is something we need to keep in mind. When you're playing Zushi's Legacy and you stay in Tang Dynasty, I believe, you get a much cheaper age up, and your villages build really fast, so you can respond quickly.
I think we might be getting a reinforcement wing age up here from Scarlet Devil. Potentially. Just judging by how he greedily gulped up those berries. He didn't try and optimize for the eventual economic wing growth.
So he's going to look for some action on the map. I can see that. I can definitely see how this would be valuable, especially with that constant reinforcement. You get so much value over time, and you force your opponent to just deal with Desert Raiders, which are absolutely annoying to handle. Doesn't matter what units you have, especially when they pop out every now and again. Now, those relics, though, they are going to be a nice catch for himself. And it's time for the age up. Reinforcement it is. Crackety, you called it perfectly.
Reinforcement means that he is going to have access to a lot of these Desert Raiders coming in for him. It's going to be nice for him, especially in the early timing. If there's just a couple of Spearmen, the Desert Raiders can just snipe them out with their ranged attack. And it also means that he's going to have a lot of map presence to take the relics. Relics, by the way, which Valdemar is now moving out to try and wall off.
Valdemar knows that this is the pretty standard play, and investing a little bit here is quite critical. But the problem is dervishes, they do a pretty good job at surviving even when you're busy attacking them and they're holding a relic running back to base.
This is a little bit of a throwback to 2023 when civilizations against a civilization like HRE, for example, used to just move out a villager onto the map to try and wall off the relics before Castle Age comes in.
And now we realize that making units just hits a little bit differently. Now Voldemort is doing that as well. The thing is, with him making these units, he's delaying his own Castle Age. And usually, when you're up against Aeobids, it snowballs pretty quickly. Now, Voldemort still has a lot of options here, but Jugenu are usually not the answer you're looking for when you're up against a lot of Camel Lancers. Now, Camel Lancers are not on the cards just yet. We don't know what production building he has back there, but we do see these dervishes standing not in position to pick up the relics, but rather a little bit safely back at base. And that first stable coming out now, which means we're going to be seeing some Camel Lancers pretty shortly.
Ooh, Dervish healing comes in to save the day. Villager not going to be going down. Sees the units that are coming in here from Valdemar. Only 5 seconds left on that reinforcement wing. And there we go. Immediately 3 Desert Raiders hitting the field.
That's great. But we also have a barracks, Crackety. Crackety, there's a barracks. So we know what's about to happen. I'm just getting a little bit of a Gulam play here as well.
Archer range coming in as well. So a little bit of everything here potentially.
It makes sense. You're up against Sushi. They have pretty good answers to most things, but not to Gulams. Gulams are pretty good at surviving a little bit of fire, especially with no military upgrades.
Scout Devil, he's about to find out that all the relics are a little bit walled off at this point in time.
That guy just running around, ready to go towards, but in for a little bit of a surprise. We do see, oh, beautiful. Now we just need a little bit of micro from these guys, and they should be able to do this pretty well. Scarlet Devil's a very, very fast player, so this is not going to be anything too new for him. But archers are now made, and absolutely 0 Gulams were made today. I got way too excited about a single barracks.
They might still come in a little bit later down the line.
Thank you, Crackety. I needed that. Now, Valdemar, he keeps making units. He's staying in feudal and he's committing to this. But you do have to keep in mind he's making units that don't cost a lot of gold. So eventually the eco will just allow him to age up. But Scarlet Devil is not allowed to run away with this unit advantage just yet. The scout does go down, and it looks like Voldemar is going to need to put a different scout here on patrol. But the dervishes are going to be needing to heal these up. He's only got 1 relic in the base, and Zushi is doing a pretty good job at keeping him under control.
Yeah, now he sees, oh wait, this relic gun as well? Damn. I can't get it. Door's stuck.
Now, going for all of the deer on the other side of the map, that is now Voldemar's way. He will be able to get a little bit of that food, but of course it's about denying it from Scarlet Devil here. He needs to make sure that Scarlet Devil is starved out, because oh my goodness, he is.
Yes, Raider's about to be getting that veterancy upgrade now. Still lacking Pierce armor though. That is always very dangerous when you're up against Jugenu, especially since Pierce damage is about to come in for Valdemar. Valdemar, by the way, still not really working towards that A jump. He did just put a couple more villagers over to gold, so might still be thinking about it. Hoping that can come in soon for him.
Yeah, especially with all this food he's getting back to base. This does feel pretty decent for him. But you can see here, Scarlet Devil, he's on the deer. He's out here trying to make as much as he can. He knows that he needs to land damage and land it quick. Because Aeobids in a farm transition is not an Aeobids you want to be. But there's still a lot of berries on the map here. He's still got full berry patches here. He just doesn't want to risk anything. But Valdemar now ready to click that age up pretty soon. And now, that's going to mean that there are going to be Lancers joining this fight. But it looks like Scarlet Devil is going to go straight for the relics.
Desert Raiders on the range stands aren't going to be pulling out their torches yet. Mount Blue Academy coming in for Valdemar, so we'll be getting some additional Imperial official upgrades here soon for him. Yeah, he'll be able to get a lot more upgrades in now as well. Once that Supervision upgrade comes in, those upgrades are going to just fly in.
Now Valdemar getting those Jugunu upgraded. They're definitely going to do a much better job against those Camel Lancers, even though there aren't that many just yet. Now he also gets +2 ranged attack, which means this becomes a very different fight the moment that comes in. Because any armored unit, they also just take a little bit more damage, which means that Scarlet Devil, he's probably going to need to be a little bit more active on the map instead of just waiting for Valdemar to move into him.
Yeah, he did just get in the second relic. We do also have a monastery in for Valdemar, so he will also want to be working on getting those relics in. Scarlet Devil should be able to secure at least a third relic now behind this. As the army from Valdemar is way too far into his base in order to really deny this from Scarlet Devil. We're also now up to 9 Desert Raider, courtesy of the, just 3 Desert Raiders from the Reinforcement Wing. So the army count is steadily rising here for Scarlet Devil.
The problem is Scarlet Devil's army count is rising, but he is not really getting an answer to the Jugunu. Now, I know the Jugunu, in theory, the archers should be okay against them, but this still feels like it's a pretty good fight that Valdemar could win if taken correctly. So Scarlet Devil has to micro quite well here. He's got a lot of spears on the side, and Scarlet Devil, this is going to be a tough game. Especially if he doesn't get anything to handle that mass. I know that he's playing a Civ that can possibly make Manganiques in the field, which is going to benefit him so much. But it doesn't look like he's getting into a position to do any of that. And the relic has been grabbed.
Your prayers have been answered. We are getting golems in now from Scarlet Devil. So he's going to add a little bit more for frontline. But yeah, Manganiques, I think, are like the play now for Scarlet Devil to potentially go for. He's gotten 3 relics, he got one of the sacred sites, he's getting a good amount of passive gold income in. He's keeping Valdemar on his toes. Valdemar has a very, very slow maneuvering army. Oh, Scarlet Devil has to be very careful, though, with how he's gonna, position his army here.
Those archers need to be in prime position. But it looks like the scouts are going to be taking the first few hits. The camels need to pull back right now, otherwise...
Scarlet Devil lost a lot of the camel lances here. Or their health at the very least. But the Jugunu, they only tickle the camel lances at the front line. Once again, he's just throwing the camel lances away.
And
that is not worthwhile.
That is not the micro we needed for this one. And you can see the Dervish desperately trying to heal up some of these units. The archers trying to do the work. The thing is, Valdemar's army is also getting thinned out here. And honestly, the army from Scarlet Devil, the Camel Lancers, are eventually going to outscale them quite a bit here. Crossbows now coming in as well.
Yeah.
And just like that, Scarlet Devil, his 3 Desert Raiders just doing the work.
I mean... yeah, it's just pray and pray at that point. I did not expect Scarlet Devil to trade out that well when I saw he just threw away the Camel Lances like that, but I guess the Desert Raiders were strong enough to make up for it.
And with the sheer amount he still has, those were mostly untouched. So maybe a few going down and all that, but again, they come back for free. So now this becomes a pretty scary push because Valdemar, he's slowly tapping out the deer that he had in his base. And all the expensive units he had here is now pretty much cooked. The Scarlet Devil facing his opponent here at 6:30 a.m. in China. And Voldemort sitting here past midnight, trying to ensure that he takes this last spot in the EGC event. And honestly, Scarlet Devil has been looking a little bit more solid. He's played this game at 6:30 a.m. in the morning. You know, it's just something he's used to. But now Voldemort also getting a little bit more upgrades here and there. The problem is just he doesn't have a good response to these Desert Raiders. I don't really know what the good response would be.
Yeah, the Desert Raiders, they just kind of like in mass. They have a similar value proposition that the Cavalry Archers do, or rather did from the Ruse.
Like
except that they also attack really quick with high base damage, but they are more expensive. But yeah, they have really, really good attack speed.
And it looks like he wants to utilize that. We see the villagers there on the berries just, they're trying to gather as long as they can, but they're not going to be alive for too much longer. As these units are just splitting apart the main army from Voldemort. Voldemort trying to get a little bit of a connection here, but the Desert Raiders are just kiting backwards. And we see that tower readily enforced now. But the Vills inside, they're still in a little bit of danger. Sacred Side timer ticking now at under 7 minutes. And it just looks like Voldemort is not going to have the army to handle this.
Yeah, Scarlet Devil, he's going for the death push. A lot of archers here. He's moving in deeper and deeper. Gulam's just so proficient at tanking up against the Jugenu there. Crossbow still doing a decent amount of damage, but Scarlet Devil behind this also with the Sacred Side control. Forcing Valdemar to make a move eventually.
Now this army from Voldemort is going to be as big as it gets, with the food slowly just getting tapped out. Now, one single Lancer added in, but that just doesn't feel like the number he needs to handle this. The problem is there's just nothing else in store for him. Zhongyan Tower now coming out, which is going to mean we have a Song Dynasty and a cheaper farm transition will be underway, but he needed this yesterday.
There's the first Manjanique now as well for Scarlet Devil. Once that Manjanique count starts building up, whammon, I told you. Burning rocks, they do not discriminate. They slay all men equally.
Now, we'll see how heavy that hit can be, but for now, they are still just normal old rocks. Let's see them switching over to the fiery rocks next. But that tower is going to be the target, and these units do not care about a little bit of a springald emplacement. Voldemort knows if this tower goes down, the rest of his base is next. Camelons is getting to the front lines, tanking quite a bit of damage and just getting healed up here at the back. Manjanique just hitting those units on their faces, and very quickly they will get targeted down by everything else. The Gulams now being the front lines, but still that tower is like a thorn in his side, still not going down.
Not trying his best, stepping back time and time again, but the units just aren't dying quickly enough in the back line, completely untouched behind this. The farms that he just put up cannot get to work, and with that, villagers inside of the TC, but the entire military force is going to be going down. GG comes in. Scarlet Devil now positioning himself at match point 3-2 up against Valdemar in this best of 7.
Now, we need a final game of English from Scarlet Devil. So, I know...
You want to see the Louis strat?
I know! I want to see the win strat. I want to see my home civilization just do its work. But honestly, this was pretty good play here by Scarlet Devil. I feel like Voldemort did things correctly for a lot of it on paper. He did an amazing job at denying the food. But it was just that little bit of a timing where all the villagers were in the south on the deer, and it just gave Scarlet Devil the resources he needed to out-sustain. Guys, we won't be seeing English, but we will be seeing Mongols, which, I mean, that's okay, right? I can live with that.
Yeah, I want to quote somebody here. Wait a second. I gotta find the quote before I'm gonna quote.
Crackety opening his quote folder right now. He's like, I need
there
to
it is. I got the quote.
Yes?
2 Mongols. Civs feel really bad all around. Now guess who said that?
Wait. 2 Mongols.
In regards to Mongols, the civilization
Okay.
feels bad all around.
I think that is Voldemort.
No, it was Wham. It was Wham.
It was
OG
Wham. Okay.
Mongol lover.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, I assumed it was relevant to this game, but okay. Wham's quote being used here. I thought we were gonna get like a legendary Voldemort quote, as in he's going up against
this was
Mongols.
Wham. Like Wham
Okay.
is a big Mongol appreciator, but he thinks that they're not that strong at the moment, and I would tend to agree with him. Like we certainly have a lot more interesting civilizations at the moment in the game. And Delhi is one of those civilizations that I think is just in general pretty strong baseline. Like the Ghazi Raider against Kashik, that's just a match made in hell, so to say. Like the Kashiks, they're not gonna have a great time in that matchup. You pay for a knight type unit that loses to a horseman. That's not cool. That's not okay.
What horseman destroys a Keshik?
Oh, Ghazi Raiders.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, never mind. I was a little bit too excited there. Okay. Yeah, definitely in this matchup, it does not feel like an easy position here because Mongols, they're so good at feudal aggression against most civilizations, but yeah, I feel like Delhi do have answers. Is this a position where Mongols would go for a Dark Age rush in any capacity, or would that
No.
just be a waste?
Yeah, it's a waste. You don't want a Dark Age rush with Mongols against Delhi.
Okay,
It
because
doesn't
they don't need
really
gold?
benefit you. Yeah, I mean, they don't need gold for upgrades for one. Like, you don't really hurt them on their timing. And if you do arrive with the spearman, like, they're just gonna pull a scholar, out heal you until, like, the 3rd spearman arrives. And
That's true.
in
makes
general,
sense.
like, Mongol is a little bit delayed on when their spearmen come in baseline, right? Like, because you want to get the Uwu in first, you want to wait for the stone to double produce the first batch. So the first spearmen just come in at a relatively late time, and it's a whole thing, Whammon. It's a whole thing.
Okay. Well, it does sound like Delhi has a lot similar answers to what HRE does, so it makes a lot of sense. I can see this happening. I like the fact that there are some civilizations that you can pick that will counter what Mongols is. But I have a question about the draft here, because what I just saw in chat is that the draft here is different. Is this the snipe draft that they're using?
This is I mean, so far for the tournament, it stayed the same between like
Okay.
the best of 5s and the best of 7. You banned 2 civs, and yeah,
Okay. Okay.
yeah.
Cool.
There's no change between the best of 5 and best of 7s, other
Okay.
than more civs.
All right, yeah, just checking, because I know that there was talk about specific tournaments having a situation where you can snipe.
Oh yeah, the
your
draft for
opponent's-
this tournament is different compared to previous EGC.
In what way? Is it because of the sniping? Or is there sniping happening?
I'm not sure if it was already like this in the last tournament in the Masters Fall. I think it already was like this in the Masters Fall. I'm not 100% certain, but basically the amount of bans and when they came in did change.
Okay, makes sense. So go. So we're
Yeah,
just
so
getting
now
whispered
it's,
at.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Production told us it's 2 bans, pick and ban, up from ban, pick, ban.
And now, because of that, we get to see more. We finally get to see Mongols being played on not a hybrid map. I like that. That.
I
Pretty
also like
safe.
what Scarlet
Ooh.
Devil is doing here. Instead of going for the baboon strategy and still trying to make a Dark Age rush happen with the Mongols, it's not going to happen. Stop trying to make it happen. He instead just started off with the villagers on gold. Immediately gets the gold that he wants for the age up, and is now just going to pull the villagers. He's going to pull the villagers back to food. There we go. Oh, he put the sheep next to it. That's cute.
Very efficient. Very demure. I like that.
Very distinguished.
And Scarlet Devil just inspiring a whole generation to play Mongols as well. Guys, make Mongols great again so that we can get it back on ladder and I can farm a few more ranked points. Thank you very much. So
Coming from an English main, wow.
English
Wow.
2TC, baby. 2TC. Now, Voldemort actually playing against a Mongol who's going to go feudal at a normal time. I don't know what world we're living in, but this feels like a pretty good day. Scarlet Devil, he's now on match point, and a wise man recently told me that when you're on match point, you don't do crazy stuff. You usually play things a little bit safer. And I don't know if Scarlet Devil is the kind of guy who would do that. I feel like Scarlet Devil is the kind of guy who will do something crazy. So dealing with Delhi especially, they don't have the usual spots where you get to put pressure. So I would love to see what Scarlet Devil devises here as he is going to play against those Ghazi Raiders, like you said, that will just handle the Keshiks so well.
Big shout out to Scarlet Devil, expertly maneuvering around the sheep here, making sure not to find a couple here and there. I'm just kidding. I mean, it's just unfortunate sometimes with the line of sight, right? Like, he's just... it's so close! It's so close, Whammit! He's just barely maneuvered around like 3 sheep there. Oh my god. Sometimes it's just sad to see.
Sometimes Voldemort just needs to get the opportunity to also get a few extra sheep so that he can out-sustain and make this a 7-game finals. Because this game, it deserves a 7. And Crackety, I know you have work tomorrow morning, but it's only 1 a.m. We've got the whole day
I've come
ahead
to
of
terms
us.
with it. Yeah, I've kind of come to terms with it. I've got some caffeine pills that I can use tomorrow, so I'll be fine. Just one of those bad boys is as much as like 4 coffees, so...
That sounds a little bit unhealthy, Crackety. And as someone who's a bit of a health nut, I was going to say, you look like a bit of a health nut recently, so...
I mean, it's... As long as I only take 1, it's fine. Once the second comes in, that's when it starts getting a little bit spicy.
Now, when you are... Oh, if you're a Scarlet Devil here, what do you open up with?
I want to say you still want to go for Keshik opening. That would be my bet. You could, in theory, also just open up with Mangadai, but I think just Keshik opening probably the safest bet. Just because like you can also like heal up the Keshiks, and you might be able to snipe a villager, and that is I like sniping villagers. We are actually going to be seeing a pasture coming in here early on from Scarlet Devil. I also like that because the earlier you get them, the more sheep, of course, you get from them as the game goes on, and it's right next to the Uvu, so it's a lot of added efficiency there. Yeah, Scarlet Devil. This game, he is not going to be finding a lot of sheep, so definitely getting that early pasture in is going to make a lot of sense here for him.
And he's already ready to get that first production building after the pasture, which is pretty great. He's invested.
But what if,
this?
Whammon?
What if?
A second
What if it's another pasture? Let's go see. Observer.
It would be weird.
Observer,
It's not gonna
can
be
we
the same.
please...
Maybe Mangadai? That could also be the case. Oh yeah, we're getting the archer range.
We are getting some Mangadai. And, you know, they have the word die in their name, and that's exactly what Scarlet Devil is trying to say to us. This is what he's going to be causing death against Ghazi Raiders. Now, Ghazi Raiders, do they have... They're faster than the Mangadai, right? Or same movement speed?
They are a good bit faster. So Mangadai, they have 1.56 tiles per second of movement speed. Ghazi Raiders have 1.81 or 8? 8.1. I want to say 8.1. So 1.81. But Mangadai with the deer stones forward, they are going to outmaneuver them. They will have more movement speed.
And that's probably what he's banking on here. Well, you will not make
Mangadai. Kill
sheep,
the scout
sheep.
or the sheep. One of them you're gonna kill.
He's just
The Khan is coming in. He could pop down the movement speed arrow. There it is.
Ooh, and now that's... Oh, that scout is melting, Crackety. This is so tough, especially with him already getting 4 Mangadai on the field. And now, even splitting those apart just feels a lot better. Ooh, and 2 sheep in the bag.
Taking away 600 food from your opponent and getting it yourself, that's pretty good. Okay, it was 1.88.
And now we've got a deer stones in front of Delhi's base, and that feels pretty good.
Khan trying to body block here. The Mangadai taking significant damage. Deer stones too far forward.
And losing one of those is actually pretty massive here. When you're
Yeah, they don't come in that quickly. They take a while.
And now Keshix is the next choice for him, and this is going to be pretty great, especially just being that front line and now being able to outmaneuver a little bit. The problem is just Voldemort is doubling down on these Gazis, and like you said, if the Deer Stones are on range, this becomes a little bit harder for him to handle. Now he's waiting for the rest of his Mangadai, and the boys are going to be heading forward. This looks like he wants to get on that wood line and make sure that things go a little bit crazy.
We're now also seeing some Keshiks coming in, so Scarlet Devil will also have a cavalry front line for him here.
He's trying to stop this from placing down, but it will be able to do so. And Khan is now in position. I'm just going to say Meme-Gadai are going to be able to just run around and fire. Because, guys, with these, you don't need to maneuver them at all. They just automatically shoot when they're in range of another unit.
Yeah, we do, of course, have the Scholars, though, from the Delhi, so is going to be able to just heal up the injured Ghazi Raiders back to full HP. At the moment, Alama, he's got more military units, even without the Scholars, working for him. And the Mangadai are going to get found out here. Do a good amount of damage, as Valdemar doesn't have a Blacksmith yet.
Well, the Khan getting that vision helps so much as well. But he does need to be careful. These archers are starting to tickle, and these guys are just going to go back to base and heal back up. And there's 4 scholars waiting to heal. The blacksmith finally getting placed down, which means that these upgrades are going to come in just very, very slowly. Now, the Mangadai not finding any damage, but Scarlet Devil doesn't care. Scarlet Devil is going to castle right here, right now. He does have 10 on gold, and I say he's going to castle, but he has another Keshik in queue. And another
and it's
stable.
The third
Oh
stable.
my
Okay,
gosh.
yeah, he's not... Well, this isn't
He's not going
Castle Age. This is
castle.
mass Kashik play now.
Oh, this is going to be disgusting, Crackety. He's just going to... Oh, and he's got so much food here ready to just snack off of. This is something you don't
He's
usually
going to lose
see.
the landmark, though.
He needs to pull that bad boy
It's so
back.
slow. It is so slow.
And Scarlet Devil might just have to sacrifice this landmark. It is what it is. He pulls back, waits for the Keshiks, and probably going to start going in then. You have to consider that with these Keshiks, ooh, fighting the boar currently, taking damage but healing back up, and the villagers are going to be ready for this. Now the Mangadai do get in position, but the archers are going to be able to do a significant amount of damage. And honestly, pretty good job here by Voldemort. Instantly intercepting this, seeing that opening, and now he's getting himself at a pretty okay spot. At least for now. Because with the archer numbers he's got, it's great. But the problem is Keshiks do pretty well against them.
Yeah, now the Deerstones is going to be going down. It's one of those Hilfe Steve Bruder moments where it just can't go out. And Aldemar behind this now is feeling confident enough to start moving out to the sacred sites. Little jump scare there from the Deerstones.
Now, it feels like the Keshiks are completely hidden up until now. Voldemort is still investing into these archers. Every bit of food now is used, but he knows he sees them now, and the Keshiks are going in for it.
Pierce Armor has not yet finished up for Valdemar. So the Mangadai actually on the retreat, while Valdemar is retreating, are getting a lot of damage in. Single Mangadai teetering off towards the Scholar there. Couple Mangadai getting sniped out though by the archers, but yeah, good damage done here now by the Keshik so far. Get a couple more charges in as well. But Ghazi Raiders standing firm.
Doing a pretty good job at this. Already doing that transition. We can see the Spearmen now coming out from Voldemort. And this is very necessary. This is a pretty big investment here from Scarlet Devil, and it just doesn't feel like it's paid off at all. No villagers going down in this whole shebang. But the Mangadai, honestly, I don't think they're going to find any value this game. Right now, There's a lot of villages on wood that is completely untouched because he knows that those Guardian Raiders are going to catch up so quickly, and these Scholars just healing them back up to full. So, Scholar Devil, he's changing his mind here. As we can see, he's no longer making any units. He's just trying to keep Voldemort in his base by putting down pressure as he's now going for the age up.
Yeah, Skull Devil, he is amassing resources, so as you mentioned, age up, most likely going to be his goal here. Just tries to keep Voldemort on his toes, but Voldemort is moving out, and oh, what a great timing for Voldemort to be moving out just as Skull Devil is about to be going onto those deer there. He's trying to rush up an outpost, but where... Oh my god, the Mangudai, the notification! He's like, oh, nope, I'm going around that side. Oh, no, wait, does he notice something? I think he might have just noticed a deer move. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo!
Oh, they
That's
need to
a
run
big
straight to
wee-woo.
the army. Oh, 1, 2.
That could have been so much worse, Whammon. That could have been so much worse. That is actually, like, that is crazy how game-ending that could have been.
9 villages. I kind of recall a game I was watching where Beastie was playing Delhi, and he was going out on the berries. Marine Lord just arrives with a bunch of knights, and all of them are deleted. This felt like that moment, except Scholar Devil was ready with the reinforcements. So Scholar Devil saving his tournament life just a little bit more, and now with those Mangudai, not really finding any damage as of yet. Those 3 are just roaming around trying to find something to do, but they need to be careful here because those archers are not just tickling.
Step Redoubt coming in behind this now for Skull Devil, so Age Up will be coming in shortly. Valdemar is starting to wall in some of those sacred sites, so it's going to be a lot tougher here for Skull Devil to try and get these back under his control.
Step Redoubt is going to make this a bit better, I guess. The thing is, Voldemort can very quickly switch to going up himself, or he could just try and do a little bit of pressure here. The question now is Voldemort going to be able to do the damage he needs? We need to keep in mind that the stone needed for this is going to be... He needs a lot of upgrades to get those towers to not fall instantly. He's got the wood to build yet another one, and this is usually a little bit of a slippery point when you're up against any civilization as the Mongols. You have now invested into going for your age up. Oof, that archer going towards his death, and it looks like Scholar Devil realizes I'm going to need to make sure it counts as well.
Yeah, he's going to lose a lot of villagers, though. This might be a little bit of a villager exchange here, as the Keshiks are making their way through, but there's something like a gate there, blocking... Oh my god! The dead bodies piling up here on both sides, but in the end, Valdemar, he lost fewer villagers.
And that was a pretty tough raid there. He did not react at all. Those villagers all died outside the towers, and unfortunately, that is just going to mean that this is so much harder for him to come back from. Scholar Devil now, he's got the Step Redoubt, and you see him investing so much into this. The idle time on Voldemort's side, it does start to add up, but he's losing a lot of this military, and 60 military units, that's not going to be fun to handle anytime soon.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too much here now for Skull Devil to handle it. Grant, he did actually manage to find a couple more villager kills, so he's been able to even out the villager difference a little bit more behind this. So that's 15 Kashyyyk, so that's certainly still a good amount of units to have out there. Is actually able to still take some really good trades here, able to take down the villagers on the berries, or at least force them back. As we do know, villagers sometimes have rocket boots propelling them forward.
Ooh,
But Scarlet Devil, he might be losing the villagers on the boar. Yeah, he's gonna lose them.
And he's not noticing this at all. The Ghazi's getting a perfect surround here too. Now, getting inside, he does take down 2 of them from the outside, but these Keshyiks are looking for more damage on his side as well. Scarlet Devil now, he needs to make units, and right now he doesn't have the food to do so. He got the vills, he got what he came for, and now he backs right out. Doesn't need to take down that tower at all.
This is a rough one for him now at the moment. Scarlet, he has a lot of gold remaining, so might be getting a market in just to try and buy himself some food. Yeah, he did actually just buy some food. Still has a second group of Kashyyyk somewhere. Probably just in his base.
He needs to
This is a... Oh, Valdemar's going up now.
House of Learning coming in, and this is great. The thing is, Delhi does have a little bit of that timing where they still need to wait for the Castle Age upgrades to really kick in, but he could just go for units. But with 5 on gold, we're not expecting any crazy Castle Age units coming out. Now, he does have a few barracks set up here as well, but of course, we want to make sure that we have the mobility, and right now he's got pretty decent mobility. Valdemar getting onto those food sources, knowing that that's exactly where his opponent might be hanging out. Scarlet Devil only securing 1 single relic, even though he's been castled this whole time.
Yeah, this game so far has been anything but ideal for Scarlet Devil when it came to the last couple of minutes here. Valdemar now able to get the age up in, Tech's being queued up, 12 scholars on his side, so he's going to be able to get a whole bunch of upgrades in. Scarlet starts decapping one of the sacred sites here now, and Valdemar behind this immediately picks up 2 of the relics on the map.
You see, we're getting some Delephants though, and Delephants definitely something that will be pretty solid at this stage. The problem is there's no food for either of these players. We can see a few deer standing there under the TC. He had 100 food per minute there for a while as the villagers were busy aging up, but he needs to find more damage with these Keshiks, and he needs to find it soon, because Scarlet Devil now going for a bunch of men-at-arms, it's most likely not going to be the pressure that he wants. This is a pretty solid food transition for Scarlet Devil already, though.
Couple of Keshiks moving into the base of Valdemar here. Not going to find anything that they want to find, though, as the Elephant is immediately taking down 2 of the Keshiks there rapidly. Keshiks trying to make their way out. They are going to get out, but another one going down. These are heavy losses for Scarlet Devil now.
And Scarlet Devil is just not able to constantly keep producing. Now with elephants in the mix as well, Valdemar is getting 1 elephant, and 1 elephant is enough to make Scarlet Devil overreact to this. He's getting spears now, and that's basically, I feel like, what Valdemar wanted from this. He needed him to go for units that are not necessarily going to have the right answer to the rest of his composition, because no more elephants are planned, but a lot more archers are doing their existence in this army, and with the upgrades about to kick in, this is going to feel pretty good. These Gazi Raiders also just not able to be caught out. Oh, the separate out.
Relic coming in for Scarlet Devil. 3rd relic, though, coming in for Valdemar at the same time. We're now getting the 2nd Elephant Boy in as well. And Scarlet Devil, he needs a lot of crossbows. He does not have a lot of crossbows if he wants to deal with the elephants.
1 crossbow to rule them all, he says. But with all of these Keshiks, I just would have loved to see him actually being constantly in the base, because this is something that he's now seen. He's seen that Valdemar is out there. He's putting his units in a pretty compromising position every now and again, but he's just not able to get on top of them. He needs to make sure that these Keshiks are safe, because Valdemar's responses have been sublime. Valdemar just now building that death ball that is going to hurl right towards Scarlet Devil's base, and it feels like Scarlet Devil is being a little greedy goose here, who's just going to go straight for Imperial. Crackety, I feel like this is going to be a destruction if he tries to do so.
It's a strategy weapon, but at the moment, like at this point in the game, Valdemar just has more than enough units to dive. And yeah, I think he knows that something is up. We see the entire army blob forward. And
Scarlet can still change his mind. He can still produce a bunch of units. He does have production buildings here. Oh.
There's no more breaks, Whammon. It's too late. He's going for it.
Oh, look at all this.
The scholars are all moving forward as well.
And he doesn't take the bait, though. He's still moving forward. He's still going to go find this army. This Imperial Age is not what... This is not the fast Imperial you were looking for, Scarlet. This fast Imperial is a lot sooner. You cannot do this when your opponent has 2, soon 3 elephants on his roster. But he's going for it.
Yeah, it's a massive army coming in. He's getting military academies, so it's going to produce very quick, the Kaganet that is, but realistically, you cannot kill these elephants. You don't have the units to kill them.
Yeah, even if you spawn a few Imperial Age units, it's not what you're going to need to actually try and fight this 32 units. He's trying to get his units to move back. But these elephants on the front lines, they have intention. Yes.
This is over. Valdemar, he's gonna dive, and there is no force in the universe that is able to get him out of Scarlet Devil space now. He can just start burning down the TC, and yeah, he's just gonna start burning down things. He's just sitting there.
Now these Keshiks are just trying to find a little bit of damage, running around. He just does not want to face the music. 4 seconds, 3 seconds.
He's just gonna burn the Kaganet, right? Like, just burn down the Kaganet. That way you don't have to be afraid of the units that come out of it, if it doesn't exist.
Ooh, at first, a set of units is gonna be the Imperial Age Mangudai. That's great. You know, if he had any villages left by the end of this, them desperately trying to get a few towers up. But no. Valdemar is ready for this. He knows how to handle it. And not going for the Kaganet, but going for everything else. And it's surely paying off.
Yeah, there's a keep drop now as well. And GG comes in. Valdemar able to even out the set one last time, because now there is only one game left between Valdemar or Scarlet Devil and EGC Masters Final Qualifier.
I am exhausted. Crackety! These guys, how are they feeling? If I'm sitting here on my butt getting served tea every 2 hours, how are they feeling? Does Valdemar get served tea? Is Scarlet Devil receiving little snacks between these games? Or are these guys feeling like we're feeling? Twitch chat, you guys are sitting here, I'm sure all of you are sitting here exhausted from watching that, seeing elephants flood the base. But these guys, they're living it. And they have put up a top tier performance for 9 hours now. So honestly, hats off to both of them. But this is a pretty big match for them. Both of these guys putting everything on the line for this last round. And Scarlet Devil, he needs to do some pretty big shenanigans to take down our meta player Valdemar, who's just doing everything so methodically.
It's all gonna be coming down now to this one last game. We'll be having to wait to see just exactly what civilizations they're gonna pick for that last game.
It looks like this is going to be a mystery to us for a while as we watch these Ghazi Raiders wreak havoc upon the Keshiks and the Mangudai, just not able to close what they needed. Now, guys, I hope you can get your Twitch bets in this chat pretty quickly when we get our last matchup, because this is the ultimate game. This is pretty crazy to me, because Scarlet Devil, he's been a guy who every now and again, he just comes out, he destroys people you wouldn't usually see him taking down, in the top 8 even. But now he is really just up against someone who is playing standard, and his crazy shenanigans are just not all working out. Gorge, the final map. Guys, English. We have English, we've got Sengoku on the roster still. Come on. Twitch
we
chat.
have English and we've got Abbasid on the roster for them. And I think that's gonna be it.
No.
It might be.
Dark luck.
I don't think Valdemar is gonna risk Sengoku. I don't think he feels like he's played it enough. I don't think he's gonna play Knights Templar, cause that civilization sucks on land. So he's gonna be playing Abbasid. That's a comfort pick for him. Scarlet Devil, I don't think he's gonna be playing Tuklak. As much as you like the Civ, I don't think he's gonna be playing JD.
Are we getting English 2TC, guys? I'm already calling the build. I don't care about the Civ, I just need the build. The English 2TC build, is it still alive? This is...
There it is.
English, the best for last, ladies and gentlemen. They are blessing us today with the real powerhouse, the English civilization. So, how does this play out with Abbasid on the line, though? Valdemar methodical. You said it's his comfort pick. What does he do now?
Against English, I mean, you can just try and outboom English. You could just Yeah, you can literally just outboom English with Eco Wing.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I can't believe it. Yeah, because that's the thing. English, they need to do something against you, right? And I think at the same time, if you are an aggressive enough player, you don't want Abbasid to boom too much, but Abbasid is pretty good at sitting in their base, surviving. The thing is, English, they've got longbows. They will just shoot over the half of the map and take you down. So, yes. English has a king? Exactly. Maybe English's king is the thing we've been waiting for this whole time. So, big decider round. Okay, so if English booms, you boom. Is there any world where you go for a military wing in feudal?
You could, but honestly, I don't think it makes too much sense for you to go for the military wing, unless it's like a council hall opening, maybe. Because bootcamp is really good with the mass archers, but honestly, I'm hesitant. Sure, like council hall did get a slight buff with the 5% discount on the longbowman, but is it really that big? I don't think it is. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't think it makes a very big difference. So I think it's most likely just going to be the normal, or rather the just typical English 2TC type play that we're going to be seeing here from Scarlet Devil.
Oh, we've been seeing some pretty good stuff when it comes to English 2TC into that White Tower and just making the knights pour out. But Abbasid, they have answers to this. Their villages, if going Eco Wing, of course, or even if going Military Wing into 2TC, they've got a lot of choices, which I just absolutely love yet again. But, you know, it's the last game. Let's not say they have good choices. They just have choices. So you can't compare them to where the Abbasids are in terms of great choices in front of their face. So I do see Don Artie here. I think it was Don Artie that was like, hey, what about the Culture Wing? Are we cooking? Are we cooking,
I mean,
boys?
That's what I mean when I say that, like, you can just outboom. That's what the Culture Wing is for. You just, like, the classic N+1 TC, you just take the count of TCs your opponent's going for, and you add an additional TC on top of that. I think that's probably the best way to go for it here as Abbasid.
I like that comment, N+1. That's a little math right there. Okay, no, I like that. I think with Abbasid as well, you have a civ that just booms better. And a lot of times when we look back, because guys, this is back to the launch of the game. Now, feast your eyes on Season 1, when I did not play this game, but I was just watching Beastie mold about it. So this is just back in the day where Abbasid and English were facing off against each other very often. We had council hall openings every single time. Abbey of Memes didn't exist, but this is an old school boom matchup that is just an absolute destruction. It doesn't feel like English gets to sit on one TC and try to kill them like they did back then, though. Now English actually needs to find creative ways of doing damage. It's just not feasible to just go straight for it with your usual ram, your 3 ram, kill the second TC, because they can just be a little bit safe. In Gorge, though, English cannot outboom. They have to do damage. Yeah, they need to find a way to break through that, because Abbasid is just going to do this for longer, better, and cheaper over time. So 9 hours in, and what a matchup to end the series with. I guess we can all go to bed right now.
Yeah, I feel like English, it's a... Oh, we talked about it, right? Like, Abbasid can just outboom English. Do you want to go for Council Hall?
Oh, let's say that.
Maybe just 1 TC Abbey of Kings into still Council Hall afterwards.
Abbey of Kings into Council Hall. That's a 1 a.m. statement if I've ever heard one. Yeah, I agree.
Into proxy archery ranges forward?
Okay. Oh, that's what you meant with the Council Hall. Got it.
No, you go for the Abbey of Kings, you get the king in forward. That one is going to cover for a villager. It's going to move out and produce like archery ranges in the middle of the map. And then going to follow up with an outpost on the wood line.
Actually, if there's anyone who's going to do that, that's Scarlet Devil. Guy, yes, that guy too. I just want to point out, ladies and gents, we are getting predictions in the chat. So if you are in a country that allows Gamba, now is the time to gamble your Twitch points. I am putting all my Twitch points, let's see how many I have, on Scarlet Devil. 117,000. Let's go put it on my English love. And now, Scarlet Devil, I'm all in on you, my man. But on the other side of the bracket, ladies and gents, Numenor and Kiljardi, 3-3.
Yeah, they caught up as well. I didn't think that set would, like, end even remotely at the same time as this one, but yeah, apparently that's the way it's gonna be. It's one of those classic past 1 a.m. days here over at EGC TV. And we're all here for it. We're all here for it. So Valdemar, Scarlet Devil, Numedan or Kiljardi, only 2 of these players are going to end up qualifying.
And they save the best for last, of course. Now, Crackety, imagine this is a 10-minute game, and we get to go over to the other one to watch that one finish as well. I'm sure you're gonna love that. I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
nope.
It's production. Nope.
I'm just
because you never know. You never know with Numedan Kiljardi. This could be a 10-minute game. Their last game could be 2 hours. But enough of that. We're jumping into the last game of this series between Scarlet Devil and Valdemar. Whoever wins this last remaining game is going to qualify for the EGC Masters Finals main event. Is it going to be Scarlet Devil, or is it going to be the Kid playing as the Abbasid Dynasty here up against the English from Scarlet Devil? Both scouts meeting in the middle of the map here. Scarlet Devil flaunting the 3 sheep that he found so far. Valdemar is actually getting a little bit outpaced here by the scout.
And now they kiss. Yeah, as they pass by. Yeah. Oh, Crackety, this is tough because all the sheep, spawn-wise, Valdemar is in a tough spot, hey?
Potentially here, yeah. I mean, if he's going to the bottom round, he's only going to be finding a maximum of 4 sheep. And if Scarlet Devil just goes straight and up, he's going to be finding at least 7.
Now, this feels like a pretty good spot here for Scarlet Devil, just because, English, they do pretty well at just, farming, living a good life, a healthy life, no stresses all around. But Abbasid, once they tap out those initial berries, or even before they tap out those initial berries, they have a very serious problem of dealing with whatever English is throwing at them. That being a king, that being longbows. It's just, there's a lot that they need to answer for. And you can see here, Scarlet has been blessed by the scouting gods as he's about to go and run into a black and a brown sheep right there at the top. Disgusting. But he might run out of food here at the base, though.
Oh, it's going to be very interesting now in just a little... Wait, actually, it was double brown sheep there as well. Oh, he's not seeing the black sheep. Oh, he did. And he's going for it. And he sees the other one as well. Scarlet Devil, as he said, he's getting blessed by the sheep gods right now. Blessed be the sheep RNG. And Valdemar... Oh, he didn't find the 2 sheep at the bottom. Council Hall is coming in against Economic Wing from Valdemar. Okay.
This might be a tough spot for Valdemar. Because Council Hall is going to take a minute. Technically, it's going to take 2 minutes to age up. But
he's only aging up with 2 villagers.
Exactly. This is a tough one. Scarlet Devil going for Council. I definitely don't think Valdemar is expecting this, but he's about to find out. Running past now, picking up the rest of those sheep. We do see a nice little early farm there as the food was running low, but he's going to spot this, and now he's got some choices to make.
Oh. He sees it and immediately cancels the second TC plan.
But not canceling the age up. I like that. Of course.
I mean, it's going to take forever.
You're right. The problem is now with Economic Wing, what does he do with this? Economic Wing gives him nothing right now. It gives him
sheep farms.
I guess that's true.
Cheap houses, cheap drop-off buildings.
Okay.
It's okay.
It's okay. Yeah, you've convinced me.
He's not getting boot camp, but to be fair, like that's gonna come in much later. But yeah, it's. I'm just glad for him that he's not falling for the second TC now, because that could definitely leave him exposed.
And And Avocet is actually pretty decent at shutting down longbows in general, because you're just making a stable, you live your best life, and they're perfectly shut down. Then the council hall just becomes an archery range that cannot heal villagers like the usual Abbey of Kings. So Scarlet Devil already forwent a lot of advantage that English usually has. But this is a pretty solid set of food, though. Now, the question is, ooh, with a nice little barracks follow-up instantly. Love that. And now, all of a sudden, Abbasid needs to double respond to this. Stable coming down and archery range instantly placed down as well. So, 2 longbows in production. Is Mr. Voldemar going to be ready for this? This feels like Season 1 pushing out. Season 1 to 5, we're pushing out, making sure that you don't push out with just longbows, lose them all to 1 horseman, you go put a spear in the mix, and all of a sudden, it becomes a pretty scary push.
It is. I mean, with the spearmen there, the horsemen from Valdemar aren't going to be able to really do too much up against the longbows. Skull Devil, he's got a great timing here on the early spearmen there as well.
Now, a single one, though, and that might be the issue, especially with 2 horses in production here from Voldemar. He is getting 2 archers as well, but the circling here, we do see Scarlet Devil trying to go for the villagers here onto the berries, which is a pretty safe spot to go for, but gold is going to be next. He needs to be very careful here. More longbows coming out, but still, just 2 spears. Doesn't look like he's confident with this.
First villager might be going down, does pull him back in time. Oh, never mind, gets the villager kill.
And the TC idled there for a few moments as he was overwhelmed by just the sheer existence of these units. Now getting another horseman. Actually, he might have actually just forwent making a villager and just getting the horse. And that is expensive. That is a very expensive horseman. It's not just a horse, but it's 40 resources per minute horseman from here as well. Just because giving up that initial villager. And he's getting yet another archery range, but Scarlet Devil pulling back now at exactly this moment to ensure he does not invest too much or lose too much here. He got his villager kill, and now he gets to pull back. But the horsemen here, they are looking for damage of their own.
8 longbowmen. We're now getting to the point where they can like even trade grade up against the horsemen. Especially since there's already a blacksmith up, so Scarlet Devil could be going for pierce damage here very early on. Of course, with the alarm bells here, he's always going to be wary of when the horsemen are going to go for a dive onto the wood line.
And getting double broadaxe is going to help him immensely just staying ahead with this. Now, getting horticulture next is going to help him just produce more and more, especially with those farms already being set up. But he's got the gold in the bank. He says, oh, +1 ranged attack is more important for him. And it makes a lot of sense, especially when you're up against all these horses. You're still making longbows. You want to make sure that you can actually deal with horses. And just like I said at the start of the stream, archers don't counter horses and knights, but 60 of them definitely do. So this could be a fun play here, just ensuring he makes enough to actually snipe those horses down. But it's such an easy matchup to fail either way. It feels like you lose 1 fight and the game is over. And this is something that we haven't seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we haven't seen that with other civilizations up until this point. This is English in a nutshell.
What's Voldemort doing at the moment? The UI says he doesn't have a single villager on food.
He has 1 on food, apparently.
Okay, never mind. He went out to another berry patch. Okay, that was it. But that's a lot of idle time. He didn't produce anything in the meantime, military-wise at least. And he's now setting up an outpost on the gold as well. Looks like he might be trying to. Go for an age up.
Getting that 1 minute arm in the mix. He's getting 1 more archer here just to be safe. And you don't want to stop producing, especially when you see your opponent isn't producing either, or isn't stopping either. And now
Could also just be upgrades.
ranged attack, or defense at least, coming in now, ensuring that longbows are not going to be able to handle those horses anytime soon. But we'll see him creeping closer. Both of these players playing very, very carefully. That's why we're talking like we're sitting at a safari, trying not to scare the gazelle. So right now, we just want to see our longbows snacking on a few horses, trying to find a bit of damage. And they are about to connect on the gold. And are we going to see it? It does get a pretty
he gets him back in
solid
time.
charge.
So we're now in a situation where it's Abbasid versus English, both kind of just sitting here in feudal age. But Scarlet Devil already has a good amount of farms in. Valdemar doesn't have a second TC. I'm guessing he has fresh food stuff. I didn't see it come in. I'm just going to assume that at this point he must have it. Would be weird if that was not the case. Scarlet Devil can just start spamming out men-at-arms. And there's nothing in theory that Valdemar could really do against that long term.
And that seems to be
it's
the
even
play
more
here.
villagers on gold. Yeah, he just pulled all the villagers from wood over to gold. Okay, so he is looking for the way out. He is looking for a castle age.
And the scout knows all of this. Scarlet Devil sees exactly what's going on. He sees the age up has not started. He's waiting for it to get clicked so that he can go and attack. Because he is producing, but also not too much. He is going for that age up himself as well. Now, if this is a white tower, it makes sense. But at the same time, do we just get our second TC coming in?
Not anytime soon.
No,
like,
no,
right
I meant
now you
from
can't
English.
afford it, but for England, maybe
age
down
up.
the line. But for now, like, he's so well set up food-wise. I think it's just much more likely that Scarlet Devil is now just gonna go for the age up and maybe pump out some knights as well, try and get rally control. But Valdemar is now in a really, really uncomfortable spot here. Keep is gonna be coming in.
Oh, this is going to be a repeat from the previous time when we saw the keep just like taking forever to place. But this secures the deer as well. So the gold, even though it's a little bit tapped out by this point, it definitely puts you in a spot where you can have access to a lot of chunky deer here. And now start rallying your units outwards. We already see the mill getting placed. He wants the food and he wants it now. Archers not going to make the mistake of moving towards the white tower, but rather looking like they're heading downwards. A second stable is now added, and this is just going to mean that Abbasid is going for a few camel riders in between as well. Or does he just go for knights? Do they have knights?
Of course, yeah.
Oh, I wasn't sure. I haven't played Abbasid in 6 years.
So at all. But yeah, Abbasid, they do have knights. Abbasid are gonna spawn in now with 2 camel riders as soon as military wing comes in. But camel riders have 0 pierce armor. So the longbowmen are gonna do great against them. Scarlet Devil now, with the age up, could in theory just start making some knights as well from the White Tower really rapidly. And with the Council Hall, the upgrade on the longbows is gonna be coming in incredibly quickly. As soon as he clicks it, just needs a little bit more food, and there we go, is coming in now. And with that timing, it's gonna be kind of difficult for Valdemar to take a fight here early on. You see more men-at-arms, more longbows moving forward. First knight now as well. Did abandon the outpost, is crawling out here now onto some proxy resources on the top side there. Outpost is gonna get burned down, and looks like Valdemar is gonna maybe just decide to sacrifice some horsemen here for some potential raids, but of course the alarm bell does come in for the English.
The villagers pulling back at the perfect time. With no wheelbarrow, they still survive to another day. But this is pretty neck and neck. And just because of that TC idle time and the 1 villager kill, we are seeing a 3 villager difference constantly between these two. And Scarlet Devil not idling that TC even for a second. And this is just the difference in now taking one good fight. Valdemar now, he is on a different gold, but Scarlet Devil needs to know this. He has a knight. He needs to be able to raid around. Valdemar also getting his own knights that I have now learned that Abbasid also has, and I'm very happy for them. But this does feel a little different when you're on that many farms already.
Valdemar now adding in some crossbows. Lots of villagers on gold. We're getting a ton of upgrades in now. Boot camp among them. some Lancers in as well. We do already have the Mosque, and actually able to snipe the early Monk there from Scarlet Devil. Still one Monk remaining for him, but does mean that he is going to get delayed on the relics.
The problem is, what's happening now is Scarlet Devil is being lured to the top side of the map, where all of the eco is. The thing is, the whole army is here as well, so of course this is optimally where you want to engage if you wanted to, but the scout is going to be able to see exactly where he does not want to be. You see those longbows absolutely destroying the horsemen, deleting them as they're running close. Men-at-Arms now being the front line, and longbows doing an amazing job at just picking off everything.
The range whammon on these longbows, it's, yeah. Disgusting is a good word for it. We're now we also just now saw the armor-clad upgrade coming in for the men-at-arms, so Valdemar, 30 archers he's about to have 30 archers. They're about to, do negative damage almost to these men-at-arms.
The men-at-arms can get into position, and in position, they are longbows now going to be firing at exactly what they need to fire, whatever is in front of them, and just doing so much work with the +2 ranged attack. He does have +2 ranged armor, but at the same time, when you have this many longbows, it cleans up quite well. Men-at-arm numbers just increasing now, and Valdemar finally adding a few crossbows as well.
Crossbows can get easily sniped out though by the longbows and all of their bonus range in as well. Scout is keeping an eye out for any potential move outs back to the gold. Scarlet Devil, he has to be careful though. You can never underestimate your own prowess with the English, with your army, because if you lose them, it takes a while to reproduce them. Also getting a second relic back in now. Valdemar with the first relic that he has garrisoned in, but Scarlet Devil, 4 monks on his side. He's really going ham on the relic gathering here.
Now, we have to take a look at where Valdemar is regarding food as well, because of course, Valdemar has been on berries constantly. He's been tapping them out as much as he can, but there's still 2 very healthy deer packs for him. These villagers out here, it feels like there is just no pressure on them. Scarlet Devil is playing this so safe, and the 4th relic being picked up and dragged back, but there is a little bit of an interception on the way.
Oh, he reveals himself.
Unfortunately, dying right there on the spot. He did scream to the skies, a final prayer before he goes down. Now the longbows, they are looking for damage. He doesn't want to take that fight into the mobile units because he's just going to end up chasing around non-stop. Now, military upgrades from Valdemar constantly. The problem is, I don't
up to
know.
20 men-at-arms.
I don't know if Valdemar is going to be able to take that front line, especially with some of those units being down there at the bottom at the English base. Going to probably do some raiding the moment that these units hit. But it feels like Scarlet Devil is still not going for where the villagers are. He's just circling and not sure when and where to attack.
Valdemar, he doesn't have that many crossbows yet. We do, of course, get the alarm bells coming in time here. For Scarlet Devil, has some reinforcements here as well to repel the army from Valdemar.
And
3 relics have been taken and could now also look towards capturing those sacred sites.
He just forces this back. And I think that's so amazing here from Valdemar. Just constantly forcing this army to respond and go back. Because it's such an immobile army, he needs to respond pretty heavily because he doesn't know where the rest of them are. But again, this is just allowing Valdemar to get every bit of resource that he wants. And with Eco Wing Abbasid, that farm transition is not going to be too tough, yeah?
This might be Eco Wing Abbasid, but we're still only on a single TC. And look at the food income from Scarlet Devil compared to what Valdemar has. Look at the total income at the bottom left side. 30,000 resources gathered compared to 22,000.
And I'm honestly a little surprised by that, but it could just be the travel time that was all the way here between. So you can see that graph just increasing for English so significantly with all those farms in a prime
Scarlet
position.
Devil, he's not heading back. He sees the knights there, catching off some reinforcement, but he's not afraid. He's not moving back.
Finally. Actually going to be having a little bit of teeth here and fighting back against this with the villagers getting inside the TC. Actually, the crossbows getting inside the TC. All the reinforcements in the TC. That was a pretty interesting move here. But the units now not really sure where they're going to go, as we see that red dot not very confidently moving out anywhere. Some of the villagers are going to be paying the price. And they don't have wheelbarrow, Crackety. These guys are sitting ducks. Oh,
Sitting ducks indeed. Some villagers going down, but the army mass from Scarlet Devil still moving forward unperturbed. Army is finally starting to meet its maker here from Valdemar. They've been wreaking havoc here for some time. But it doesn't matter. Scarlet Devil still has the firm economic lead at the end of the day. And now the army finally arrives inside of the base. Scarlet Devil can just start torching down buildings here as well. Or dive deeper. Or just take down the landmark.
I was going to say, that landmark is a little bit tanky for the type of play he's doing. But that house, for example, could just be 2 torches away from dying.
Valdemar has such a weak army by comparison at the moment. Scarlet Devil, though, going back a little bit, might even be going for an Imperial Age transition at the moment. Valdemar's on 400 food per minute. 400 food. Scarlet Devil just got idled for a long time, and even he's still at 1200 food. Valdemar added in another TC. Valdemar's dead.
Valdemar's dead?
Potentially.
Look at this even army. I mean, yes, but this English does not look confident. This Scarlet Devil man is not looking like a Scarlet Devil. He is.
Kaiser Johann just called GG, and he's an English fiend. I believe in Kaiser Johann.
That's where the real belief is at. But with all of this food now floating, all of the gold, it does feel like a Berkshire is inevitable. Is this going to be a Berkshire or Wimgard?
Nah, it's not going to be a Berkshire.
Okay. I really wanted to see a Wimgard, so I really hope we do get to see one, because Wimgard...
It's going to be Wimgard.
Okay.
Nobody likes a Berkshire.
Okay. I like a Berkshire, but I agree with you. Wimgard is definitely the right choice, but the Berkshire is definitely the below Conk 3 choice.
If Berkshire had the way we trust.
Now, with these towers that Valdemar is getting out here, the thing is, he's not anywhere close to going Imperial himself. He's got the villager advantage, but with the Wingard coming in, that is a pretty solid win condition right there. The moment you get a few footmen in, it feels a little tough for the Archer boys to do anything, or even, honestly, anything from that army mass. Just does absolute insane damage. And you can reinforce this with horses if he was inclined to get those upgrades, because that would just add that extra level of prowess to your army that you don't have right now, which is the mobility.
The question is, what unit are we going to see now from Scarlet Devil? There's one unit that I really want to see. The Wingard Footmen.
I love those. They're great. Love a good footman. And Voldemort now scratching his head saying, hey, you have so many units. How is this even possible? So, definitely feels pretty tough, but both of these guys just don't feel confident. Both of them are just circling around, not really sure how to close this. And now we still see an idle Wingard. And finally getting enclosures. That's going to be a good upgrade to have, especially with all those farms already being set up. But it gives your opponent, again, more time. It doesn't feel like this is a commanding English who's ready to end the game with all these Imperial Age upgrades. And now the raids, again, just from Valdemar's side, and still no wheelbarrow. Oh, well, it's coming in now. Finally. 23 minutes into the game. And we get the horsemen instead. He realizes this is what his army lacks. He hasn't been able to do anything with this army for 20 minutes now. He needs to find something that can actually move. Horsemen, solid amount now. And the footmen are next.
Yeah, they come in. Footmen, they have an incredibly high health pool. Valdemar, he's about to be able to click Imperial Age himself. But it's not really from a position of strength, I want to say. Actually, he kind of caught up in the food income department.
Yeah, he did. That was fantastic. But he just doesn't have the gold for this just yet. But Scarlet, you know where his gold is. Just go for where the gold is. You can see it on the map. But he's just going straight into the DC. Okay, he's going for the small gold, but there's also a big gold in the map that he gets to go for. Culture Wing, still a minute away, but Scarlet Devil, he's got Imperial Age upgrades. These guys are going to go straight through. Villages are being pulled back, and it looks like the A move is looking for the hole in the wall instead.
He's moving in. Longbow's fully upgraded.
And they know where they need to go. They need to go to the big gold, but never mind. They want to go for the small gold. Big gold boys are going to be able to tell their story as he's moving out. We see finally the horses doing a little bit of damage. First set of footmen is here, but the next set not in queue just yet. Just more men-at-arms. Seems so unsure, Crackety.
Yeah, I mean, it's always difficult to try and push into base where there's 3 mangonels waiting for you. With all of these choke points. He does see that the age-up is about to come in, so he knows that Valdemar just invested a lot into that as well. And he's spreading himself wide. Getting ready for an engagement up against the mangonels there as well. And there he goes.
And he splits his units
Engagement's being taken.
perfectly.
And the footmen, they're fighting against the knights, where they actually do bonus damage up against them. There's a couple mango shots are coming in. Age-up just finishes. But Valdemar, he's getting cooked. Full surround on the military. Longbows firing onto the army here from Scarlet Devil. There's still 34 men-at-arms remaining, Whammon. Valdemar down to half the military force. More units coming in. And now the longbows are closing the gap. They're closing the distance, entering the minimum attack range from the mangonels. There's no way out, and just like that, Valdemar's hopes are being dashed here. Scarlet Devil is able to qualify for the EGC's Masters Final. Valdemar's still trying to get some units out on the field now at this point in time, but his base is fairly overrun. No upgrades coming in for him for the elite upgrades at the moment, so no Imperial Age tax on the way.
Now,
At this
Crackety,
point, it's just a matter of time.
this was phenomenal here by Scarlet Devil in the series, but if I'm looking back at this game and I'm sitting and watching this, I don't feel like I was watching Voldemort and Scarlet Devil. I was watching two people who are absolutely exhausted from a 9-hour, almost 10-hour day of games. And at the same time, they were very, very passive because of it. It just didn't feel like these two were playing their usual game that we saw in the first few. So both of these guys, absolutely amazing performance up until here. And I cannot imagine the exhaustion coming out from both of their sides. But I'm just happy we got English win. Ladies and gentlemen, English is viable again. This is now confirmed.
Not something that we really expected here, but man, looking at the total resources gathered here, Scarlet Devil just miles and miles ahead, especially in the food department here. Valdemar started catching back up there towards the end, that second TC finally starting to carry on through. But in the end, it just was not enough. Scarlet Devil, the non-stop military reinforcement, non-stop pressure at the beginning as well, but still playing it in a very controlled manner here. Throughout it all, throughout the end.
Yeah, the army, he kept it safe because he knew exactly if I lose this, I lose the game. Playing a very, very safe game from both sides. But in the end, English prevailed. And that is the takeaway from all of this. Apparently the farms, they're just great if you don't shut them down. But Voldemort trying to get a few raids down, he got a little bit of eco damage, but it just was not enough. So, absolutely phenomenal performance here. Scarlet Devil joining the top 12, which is pretty wild. So, we do have word here that our production boys are dead. And guys, that will be the big show for today. There's still a game ongoing, and I'm trying to find on Twitch if anyone is covering it. My goodness, why is nobody spectating these boys? Yeah. Nubadan killed Jardy. Should I just go
We'll find out. We'll find out tomorrow. Or
Yes.
today, rather. It's already 2 a.m.
In the next 3 hours, in their final game, we'll find who the last qualification boy is. But yes, Guys, thank you so much for joining us. We've seen Scarlet Devil qualify. These guys playing all night through and absolutely amazing performance. Finally getting to see next week's event with the top 12 in Age of Empires. I hope you guys are ready.
I definitely am. Some top-tier Age of Empires 4 coming towards us yet again, and this time with all the new civilizations, so definitely can't wait for it. Thank you guys for being here, and we'll see all of you in the next one. See you then.